All right, guys, we are live and back at it for the final regional Chinese stop. It's been 3 weeks, make that 4 weeks, including this one, of non-stop regional action. And this is going to be the final conclusion of what's been an epic circuit so far. We just come off the back of one of the craziest regionals we've had in some time with a non-Draven champion and then a whole lot of other shenanigans on top of it. I am honored today to have two co-hosts with me. It's gonna be NA45 and Rav as well. So NA, how are you feeling today? Have you got yourself any Spiritforged packs openings yet?
Yeah, I got to open a bunch, and I'm super excited to be back. I know I missed last week, which is I think actually the first Runes and Rift I've missed since I joined. So that's, or not. I guess not the first Runes and Rift because it was a Chinese regional, but the first one I had to miss because I was at the CCS actually, the 25K CCS. So that was a lot of fun. Happy to be back though. I'm sad I missed that regional because it looked really exciting. But I did get to catch some of the end of it. But yeah, how are you doing today, Revan?
Not too bad, just ready to kick back, enjoy something that might finally not be Draven mirrors all the way to the top. So can never argue that at this point. And then I'm getting ready for all those Spiritforged pre-releases the next from the week and a half week.
You know, that brings up a good point. We're saying non-Draven because Draven didn't end up winning last weekend. What are we feeling will be the top three? I mean, Draven's probably still number one, but what do you think are the following three? Because last week it was Aurelia Fiora, and then I can't remember exactly, but what legends are you guys expecting to really take a bit of a rise this week in popularity?
I personally think that Kaisa is going to take off. Me and my group have been testing Spiritforge a fair bit, and it seems to me that the kind of key to this format is removal, and a lot of the decks lose to removal. Like it's what the early techs were for the Draven mirror, like Falling Stars and such. And Kaisa is kind of like the poster child of that, as we've seen in set 1. So being able to remove the units before you get to combat is like a premium, and it even has a good matchup into some of these other decks like Ezreal. So that's my thoughts at least. What you got? Any thoughts, Raven?
No, I was pretty much going to say Kaisa. I think it's still going to be Draven. You're going to have Aurelia second for some reason still, and then Kaisa. Like I don't know why everyone's bringing Aurelia. I have tested this deck so much, and I just sit there and cry every time I play his deck. Like I'm on the sim. Victor, cool. Kaisa, removal, cool. Like I can't figure out Aurelia. So, like I've been playing that Miracle Sivir, and that's been so much way better.
It is. Aurelia is one of those trickier decks. I can't remember. I think it was one Aurelia in top 8, but no Aurelias in top 4, of course. So, I mean, if we have any little bit of what we had last week, like a 7 unique top 8, 4 unique top 4, that is what dreams would be made of. And they would really set the tone going forward. Because, guys, we're about a couple weeks away from the English regionals, right? It's Bologna on the 21st and then Las Vegas on the 28th. So huge more. We thought we were almost done. I was almost like ready to kick back and relax for a couple weeks. No, we got to tune in and watch what the English regions are doing. And I've been hearing a little word around the street that some people are really feeling like Ezreal is being, I mean, we're seeing it in China, right? We've seen it with the pit crews. But I think they're saying, just like we saw, like Rav was saying, the Sivir Miracle really made a showing last week. It's yet to be shown how powerful Ezreal Miracle variant can be. So we'll see. And oh, it looks like we got the full representation. So Aurelian Draven 2, but Draven fell just a slight little bit, didn't he? What percentage did he come in last week? I'm trying to remember. Do you guys remember?
It was high 20s, I think. I think it was like 26.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, quite. It's pretty. I kind of expected this from Kaisa because, like I said, I think Kaisa is a pretty good meta call right now, and it does have, and there's some cool stuff you can do with it too. So it is not entirely discovered, and really looking forward to seeing what the West does with that. Because, like you said, the West regionals are coming up pretty soon, right?
Yeah, I think 2 weeks is Italy, and then like end of the month is Vegas. So, and then what? We just got a wave of announcements too. We have another set 2 regional for North America in April.
Atlanta, right?
And then
That's
set
right.
3
That's
in
right
Hartford
above my
Hills.
head, honestly, because I'm down here in Florida, so I'm probably gonna try to get over there to Atlanta. A little bit easier to travel my way there. What about you guys? Are you gonna try to go to Atlanta?
I mean, if I can get a ticket, absolutely.
Yeah,
But that seems to be the tough thing.
I mean, yeah, I know they announced they're going to allow us to get tickets if you win a skirmish, but there's no real announcement when they like made an announcement with new regionals, so I have no idea what's going to happen with that. Like,
Mm.
I want Hartford. That's basically my backdoor.
Right,
Like,
right.
I want to do Hartford.
I wish there was a little bias on our Riot accounts based on your location. But they gave us a little tease of like a lottery system with the Spiritforged pre-orders, and we all find out on Monday, guys. I'm praying for everyone in chat and NA and Raf too, if you guys signed up for those pre-orders. I hope we all get sent those purchase links. Super, super good. But I'm wondering, since they kind of started introducing a bit of a lottery system, do you guys think that's going to be reasonable to do for like a regional? Or is that going to lead to way more problems than solutions?
I mean,
I mean,
hot take, no, it's not going to happen. I mean, I don't know if you guys are paying attention to Twitter today, but they did the side events for Barcelona, and that wasn't lottery, and people still couldn't sign up for side events.
Right.
Like, it was apparently a hot mess again. So I doubt they'll do lottery.
We got to go
I
quick
I
then.
have
At
a
least
lot of
bots, or I guess bots do take vague. I think that was a little bit of an issue, but more so on the product. But I guess we just got to go quick and try to sign up
Mhm.
ASAP. Ideally, we would get a flawless website, but that's never really the case, right? NA, like, it's always crashing, at
Mhm.
least from our experience.
I mean, I have a lot of issues with how they do registration, and personally, I don't think giving skirmish priority is the way to go either. And that's a little bit controversial. We talk about it on our podcast, so check that out if you have any interest. But the kind of summary of it is there's some people who just don't have the opportunity to go to these. Like, for instance, the majority of my casting is on Saturdays, and every single one of our shops runs all their skirmishes on Saturday. So like, when can I actually go, right? Because I want to do my casting. I love casting. In fact, I like casting more than I like playing sometimes.
Right.
But I just can't get to these skirmishes because every shop in Austin runs them on. We'll literally have like 4 skirmishes every weekend on Saturday. Like, there's 6 other days of the week. Can we pick one?
I think it's
But
hard just because the fact, like, if you get a big turnout, you're sitting there for like 5+ hours,
yeah,
and it just makes it a long slog. I mean, yeah, granted, all of our shops are at Saturday and Sundays as well. That's why I'm available some of our events, because I'm sitting there going, I'm going to go play. I need my buy. So it makes
Speaking on
it.
play on the weekend, guys, I completely forgot to say happy pre-release day. It is the first day everyone's able to get those pre-riff packs, or pre-riff events, I should say. I know, NA, you were saying you went to one earlier today, right?
yeah. I did get some. Was able to get some Spiritforged stuff. Got a couple Ezreals, which made me happy.
There we go.
I guess the highlight was I did get the Overnumber Aurelia, which looks really nice in person. Not a
Wow.
signature. I do think the Aurelia deck is a bit of a fraud deck, though. So
Rav would
Bring it.
agree.
I mean,
Rav,
yeah.
did you sign up for any of the pre-riff release events just yet?
so I have one tomorrow, one of my locals, and then my actual local shop is hosting one next Thursday. So I'll get the 2 at least, because
Nice,
then I'll be
nice.
buying product for Vegas.
I guess I'll do the same question in chat. Guys, anyone already intends some pre-release? I'm getting crazy FOMO because it was either like do some pre-release events or host the online regional, right? And I kind of I really was thinking about, maybe not showing up for the last, or not literally showing up, but not hosting one for this last one. But forget what I'm saying, Rav, NA, and NA, it is time for round number 1 of this Nanjing Regional Open. Are you guys ready to commentate?
I am absolutely ready and really excited.
All right, I'll throw you guys over. I'll shut off the music on there now, and I'll put a little battle music. But take it away, Rav, and NA will be holding us down for the first 2 rounds of today's regional. And it looks like Draven will be starting off, but I'll let you guys take it from here.
God damn it. I was really hoping we were going to have Draven round one. Like, at least you have a Teemo, but this is different. But,
Yeah,
like, really? We're going to find anyone else with another deck list to play on the feature match table?
yeah. I mean, I'm a bit biased. I like watching Draven just because I find Draven is at least Draven versus like a deck of a similar power level, because it leads to some interesting matches. I feel like Teemo is not a similar power level, which is a bit of an
Oh,
issue. So,
I'm going to go back and sit there and be
you
like,
know
why are
what
we running team?
you know what would be interesting that I haven't seen actually is I would be curious to see what like a Miracle Teemo deck looks like.
It's got to be like a
He does have that
worse
purple.
Ezreal, isn't it? At that point, like, at least you have the guaranteed Ezreal to cast to discard one, draw two, to get to the better Miracle Storm, however you want to reference it.
Mhm.
Like, Teemo doesn't run that same package. Like I said, I don't know what benefit you're gaining out of running Teemo. Like, you used to have to hold a battlefield to use your hidden cards, and that's almost impossible.
Oh.
So, uh,
So I
what is
would
this
say
battlefield
the
doing?
benefit would be what battlefield is it? Is it Paper Tree? I didn't quite see, but
No,
the oh, that's mill. It's mill. It mills, I believe,
yeah,
when
all
you
right. So it
conquer.
is
I want to say.
Miracle. So it might be
Yeah,
Miracle.
but nice. Well, I guess we don't know whose battlefield is whose, do we? Because
I
Draven
think,
can be Miracle.
no, I think Draven flipped over the peak
Okay. Okay.
when they
Cool.
showed the graphic. I could be wrong though.
Nice. So one benefit, and we had some guys in my testing group experiment with this a little bit, of the Miracle Teemo deck is you do get to play Consult the Past for essentially free every time you do take a conquer, as you don't have to pay the power to hide it. So it does let you draw a bit deeper. So it's just even more draw in the Miracle deck, which is not the worst. We do get a peek at the Draven's hand, and we see a Legion Rearguard. Okay. And a Mind Splitter. Okay.
Yeah, I almost thought we would have like mulliganed away the Legion Rearguard. I guess you want a 2-drop, but depends if you're going first or second since you don't know. But I
think
feel
you
like
kept it.
Boys versus Teemo, I'm looking for like Falling Star or something like that early on. Like Falling Star is so good in that Teemo matchup. It
Mhm.
just it sets the pace. And like I said, Teemo wants to conquer. So if you could take off that conquer, like easy.
Yeah. So let's see who. It looks like Draven is going to be starting us off. Yep. So did hit a 2-drop, which makes the game infinitely easier. As I really do want to see something in the next few sets, because if anybody's aware, we did get that big announcement kind of teasing a bunch of stuff from Riot. I would really like to see something kind of incentivize going second, because it doesn't really feel like much changed about going second in Spirit Forward or Spirit Blossom. Yep.
You're
Is that
You're good. You're good.
it's Spirit Force?
Getting
Thank you. But really though, it doesn't really feel like much changed about it. It just feels like you still, I want to go first, I want to play 2-drop, and I want to push up. So I would really like to see more cards like Sneaky Deckhand and stuff that really incentivize going second. But I guess we will get there when we get there, right? That is not, we're still pretty far off that. And wow, hiding a card. Okay. Did
Yeah, I
we
think
see? I don't, yeah.
Edge of Night, I think.
Okay. Okay. So you did see it?
Yeah, I think it was drawn
Okay.
off the first card for the going
Okay.
first turn. But no,
Nice.
I mean I agree with you. Going second really doesn't have a benefit. Like one extra rune for me doesn't do much unless I'm playing
Mhm.
Sneaky Deckhand.
Mhm.
Otherwise, one extra rune is like, because you're not going to play like a kill spell on your turn 1 or turn 0, however you want to reference your going for your turn for 3. So it's just like you don't really gain a benefit off of it. Like I said, I'd rather
Mhm.
see something really happen going second, or something more beneficial, at least.
I think it's literally just a card pool issue too, because if you look at the games where Obelisk gets played, right, where the going second player starts with 4 runes, then you start to see people opting to go second, right? Because then you can play like the 4-cost Draven, the 4-cost Kaisa on your first turn. So I think it's like almost there, right? Because if you do have
Yeah.
that 4 runes, then it actually does feel worth going second because you have these powerful 4-cost cards. So I think it's literally just like a card pool thing where once we get enough powerful 3 costs, there is that incentive to go second, but it does look like the Draven does pick up a piercing light, which, like you said, is kind of acts like a pseudo falling star, right? Just another falling star, so probably going to be pretty good in this Teemo matchup.
Yeah. Oh, he missed his discard trigger. I think they're talking about right now. Because
That means-
technically, Draven responded with a stack deck to a conquer effect. But looks like they let him have it.
Well, Merchant is mandatory, so it really doesn't change the game state, right? So this should be this should go through regardless. And with the trigger changes, I do believe you do have to actually do it, but it does look like, ooh, okay, that's a fan from the Teemo. Okay, this is like pretty interesting Teemo, let's not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is like a spicy sound. Like, fan is low-key, like, goated a little bit. I mean, as long as you can double stack it, you're perfectly fine. And yeah, we're just gonna put something underneath for hidden, and we're actually in a decent spot.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit afraid of is like, what if you get hit by the piercing light here or a falling star? It's gonna feel pretty bad. Though he does able to establish a treasure boy in base, and that card is quite good. Though actually, I had an interesting discussion with one of my friends about, is this card actually as good as it seems? And the argument was, and tell me what your thoughts are here, is that in a Draven meta, despite generating so much value, the fact that it's one might is just an insane liability and means it can never win a combat. So their argument is that despite having an insane ability, it's just not that great of a 2-drop right now. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I sort of been in the same field since Spoilers. I'm like, it's a 2-drop one. Like, people are like, oh, you can cut some card for it in like any list. I'm like, why would I want to? Why would I want to cut Traveling Merchant or something else that's the same cost, extra might, and generate more value? I mean, I feel like it really depends on the list too, because some of these golds aren't really worth it for some of these decks. Like, how often is Teemo recycling because of Teemo's legend ability? Sivir recycles a lot, but you generate gold off your legend. So it's, you just have so many ways of generating. Like a 2-cost 1-drop. Like, there's got to be something better you can run in the slot, right? Even since you're blue, can't you just run the Pirate Poro and just try and get a conquer for gold?
I like that card a lot. I think it's really helped a lot the Kaisa deck, right? Which is like, now you can like play the Falling Stars and stuff for absolutely free, which is quite powerful. And it looks like, so now Draven pushing up with the fan, and you got Draven and his fan on the same battlefield. That is quite a combination. So.
Hey, fanboy has got to follow, you know? You got to follow around. It's a little stalker. He even has a mustache, which canon lore, he stole it off of Draven shavings. Just saying. Stole some actual mustache hair. But no, so I guess, I mean, what does Teemo have to like just retake these battlefields? Like, we have a Mundo in hand, but that good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this has always been the issue with the Teemo deck, right? Is actually pushing onto battlefields. Like, traditionally, it's been, you want to take the battlefield early, and then you just kind of sit on it, and then you can eventually get like a ride the wind play or something to actually, or if it comes back to you, you can like aggressively push with an Ember Monk if you have a hidden on the other battlefield. But this is the problem, right? Like, how do you actually get onto the battlefield? And it looks like aggressively digging with a cold shot here, with the floating 2.
Yeah, so we get to look at 4 cards. We have what, 5 cards in grave, I think, roughly. So Rasa can be online if we find a Rasa. That's what we're running. But like, Tide Turner doesn't get us there. Rebuke sort of can, but that almost feels like negative value just to move up this one might unit to a battlefield. But I don't know. Do you almost just
that is kind of the problem with the card, right? Is that like, you can't rebuke it and then push it up because it's 1 might, right? You can't ever win a combat. So yeah,
I just realized we're running the mutagen, whatever. I can't pronounce that word card. So is our plan just all in Mundo, mutagen, and swap mites? Like, do we also run switcheroos? Like,
That's a good question. And the card just doesn't feel that good here too, right? Because you have to, if you, it doesn't guarantee a one combat on either battlefield, right? Because you shove up the merchant onto the Draven battlefield and he just pops the fan and says like, I don't care, I'm not playing into a battle trick. I get the draw, this is and the gold, that's fine. And if you shove up into the Legion rearguard, I mean, the hidden could be fight or flight, or it could be Edge of Night, or it could be what's the one I'm thinking of? Please save me. Please save me.
Ningax, Fight or Flight?
The
What are we? Spell gear?
the swap might one.
Oh, great. I literally just switcheroo. I literally just said it too.
Thank you. Yeah. So none of these, like, the mutagen doesn't actually win any of these, right? You lose to every option. So it just feels really bad here. I don't know how you take either battlefield, to be honest.
Are we literally just going to mutagen because of Teemo might to our rider just to get 4 might to move into this battlefield? Is this the plan?
Yeah. I mean, he has to take a battlefield, right?
I feel so. We've recycled 3 runes this turn. Like, oh my lord, that feels horrendous.
Yep, and we're gonna lose no matter where we push it. We're gonna lose the combat too. So,
I mean, we do have a frigid touch in hand as long as we wait till after Edge of Night is popped to use it, and not popped it preemptively because she can't go negative might. I don't think so. No matter what, it'll just be 0, and then you could call after. I mean, Edge of Night after. But
it just feels so bad. You have to use so many cards for this, but I guess you have to do it. Did we? Okay, he did get the gold trigger, which is good. And yep, like you said, gonna frigid touch this, opting to not repeat it as it's not necessary. The Draven does only have 1 rune up, so not really anything threatening there.
Yeah, I guess take our combat, but we wasted how many cards to win this combat? So Cold Shot on repeat. So 2 casts of that. Teemo on cast, Frigid Touch on cast, and Mutagen. We wasted 4 cards and 3 runes to make this combat work. That's the win by 2 might on turn 2. Like,
yeah, it does not feel good at all. And now opting to bounce the Teemo back and hide a random card from hand. I wonder what it's going to be. Actually, he does technically have the Tide Turner, though I don't see why you would bluff with that here. I guess you could, because then you could go on the... Oh, wow. Okay, just choosing to pass. Oh, he didn't have enough runes anyway. Okay, never mind. I was going to say that a kind of cool play would be is you put your opponent on have no accelerate. I mean, he has Kaisa in hand, so that's not true. But if you put your opponent on have no accelerate, you could like hide the Tide Turner there. On the next turn, retreat. Oh, that doesn't even work because, yeah, you can't retreat. So, yep. Anyways.
Yep. We also missed our trigger to untap 2 runes to bluff something.
True. Good catch.
I mean, yeah, just lose this combat, and again, we're back to Teemo having no units and nothing on the board.
Yep, and draw 2. Draven leader draws cards.
Yeah,
good.
And there's the switcheroo. I don't. Is there like how does Draven lose this in 2 turns? Is there even a way? Like we're going to 6 runes on Teemo.
I don't see a way, particularly now that I've seen the Draven's hand, because you do even have answers for every form of Mundo push with the switcheroo and the rebuke, which feels really bad. So there's no even like come back, shove up a giant Mundo and pray. Not that the Teemo has runes for that, mind you, because we're down to 4 runes. Yeah, I personally think this is pretty wrapped up. I would just like try and move on to the next game if I was Teemo. Get to go first, so you do actually get the first push, and then get your hidden engine going. But unfortunately, losing the die roll and then also playing from behind, because the Draven did have a pretty good start, is quite rough.
Yeah. At least you drew an Egil, so we can maybe try and dig if we're on the Rasa game plan. But it's not really much else we can grab. I mean, how much... I guess the other question is, how much tech do you want to leak if you feel like you don't have a comeback situation at this point?
I mean, that's actually a pretty relevant thing, right? Is don't give information game 1. Make siding versus you worse game 2. Because if you are playing a more miracle, and I honestly don't think this is very much of a miracle list
I
after
don't
what
think
we've
so
seen. It just
anymore.
looks like, yeah, it's just like there isn't a ton to leak, but you are playing a lesser known deck. You are playing a deck that players probably don't have practice versus. So showing less of your cards does have some benefit there, right? Because you can say, okay, you don't know what my cards are. You might not know what the side. But I'm more concerned about time, to be honest. Like, this is like the Yu-Gi-Oh player in me speaking, is I like if I'm in a losing position and I know that I probably am not winning, and I can see from the gameplay that my opponent is competent to the point where I don't think they are going to make an insanely egregious misplay. Like, I'm just going on to the next game because it's like it's a mental reset. It gives enough time for the next game, and you can you have a little bit of time to think it over. Because when you force yourself to play out these like insane losing positions, it can be pretty bad for your mental state. So I'm not a huge fan. But looks like opting to play it out. There is okay, so we
There is
see
a
a Ride
Rasa.
the Wind, the Mundo Turner. There was a Rasa? Okay.
Yeah, there's a 10 in the
Maybe
purple, which I think is the only Rasa.
Yeah, so maybe like a Ride the Wind Rasa here? Because you have to, feels pretty rough
Yeah, I guess it really depends
if
on
you don't
like
clear.
how many cards we have. I mean,
That's a
it
good
could just get
call out.
rebuked,
It
can
might
it?
not even be time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I think that it's kind of doomed regardless.
Yeah.
But I think you kind of have to go for a Hail Mary shot if you are going to play it, right?
Yeah, looks like it's definitely
You're
enough
absolutely
cards.
right, though. Okay, okay,
What?
it looks like he's just establishing this turn and is going to pass and try and clear everything on the next turn, which is a bit scary, but opting to go for this.
I guess if you're Draven, do you just go up to 7 and then run back and just double conquer next turn? Is that just a viable game plan? Because you also have Brim here in hand. So next turn you just drop Brim here, they can't cast, and you're their reactions hitting cards.
I want to
And
say
just
specifically because they
double
have Bryn
conquer.
here, yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. I think the Bryn here makes it a bit simpler, right? Because you can just say that the hiddens aren't real.
I mean, yeah, if we were to run back, play a Mind Splitter, rip a card, and then just go pass, and then next turn play Bryn here, attach Edge of Knight, and just double conquer for victory. I mean, this Teemo guy could also just be playing for best of. For all we know.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
no, it looks like
It looks like
we're just going to establish.
going for hold, which admittedly I think is pretty plausible with both the switcheroo and the rebuke, but I actually do like your play a little bit better, is just play Mind Splitter the base. Then you're pretty much playing with full knowledge and your board beats their board, right? So because you will have the Draven, the Kaisa, and the Mind Splitter in your base, and you have full knowledge, and then you have the Bryn here if you do see any like tricks in hand, right? So I do like your play a little bit more than this, but I can see this working out too. It's pretty hard to lose from this position, to be honest.
Have enough units, switcheroo down, like you definitely have more than enough to just deal with it.
Yeah.
So, what is Spinning Axe cost? Is it 2?
2. Yep.
Okay,
2,
so we can Spinning Axe
2
or
and 1.
the second
so
window.
Eesh, not a good one.
I mean,
Right.
So what do we have? We have a fight or flight in hand from the team. Like, are we just? I'm just trying to think of like a line here, like fight or flight. I almost say you have to fight or flight literally Overzealous fan, which is the worst feeling in the entire planet. But
Yeah.
I don't think you can afford to be bounced back. Because I think
you
need
have
Ride the Wind to move
11
over.
might. 11 might, and you are facing down 10 plus a hidden. It's just really bad because none of these options really feel good, as you do have this situation where you're losing to every hidden card in existence here, like before. and you can't just. You could go maybe push up rot. No, you can't even do that. I was gonna say like maybe there's a world where you push up Rasa and then like into the Draven and then just like pass priority, but then you just use the Draven leader and Overzealous fan, the Draven champion and Overzealous fan, and then you get 2 Draven champion procs, which feels bad too. But
yeah, like there's no way you can actually get out of this. I don't think. Like even if you don't count what the hitting card is, like you're gonna fight or flight something. Overzealous fan can push back one thing, and your biggest unit is Rasa.
mhm.
Like Overzealous fans just can push it back every time, get the trade, and
Yeah.
then you can take one battlefield, but not the second. I think the second battlefield's almost impossible to take with how little resources we have. That turn where we had to waste 3 runes, I think, did really set us back.
Yeah, this is not a good spot. Not a good spot at all.
Like, bro, you have
Only
taken like
4.
5 minutes to tank this turn.
I have okay. So in my testing group, we have someone who has played in China before, and they said that it is not uncommon for the players there to take incredibly long because at their locals they're untimed. So these players are not used to actually playing with timed rounds. At least the locals that my friend went to. He said
Wait a
that it
minute,
was
locals
untimed.
are untimed?
That's what he said. At least at the shop he went to. So
I mean, I get that it's like best of 1, but come on now. Like, you want to be there for 6 hours playing 4 rounds of
Yeah.
best of 1? Like,
It is an interesting thing to think about, though, right? Because you have these tournaments where people are playing with. It's like the only time they play it with timed rounds, so you're just not used to it. And when you play with time, like a time crunch, you actually do have to play slightly differently, right? Like I said, conceding and losing positions, making sure that you have time for the next few games, playing for points in time. That's like a real thing. And you have to have played these positions to be entirely aware of how they work, right? Like, how do I go for the 2-point lead and how do I deny him points? Like, it's not always the same line as if you're going for the actual win. But
that's fair.
still,
I think the spinning axe just blew this out the water, though. Yeah, good job. Good job.
oh my gosh. Yeah, you could
I mean,
have
you could have
saved 10
that up.
minutes.
For real. Like, I know there's
yeah.
60-minute rounds, but come on now.
Yep. What can you do? I mean,
I like that the judge handed him his deck box.
oh, that's so funny.
30
I do
seconds
think
saved.
Teemo is like, I think Teemo is like a little bit. I say a little bit. I think it's a lot better than its representation is, but like, this was. I don't know how I feel about this build. I still do think like the best Teemo build is going to be just playing Miracle Teemo, and like saying that I'm playing with a worse leader than Ezreal or Draven, but you still get to play like the good suite of cards, right? So I'm not a fan of playing the more normal Teemo where you're playing like set 1 Teemo. I wouldn't even call it normal because there is no normal for Teemo right now. But the set 1 Teemo where you're playing like Mundo, Ride the Wind and stuff, because Mundo doesn't even work right now with like all the purple decks, and there's fighter fights, there's rebukes, there's switcheroos. Like, when is Mundo ever winning you the game?
It's literally also just like a low-key worse Vi, because it's just like, at least Vi has ganking if it's able to stabilize in one. And then you could look at Ride the Wind and get back. But it's just like, Mundo's just going to be a big boy, and just one rebuke just saves everything. Or fight or flight saves it.
Yeah. I would not hate to see something like switching to like Mind Splitters. Mind Splitters are a pretty good card right now, which actually some Teemo lists did play the Mind Splitter. I think it was specifically to try and combat Kaisa in set 1. Not super familiar with Teemo because it was not a deck we really practiced against very much. but it did. It was able to do things right because against Kaisa, you drop the giant Mundo. You can like Mind Splitter away their stuff. There's like a lot of options there. The movement, and then it was like okay into some of the Aurora decks, right? Because you got to play all the purple cards. You got to play the Rebukes. Sometimes the Mundo would be too big for like the Dead Blooms and such, so it was too hard to actually push onto the battlefields. I mean, Ride the Wind is always like a really powerful closer, but I think right now the set 2 meta just does not make it easy for Teemo because you can't hold the battlefields, like you can't push onto the battlefields.
Between that and then overzealous, I got told to fix my camera because camera likes to randomly go blurry for some reason. It's only an OBS studio. I'm not going to lie to you. Like nothing. Like I can go on Teams calls, Discord, video calls all day. Never gets. It's only OBS studio. But thanks for that shout out, by the way, Juno. 1080p Logitech webcam decides to randomly go blurry. Where's the autofocus? Let's open up Geo.
For sure. So, if you were the Teemo player, what side cards do you have for Draven? Because you got to expect Draven going in, right? So you should be prepared for the matchup. So what purple blue cards do you have for Draven? There's a couple I have in mind. I'm curious if you have the same thoughts.
Purple blue. I guess it sort of depends on what's already in the list. I mean, you're not running gear, so you're not running Ornn, so that won't be in there. I don't think you want Mind Splitter. I think it's going to be too slow. What am I thinking of? Hard bargains, I guess. If you're not running them, hard bargains can come in.
Really?
I don't know. I think it's just sort of hard because it sort of depends on this list. Because the fact that like you literally just played a game where Draven never left the battlefield.
Hey, you lost it once. You lost it once.
Oh yeah, sorry. You lost it once by us using 5 cards to get there.
Yeah.
I mean,
it took us 4 cards
okay.
to get there, but we did do it.
I think I'm okay. What cards are you thinking?
Yeah, so I have one in mind, and it is seeing a lot in Kaisa right now. Is Singularity. I think Singularity is pretty good into the Draven deck, and it has been something that Teemo have played in the past in Origins. It lets you clear like the Dravens and the Kaisas and sometimes the bigger units from the back line. And Draven's weakness in the normal build this is like a weakness. It's like the best thing you can do against it with a lot of decks is removing their units proactively. So I think Singularity is one of the better options for doing that. And if you go like not Merchant, we want Treasure Hunter turn 1, and then push that up on a battlefield and then hide a card. Then you kind of set yourself up for that Singularity as you're generating some gold by then, and you'll be able to then drop like the Singularity on your 3rd turn if you do need to. And then you can still afford to like hide cards, right? So would like to see something like that. I think it's going to be pretty rough otherwise, but we have the Bandle Tree, which is traditionally Teemo's best battlefield. So if there's any game Teemo can win, it is going first with Bandle Tree.
Yeah. So yeah, let's see if we see the Singularities. So I'm like sitting there just trying to think of this, like, what else is Teemo gonna have in this list to get through it? And I just really don't know. I mean, I guess we only saw like a quarter of the deck, to be honest. So we don't really know how quick. I mean, running only two drops seems low between Traveling Merchant and Treasure Hunter. So I imagine we have more that we haven't seen.
You played Tide Turner. Yeah, we saw those.
Tide Turner. Sorry, I don't count those as a 2 drop because it's usually. if your turn 1 is dropping a Tide Turner, that hand is bricked. That hand is absolutely bricked.
So this is actually kind of an interesting dynamic, and it is one of the best things that the Draven deck can do, is you play this Obelisk, and against the decks that really want to go first, you're kind of put in this difficult spot where do I still go first? Because if you choose to go first against the Obelisk, then they can go just turn 1 Draven, and turn 1 Draven does represent turn 2 technically. Turn 2 Draven, and then just push up on their 2nd turn with Draven, and that can represent pretty big threat. So I imagine you still do choose to go first with Teemo, as I mean you need to take a battlefield, but if it looks like the Draven did brick, like I don't see any units, right?
I mean, he mulliganed an overzealous fan, which was interesting. Maybe because he thought, because like you said, he's going up to 4 runes anyway. You could just hard play Draven, and it's not that big of a deal to not have a 2-drop and look for better answers.
But does draw the Noxus Hopeful for turn, which is going to be pretty good next turn. And the Teemo has quite a bit to work with here. I think I see a Consult the Past in hand, so is going to be able to see a bunch of cards here. And obviously Merchant is going to see even more cards. So what do we choose? Is that double Consult the Past? It looks kind of like it.
Yeah, this is like a sort of really weird hand. Yeah, I guess you to get rid of one of those, because it's just like you have Fight or Flight, which you want to keep, you have Ezra, which you want to keep, and the double Consult the Past is like the only thing I imagine you get rid of to just do this Merchant trigger. Because I mean, I don't even know if you can even play Ezreal flat out right now. Because like, what are you discarding?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I mean, you could go like, yeah, I don't know. I think you're just not playing Ezreal. I think you're hiding Consult the Past here and probably passing.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want, you could hide Fight or Flight, but I don't think you need to with Overzealous Fan. So I guess we decide to anyway.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I will say the scary thing against this deck is you can just get like, it is a real possibility to just get double Fight or Flighted, even like a Rebuke Fight or Flight, and then just lose the battlefield. Especially since you probably don't have a hidden unit there. The only hidden units that you're generally playing are the Teemo, and that's just a one of from your champion zone, so you know it's not that. And like hiding a tie turner here is really weird and almost certainly isn't the case. So you potentially could lose a lot here to like a double pushback, but that's not going to happen, as Draven pretty straightforward, just choosing the push up onto the empty battlefield, which makes sense. He does have the option for like a ride the wind play here, but obviously you would not want to do that. Is he trying to? Yeah,
you cannot yet.
Yeah,
had to do it in the showdown.
Yeah. That being said, there's really no downside to just doing it on your turn. So.
Yeah, I mean, also, I guess it sort of works out because I'm the type of player, I don't know if you are. If I saw Consult the Pass in response to the showdown and that hard bargain hand, I low-key might have would have hard bargained that showdown, that Consult the Pass.
I mean, like, if you don't have other cards to play, yeah, like there's no real downside to it. And we've seen, as with game one, that the Teemo deck had issue getting cards, right? It ended the game with what, like 3 cards in hand?
Yep, and it has to recycle that to dig, so yeah.
So I do like stopping decks from drawing cards. Drawing cards is something I'm allowed to do, not my opponents.
So I imagine we're just going to drop Ember Monk here and just say pass, because once again, Ezreal has nothing to discard. Like, there's nothing else of value that we have right now.
I'm surprised that he plays it to base. I thought you would like play it to the battlefield and then retreat off the Merchant if you did want to contest the other battlefield, because the monk represents like a really big number, and with the double hit in there, and that battlefield is in danger with like a Draven hopeful, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like Draven alone can move up and eat a Fight or Flight, and hopeful moves up and eats the Zealous Fan, which is okay. I mean, I think we would take both those just to be off a turn.
You know, and there's a ride the wind in the Draven hand too, so like that doesn't even end the push. Like you could go Draven push up ability, go the 6, get Fight or Flighted, ride the wind, Draven push up. You don't even need to use the ability. Let's be real here. Those units are tiny. The only way you are losing this combat is if the and see, there's the Thunder. This card's so good right now.
This card is so good. I was about to say, like, do we just play Brimir here and just go ahead and just conquer? And yeah, oh wait, like there's you called it. You called the sideboard card.
Yep. I'm surprised there's a Mundo in his deck still, because that card seems kind of egregiously bad. But yeah,
are we just discarding it here for Traveling Merchant?
I hope so.
No, he discards his own Teemo. I guess that's fair. Teemo's not going to get any value if he can't be hidden.
That is interesting. I definitely would have liked to discard the Mundo, because that card seems quite bad. But now Draven is pretty free here to take a Conquer, go up to 3. And normally, I'm not a huge fan of going odd points with the Draven deck, but I mean, against the Teemo deck, going on the battlefields is always a good thing. And he does actually get to keep his Draven safe in base, so to avoid the gold generation. So I wonder if there's a argument there actually for saying, okay, you can have the 1 gold, and I'm going to out your Draven then on the next turn instead. Don't know though, because you're trading the gold for the Draven unit to be available and safe in the backline. That being said, there is a Singularity in hand, so it's not really safe, like we do know. But if you are using the Singularity, he's at what, 5, 6, 7 runes, I want to say. So only 3 runes to work with for the rest of his turn. And I don't know if you can. I guess we'll have to see what he can do, though. Clearing the board would be pretty good. You could go Singularity, the background line, push up Embered onto the Tide Turner. And then, actually, you probably just wages the Tide Turner.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, imagine we're just going to Singularity, Draven, and something else, and then just wages a pain the Tide Turner, and then just say, go. Maybe take a battlefield if we're able to, depending on what we target here. But I mean, we'll see. We also see what's on this top. I mean, he might be really committed to Mundo, and I won't be surprised at this rate to just see a hard, flat Mundo just being casted here.
I hope not, but I mean, you never know with these rogue decks. So let's see what he's got in mind. But I would like to see the Singularity here. Definitely would not hate it.
Save Draven? Spinning Axe is 3, right?
Yeah, actually, that is something to keep in mind, isn't it? That's quite annoying. Maybe you could. It could be just. Actually, it saves whatever you drop it on, right? So that's actually maybe something to be aware of, right? That was a good call. Good call.
You almost just got to target Hopeful and Draven, make them save one of them, which is probably going to be Draven. But at least you clear Hopeful off, clear that hidden card out.
Yep.
Wait a minute, no, it doesn't work. I was trying to think, is there a line with Switcheroo, but there's not a line with Switcheroo to swap. I guess it sort of depends on the target declaration, because you could Spinning Axe one of them, then Switcheroo your health points around, depending.
There is, well, you wouldn't be able to do that, right? Because Switcheroo, if it's hidden, it can only target stuff at the battlefield. But the scary thing here is if that's an Edge of Night, because then you could just save both, right?
Yeah. So Singularity is coming down. We did have Draven and Noxus Hopeful. I guess the question is, do we want to? We can't hard bargain it because your opponent has. I mean, or do you? I guess it's also a debate. There's also the debate. If you just hard bargain here, make your opponent fully tap out, so they can't read. But I don't like it.
Let me think. I actually don't hate hard bargain here. Let me think. So if you hard bargain here, and then that forces them to go to that. No, yeah, you're right. It can't be hard bargain because then at that point you don't really have anything to. You're not saving your guys, and you just go at that point. You have no runes up to contest, and then it just goes Embered Conquer on Tide Turner, Merchant Conquer on Vandal. So yeah, you're right. You can't hard bargain that. What is?
He's not even spinning acting to save one.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't. Well, I guess the scary part there is it is a Teemo deck, right? So there is a non-zero chance that he's playing like Stupefies, and you get punished pretty hard by a Stupefy, right? Because it's just Stupefy, kill it, and then you lose the Spinning Axe as well.
Yeah, unless we're trying to save it maybe for Tide Turner to be saved. I guess the plan is just wages a pain now that Tide Turner to force out if they have something or a response. And then if they do, you could just Traveling Merchant, sack, get the trade, and Ember Monk set up something into a battlefield you want, which is probably going to be Bandle Tree with double hidden.
Looks like he is saying you can have that obelisk. Or unless he chooses the wages here. He might choose the wages here, right? Just wages and then shove up. But Teemo is a deck that... Yeah?
Good. No, good.
I was going to say, Teemo is a deck that is fine on being on odd points. It is generally a hold-based deck. So I wouldn't hate staying on odd here. I mean, Tide Turner not really representing a huge threat there, though Draven will be in the points lead, but not by much.
I'm surprised we didn't just Tide Turner under just get the double hit in for Ember Monk.
Yeah, because what this goes up to 6 plus wages damage, so that beats the Brenner, but it doesn't. This is actually kind of a weird play, right? Because now you just lose. If the Draven just leads with fight or flight onto the Ember Monk, it's really bad for you.
Yeah, like there's gonna be a fight or flight that's gonna come on down here. Oh, I don't hate this. They'll hold up, let me hard bargain it. And then if you have your own fight or flight, make you let this hard bargain fizzle and then force your own fight or flight out.
I'm
'Cause how does-
surprised that.
I'm thinking to myself, good.
No, I'm just surprised that the Draven played it this way, right? Because wouldn't fight or flight be like really good here? Just like open with fight or flight on Ember Monk?
Yeah, because you even have enough to just go ahead and pay their own hard bargain costs if they hard bargain you. You're literally spending the same amount and keeping your own hard bargain in hand. So I don't hate it if we just fight or flighted here. Because then that would fizzle. Can hard bargain target your own units? Can you just hard bargain your own Ember Monk, just get the gold generation?
Do you mean you could,
Wages of
but
pain. Wages of pain. Wages of pain.
I guess the idea is that he could just flip wages, kill or do the damage to his own dude. It does 3 damage, right? I believe it does 3 damage. Because
Yeah,
in
we're
that
saying
case,
response to a fight or flight. Just just to get the
Yeah.
value since you're moving back anyway.
I believe so. I guess this does work. This definitely does work. Choosing to go up to 5 points, but like we said, it's better to be sitting on the battlefields versus this Teemo deck, as it is not very good at pushing up. Opting to Ezreal does finally come down. This card is quite good.
Yeah,
One
I
of
mean,
my
favorite card. I mean, it's also my favorite AD carry. It's it's neither here or there.
Are you an AD carry player?
Yeah, I forced to. I literally started playing League back in like 2012. I was playing top and jungle, and my team was just like, I'm not my team. My like buddies just like, hey, no one really plays AD carry. Do you want to? Can you play AD carry? And I was like, I guess. And like, oh, you're good at farming, so you're stuck playing. I'm like, I guess. So I've been playing.
That's funny. So to answer the user in the chat, if a card is countered, it is not played, and so this matters quite a bit for the so for the Yi versus Kai'Sa matchup in set 1. Is if your opponent only has runes for 1 spell plus Darius, if you do defy the spell, the Darius will not get readied. And this also matters for the Ravenbloom student, as it won't get the +1 either. So no, a card is not played if it is countered. So
Yep.
yes.
The rules of the game literally states that a card to be considered played has to resolve. It isn't like Magic where play is just casting the card or a spell or something like that.
Yep. So dropping a wages here and does flip a Edge of Night, and this was kind of expected. Do we still get the gold token, which is good? Believe it's at what?
1? Because it goes with the 4.
Yes. So again, if he did have the Stupefy, this would be like showing the Stupefy here, because this is a pretty clear Stupefy to clear, but I think we do know that he doesn't have that, so...
I mean, this is sort of messed up. Can you... No, I don't want to do that. That's just neg. I was too busy thinking of meme mind. I'm like, do we just swap the Might Ever Traveling Merchant and the Tide Turner just so it dies?
Well, the funny one is the real funny one, and this is really... I guess no, that would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? But because then you, I was gonna say like you could go the swap on the merchant and the Brenner push up merchant onto the obelisk kill that, and then again, funny play, not good play, is ride the win over and then kill the Brenner. But there are 4 runes up for Draven. Draven notorious for having combat tricks like the axes, like the fighter flights. I would not feel confident doing that. So instead, it looks like opting to just hard fighter flight back and then probably push up his merchant.
I'm almost wondering if you're Draven, you just fight or flight back the merchant after, because your opponent only has 1 rune up. Like, there's no combat tricks you're afraid of. And again, he's just going up to 6 and then conquering to 7, and then we just have everything up afterwards just to get up to that point threshold.
You could. I think I'm okay with this, though. I think having the fighter flight is like an option on my own turn for pushing is something I'd like to see because it really messes with the hidden cards a lot.
Yeah. Whoa, we discarded Mundo. Whoa, we finally got off the Mundo train.
What? Oh, so this is it. This is still on the
Move
combat.
trigger.
So opting to fight or flight it back up, and this is going to be quite brutal for the Teemo players. Is puts them. It's going to be going to 7. Oh my.
Going to 7 with literally just a Rasa in hand to then fight or fight your own Rasa up is just. About to say no, but that's a thank you, Judge. So they put him up to 6 for some reason. I'm like, hold on, he already owned this battlefield, and the ownership hasn't moved. So, oh.
Yeah, and you can even just with the Teemo having so little resources available to him, you could even go for the hold, right? As much as I hate going for hold lines with like these aggressive decks, I think Draven is like pretty apt at doing it. And not only that, you're playing against a deck that's notoriously bad at pushing, and you just need to hold a single battlefield. And you really don't even need to commit much from your hand. You could play like just a couple cards and then hold up like 4 rooms. I have no idea what's in his hand because I can't really see, but I would imagine there's probably at least like a fighter flight, maybe a couple hiddens.
Yeah, there's also a fighter flight, a Kaisa, a spinning axe, and a hard. No, not hard bar. I don't know what the Oscar is. But ooh, Darius is going to come down and make that a 10 might battlefield, which is even harder to take over. Like Bamboozle's going to do work here, and that's all you can hope for.
So I see a Tide Turner. Is that Tide Turner, fighter flight, Kaisa? Is that another ride to win? No, that's a Tide Turner. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Tide Turner. But I wonder if we just hide Tide Turner under the Tide Turner battlefield, and then he can move something over later. Oh wait, you could just double hidden card because it's Banditry. You could just move your own Tide Turner back over here to really secure the hold.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff that could be done with the Tide Turner here. So one is the Tide Turner, one is the fighter flight, I want to say. Yeah, because the hand is spinning axe Kaisa. Okay, yep. So not sure which one he hid where, but I mean this is a
say
pretty rough.
Gonna be Banditry.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
We'll see. I mean, even worse feeling right now, like even if we win this game as Teemo, we're at 13 minutes left in game 3.
Yep. And this is like big consequence of opting to not scoop early, but it looks like there's a judge call, I would guess, as both players have stopped playing and we're back to the desk. I wonder what the judge call was about. Maybe there was a mispaid cost or something, but I mean, regardless, it's a pretty poor position for Draven. That being said, I think it is actually winnable. I'm seeing as the Draven, the one thing that the Teemo could top deck that could make a difference is a singularity here. I think a singularity could do a lot of work. Is you do have. Obviously, there is the spinning axe that we know about that the Teemo doesn't know about, but it does make things maybe a little bit more playable as you can go like singularity, try and clear the banditry, and then if that does go through, like the hidden is just kind of a blank, and at that point you can just push up and clear the other battlefield, and the Draven has no cards, so definitely a possibility. That being said, he has to find it because we know he doesn't have it in hand. Do you remember what the hand was? Like, what pushes did we have?
We had a Rider, we have a Rasa, and I think a Bamboozle.
Okay. Okay, maybe the Rasa Ride the Wind. That could do something, right? Because that's going to
Oh
be a
no, we
free
played the Rasa.
Rasa.
Never mind. We played the Rasa.
Oh, okay, okay,
So I think it's just Bamboozle
okay.
will ride the wind.
hmm Okay, so what you could, and he's going up to 9 runes, is it, or is it up
Yeah, I
10?
think so.
I'm not sure.
9 or 10. I guess the question is like, if we make top deck Singularity, what are we targeting with Singularity? Are we hitting Thundersong and Tide Turner, or like what are we targeting?
Yeah. I am hitting both units on the Bandle tree, and the reason being is that even if they do have like a spinning axe to attempt to actually, you know what, this is a good question, isn't it? It's the thing that makes it a little bit rough is the actual potential of a tide turner being on one of the battlefields, right? So you might be right actually that you're supposed to target one on each battlefield. The reason being is that it forces, if there's a tide turner, it forces like the tide turner flip there, and the tide turner specifically has to be on the tide turner battlefield, right? Because otherwise, if it's on the other battlefield, you just like pull over the guy and he dies. And yeah, I think that does make sense to me now that you say it. The spinning axe does
But
make things a little bit hard. Yeah.
I guess, do you guys blowing out though if there's like 2 spells for Darius? Because Darius go up to 7 and live the Singularity. Is that just a blowout we're afraid
Hmm.
of?
Well, I don't think it's. Let me think, because I don't think there are 2 spells that are possible to use there, right? Because fight or flight, you'd have to push one of your own dudes back. Because
Well,
remember,
if it's
this
a
isn't
fight
in a.
fight though. If you think he's a Tide Turner, I think it depends on what's like hidden. If it's like say there's the Tide Turner underneath there, and then one other card or something like that can be.
So what
So
you're
we'll
thinking,
have to
like
see.
Tide Turner, spinning axe, and then you buff up the Darius and save something on a spinning axe? Yeah, that could be rough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and the scary thing with splitting the damage too is that it means that you cannot like safely clear a battlefield that has damage on it, because if a unit gets saved on one of the battlefields, you're forced to push up onto that battlefield if you want to clear it. Otherwise, it'll get healed, right?
Yeah,
So.
yeah, you literally have to try and get a double kill on there, but that
Mhm,
just leaves you short. Because imagine if you have to push into there, your Rasa's dying anyway, and
mhm,
all you have is an Ezreal that isn't taking the Tides on the battlefield.
yeah. So not a
So
great spot, but if specifically a singularity is hit, I think the game is a little bit interesting. So we will. I
yeah,
think it is potential, at least for the battlefields to be cleared and the game maybe not be over. So, because what
yeah, I
Draven was
think
on
it'd be
7, Teemo was on 2, right?
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, because what do we have? So 7-2, and then the Darius battlefield has 10 might, and then the Tide Turner battlefield has 4 might right now.
Yes. Yes. So
So
singularity would save anything.
yeah. Singularity would make a very interesting top deck. Like I said, I think you said it, it could make a very interesting going forward
hmm
in the game.
hmm
Granted, we know what's in the hand, so there's no way to save it unless there's a complete misplay, which at this point, from what I've seen, it isn't shocking. It's very possible to happen, especially the first game of the day, like your brain's still kicking on. But
I did he have a called shot? If he had a called shot, you can dig a little bit, but I did not
yeah.
see if he did. So,
Oh,
and we
actually, that
don't
might
know
be
if
the
he's
last
draw
card.
for
It might be
turn.
a called shot for the last card.
Okay. Well, he has draw for turn as well, so they're potentially seeing 5 cards if that's the case. So there's a chance. There's hope. If he even plays multiple singularity, that's like the other test is, do you even play multiple?
I mean, if we're
Who
running
knows?
only one, I think that's a wrong play, but we also don't know what he mulliganed away, I think.
This is true. You are correct. And especially with the early hands, it can feel hard to justify keeping some of these higher cost cards, right? Because you want to make sure that all your stuff is playable. And then you end up with this spot where you've mulliganed something important for the matchup, and you like I actually had this at the 25K that I played in, is I saw in my opening hand, I saw it was like Singularity Watcher and then like Darius something, and I'm like, I want all of these cards for this matchup, but I need a 2-drop. So what am I not going to see for the rest of the game? What am I the most okay with getting rid of? And it was unfortunate because there was a point where I was like, I really wish I had this Watcher, but
I wonder, do you actually get a point if you get pushed off the battlefield and reconquer it on your same turn? Because you lost control of it. Ride the wind back up. Like, does
So-
that get you a point?
it does. But I think the call might be that like the combat hadn't resolved, right? That because it wasn't like the merchant scored and now the Teemo player has the battlefield, right?
He lost
Like, the combat
control
was still
though
going on.
before showdown.
Yeah.
So
Well-
he fighted before there was a showdown, and then he
Oh, he
traveled
did?
merchant into an empty
Okay.
battlefield. Yeah.
Hmm. I'm not.
So I wonder if that's what they're
sure.
trying to figure out. If he's not gonna be at 8 points with a double hold.
Yeah.
But then he technically
No.
missed the point. But then the opponent could also argue that my gameplay would have been different knowing that my opponent's at 6. So
Yes.
do you even allow the rewind, or do you just call that a missed point? I guess is also the case.
Hmm.
I'm like trying to check
I
the
mean,
judges' score, but no one's talking about it, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, in this sort of case, it's like such a hard thing because it's on both players to be able to maintain the game state. And even though it was one player who made like it matters for one player more than the other, but it is on both players to maintain the game state. So I personally wouldn't like to see like any sort of major penalty if this is the case. Obviously, I don't speak Chinese, Mandarin, so
Mandarin.
I don't. Maybe it could be something else entirely. Maybe there was a missed cost or something. But I think you're probably right.
Yeah, because I don't even think at this point, like, the players maintain the game state. Because I remember seeing the Dream play and try and go up to 6, and the judge told them to go back down to 5.
Hmm.
So I guess it makes it. I think
Real
it'd be-
quick. Wait, what are you guys saying is the judge
Mhm.
call? Because I thought they were talking about the ride, the win point, but was there something else you caught in
that's what we're
it?
talking about.
No, that's what we were discussing.
Okay.
I was just saying that like that's what we think is the thing. But maybe there is the potential that it was something else, as again we don't, or at least I
think-
don't. speak
What did you guys agree on? Because I believe you still get the point because he had conquer, right? He conquered the battlefield, but on his opponent's turn, that battlefield wasn't scored. So fight or flight wasn't mid-combat, guys. It was fight or flight, and
Yeah.
then he initiated the combat with pushing up the merchant. That one is a whole new showdown. So then the ride the one coming in, I'm pretty sure, at least how I've been told before by a lot of judges, I'm pretty sure because that point wasn't scored on your opponents, you do go up to 6, and then the hold point goes up to 7. Do you guys agree, or do you see it another way? Either
Well, technically,
Rav
his
or-
whole point will go up to 8 because technically the way it happened that he was at 5, got fight or flighted back, then ride the wind up. That would put him at 6, and he technically held both battlefields going into his turn. But the judges took away the point to keep him at 5.
Oh, I
went up
actually I
to 7.
completely
Wasn't he
forgot
at
he
4?
did
So I
have
think that's
both
what they're trying to
battlefields, huh?
talk No, he was at 5. Yeah, he was at 5.
Did he?
Yeah.
Was there a
Oh,
Titan or something
okay.
on the other one? Chat, let us know if
Yeah,
you guys
Tide
saw
Turner's
it.
up. Yeah, so the whole situation that happened is that Tide Turner's up top, Thundersong's at the bottom battlefield. Ezreal. Wow. Teemo's turn started. Teemo flighted Thundersong back. Then Traveling Merchant moved, began a showdown at the bottom battlefield. We're already at 5 as Draven.
Mhm.
Revive the win back up to retake the battlefield, killing that. He tried to move up to 6, but the judge told him to go back to 5. So then his Draven's turn started and went up to 7. So the problem is if he was supposed to be at 6, he should be at 8 with a double hold. But Teemo's argument could also be because of the fact that you guys took away the point, I played my rest of my turn differently.
Mm-hmm.
So you shouldn't reward him with the point because that completely changes the game state and what happens
I
on the rest
see.
of my turn.
It's
So I
funny
think that's
they're
what they're trying to
taking
figure out
this
how to
long because it looked pretty bleak for the Teemo. It looked like Draven, no matter which way you slice it, was most likely going to be taking that game. It just feels like Teemo's missing some kind of like oomph or something in Spiritforged because he just can't get over the bump of Draven at the minimum. If you're coming into an event that's heavily Draven, into a heavy Draven meta, you have to at least have a decent matchup, or at least know your positioning, know your cards, know your sequences to kind of play around it. I feel like Teemo, he plays into the Draven game plan. As either Rav or NA mentioned, Teemo wants to hold battlefields. He wants to try to capitalize on hiding cards. But that's kind of what Draven wants. He wants you to be at the battlefield so that he can just get over your own cards with his might combat tricks. And then he wins and keeps drawing. So it's almost like Teemo is having a rough day in Spiritforged. I said it in chat a little earlier. 2 regionals now. Out of all the Legends guys, Teemo has placed the lowest. I think it was 205th and then 203rd or 33rd. Out of all the best of rewards, Teemo got back-to-back lowest. Do you guys think Teemo is the worst Legend right now, or maybe just the worst performance in these China regionals?
Is that true though? I thought, wasn't there the second regional had 0 Garens or something? So technically,
technically. But here, I'll let you guys get back to the game, and then we could talk during the intermission.
Wait, and then you conceded. What the hell just happened?
Wait, did they just give it to the Draven?
Boy, he went back
So
to it. He
you
was
were
at
right
6
then.
points all of a sudden. Yeah, I think they rewound. And then just passed the turnover. So I think they rewound the whole thing to that Teemo's last turn.
I just
So that
noticed,
was the
look at the
longest
Draven
rewind.
player's name. He has Kaisa in his name.
I like it.
Oh, that's so funny. You look at the pairings and you see your opponent's name is literally like whatever like team this is, BHM. I assume this is a team, BHM Kaisa, and then they sit down and they flip over Draven, and you're like, you are a liar.
I actually didn't notice that. But it looks like the ruling we were talking about is right, how he didn't have a point on that battlefield on his opponent's turn. So then he, like Rav was saying, he had both controlled, right? So he goes up to 6, and then on the pass, the turn, you hold 2 points, go up to 8. So they just simply rewinded the battle state to that exact point. And that's why the game ended literally 10 seconds later. So GG, Draven starting off strong. You know, since Dalian did so good with the diversity, something's telling me that Draven is coming back for some vengeance. What do you guys think? You think Draven's coming back stronger than ever, or have people figured him out?
I mean, I think it seems like a pretty bad matchup for Teemo, and like we talked about in the actual round. So I think that this would not be my litmus test of whether Teemo is playable or not. And I'm not a huge fan of the build either. Like I said, I would prefer to see just going all in on like a Miracle Teemo. And you can play like some different stuff, like maybe play a little bit more of the hiddens. Like you can use it, Consult the Past as like digging deeper. There are at least getting a little bit of value out of your legend that you wouldn't out of like an Ezreal or something. I think this list looks closer to like a set 1 Teemo with some new cards in it, as opposed to something actually built for the current meta.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a bad representation as a whole. I mean, Draven's just going to be punishing these lower tier decks. Like this is literally taking a tier 4 deck versus a tier 1 deck. Like, unless there's some miracle of misplays, like there's nothing coming out of it that's shocking. I think Draven's going to still hold fine across the board. It's just, like I said, I think the top end of the meta, you're still going to have a coin flip of, depending on how the turns and hand draws come out, of which one's going to take over the other. But yeah, now the problem is we're going to have like an hour break.
No, that's only on day 2. You know, that was actually what I was going to get at. There's only 2 great things that came out of that little bit of a lackluster game 1. Is 1, that judge call pretty much ended up eating the whole time, because if I remember right, there was like 13 minutes or so remaining. The judge call probably brought everybody to the round end, so people are probably playing their 3 turns. So to Rav points, it won't be an hour break. It should just be about the 15 to 20 minute day 1 break, so hopefully not too crazy. Side note, if you guys need to take a little bathroom break or water break, let me guys know. I can hide the camera for a time being before this next round. And then 2, my second point is that one set the bar pretty low. It could only go uphill from here. So hopefully we get some more exciting matchups. Because that one felt a little bit too one-sided for sure.
This is honestly the
I mean,
longest
I would
I've seen a one-sided match though, like take so long. Usually one-sided matches are over quick.
Right.
Like that was the longest one I think we've had.
I mean, I think part of the issue was the Teemo player not conceding quickly in game one, and he was taking some pretty long times on those turns. And there is definitely a skill in recognizing when I'm in a losing game state and saying, okay, I accept, I've lost this one, let's go to the next one. And
Alright.
it's a skill is what it is, and it's something
Yeah.
you have to learn is making the best use of your time and putting yourself in the best position. Because let's say the Teemo did somehow come back. He found the singularity. He was able, the judge ruled in his favor, and he does somehow win game two. There would have been like 5 minutes left, and I do not favor Teemo going into round three with 5 minutes left going second.
Right.
Yeah.
He was
I'm
saying
starting
it
my
for...
metafy after this. I'm going to teach people how to concede. So I'm going to start my metafy for coaching.
And honestly, looking
Yeah.
through the deck building, it seemed like, as NA was saying, he's a little bit stuck in the past, a little bit stuck in the oranges meta, because Dr. Mundo, very similarly how Vi ride the win combo, kind of faded away. It's the exact same story in this rebuke heavy and this fight or flight heavy meta. Dr. Mundo doesn't really stick around like he used to. Like, you used to put him on a battlefield and it was a problem. You had to really think how you're going to get rid of this Dr. Mundo, get over the Dr. Mundo. Everyone's running at least 2 rebukes currently in Chaos decks. Everyone's running at least 2 to 3 fight or flights. So it's just not an issue. I mean, and on top of it, Teemo has a hard time countering stuff. Yes, you have a hard bargain, but that's if you end up drawing it. That's if you mainboard it. So, yeah, Teemo not feeling the best. And chat, let's see if we get the top 8 representation. Or not top 8, I'm already ahead of myself in day 2, but the full day 1 representation. Because that would be cool to see. Okay, it's not out just yet.
Right, we had a lot of time at the Rich call. I mean, I will say, so this is, since you guys are players, I want your opinion on this. This rewind was also like the blessing and the curse of being future match. Because as Draven, you got the rewind to your winning board state. As Teemo, you just rewound to your losing board state because of the messed up judge call. Like, because of every card play was on stream, you could rewind like 5 to 6 actions. Like, do you guys like being on stream for that reason, or like, how do you guys feel about those types of situations?
I'll go first. I
I
think...
personally, oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you started. Might as well take it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the Draven player most likely would have called Judge anyways, or one of these players probably would have called Judge, because the Draven player was like, he was going to add the point, right? But was it the Teemo player that said, no, you already conquered there?
No, I think they judge it.
The judge, okay,
Imagine-
if no player intervened, then that changes everything, because I think neither player was ready or prepared to give themselves a point. If it was strictly the judges, then we could have maybe had Teemo win and head to game 3. So in that perspective, it does changes a lot. But I think if either of these players saw it and then called judge, it probably would have ended up the exact same way. But what were you getting at, NA?
Well, I was gonna say that in my experience, I have come to really dislike being on feature matches, at least from Yu-Gi-Oh, because and this is all like really silly stuff, right? But it could matter. So one, it gives people information on your deck, and if you are planning to do well at the event, you will eventually see people who care enough. They go, okay, I saw you on feature. I know what your deck is. I know what cards you're playing. So there's a disadvantage there. There's the disadvantage that, I mean, if you are the sort of person that get nervous in front of people, which I guess we really can't have because we're talking in front of people right now, but there are a lot of people that do get very nervous when they're in front of people. So it's kind of putting yourself, yeah, exactly. It's putting yourself in a position where you are going to make more mistakes than you normally would. And then it's also just not the same environment as just sitting across from a table and playing with someone. You have to be more meticulous with your setup. You need to be more meticulous with, like, you can't take as many shortcuts. So you're just going to be a little bit out of your element. And unless you are really aware of that and know what you're getting into, I just don't think it's worth putting your tournament run at risk unless you specifically want to show something off to the world. Like, I have this really cool list and I want people to see it. So
Yeah, I really wondered too how many like these stream sets are being forced into like their deck position and such. Because like as a player, my deck is always on my left hand, turned sideways, always, never fails. My legend's in the top right corner, and my champion. So it's just like I have things set up a certain way. I like it, like, and being forced into those weird layouts, or like I say weird, technically they're normal because the game setup. It just makes it hard. It's like throws me off, and I was like, oh, I have to like move things over here, or things are not my normal position. So when I try and set things up because I know where things are set up, it just like mentally breaks that concentration.
You know,
Especially like in the big
to
deck.
answer a little bit both your points, I think it's only China being so strict on the layouts, because I've seen it in other feature matches. I believe in Houston. Actually, I can't remember perfectly, but I'm pretty sure in a lot of other feature matches I noticed you could just kind of place it where you feel more comfortable. I just feel like Chinese standards, they really want it to be like picture perfect, exactly where it fits in on the overlay. But I know it does throw you off if you're used to playing a certain way. And then to NA's point, the only upside I feel, like you mentioned, like to show it off, but if you feel you're a really strong competitive player, the perfect example I could take off the top of my head was just last weekend, guys. Randy. You guys know him as Randy TCG Online. I'm pretty sure his Metafy page completely went crazy this week because he did so well in the Chinese regional. And that's something you wish, if you're playing card games, might as well make a little bit of a side hustle on top of it. So that's one upside. But then if you misplay on stream, then you have the whole world coming at you. Kind of like we saw the free rebuke play. Everyone was trying to hunt down the family. So you got to be careful. But I think there's pros and cons for sure. I don't think I've been fortunate enough to be picked for a feature match yet. Maybe Atlanta. We'll see. That'll be a lot of fun. I don't think I'll say no.
All right, what's better, free stopper or free bukes? Which one's better?
That's a good question for chat. Chat, what's better, free stopper or free bukes? I think free bukes was actually a little bit. Actually, it was tough, but no, we'll go for free bukes since it's more current.
yeah,
That's perfectly fair.
yeah, for sure.
But Arknag, welcome on in
I
there,
mean,
guys.
I
And if
heard
anyone's
Randy's-
joined us from the pre-riff events, hope you guys had a whole lot of fun. I'm going to be joining in on the fun on Monday. I wish it was Monday already because I want to crack open some packs. But welcome on in, Beamer and Arkned. How's it going? How's day one? We're just one round in, so nothing too crazy. We had a Teemo and Draven. Completely bit of a one-sided matchup. So like I said earlier, it could only go up from here. Hopefully we get some spicier matchups.
I mean, are these in the mini game segment now? Is this what we're at? Are we doing mini games?
I think so. Do you like what you see, Rav?
Not really. I'd rather just watch.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
give
they're
me
probably
some,
just trying to
like.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say they're probably just trying to kill some time while some people battle it out in the final three. Because I'm pretty sure time is already called. There's no day one is time, guys. So we're not gonna go like a 2-hour in between matches. So time has been called. I'm assuming just the final people are closing out their 3 turns. So hopefully this little giveaway stuff they're doing right now isn't gonna be lasting too much longer. But we'll see what they have for the time being.
Yeah, I wondered too. I mean, what was I going to say? Crap, I literally lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
He'll come back to you. He'll come back to you when you least expect it.
Did they do this kind of stuff on the Houston stream? I was playing in the event, so I didn't watch the stream. So did they do anything fun?
I'm right there with you, Nate. I
Two
wasn't.
stream tables set up. I heard.
Oh, that's what it was. You're so right, Rav. They had both stream tables, which is so much better. Last week in day 2, they gave us a little glimpse of 2 feature matches, but they didn't have 2 feature matches. What they did is any games that went to round 3 or game 3, I should say, they said, hey, can you guys come on the feature match to finish the game 3? So hopefully in the future, maybe for the National Open for Spiritforged, they do like a backup match, because that would be so awesome to see. Because I remember it was nonstop Riftbound action. Maybe just your casual 20-minute break as rounds, 20-minute break on stream while me and NA were suffering through hour-long breaks in between the actual Swiss, which was craziness.
I bet say, didn't they also have like delayed recordings, or maybe I'm thinking other
They
event?
did, they
Did they
did.
do like delayed? So the game is already pre-recorded, and then the casters got it, and then cast it over the pre-recorded match, which also helps to minimize those downtime windows.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did at Houston. I think it was really smart. The only thing about it, the only caveat was for the people there, you already knew the results, so there was no real reason to actually watch the stream. I remember when it got down to like the top 8, I was just watching the games live. Like, not literally, like I wish I was taller so I could see the board and stuff, because you know the stage is a little bit up there, but you still see the reaction, you see those
People
players'
problem.
mannerisms, and you can still gauge at who wins or not. So it's fun to just see it like that. And then maybe you go back to the little stream table, well, not stream table, but the stream setup they had to see exactly how they won. But I think it's smart. I think doing it delayed smart. It keeps people, to NA's point, from kind of like completely looking at your deck in, or I guess no, you could always still look at it if it's online, it's online, right? So players could kind of like hunt it down.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have teams, you usually walk around anyway to find out what people are playing. At least Imaging Games usually scout. I sort of like the method though of going back to like having 2 feature match tables and one being the second one recorded. Where if there's a long downtime, they could just show one of the secondary feature matches from like a past game. I think Magic did that for a little bit, at least Star City games. They had like a second feature match and it was like played at like 3x speed. How they
That's
cast
fun.
it over it. So it definitely helped kill some downtime, that's for sure. Especially over these mini games. Like I don't even know, are they trying to guess what
I think it is
on
like
top of their
what's
head?
that game, chat? What's the game called? Or what do you guys know? Where you have the name of like a celebrity or any kind of thing on your forehead, and they have to guess it. It's a certain name.
Is it heads up?
Is it?
Hold on. Why didn't you open your pack on the stage, buddy? I want to see what you ripped. It could be a signature. I want live reactions to everyone ripping your cards.
Let's see what he wins. Probably one of the Aurelia gift box sets would be awesome to win. Guys, that comes out February 17th on the Riot Merch Store. It looks like you got a playmat. I think that
I
looked
think
like a
so.
playmat. Okay, so not
Yeah, I
too
think it was
long
a
of a
playmat.
giveaway. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too
I
bad. I mean,
actually just ordered a single for the Aurelia Spirit, the Spirit Blossom Aurelia, because I don't trust myself to win the lottery, seeing as I have not won the lottery for either Bologna or the Vegas. So I was just like, I'm just gonna buy the card so I can play it, even though I
Right.
Not
paid
How
bad.
much does it
a
go
little
for
bit
in
extra.
China?
I'm sure it's cheaper in China if
Yeah,
you
the
have
box itself
connections.
is like 20 to
I
30
don't have
bucks.
Chinese connections. Yeah, so on eBay it's like $70. So I just bought it on
Mhm.
eBay. So
Okay.
but if you know someone, there you go.
Yeah, I got a hookup for like 60 for a box, thankfully.
60
Nice.
for the whole gift
Nice.
box?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's super good.
From
Because what is Riot gonna
from
sell them
China and
for? I
be here
forgot what
sooner.
they said.
50, I think.
Okay.
But like you don't get it
Mhm.
till May. I paid 60 and I'll get it sooner.
Nice.
There we go. They have gone up on eBay. Okay, Beamer. I would imagine just like all those world bundles, the arcane sets, there's gonna be scalpers, which is why they saying they're most likely gonna just start doing everything in the lottery system, which is cool to stop the botters. I think is like a necessary thing to do, because if not, product is just gonna be sold out every single minute, or just 1 minute into the release date and everything's sold out. I still can't believe it how the Spirit Forge went down. I just remember like it was yesterday. I hit refresh and I looked at the time and it still said noon. To me, it got released at noon, so it said 12:00, and then it said it said sold out. I'm like, how is that even a thing? Um,
Yeah,
so
because
yeah.
even worse, like I don't mind the lottery system, but half these bots could just make free Riot accounts. So I guess that's gonna be the question too. It's like
Yeah.
how many Riot accounts are made. Um Speaking of the bundles, I did get my arcane bundle today. I'm super excited.
Ooh.
They look nice. They look nice.
Are
I
you
don't
gonna
like the
open it or use
packaging.
Guild Collector?
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to show it while we have some time here on chat. I would probably keep that sealed, but maybe the inner player of me would just want to
Nah,
see what the cards look like, because that's like a pure collection
exactly.
piece, isn't it?
Exactly. So it's like a little
I
box both ways. And you open it up. I don't like how it's held in here. It's like a sleeve and it literally like spells in the slot. And I literally opened
yeah.
it up and the vie was already out of the slot.
Oh,
Oh
wow.
no.
I was like, oh, glad it wasn't damaged.
Rav, it's kind
So
of thinner
I think
than
I'm
I
a little
thought, right? It looks like about the thin of like a smaller binder. For some reason, I imagine it like a thick box, right? Because hold it to the side real quick, like the thickness of it.
I mean, yeah, 'cause you have this
Yeah.
box is what the card's in, then you have the outer packaging. Which isn't shocking. I mean, it's only 6 cards. Like, how thick can you make this?
Yeah. I guess I don't know what I
But,
saw online. It just
I
looked
mean,
thicker
they're just
online.
in like a
True.
little like top loader too.
Nice. How
Which
much
I
are
think the
those
Chinese
going
ones are
for?
different than the ones we got. I think they're different packaging. Good
The
question. No
arcane
idea.
thing?
I don't even
Sweet.
look because I wanted it for a personal collection.
Right, right. Let us know, Chad, if you guys are tuning in. How
Fair
much are those arcane sets going for right now? While we wait for the next round, which should be, I mean, it was supposed to start 20 minutes ago. And Zenzar, welcome on in. Hey, hey, hey. It's starting already. I mean, as of an hour and 40 minutes ago, it has started. But the round one started maybe like an hour 20 ago. But we're heading into round two, hopefully soon. Let me hit a refresh to see if we get the distribution just yet. Oh,
Mhm.
So
why
I
are they
heard word
delaying
bundles
it?
themselves though at like 325.
What was that?
Weird. I don't know why. But yeah, I heard the word bundles are going for like $325 unopened, still sealed.
Wow.
And then arcane bundles are still for pre-order for 400 because they're still in the pre-sale status. So only verified stores can list them. So I imagine that's going to go down soon.
Yeah, we'll see. I know. I remember in
Be
Houston, there's
expensive.
so many big players putting like not hundreds, but tens of 20s, maybe even 30 world bundles into like this big box to ship it back home. People went crazy. I guess that's a lot of profit if they're paying what the 120 and then double the money over 300 something. So I guess it's smart. You just have to have a lot of upfront cash to do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess while we're waiting, how do you guys feel? I imagine you've seen this. If you haven't, I'll break it down after.
Mhm.
So I heard you can technically have better pricing from the side event than you can the main event at Barcelona and Vegas. Like technically speaking, if you win the day one side events, like a big tournament, you can win up to like 468 tickets. Which,
I
if you
saw
sell
that.
like $5 a pop, it's better pricing than getting first in the main event.
But wait, you're saying
Yeah.
the tickets can be sold for $5?
Well, that's on average. Like, yeah, there's usually people online in the Discords. You can go like, hey, buying tickets for $5 a piece. And,
Oh,
sell your
Yeah.
tickets.
$5 a piece. My friends sold their tickets for $40 a piece.
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
remember
saying.
that.
That's what I'm saying. Like being conservative.
I
Like
know.
$5 is like
Okay,
the
okay.
other event average.
You know,
So
I
yeah,
think.
and you still made more of 5. You're selling for 10 to 20. You're doubling your money.
Oh,
What you're
yeah.
putting off the main event.
But I think it's all going to come down to the prize wall, which they're being very sneaky about. They haven't released any info about it, and we're just about 2 weeks away from it now. So it all depends. If you could get the metal card legends by actively going to the prize wall and paying them
I think
straight
they
up
will.
with tickets, then that's huge value because we're talking about. I mean, they're most likely going to limit you just one metal legend per day. So maybe not the most value. I think it just depends on like how good is the prize wall. If it's anything like Houston, you're just gonna be walking around with a bunch of plushies and toys and statues. I mean, at the
I'm fine with
very
those. I'll
best,
get those statues.
yeah, it is cool. It is cool. I was gonna say at the very best though, you get 12 tickets. Or no. It's one booster pack ticket, right? So whatever the math is, you get 400 plus tickets. That's some value right there. Is it more than the main event? I think first place gets $6,000
It has
plus the best of
none.
metal card of your legend.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Plus the reward, the Ezreal, whatever they're doing for Bologna and Vegas. So I don't think it's better rewards, but it's kind of close because you don't have to you probably don't have to go through the craziest competition to win those side events.
I think it is though, because I mean, even if you get the Ezreal card, it's probably whatever, because it's going to be 2 or 3 events with Ezreal card. It's not a one-off. 6,000, and then the best of metal card depends if you could sell it and move it for that, which is harder to move the big ticket items versus if you're just moving cases or boxes, it's a lot easier to sell to people or your tickets are just easier to sell to people than selling those other cards. Like you might get more value to drop out of it and do that way.
I mean, what's the math on it?
And like I said, that's also still, again,
400
still being conservative that you're selling $5 a ticket.
What was is 400? What's the exact number of tickets? Is 400 what?
432.
32 divided by 24. That's 18 boxes. Give or take, if we sell each box for 200, you guys think 200 is reasonable? Or is that a little too high for Spiritforged? We could do pure MSRP.
People will pay more.
All right, we'll go 200
Yeah,
then.
I mean, if you want to do pure, you can go pure. Yeah, go 200. I mean, people will pay more, but say 200.
Yeah, so 18 boxes times
times it by
200 is
18,
3,600. So not bad. Not
Yeah,
bad.
but like I said, how much are you? But how much are you doing that versus just selling the tickets? Like I said, if you could sell tickets to multiple people for $5 a ticket, I mean, that's $23,000.
Wait, 23. Yeah, you're right. Wait, 23? You sure? That sounds crazy.
I'm doing off the math off those guys. So what do you say? So side event total pricing, $5 per ticket is 20. Because I think with the side event,
I think
get
2,000.
first, and then you also
Mega Zero, the national champion from the Origins meta, is here to bless us for round 2. And Nate and Rav, you guys are a really wonderful match to spectate here. Because if you guys remember, this is the national champion. Is he just playing straight up Draven? Or is he bringing something a little spicy because he's already won before? Oh, he's trying to run it back with Kaiser. I'll let you guys take it from here, though.
Yeah, this should be exciting. I really do believe in the Kai'Sa deck right now. What is his opponents playing? Let's see.
MF Aurora.
Okay.
We're back in Origins, baby.
It might not be Aurora. I'm not going to say it isn't, but it might not be Aurora because Purple does have all these new tools. You have Punch first. I do think you could play an aggressive MF deck now. I think it's possible. Is it?
I think
what he's doing?
If you're running MF aggressive deck, you run Sivir. Why not? Why wouldn't you just run Sivir?
Well, they have,
because we should get a better
utility's a little bit different. Okay, it's peak. It's a Aurora.
It's
Well, that was an easy.
We're there.
Yeah. So much for that discussion. Okay, well, this is traditionally one of Kai'Sa's worst matchups. I don't think. Okay, I was about to say I don't think things have changed, but that's. I think it does actually, specifically because now Kai'Sa is more likely to be playing like the thermal beams. I will say the Kai'Sa list that we had been seeing that are playing more, they're playing more removal and less like units, and less units is going to be worse into Aurora, right? Because you're less consistently going to be able to score early. So there's like an argument here that it might have even gotten better for MF Aurora, but I guess we'll have to see.
But I mean, I guess because Kai'Sa is also running Forerunner, so it gets to refresh some units. You don't even have to run Thermal Beam. You could run the other kill spell for gear. The one, what's it called?
You definitely could, but I've generally seen Thermal Beam because it actually beats a lot of these decks that play the wide gear. Like it's kind of an auto win versus all these wide gear decks, like the Ezreal deck, for instance. I had a friend who's playing on the Runes Rift rank ladder, which you should check out if people in the chat have not. It's a really good way to practice for events. But he was playing versus a Pit Crew Ezreal, and I think it was like 10 gold tokens plus 3 culls plus a Boots of Swiftness with a Thermo Beam and like a seal or two, and you're just like, well. So
yeah, I guess there is an argument to bring Kai'Sa for these events. So interesting.
I mean, Kai'Sa's good. It's what I would take, to be honest. I love Ezreal. Ezreal is fun. I think Ezreal versus Kai'Sa is unwinnable. And I think a significant portion of players will be on Kai'Sa, which we've already seen is true, right? It's like 10%, I think.
Yeah. All right. So
we
are starting. I think he is running the best of metal card too, as chat pointed out. I think that's the metal version.
Oh, is he?
Is that not? I don't know. It looks really shiny.
I
that looks different. Like, does that not look different than
I
Misfortune?
believe you. Oh, this is the problem, man, is now that you play you play less units, so it's more likely you're the whiffy unit, and that's like exactly what these Aurora decks want to see. Oh,
I
that's
mean,
rough.
looks like he has decent units. It's just there's a Mind Stopper, there's a Mind Splitter, and a Watcher. So we have units, just not low cost units.
Oh, there's a hopeful. You probably just play Kaisa here. You know,
Yeah.
let's just play Kaisa pass. Yeah, this is like exactly what you want to see if you're playing MF Aurora. Let's see, does he have the Catalyst? I mean, Catalyst is the scary
I
card.
think he top decked it.
Yep, there it is. Ugh.
This is gonna be a quick game. I like the pace of play though. We're not on turn 4 in less than a minute and a half.
True.
I'm liking this.
I have not gotten a peek at the MF hand. Is there a Aurora? Did you see?
No, because he's been playing it so close to the chest. I haven't seen a single thing.
Okay.
But I do see those nice Aurelia
so-
sleeves though that come in the Chinese bundle.
Yes. And there is a Pouty, so a 2-drop. Unfortunately, a little too late. I imagine you'd see like a Kaisa push up, draw, play Pouty, play Hopeful.
Yeah, I think
just
that's the
trying
only
to
thing we have. I
establish
mean, I don't
some
think we're
units.
playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Stupefy we're playing. There's nothing valuable we're playing. Like, I think this is the only play you have. We're one short of Mind Splitter, which would have been great.
Mind Splitter. Do you mean Watcher?
Yeah, no, not Mind Splitter. Not Mind Splitter. What's the second card? I see a Watcher. Oh, it's a Falling Star. It's a Falling Star.
Yeah, it's a Falling Star.
The corner of the art made
I
me just
imagine
like think Mind Splitter.
So I think it's going to be push up Kaisa, Kaisa draw, play Poro, play Hopeful, and pass.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
Now, I guess the question is, do you think MF is running Lash Rights to recycle back in their Auroras if they are killed?
Probably not, personally. I think that I would expect... So just note here, he's playing the Hopeful on the battlefield so that the Dead Bloom trades. And this is going to be the Aurora. Dude, when MF sees this curve, it feels so fucking pardon my language. It feels so doomed. As someone who's played, I have a friend who plays this deck, and I hate this matchup so much.
God,
so
I just realized, and they get called shots to filter better. Like, oh, okay.
Yep. There's a Mind Splitter.
Yeah. So there's literally nothing new in here outside of called shot. There's literally not a single new card.
Yep. I mean, it's pretty. The Aurora bit lists kind of build themselves. The main difference I see is like some people aren't playing the challenge. Some people aren't playing the gear package, and I think we saw the gear package. I guess we'll see as he fans through the cards, but
we saw one of the gear. We didn't see both. We didn't see the Pack of Wonders. We saw we saw the regular one that is when this die or leaves the battlefield, draw one, channel a rune. But we haven't seen the like infinite, not the infinite loop, but you know, the loop version. Yeah.
He's writing down every card in his opponent's deck is crazy. It is allowed, but that is crazy.
Hey, there's a reason why there is a national winner.
Yeah. I mean, he's been playing quickly, so it's not like this is too big of an issue. I mean, they're already on turn 5, turn 4. Yeah. Each player's turn 4, I think, or turn 3. Wait, so it went mobilized. No, turn 3. So both players have played 3 turns. So pace of play has been fine. I think it's okay to take a little bit of time for something like this. Especially, it should go a lot quicker on subsequent turns, right? Because you've already written down a lot of the cards, and this is like pretty good knowledge, right? You do know what to play around in. Something interesting is there are multiple challenges there, right? It wasn't just one.
Yeah,
we saw 2. So,
yeah, I think it's definitely good for those like Draven matchups too. We've seen that be, like you said, you want to be proactive into these Draven lists and such.
Yep.
So I think running challenges is a must now. It's the only way it gets around Aurora. But I'm curious who it's from when the opponent was. I want to see his list go farther. I do want to see Aurora actually do something. I guess, do we think they're on the Dead Bloom practice? I know Aurora has been dealing with just running like Mind Splitter and Dragon or something like that. They haven't really running Dead Bloom as much. Do you think it's in the main or in the side or anything like that? Or what do you think the creatures are in this build?
Oh, that's a good question. I have not really paid too much attention to Set 2 Aurora just because it's such a I this sounds so bad, but like such a low skill deck that it's not super interesting to me. It's just kind of like you jam your Aurora, you hit your big units, and you just auto win so many games that it doesn't feel like there are a lot of interesting decisions being made. Um, that being said, Riftbound as a game does have a lot of decisions to be made. So it's not like there are none. It's just not as much as some of these more interesting decks that do actually interact with the game mechanics in the early turns. So this just feels so bad for Kaisa, as you are what? So to 5 to 7, 3 turns away from winning. Though does actually push up, so he is on 3. Yeah, so did push up the Poro. I guess we'll see if he's playing the Dead Bloom. I could see, if you're right, I could see it where you just don't play the Dead Blooms because the purple decks don't care that much about Dead Bloom. But having something with Accelerate is really nice, right? Outside the champion unit.
Yeah. And I think that was a Last Rites, so Sean. So they are running the Last Rites version. I mean, it's usually a 1x. So it's a good way to be able to refresh, some of these units back into your field if you're like having to conquer or do something. And there's the Dead Bloom.
Yep. That will that card's so hard for Kaisa to out, especially now that the Watcher has been removed.
I mean, we do have a Singularity into it for next turn. So we can easily just Singularity it once and then run the Suicide something into it just to get the trade, which isn't bad. Like, yeah, imagine losing your Dead Bloom Permanent to a Plundering Poro. How does that make you feel?
You do have to, like... It's a little bit rough, though, because you do have to respect Gusts. You know that they're Gust. You know that there are challenges in the deck. So if you do go for a play like that, and you get Gusted, or Challenged, or Fight or Flighted, or any of these, like, nasty purple cards, and if you do any of this, and obviously he's tapped out now, so that's not going to be the case. Yeah. But then your dude just heals, and then the game is probably lost on the spot. Oh, there's a punch first there.
Yep, and we did see the Sabotage running in the main. Another punch first, and Dead Bloom. Are we really just running Dead Bloom and Mind Splitters? Like, there's no way we filtered this many cards and only seen 2 units. Like, it's got to be the only 2
is what I was playing. So my first deck that I spent a lot of time with on Riftbound was I was playing just Dead. I don't think it's correct in retrospect, but my idea at the time was like, I don't think any of these other big units are good because you can't play them from hand. Like, I'm never playing Orange Volley from hand, right? So my idea was I just play Dead Bloom and Mind Splitters, and every one of my Aurora hits is good. And in practice, not super great, but I could see where he's coming from now that the Punch First card is out, right? Because that does let you make your guys even bigger, so you don't have to play these guys that are only good for their giant stat line.
Yeah. All right. And we are running the loop after. We are running the gear package. So we do have both. That's good. So I guess I know most people dropped the Volibear for Mountain Drake and felt like it was better because it's actually castable. Unlike Volibear. But no, this is just a very interesting. I mean, I like this list. Don't get me wrong. I'm really curious how well it could stand up, like going forward.
I mean, I do like what you said though. Is with the Last Rites, like it's less likely you're gonna run out of units, which was an issue with like the list that I was playing, where you just played 6 units. It was very possible to run out of units, and with Last Rites, not only can you play from your trash a little bit, but you can recycle your units away if you do need to. So it does kind of guarantee that you're not going to run out of units. And the only really scary thing is that, there's a Watcher, okay. But the scary thing is that people are already citing gear hate for you. So more gear reliance is a little bit spooky, but...
Do we just windmill slam Watcher here? I don't think we go for the Singularity line anymore.
I don't think you can. I think you need to hold it for when there are more units on the battlefield. Because if you slam it here, this only gets you the 5. I I
Fair.
think you have to go like if you want to go through combat, it's like shove up double hopeful and a poro for this. Oh, okay, never mind. Interesting. He's gonna go for the gold here. Draw in double
Yeah.
gold.
We did also just hit a Darius.
Ooh,
What's the second card? Poro. So we could Poro into Darius and then just move up with a hopeful and take the battlefield that way? And save
I
the
don't hate
singularity?
that. I don't hate that if he's doing that.
Yeah, because you get the least. I mean, your Darius is going to die, but then you can at least move your other hopeful up and then enter a double trade state with that Deadbloom Predator.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we're setting up for. No, are we watching? Are we just counting?
1, 2, 3, 4. He could be just
Yeah.
shortcutting. Oh,
No,
I
he's
guess he's just
watching.
gonna play Watcher the base. And then did he put 2 back? Maybe he did
Yeah,
and I
he
missed
did.
it.
He did. He
Okay.
put two
Okay.
blue.
Okay.
I
Okay. I mean, I
guess it lets him
this
hold and then
is
move the
fine, I
hopeful
guess.
up.
Yeah, right.
Or at least move up one hopeful.
You might move like
and then
one
you
hopeful,
can just be
right? Yeah.
Yeah. And then trades and everything, because your opponent's only playing Dead Blooms and Mind Splitters, like that's literally not the worst thing in the world. At this point, you literally seen, I
Well,
think,
it does
almost
lose the board.
of the deck.
It loses the board though, because the MF champion unit is still there, right?
No, yeah, true. Some F champion you can lose to that.
So you do lose the board there, and though you are feeling pretty safe from punch first, as you did see 2 off of the Auroras, right? So it's not super. I mean, there's probably 1 more in the deck if they're even playing 3, which isn't a guarantee. These Aurora decks often will play like 1-ofs and 2-ofs because I mean you're going to see a lot of your deck, especially now with stacked deck and called shot. And then obviously the catalysts and the mobilizes will be drawing cards at some point. So
Yeah, I guess
deep in
I'm
the
just trying-
tank. I mean,
I guess we're trying to deepen the tank if we want to move up that hopeful, I think. Because there's
Yeah.
nothing else in hand outside of a Poro that's playable. So it's got to be whether or not we want to buff up a battlefield somewhere, or buff up both battlefields, or waste a Poro to do it.
could play the Poro to the battlefield.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't hate
It
it.
looks like that's the plan. Yeah. At least makes
I
it
don't
9.
hate it at all.
So at least it'll be a little helpful. I mean, especially if MF comes down, trade into one of the units, and then move back. What are we? That is a hard cast Mind Splitter. Maybe I didn't see Lash Rights. Maybe I saw the Mind Splitter. Yeah, Darius Singularity. Pick which one.
It's probably Darius, I think. You just because you can eventually clear all the units, and then the Singularity, because Singularity does nothing to this board state. So I think it's
only
Darius.
Yeah, Darius has to probably be the pick. I mean, Singularity does end up entering a weird trade state, though, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Darius does this become a flat 7, which is still just a good trade in most things. So I guess we have to.
I just want to put the Kaisa on no units, but yeah, because now you know everything and there are no units, so you can start putting yourself in a position where your Kaisa opponent has no cards. So, and yep, you're right.
I did see
last rights. So now it has to, what is it, put back 2 cards or is it 1 card? I forget.
2 cards.
2 cards, okay.
So yeah, Mind Splitter and Lash and a Call Shot, which makes sense.
Yep.
Did your opponent even get to shuffle those? I thought you get to put it in any order. I thought you just picked, or does it say recycle 2? It might say recycle 2.
It probably says recycle 2.
Yeah. But now this Deadbloom just wins, gets to, if it wants to get something back, it can. Can't anyway, because you can't pay the cost. But we're probably just hitting a Mind Splitter then, because like, I don't know how many Deadblooms he runs, but if you put that back, he might only have 1 more Deadbloom, or has the 1 in hand. So it's just guaranteed hitting Mind Splitter? Yeah, I think we're just guaranteed hitting Mind Splitter. I think we're out of units. Oh, maybe not.
Nope. There you go. That's a pretty good hit there, because now that is now clearing the board, and as I said before, we know that Omega has pretty much nothing left. Like all you are literally playing with a Singularity, 2 Hopefuls, and your top deck. So whatever you top deck, I mean, what can you even top deck? Like a Darius, but like you don't have enough runes to play Mind Splitter or Singularity Darius.
2, 3,
So
4, 7. No.
he's going to 10. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you could hit a Forerunner, I guess, but you know the next one going to be hit unit-wise is going to be Mind Splitter. Like, you need to hit something that's going to let you double commit. This might just be game. Like, you're now just playing the Rip. I mean, I guess not at the same time, though, because you're playing the Rip line. But no, you just keep on recycling back Mind Splitters. Like, you have to do these combats also properly. So Lash Rights can't get triggered.
Yep, this is looking pretty rough here. This is my experience with Kaisa versus Aurora. Get off to a strong start, and it didn't matter.
Like,
I mean,
this is with the skill we talked about, though, the scooping. Like, if you know your deck enough, you know there's no, if you know there's a line out of this or not.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
or
if Omega,
I think, God,
it is Omega, so he definitely knows his deck. So if he is not scooping, I believe that he sees something that we don't, and maybe he has like some kind of tech in his deck. Maybe he's got something like, I don't know, unchecked power or something. Maybe clear clear the stacked battlefields when Aurora gets later in the turns. I guess we'll have to see.
That could also be the fact that too, like maybe just hoping too much of your opponent to misplay because you're you're sort of close to winning. But it's also like that could really just waste too much time hoping for opponent misplay. And so far, your opponent I think has played relatively clean. I don't think I've seen too many misplays out of your opponent at this point.
Yep.
Like, yeah, because that Singularity is about to just be ripped from the hand. Like we got the hold. We could also get back. We could literally just get back Dead Bloom and play Dead Bloom to the other battlefield.
Yeah, and if he does have
the target.
Well, there is the pack card as well, right? So we do know he plays the packs, so he can also just like bounce Mind Splitter, play Mind Splitter. Like that is a very annoying loop that you have to deal with. But instead opting to push up, which obviously is a good play here, and playing a Mind Splitter raw from hand. So this is where like an unchecked power potentially could be a good top deck. That does clear quite a lot. Though the problem there is that you can't score then, and I guess they are out of units, right? Actually,
no, there's third Mind Splitter.
No. I'm saying if you do clear everything here, no, because the Mind Splitter's in base. So my thought was if he did play the Mind Splitter to a battlefield, you kill everything, but then you can still like play out the MF champion unit and then attach last rights and put I don't see a way back here now. Forgot about the MF champion unit, not gonna lie.
Is that a smoke screen in hand? That doesn't get us there.
Nope. Does not.
Right. I guess we trade go up. We can get back a Deadbloom Predator this turn because we have no units left with the Lash Rights trigger on hold. Just play at the base and just rebuild your entire base backline if you want to. That's another Lash Rights. Are we running 2?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the deck space is somewhat free in these Aurora decks. Like, you just play, like, the 6 ramp cards, you play the 3 Auroras, you play your 6 to 9 units of choice, and then at that point, it's... Alright, so playing out the MF.
Yeah, just play MF, pass. I guess trigger Aurora. I'm just going to flip over my entire deck because I know I have no units. You can look through it if you want. And, like, yeah. If you're your opponent, like, why go through this cycle? Just literally flip over the whole deck and just like you want to double check there's no units by all means, but I know for a fact there's none.
You will know the entire Aurora deck now. That is true.
But he does know already. We've recycled this deck like 1.5 times.
You know for sure. Well, okay, technically there could be like one-ofs in hand that we never played, but
Yeah,
it's
I
pretty
guess so you're
likely.
figuring out what's in your opponent's hand right now, I guess, is what this is
Yeah.
literally doing. This is the flesh and
Oh,
blood thing.
yes, that is a good call out. You could pretty clearly guess what is in your opponent's hand because you have knowledge of everything except for those cards. So,
Yeah.
especially when you're like a high level player like Omega, who does know what these other, what all these meta decks are going to be playing, you should have a pretty good idea of what's in his hand.
Yeah. I didn't see. I said I don't think a punch up has been drawn yet. So I think all punch ups are still punch first are still in the deck. Like Omega, to save yourself the time, man. I don't know how you're getting back from this position.
Yep. Yeah, so like you
Like-
said, he is just trying to make sure he knows exactly what's in the hand now. Yeah, he's literally sorting the deck. So 3 called shots,
Yeah.
2 punch firsts. Oh, he's writing down
Oh
ratios
god,
now.
right Oh my
That is so funny.
Guys, write it down before you scoop.
That is so funny. He knows the ratios now. All right, I guess. Sure. Yep. I mean, hey, his opponent's just like, let's go to the next game, please. Let's. I will
Like,
will
can we
say
just go
taking
next?
notes
Like,
is a good thing. Like taking notes is something
Yeah.
you should do as a high level player if your goal is to win, but it does feel a little bit annoying when your opponent's taking a long time. I guess you just stupefy, get a draw. We'll get your next card. Surely it'll be useful.
like, are we just hoping to like stupefy something and draw into a watcher? Like, it gets us up to 8, but the problem is we need 9.
Okay, this I didn't like that play. Okay, so I thought what he was gonna do is, and it doesn't matter because you scoop it up, but I think the only win condition, and win condition is very loose wording here because I think you're losing kind of regardless, is stupefy the mind splitter in base, play, hope you draw into a singularity, the mind splitter MF in base, and then hope to top deck unchecked power on the next turn, and then clear everything on the board. And then he has no units left, and he has no units to attach the last rights to. Right, that's like your only hope. But obviously, he drew into, I think it was a second smokescreen, so not happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also too a mix between like maybe he just knows he's not running unchecked power, so just hoping to hit something else.
Yep,
But
that's true.
yeah, that's just a rough. That is a rough game.
Yep.
I mean, hey, it's sort of quick for the most part. I mean, now you wrote down literally your opponent's deck, so you know exactly what's getting sideboarded out. You literally know what's
every
sideboarded.
card. So, I think actually, you know what? Let's pick your brain. What do you think you would expect in the Kaisa side deck here for Aurora?
I imagine check power at this point has to be in there,
Okay.
especially with like it's not unheard of, especially now with the way
Mhm.
Draven's working. Like it's not unheard of. I imagine we have gear hate, some form of gear
Mhm.
hate is going to be in there. That's going to be in there no matter what. We don't run Orns. We don't run like I don't know if Forerunners in the deck. Like the only new card we've seen is the Plundering Boro. There hasn't been a
Mhm.
single other new card played in Omega's list. So I have no idea if he owns enough Spirit Forge or put more Spirit Forge in there, or just running this same list and just swapped out your 2-drop.
Mhm.
What else could we be running? I guess we wouldn't bring it in, but Wages of Pain could be in the list, but probably not burning for this.
Yep.
So then what else? I'm trying to think what else is in blue. I mean, we could just have double gear hate for all I know.
Mhm.
Do you maybe another Darius? I don't think you bring in. There's an argument to be made if you bring in time warps if you're not using them. I think.
I mean, I think you definitely you need to, but it's not because the card is insane, though it is good in the Aurora matchup. The reason you need to bring in so much from your sideboard, and this is my experience as someone who plays Kaisa, is because you have so many cards that are just straight dead in the Aurora matchup.
Hex
Like
Ray
your like your Hextech Rays are dead. Your Void Seekers, if you're playing them, are generally dead. Your I personally was playing some other stuff that like what was I setting out? Yeah, I was playing double Void Seeker, so I had at least 5 cards to side out. A lot of times the Falling Star doesn't feel good. Like I was siding out at least a couple of those because like Falling Star into a Dead
that's
Bloom feels
secondary
awful.
singularity,
Yeah.
I guess.
Singularity isn't gonna feel super great because unless you're comboing it with like a Stupefy, right? Because everything is out of the range of just Singularity.
Yep.
I mean,
there's no
range.
smoke screens in the main because if
Mhm.
that was in the side, I would have taken out. And then
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I really hope that Zero does have some text for this because game 1 looks really, really good. Really good for the MF Aurora. And it looks very similar to how MF Aurora versus Kaisa looks right now when MF Aurora does play on curve, which is quite brutal. Whenever you see the mobilized Catalyst Aurora, you just want to cry.
Yeah.
I can
So this got posted, by the way.
Mhm.
We do have the numbers and percentages
Mhm.
for the decks. Has been posted.
Ooh.
The question is, what do you think is the next 3? We saw Draven, Irelia, Kaisa as the top
Yep.
3.
Okay.
What do you think's the next 3?
I think Ezreal. It's probably. I won't look up. Plus, it's pulling it up, but I'm not gonna look. It is. I'm gonna say Ezreal and Fiora. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Ezreal,
make his
Fiora,
prediction.
and what would I guess for the last one? Ezreal, Fiora. What would I guess for the last one? I don't know. Ezreal, Fiora, and something. Let's just say Annie. Sure.
Okay. I guess we could go in that order.
Yes.
Okay.
That
Yeah,
would
we'll
be
see if
my
you're right
guess,
at the end of
but,
this round.
I think yes. Ooh, there's a Rocket Barrage. That card's good into Aurora.
Yeah, like you said, that's why I figured like some form of secondary gear hate if it's not in the main
Mhm.
already, which I think Rocket Barrage can arguably deserve a main slot. Like it's either a
Oh,
deal for or a kill
oh,
gear isn't bad.
he whipped a 2-drop again.
There's the
Yum.
Forerunner, but again, we have no 2-drop.
Yep. So this is something that the current Kaiza lists are. It is a thing. Like I've seen the list that we're testing are playing like Sentry, Bilgewater Poro, and like Ravenbloom. So, ooh, okay. He rips the Yordle. Thank goodness. On the Obelisk.
Yeah.
All right. That could have been really bad.
I mean, but Aurora with the good opener though, with
Wow.
just straight Catalyst for their
Oh
turn
my
1 is
gosh.
pure value.
Yeah,
We have all the
is
gear hate.
really
We
brutal.
do have all the gear hate.
This is true. So what's cool about this is because we have 2 gear hate cards, that means that a single Mind Splitter is not getting rid of our both of them. But because MF is on even runes, you can go Sabotage Aurora, in which case you would get rid of both of them. If it hits a Mind Splitter, right? I will say something that some of the better MF players, and I say better with like it's half of a joke because I mean, you know how I feel about Aurora, but you can, if you are worried about post side gear hate, is just raw play a Mind Splitter on your Aurora turn instead of actually playing Aurora. You can go like Sabotage Mind Splitter and then play Aurora on the subsequent turn because then you know exactly what you're playing into, and if your opponent has 3 gear hate cards in hand, you can just scoop it up. But if they have 2, you get rid of both of them, right? And your Aurora is going to stick. So
Hey, there it is. No, at least not. It's not the Aurora turn,
Yep.
but is this a raw dogged mind splitter? Perfect mana runes. So imagine one of these
Yep.
gear hate cards is going to go and get taken out. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did we? What did we go up to? We're in 4, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we do have one more. So it's going to be mind splitter and the sabotage.
It would be crazy if I called it. We'll see.
Look at Omega's face.
take into
Oh, that feels so
yeah. This is my expression when at Houston, I was playing mid-range Yi. I'm 3-0 in the day one side event or the Friday side event. All I need to do is win one more match, and then I get a box of prizing. Right? I don't know if you went, but yeah, it was like a bunch of 5-1 and then 6-0. And I play against MF, and they go game one. They go mobilize Sabbath. It was mobilize Catalyst Aurora, and I'm like, dang, that was rough. All right, they won't get the game two. Game two, mobilize Catalyst Aurora. I'm like, no. Anyways, but feels pretty bad. The Rocket Barrage does get hit. We will have to see. They are on 5, 6. So on 6 runes, which means that an Aurora is not coming down on the next turn. That is something you do like to see. And Omega Zero is on 4 points. So this is the curve that you do want to see for Kaisa, in that you are on even points on your third turn. So you can pull back here if you do choose to. Just go double pull back and then go for a double conquer the 6. I don't hate that, but a lot of units in hand. What would be pretty rough here is actually, no, I actually do like where he's at, because if the MF is playing the Mind Splitter on 8, going down the 6, which means you aren't seeing Aurora for 2 more turns, so you can win the game before Aurora actually drops.
Yeah. I don't hate the Lection Girl, the draw card. Angels, we
Oh,
get
wow.
Hextech raised in.
It could just be not having better cards, right? Like, there's only so many cards you can side.
Yeah. Hopeful. Are we going to double pull back? Yeah. Because at least we could try and get Kaisa Conquer Trigger next turn as well.
Yep. No reason not to. It means that Dead Bloom, like hard playing a Dead Bloom, isn't gonna take out a battlefield, right? Like, you can back up a battlefield with it, but you can't just play it and clear some units. So not a lot of value there. And he kind of is forced to actually interact with the battlefields here. This is why this MF Aurora deck is so stinky. Is like, the deck is so high rolly, and there's not a lot of agency happening here.
No. Like, I wish we could see MF's hand. They play it so close to their chest, the camera can't literally see the cards.
Yeah.
Like, I think we just top deck a Catalyst, which is whatever, but it looks like
Challenge,
that's
probably.
Challenge? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, we're 1 rune short from being able to smoke screen.
Yep. Unfortunate. But there are a fair number of cards you do. Okay, so no, we actually are on Aurora next turn. So you can go up to 6, and then the Aurora turn does hit. I mean, this is a little bit spooky. There are runes up for punch first. I mean, ideally, you don't want to actually have to combat kill this Mind Splitter, because we do know our opponent is on triple punch first, 2 runes up. As I say that, do we care? Because if our opponent punch first, then they can't go Aurora next turn. So maybe
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
they're on
7,
8, right?
8, 9, 10.
Oh,
So
never
no,
mind.
they're on the 8.
You're
Yes, they'll go, no problem. I mean, we do have a
Okay.
Gust in hand. I think there was a Called Shot in hand, and I didn't see what the other card was. Gust can at least help deal with one of these attackers into the battlefield, but I guess how much does that matter? You see in your opponent's hand, you know they have a smoke screen at least, and a Darius and Forerunners. Like, I don't know how much you care about Gusting one of these low drop units at this point. I think Gust is almost just a dead card at this point.
You do kind of have the double conquer here. Like, you need to go the 6. Does have a little bit of cycle. I mean, there's a lot of spells in hand. It's probably do you just push up on the 1, go for double conquer, play Forerunner on 1? I don't hate. as that's going to kind of guarantee that you still are going to have some units for the next turn. This is not bad either. Ooh, there's a time warp.
Time warp.
Okay. Is he at? How
1,
many
2,
runes is he
3,
at?
4, 5, 6, 7,
Mm.
8.
Okay. So this
For-
does open the possibility of potentially next turn time warping for game, right?
Sorry, we have 9. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have 9 total, 8 up.
Yeah.
But because there was a good line, I was thinking of like, can you just Hextech Ray suicide this Yordle into the Mind Splitter at that point with a Hextech Ray? Because I mean, I don't think there's any other field you're getting value out of it outside of hitting Mind Splitters.
Well, you don't want to deramp here, right? Because
Oh, you don't have to, Kaisa. Kaisa,
you are correct. You're correct. He hasn't used it yet. I don't know why I thought he had used Smokescreen or something, but that's a good call out. So, what is the punish here? What's the punish? Punch first, I guess.
Yeah, literally just punch first.
Does this beat punch first? This is 9. This does not beat punch first. So what are we playing around?
I don't know. I think just to try and get a conquer or maybe a fight or flight or something. Thinking because I think we did see fight or flights. Did we not?
Well, you do still lose the fight or flight, right? Because you just fight or flight the Darius.
I don't know what we're playing around actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm sure there's something that I'm not seeing, but
well, I guess technically no. Technically, you are playing around punch rush because if it does punch rush, you can still use that hex deck, right? To bring it to deal 3 damage to it. So you're still playing around it because it'll be 12 into 11. I mean, well,
12 into 11. Okay, yeah, it does guarantee clear it. You're correct. Okay, I mean this is like really good spot then, is because now he goes up to 6, right? So you go up to 6, and even if he has Dead Bloom, like if he goes Dead Bloom clear 1, then you have Time Warp because he didn't rip it. The punish is like Sabotage plus, but even then, like I'm pretty sure he'll be able to conquer through the, because you have to tap out the go Aurora Dead Bloom, or sorry, Aurora Sabotage, and in that case you should be winning with the smoke screen in hand. So yeah, really good spot here for Zero. I think Zero's going to take this one.
Yeah, really well drawn. Like I said, just goes back to MF being high rolly though. Like MF really just didn't hit much. Like you have a dead card in your hand right now with Gust. Call Shot's not dead per se. Let you filter, but like you haven't hit Aurora and you didn't hit it when you needed it. And you only hit 1 ramp card. Like this is probably the most perfect game. You opened up in Catalyst and then hit nothing. Like that feels bad. Like you had the Mind Splitter, but
okay, so maybe going for a MF push up. Oh, it did not accelerate it. I was gonna say it's maybe like accelerate MF onto Yordle, and then you could challenge the. No, that doesn't work either.
That's his game though, no, because he didn't accelerate.
I mean, I can't imagine he'd do this if he didn't have a way. Yeah.
So he does have a Ride the Wind available to him. Sabotage. Okay.
Ooh.
Sabotage gets us back into this as long as he plays it.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the Aurora, but I don't know if there's ever a point you can. I guess it's like you clear everything now. Did he take the Mobilize?
No, he took Aurora, I think.
Okay.
So there's the sabotage. So I imagine you're going to take the Time Warp. Like I don't think like as much as you want to take the Gear Hate, I don't think you can afford to not take Time Warp.
So I think there's a decision here too, is he has runes up. So you have to put yourself in a spot. Yeah, I was going to say the smoke screen might be enough to like, I wonder if you're supposed to chain the smoke screen to that.
Yeah, I thought Hopeful was honestly in base, but he is not. That's why I was confused. Okay. We have no way to accelerate into that empty base after to go up to 8.
Because now, like, we could potentially just get punch first and everything's cleared. Is everything cleared? So it's at 11. MF is at 5. So punch first goes. That doesn't clear. So we still need something.
No, we're clear.
Right?
What's that 11? Because it's 9. Because he doesn't have double spells to get Darius up to 7.
You're right. You're right. Because we didn't chain the smoke screen.
Yeah.
I think we were supposed to chain the smoke screen.
Yeah, you can get double clear here because you can at least. I mean, are you almost just forced to rip the trigger on the hex deck right now just to get the trade early, and then say to your opponent, if you have something, you have something?
I want to say yes, but I mean, his opponent knows his hand, so there's like no tricks here. It's like if he messes up, this is very man, this is rough. I really think that not chaining that smoke screen is pretty rough here.
Oh,
Okay. Or this, yeah. I mean that works too. Just clear everything if you want to. I feel like you're not recycling everything, right? Like
the problem is you should have floated 2 runes, but you didn't.
just
Oh, he
doing
did.
2.
Okay. 2, 4, 5. Yeah, he's just doing 5.
Okay.
Is that
okay? So
right?
this does make the game into like this gives Kaisa like 3 turns to redevelop, right?
Which we know you have double first Forerunner. That's a freaking falling star.
I think it's just like
Oh.
what are we at? So 10 runes. So it's like Falling Star, clear, MF, play Forerunner, pass probably.
Yeah,
Oh,
he just scooped at that point. He's just like, yeah.
Reasonable. That was like a pretty good line from MF too. But I guess having to use the bullet time instead of like a punch first does kind of make it into a losing scenario, unfortunately.
Mm.
But that,
It does, sadly. That's just brutal.
yeah, it was well played though. That was well played.
Yeah, very well played. A lot closer than we thought early on. But it's just one of those things though where, like I said, didn't have punch first, which didn't have Aurora enough early enough. He just had a mind split. Didn't hit that other sabotage till way too late, and then he just like everything that went wrong that could go wrong for MF, and Kaisa just like went okay. Like Kaisa's hand wasn't nutty. Like he had double gear heat, which is great, but it wasn't like a broken insta curve hand. So, but hey, sometimes this is how it is. Sometimes you just draw better than your opponent, and that's just how you win the game.
Yep, that's absolutely true. That is part of the game, and that is part of the skill of the game, right? Is being able to play with these somewhat subpar hands. I'm not going to say super awful, but definitely somewhat subpar. And you could kind of see blood in the water when he played the Mind Splitter in that way, right? That he could not play the Aurora on the next turn, right? That's where it's like, okay, you're not playing Mind Splitter to protect your Aurora. You're playing Mind Splitter because you don't have Aurora. Which is not like a good feeling. But Kaisa, yeah, was able to squeak out the victory there. It did get a little bit spooky at the end. Now is the last game. So do you have any insight? Because like I said, I have not spent a lot of time with Aurora in set 2. What could the third Aurora battlefield be? What is the new one?
Argument for the new one that you can't score for the first 3 turns? Is the argument for that? There could also be an argument because was the Obelisk of Runes MFs or Kaisa's?
That was Kaisa. Obelisk was MF's, and then Kaisa was playing. I want to say the one. The name's slipping my tongue right now, but the one that ramps one when you hold, I think. Was it that?
Yeah, the I forget the name too. It's very hardly played, but yeah. So
Start
to peak. Thank you, producer. Could be that, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess it could play the third turn one, but you've seen Kaisa not really play a lot of early units anyway, so that turn 3 one doesn't really make sense at that point.
I think you probably still play it though. You're right in that it's probably only stopping like 1 point, right? It's just acting as if it's Aspirant's Peak, because and giving you like 1 extra turn. Because you go play 2 drop. Let's say you're Kaisa, you go second, you play 2 drop. MF is now on 4 runes. Then you go conquer with 2 drop. MF is on 6 runes, and then you can accelerate Kaisa, but you can't, right? So MF is at 1. By the time you are at 8 points, MF can only have 2 points. It does like put the Kaisa player 1 turn behind. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the battlefield
Is
here.
there an
But
argument for Treasure Hoard?
ooh, okay. This is the same battlefield that they were playing in set 1. So nothing new here. Sigil of the Storm. So instead of opting to draw the game out, just opting to hurt your opponent. But this is interesting. Kaisa is on Obelisk.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Like, wasn't Kaisa usually on Reaver's Road, Dreaming Tree, and something else?
Yeah. I mean, Kaisa battlefields were actually pretty varied in set 1, which is really cool. I personally was a big Dreaming Tree enjoyer, even though it did kind of get phased out for a bit. There was the period of time when Hold Kaisa was big, and people were playing like Grove, and it was like Grove, Star Tip Peak. Then there was the period where people were even playing the Zon just to cycle more cards, and then Candlelit got popular. So Kaisa has played almost every battlefield, not gonna lie, which is a very cool thing to see.
Is there an argument you could just run Hall of Legends? I guess it depends on what you think about facing, because like being able to untap Kaisa doesn't seem horrible, but like I guess other opponents can use it too. But I don't know how much others really care as much outside like maybe Sivir.
Ooh, this is a really good opener here for the MF. Mobilize plus stack deck, seeing the perfect amount of cards, and we say both of the gear in the hand. Double called shot. Did not see what the third card is.
Yeah,
so no Aurora. No Aurora.
No Aurora and no extra ramp off the top. Like that's just brutal. How do we get 4? Man,
see what's
they have
taken?
3. No, I think the gear, because at this point you're just going to play it to channel it and draw a card. So the pack,
the treasure gear, right? I don't remember the name.
Culture, yeah, it looks like it is taken. Treasure Hoard or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like exactly what was taken.
Okay, so opting to play out double unit. This is better than Kaisa, as you do get a double conquer on your next turn. That being said, it's going to suck to have to recycle a rune, but for 2 points, that is a trade I will take. So, yep, it looks like opting to... That's not a good sign.
Nope, not at all. Just get back that rune I spent. Please don't get generated rune. Thank you. And I think we got a toot. We got the toots. We got the trumpets.
There's a mobilize. All right. I mean, ramp is not bad, but you do need cards to play with the ramp, which I will say, if you do ramp, that means you will have free runes to use for called shot.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I play 2 cards to draw a card and channel 1 rune. So not horrible.
Yeah.
I am surprised that Kai's still running Watchful Sentry. Like, this is the first time we've seen it in 3 games. Like, I honestly thought it was cut from the list with how little we've seen it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the card, to be honest, even now. You could say that it is not the best in a meta where people are playing Draven, right? Because you don't want to play units that just die in combat. I still like it just because it is one of the less bad options for your 2-drop lineup. And now does end up pushing, so has to put back a rune. But on the 2 points, playing the Kaisa in base, not a bad spot. So there's an interesting decision here for the Aurora player, is when you do hit the Aurora turn, let's say you've not found the Aurora yet, do you just play double called shot, putting back 4 runes and say, I'm hitting Aurora off the top 8 cards? Because you can just float the runes, right?
Yeah, I guess it varies. It's like, how much do you fear gear hate, I guess, in your opponent's hand? Is just like, how much do you need to take that gamble? Because like, you do all that, you go down. No, what do we have rune count right now? 1, 2,
we're doing
3, 4, 5,
it's
6,
9.
7, 8, 9. Okay, we do have just flat 9.
This is the turn.
What was the bane? Because we do have like hard bargain in hand, but I guess we took the gust over challenge. Interesting. And then what's the next?
Aurora, is it here? No Aurora. He's got one more.
Ride the wind. No, that is the second one.
No, that was the first called shot. He repeated it, right?
Oh, get you. Yeah.
So I think if you're doing this, you just do the second one. I think you just send it, right?
Oh, we have stack deck. I guess stack
Oh,
deck's a little
okay.
bit better.
Okay,
We're
so we're
still, oh
opting
my
to
god,
play
we're still not hitting it.
it. This is the pain of Aurora. I think I'm taking the Dead Bloom just so I have a play
Yeah.
if I do whip Aurora for next turn.
Yeah, I think you have to. Like, I wouldn't take the sabotage at this point because that really shows you don't have Aurora, especially when we get into it for your next turn. 3, 4, 7, 8, because we technically have one floating. Recycle 2, Dead Bloom going over to take out the Poro.
Yep.
It's fine.
I mean, Dead Bloom is a good
Problem
card.
is, like, Smokescreen just, like, gets us through this.
I will say I'm not super unhappy, even though this looks bad for MF. I'm
I
not
called it.
insanely unhappy. Ooh, nice. Let's go. That's pretty nice. What, and you
Okay.
even have the gold, so you don't have to pay the deflect if you want.
Got it.
You
Oh, we're just
probably do though, right? Because you're gonna go like Smokescreen and the
why are we not? Hold on. Why did we defy it instead of just smoke screening it to just crash into it with the Noxious Hopeful to get the Conquer with Kaisa the draw card?
I think the reason is he's trying to ramp up to 10 runes, right? So you can play so he doesn't want to pay any deflects if he doesn't have to.
But he wouldn't have to. He pays deflect with Kaisa with the gold, and then Kaisa pays for his smoke screen ability.
I don't
Because
know.
look, we're just using it anyway.
Yep.
We literally lost the
right.
run to go this route.
Yep, you are correct. Well, this says, okay, so it is slightly different because now you don't lose a unit, right? That is like the difference. So
Fair,
now
fair.
he does get the Kaisa Conquer and he does not have to use the unit, so it does get the draw. Or does not lose a unit. And we still are on even runes. So Time Warp is still available in two turns, right? As long as you don't pay any deflects.
Yeah, that's completely fair. What is our hand? Hopeful. We have what's the 4-drop? Oh, that's
I
that's
see a
Barrage.
Yordle, a Time Warp, a Barrage, and a Hopeful. So I'm probably playing Yordle here to draw.
Yeah, you got to back up this Kaisa if you don't want to lose this battlefield after, because like he's reading, there is the accelerate on MF. You have nothing that can deal with it right now. So the argument could be you play Yordle to one battlefield, move Hopeful to the other, just so you get some trade value.
Because what MF goes to 7 runes. So 7 runes is enough for accelerated MF, but
Yeah.
7 runes is also enough for Mind Splitter. But I think if he plays Mind Splitter, he loses on the spot. So I guess your only worry is accelerated MF because, this is interesting actually.
I guess the only thing you're worried about is accelerated MF with a punch first. I mean, if you get the last right, which I think he took, could also be a thing to then get over some of these unit mites.
Draws a card he cannot use because, again, we are trying to stay on even runes. Surprised he played it to the battlefield, but hey, I mean, I guess it's to
fearing that trade.
Yeah, we do. I believe there is a gust in the MF hand, but
yeah, we did take it. We took that over. What did we take that over? That was off our first call shot. What did we take? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we will see. I really think that he should have just full sent it with the second called shot on the Aurora turn. Because now things are looking pretty grim, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I guess also de-ramping 6 runes is brutal.
Okay, this should be game. Because now you just rip a card, but it doesn't matter because Kaisa goes to 6, retreats everything, and it probably is, I guess technically, it's like possible because you could just play like another Mind Splitter and then try and hold a point, but that doesn't feel real. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But
I guess you're ripping top possible time warp. Oh, really? I guess they're turn off, but
he rips Hex Tech, so you can't just like
yeah.
trade with the dude on the next turn. But I think Kaisa just forward retreats here.
Yeah, like I'm fine full retreating and then just like time warping the following turn if I need to. Like dig.
Yeah.
Freaking rips the Void Seeker.
Mm.
I mean, I guess you just rip what you need. You can't lose if you always just
Actually,
top deck a good answer.
do you even full retreat? Let me think. So you could just say you need to take both battlefields because Dead Balloon doesn't take one. You might not even full retreat here. Oh,
Yeah.
is he just repeating the rocket barrage to kill? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that should be GG's then, because it should be pretty impossible unless you go unless
hate
he has a bullet time the full clear, but yeah, that doesn't even work. So yep, that should be GG's. That was a nice play. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I forgot
usually,
Rocket Barrage had enough. I forgot I had repeat, honestly.
yeah. I forgot you can actually like kill units with it. I've only ever seen it used to kill gear.
Because a four and a blue cost deal 4 feels bad. When you have
Yeah.
Void Seeker, that's 3 and a red and draws you a card.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because the repeat's also 4 and a blue. It's just like, oh.
I like that he kept the sentry there. He's like, I value that rune a lot. I will not put a rune back on the turn I win the game. All right. So
Yeah, you're forcing your opponent MF Accelerate, I guess. You're forcing it to go in there and recycle another rune.
I mean, you have to at this point.
Move, float a rune because you have to recycle rune, so pay it. Or do that either way.
Yep, so I guess he's playing for... So Kaisa, the Time Warp is dead now. I guess he's playing for... Maybe he has a punch first in hand? I guess you could go like challenge on the... Nope, challenge on the Kaisa doesn't do anything because there's also a hopeful.
Well, it gets around the double conquer if you take out the Kaisa. But not gonna matter. There's a smokescreen Void Seeker, I guess. Do you just...
Yep. Does he gust this? I guess that's the question is, do you gust it?
We have the Sabotage in hand too? Like, what are we bluffing?
I don't know. It's like punch first, right? Like that's all I can think of. But the Kaisa beats punch first pretty cleanly, so
yeah. Like, especially because punch first isn't action speed, so you just Void Seeker in response to your Void Seeker holding reaction speed to it to give -4.
Yep.
And then punch first can't be a thing.
No, you could even just do it outside of combat, right? Like generally.
Right,
okay,
so
choosing. So this is cool because this does like bluff a punch first because it does restand 1.
Oh, you've got to move for the first time of the turn to restand rune.
Yep. And it looks like he does scoop it up. That that was like textbook MF Aurora where you hit on all cylinders game 1 and then you just whiff games 2 and 3 and you're just like, my deck, I wish I was playing something else.
Yeah, I mean, that's also really well played by Omega. I mean, just think, for how slow they had to write down notes, this game still finished before going to OT. And we watched Draven go to OT like every freaking game.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I was pretty impressed. He played it very cleanly. He played it pretty cleanly. I liked the list. I mean, the Rocket Barrage, the clear unit, very cool. Not something I saw at first. I also liked what you said during... I think it was after game 1 where that was just a set 1 Kaisa list with like 2 new cards. Like we saw the Rocket Barrage and we saw the Plundering Poro, and was there anything else?
No, we saw Forerunner after.
Okay, true. Okay.
So 3.
I think people are kind of going back a bit to the set 1, just like the one from last week, that one Dalian. That was pretty close to like a set 1 list. But those little additions did make a bit of a difference, as we saw the Rocket Barrage take down the Mind Splitter being repeated. We all didn't see that coming, so well played. Leave it up to Omega Zero to see that out. And as you guys said, when you don't hit Aurora, the deck just doesn't feel as powerful. On the other hand, when you hit it picture perfect, mobilize, catalyst into Aurora, it's almost an instant GG. But I'm actually impressed. Where did, because he called shot 2 times, he stacked deck another time, he drew a couple of times. Were all the Auroras at the bottom? Because he looked through so many cards. There's only 40 cards, to not see 3 of them is kind of crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you cut your opponent's deck.
Right.
He did actually only use one of the called shots, which is why I was like, I feel like you got to full committed at that point. Just like use both of them. Like you need to find it at that turn or the game is looking rough. But chose to not do it, and Zero was able to take advantage of it.
He did, in hindsight. He had the thermal beam, right? So I think his only reasonable out there, if he did somehow dig a little deeper with that extra called shot, hit the dazzling, and then the dazzling hit a mind splitter to take away the thermal beam, because Omega was ready, right? He had the thermal beam ready. It's just a matter of fact, which is kind of 50-50, right? You either hit the Dead Bloom or the mind splitter. But good game. I'm actually surprised that we see Omega Zero. Will he be the first ever in Riftbound history to be a national champion and a regional champion? That would be crazy. He's looking pretty good now that he's moved up, I think, undefeated. So 2-0 so far.
Someone in chat said that he only had 2 chaos runes, or at least 3 chaos runes. So that'd be a good catch if that was the case. I was not paying attention to the rune colors, not gonna lie.
No.
But I would believe it. That'd be a good catch.
That's probably what it was. Thank you, Fast 3D. And Rabbit NA, before I let you guys go, because we committed to just the first 2 rounds, let's talk over real quick just the day 1 meta share, and then we could do our sign outs, because that pretty much almost went to OT. But let me pull it up in chat. Let us know what you guys think for the day 1 day distribution. What did everyone come out here playing? Let me load it up for everyone. Why does it say I can't load it? That's so weird. Okay, I got it.
Got it? Good.
There's deck 1, and then let's pull up day 2, or not day 2, the other half. I still don't get how Riot hasn't figured out how to simply, put everything in one graphic. But fair enough. We'll do it the hard way.
Oh, so I had one of them. Dude, I totally forgot about Victor. Yeah, that was kind of a gimme, wasn't it?
Yeah, Victor's the gimme. But Lucian being 6 is like higher than I expected. Like Rat Ezreal that took 2nd is down to 12.
That's the one that was the biggest surprise to me. I can't believe no one is putting respect on Ezreal, because so much of the West is talking about how they feel super strongly that is a favorable matchup against Draven. Maybe the only thing I could think about is Aurelia holds it back a bit. I feel like we talked about it before. There's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors going on with those 3 legends. Maybe they just don't know exactly the best Ezreal build, because everyone's just hard stuck Pit Crew. Pit Crew's the best over there. That's what they know. No one has tried any other Ezreal besides that in the Chinese meta. So it could be something like that. But that one and Victor and Lucian are the biggest ones that is like, okay, what's going on in this regional?
Yeah, like Lucian's one they just didn't expect at all. Like Azir is normal. Rek'Sai got a bump up, I think, from last week. Like everything else has been the same. Like Ezreal went down, Rek'Sai went up. But everything else is stagnant, I think.
I think Ori as well, coming in at 13 Aries. I don't believe there was that many Aries in the past. I think there was like 6. Maybe like 8 or so Ari. I tried real hard to avoid 6, 7 there. But I think it was right around there, that many Aries. But let's take a look at the second half, and let's see who is the least. Who was represented the least, and what is the easiest way of getting a medal card in today's regional? In Nanjing. Okay, instead of 16 Garens, we have 5 Garens. So they fell off a little bit.
Yeah.
Only 5 Garens is crazy. Who wants to be the best Garen? I'm sure those Garen metal cards are worth a lot.
Hey man, that Lee Sin is still at 2 though. You have some dedicated Lee Sin players
I
Yeah.
every
guess.
week.
Lee Sin also came in as last place representative. I guess it's kind of confirmed by just meta share, by just the data that most people have the least faith in Lee Sin in Spirit Forge so far. Because at least back-to-back regionals, only 2 players decided to bring in Lee Sin. And we see the same thing here. And so Lee Sin, Darius, MF, and Garen kind of rounding out those bottom 4. And the other ones are pretty similar. It's a shame to see the likes of Annie. Only 8 players believing in Annie. It was the bit of the princess of the meta, if you will, early on. Not early on, kind of towards the end of Origins meta. And then another big, not behemoth, but he was definitely up there in the tier 1 mix was Set. So Set and Annie, just from set 1, seem to take a bit of a step down in set 2, it feels like. Probably because their colors got really nice replacements. You have Annie going up in an upgraded version and Draven. And then Set, it's tricky to call Fiora an upgrade to Set because they do so different things. But it's just kind of what's been playing out recently. Fiora just seems to be a tad bit more consistent getting those runes up. And I guess the baited hook version, we'll see. I feel like the other version's better, but China's telling us the baited hook version is better. But nothing that truly stands out too much. Let us know if chat sees anything.
Yeah, yep, definitely interesting. I would not have expected to see some of these so low. Like Aurora MF is still a deck that can compete. Obviously, there is a lot of gear removal, but like we saw, game 1, I mean, the deck, when it goes, it goes. So 5 players seems quite low to me. I mean, same with Darius. I think Darius is better than 4 players.
Right.
So I will be very interested in seeing what these representations look like when we get our regionals, because I feel like over here, people like metal cards a lot. So I think that these numbers are going to be way higher for the bottom half. People are going to be hounding for the metal cards. So I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
there's more
especially more
players.
though, like Sivir somehow only had 11, even though it just took 4th place. To be fair, probably could have been in the finals if it wasn't for that judge ruling situation that happened. Like, I guess China really just hates the miracle lists. Like, I'm really surprised Sivir's so low.
Yeah, and taking a look, I pulled up the one from last week. So Draven continues on the downtrend. It went from somewhere like 28 to 30% on the very first Fuzhou regional, and now Nanjing 22%. Just last week, it was 129 Draven. It's 113. So some of that top ended up shifting towards Aurelia because Aurelia was at 51 last week. A little bit more Aurelia fans today at 59. And I think the big one that super skyrocketed from the win last week was Kaiser, right? She was just ran at 40. Yes, I say yesterday, but last week she was running at 40 decks, and then today 15, so 13 up on Kaiser. And Omega Zero is one of those Kaisers. I'm willing to bet he's gonna make it into that day 2. What about you guys, Raven and A? You think he's gonna at least day 2?
I hope so.
I hope so. It's always the case. Like, I think he's good. I think the list is good. It's always just pairing RNG. It's
Right.
like always the downside, and that could happen. Like, I don't know if there's a I don't know like how Irelia is in the Kai'Sa. I have to test that more. Like, I don't know if there's something better with that list because you just sit on battlefields with way bigger. Like, as like you're sort of gear dependent like Ezreal, but not as much because you have more reaction to buff your units. So I don't know if it's just like losing those matchups or what's like keeping Kai'Sa down.
And why I'm trying to get it to split, but it doesn't. But NA and Rav, we appreciate you guys coming on the stream. Not too bad. Day ones are never too bad in terms of the super length ones. NA will be back tomorrow, and hopefully we don't jinx anything on those breaks tomorrow, NA, because those breaks can get a little bit crazy if you guys know anything about day 2s. But hopefully it's going to be exciting nonetheless. If the Draven train keeps slowing down, maybe we have even a more exciting top cut than we did the previous regional. But for now, I'll let you guys close things out. Any little shout outs, plugs, anything you guys want to let us know. I do have nice little commands for both of you guys. As you guys talk, I'll type it there.
All right, Anna, you go first.
Sure, sure. So I'm gonna give my same spiel. If you've heard it before, awesome. You can follow me on Twitter _NA45 _. I love casting Riftbound, so if you have any questions or anything about it, feel free to tag me there. I run a Riftbound podcast with my good friend Aaron McInnes, and we make podcasts oriented towards competitive Riftbound, talk about the competitive scene, riot rule changes, etc. Again, focused on more competitive play, more than casual stuff. So if you're interested in that, there should be a link on either my Twitter or I think it might even be, yeah, okay, so it is on the command. So go check that out. So, yep, that is me. So kicking it over to the Rav.
Yeah, so those who also heard me say, my name is Rav, otherwise known as Warvin. Check it out. My Twitter handle is getting linked below. And everywhere else, you can find me on YouTube. I just dropped the TCG at the end. You can find me on YouTube. I do mostly competitive gameplay, POV stuff. I try to record my POV in matches and talk over my lines and thought process to try and help people learn, almost like pseudo coaching. So feel free to check that out. I've been bad lately because I've been too busy trying to figure out what I'm playing in Spiritforge. Really trying to figure it out. But yeah, check that out. Good luck to everyone casting the rest of the night. Good luck to casting tomorrow, NA. I pray you don't have a 2-hour break after round 1.
Right.
I pray.
Hopefully.
So,
We'll
wish you
both
guys the
pray.
best.
But guys, big old love to these guys helping us out for the first 2 rounds. I put all the links they talked about in the chat, both on YouTube and on Twitch if you guys want to support them. Their Twitter's there, their YouTube's there. I think NA, don't you drop new episodes on Sundays, or when do you usually drop for the podcast?
Yes, usually on Sundays.
Okay, so coming up soon, guys. That's literally,
Yes.
I mean, I guess is almost Saturday, or we're gonna be in Saturday, but yeah, in
Yeah.
about 1 or 2 days for sure. Rav, best
Yep.
of luck on those pre-release events you told us that you're joining, as well as anyone in chat, guys. Best of luck this week, and I know a lot of people getting hyped about Spiritforged coming out in just under a week. So good luck to you both as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you all later.
See you, Nate. See you, Rav. All right, chat. It's just gonna be me for a little bit. I didn't want to ask one of these guys to join in for one more round because they're gonna be back tomorrow, and 2 rounds was already enough. So just stick it out with me for 1 round, and then we'll have full casting crew for the remaining 4 rounds. So 2 rounds was Rav and NA. Round 3, because it's a weird time for US and EU. I couldn't lock in a caster, so we'll do like a pseudo cast. I'll talk to you guys. I'll be casting. You know, we've done it before. If you guys remember in the Fuzhou Regional, where our co-commentator Leroy, if you guys remember, I should make it a command so you guys can see the clip. He ended up knocking out because he stayed up for 24 plus hours. So I had to do round 7 by myself. I like a little one-on-one action. Yeah, guys, feel free to use this opportunity to ask some questions. We could talk about what we expect for the Spiritforged. 2 Lee Sin, and it's still possible. None still possible to what? Day 2? I don't know if Lee Sin's going to be able to day 2. But I don't want to count anyone out. IG, it's 1 on 75. I believe in Lee. Okay, Umbry. I mean, there's some Lee Sin believers for sure. Is he going to be putting up some results? I don't know. Have you seen? Oh, and by the way, I completely forgot because Turn 'em Sideways was in the middle of a round. I know they're probably not hanging out because they're doing their own co-stream, but big shout out, big old love to Turn 'em Sideways. They dropped in here for a little bit and dropped a 5 bomb on us, a 5 subber. So if you guys receive one of those subs, give a big old thank you to Turn 'em Sideways. They get you no ads for the stream because I know those can be a little bit annoying on Twitch. YouTube ads are skippable, but I mean, ads are ads. So shout out to Turn 'em Sideways for hooking us up. Have you seen people's crazy pools? Guys, send me your pools. We're just hanging out in chat. Send me some links to your pools. I want to see what you guys are doing. Actually, better yet, so that we don't have a bunch of links if you guys want to share them. If you guys are on our Discord, just put it under pools. That way I can just easily pull it up and we could all share. And yeah, Harku, I think it's kind of criminally underrated, or criminally whatever you want to say, that Ezreal is only at 12. Ezreal should be like up there. Like maybe Victor should be at 12 and Ezreal should be at 25. No? Guys, what happened to Victor? Because if I'm looking at it before, Victor was at 16 last week. he didn't really do that much crazy stuff last in Dalian, right? What did Victor do that he skyrocketed double the percent that he did last week? And none, I got a spinning axe. There we go. GG, that's awesome. And a blue orange. And a blue orange showcase. All right, that's the one taking the cake right now. Who got better pulls than no? Dude, I think he packs in the pre-riff or stat. Goob, you think so? You guys are getting me excited. I couldn't do any Friday, Saturday because I'm hosting the regional that you guys are watching now. But I am trying to join in on Monday. I'm trying to join in on Tuesday. I signed up for another one on Thursday, and then maybe there's a Friday, but I know for sure I signed up for 3, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. The only thing I don't love of what they were doing, let me know if you guys' pre-riff events are also doing this. They're letting people pre-buy the pre-riff, even though I signed up online. I'm signed up on the event locator, whatever. They're letting people buy it in advance so that if I go into the store, if I'm already signed up and they're sold out, I can't even get it. So I'm a little bit nervous that they're going to sell out like that. I'm hoping. And here, let me see if it's getting started here soon. Oh, no, not yet. Hot take, but Renata's better than Victor. Fire charge, that's a hot take. You know, we saw a glimmer of hope for Renata. Renata was looking really good. I just honestly think she's the most complicated legend to make work, chat. I think she's really complex. The Renata legend, when you hold, you get a score a point. With Nexus of Power to score another point. With Time Warp being extra cheap with your gold. I think she's just so big brain. And this is no disrespect to the Chinese players. I think the bigger brain players are just going on Draven to make sure they win or top cut. But it takes like the highest big brain player to get Renata to work. I think she's gonna make some kind of wave, just not anytime soon. How does the Kaiser control list do into Draven? Max Fisher, it has a good list. It has a good matchup because Singularity takes care of Draven. Falling Star, I mean, whenever you watch her into removal, it's just disgusting, right? Watch her into Piercing Light, watch her into Falling Star, it gets a little bit crazy. And Berg saying, someone had my pre-riff got Ari over number. Wait, Ari over number. Wait, the Ari over number? wait, guys, that one has to take the cake. Who said that? I think it was someone from YouTube. Someone sold it at the shop for 1,000. Whoo, that's a come up, guys. Imagine you're opening your $30 rift pack and you basically opened up $1,000. That is a come up. Good stuff, guys. Thank you. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's not legal. Stores shouldn't be selling the kits prior to their event. That's what I'm saying, Grim. That's how one store is doing it. So I'm trying to go to the store on Tuesday. Granted, they have like 50 rift kits or pre-rift kits, what they're called. Hopefully, there's not 50 people, but the demand is so high that maybe it is going to be a little tougher. Oh, and guys, Stream Elements reminding me, I put a little promo code for anyone that wants to support the community events we do here. We're selling playmats. I guess I could pull that up real quick. I don't have an actual picture, but they're going to be printed by Mattify. If you guys know Mattify on Twitter, they're the ones that made our invitational mats. Let me pull it up. What am I looking for? Is this thing, chat? You can find them on our website. Little subtle plug or whatever. Little subtle plug. We have a first edition mats, so I put a little like first edition on it. We won't ever print this exact printing ever again. And you can feel free to use Nanjing, guys. Since this is the Nanjing Regional, I got you guys for 10% off of these. They are shipping globally, but I had a couple messages telling me that it didn't take their address. So if anyone could double check, if anyone's international, let me know if you could put in your address for these. But we have them in blue and then we have them in black. So the foiling is not foil. It's going to just be printed flat. I wish we could make it foiling, but foiling is so manual that it would just be way too expensive to sell as just a single product. But we have them available for stitch and unstitched. So if you want to get the little extra premium, you can. If you want to lower the price a little bit, you might as well get the unstitched one. But yeah, 10% off. If a promo code Nanjing, so you just pick your little things here, and let me make sure it comes up. So we added it to cart. So view cart. I'm pretty sure promo code works. Nanjing. Yeah, 10% off. So it took off 3.5. So not a lot, but 10% adds up, huh? But yeah, go ahead and do that. What do we got here in chat? You conquer the Spirit Blossom. Aurora is low-key beautiful. Fire Charge, that might be the chase card for a lot of people. I signed up for 3 tonight and pulled the easy Prodigy hit. There we go. Or those 2 are probably the biggest chase cards. The Aurora for collectors, and then for competitive players is actually the easy, right? So there's to a guy going to Vegas funding my next box. I'm saying, or that's exactly what you want to do as a collector. If you're not going to be going to regionals, the prices are the hottest right now. So if you guys get some cards that you're not going to play, you saw what happened after regionals kind of died down. After Houston and all the big events kind of died down, White Flame Protectors went from like 65 down to 20, 30s. So eventually all those prices are going to come, no, I don't want to say crashing down, but definitely less than what they're worth now. So I would try to get rid of everything if you can that you're not playing. I'm one of those players that wants to keep everything just in case I want to play one of these decks. I go on tomorrow at noon. Nice, Beamer. That's going to be a lot of fun. What do you think about mid-range MF in the new meta? Or I think she's okay-ish. It just seems Silver's the better purple-orange deck, honestly. Just because a lot of things use power, especially like in this Rebuke meta. So she's able to use Rebuke better. She's able to use Mind Spitters better because of the power. The only thing MF really has going for her in a mid-range versus Sivir is you can be more aggressive because of the ganking. So if you need, if you're versing an Aurora, it's easy to get those points because of the ganking. But any other matchup, I think I'll rather have Sivir all day. So what about the mats? It says no shipping option to Colombia. Okay, Taku, thank you. Let me, if you guys are really interested in the match, shoot me a DM. And then I'll look at it after the stream, because someone told me that maybe I have a problem with the shipping. I'll do that after the stream, because I can't do that. Shipping fix. So I think it ships in the US, because a couple people already bought it in the US. But perhaps international, there's a problem. So sorry about that. I had a question about the playmats. If you look at the reply tweet and the picture of the mirror, what color are those? IDK, that's the black version. The picture has foiling though, IDK. Those aren't the exact ones that are being printed. That was our invitational mat that says champion. The pre-order ones are inspired by that champion one, but I couldn't write champion on everyone because, that was an exclusive reward to the champion. So I took the champion out, but that one specifically, the black one. Sure, I'm gonna look it up. I want a Chinese plug, like an actual wholesaler. Because, in the US, they don't let you open up account if you're an online retailer. Because I've done it in the past, guys. For Dragon Ball Super card game, when it first came out, there was a lot of more lax rules. It was super lenient on opening up wholesale accounts. I had a wholesale account for the Dragon Ball Super card game, and I was ordering cases, and I would get the best hits, and it was so much fun. I tried to do it for Runes and Rift, but the rules have gotten so strict, probably because of Pokemon scalpers, probably because of just scalpers in general, probably because it's just a new age, because I used to do this back in 2016, 17, around there. But man, if I could get a wholesale account, I would throw up. But I mean, I would go crazy with like a triple box giveaway. I was trying to do some box giveaways for the 14th to celebrate Spiritforged. I sent a couple emails out, but it was like a couple days ago, so I think I was a little late to the punch. So I had to convert it into a $1,000 tournament, which is still good. I just wish I wanted a $1,000 tournament on top of a triple box tournament. I wanted it to be super hype. Maybe they do email me back this weekend or something, and then we could still add it. Because right now we're planning to have a guaranteed 1K next Saturday, if you guys haven't seen that. For sure, just not sure if I want a black or blue. Do you know if there's a pick of the blue anywhere? IDK, I'm getting them printed so I can actually take real product shots. But right now, there's just the digital mock. But you can make sure it's going to be decent quality because it's they're getting printed by the same people that made that champion map. But IDK, if you want to hold off until you see the picture, but it should be really similar to the mock-up. China adds this regional. Fire Charge, they'll bring the crazy ones back. They'll bring them back pretty soon. If you mean the one where he's showing his abs and whatever, they'll bring those back. But now, how is this an L ad? This is the gift one. This was the Lunar New Year one. I actually like this one. It's like an overextended ad, but it's still a cool one. And man, like I was telling you guys, I really hope they don't sell out on the Rift packs, because I believe Monday I'm gonna be going with my brother. We haven't gone to a locals together in probably like 8 years, or am I going crazy? What, we're 2006 now. I'm saying, chat, time be flying super fast. I think it honestly has been around like 8 years since I've gone to locals with my brother. Would like to see some underrated legends. Yeah, none. So far, what do we have, guys? We had Draven, and what was game one? Oh yeah, Draven Teemo. That one didn't go so hot. And then Kaiser versus MF Aurora. Okay. A lot of set 1 decks, right? So Draven being the only set 2. So I'm willing to bet for round 3. There's 59 Aurelias. I'm smelling an Aurelia around the corner. There's 21 Lucians. I'm smelling a Lucian around the corner. So those are my picks, chat. Let me know what you guys are picking. I'm picking Aurelia or Lucian to have on the next feature match. I like Ari, Lee Sin, Org or something. Okay, none. I'm down to see an Org. You know, honestly, I'm down for a Lee Sin. Show was one of the 2 Lee Sin players. And TC, thanks for the great stream as always. New player helps a lot to get into competitive spots. TG, my pleasure. I'm glad you're enjoying those videos. If you want to ask, we're in intermission. If you're a new player, I'm sure a lot of people in chat or myself could help out with any questions you got. I want to see a Sivir or a Ezreal. Okay, Umbri, I'm right there. I'm down for either or of those. I want to see an Ezreal, but not pit crew. Not that I'm tired of the pit crew, because those are cool, but I want to see a little bit else of Ezreal. You know, there's a rumor. I could kind of say there's a rumor on the street. Word on the street. A word on the Riftbound streets is that there is an Ezreal downwell list. If you guys remember Downwell Annie, Ezreal's running the similar package, but just does things a whole lot better and more efficiently than Annie. And they're saying that's, I don't want to say unbeatable, but it's a strong deck. I want to see something a little bit different, like we're saying. Those 2 guys are fighting for the medal card. Yeah, none. Imagine you're coming to an event and you're flipping a coin. You flip a coin, 50% I win, 50% your opponent wins. That's what they're fighting for. And those medal cards out in China, I know you guys know them in the US, worth at least $10,000. Lee Sin in China is minimum probably like 1,000 or 2, which is still good. Imagine Blue Orn. None. He had Blue Orn. If you don't remember in the finals of Dalian last weekend, Blue Orn was the actual only way they were able to take a game off the Kaiser. But hey, because that game ended up going a little bit later than we thought, it looks like round 3 is around the corner. For those that are just joining, remember what I said. Round 3 is just going to be a solo cast, maybe a back and forth between me and chat. So you guys ask questions. I'll ask you guys questions hypothetically. And then for round 4 and on up to round 7, I do have lined up co-casters. So some with me, some kind of like how NA and Rav did, them do it together. So I think for round 4 and 5, if you guys remember him, Mr. Plus. So I'm Plus, but Mr. Plus, if you guys remember from last weekend, he's going to be back in the commentary booth, so helping us out for round 4 and 5. And then Alguito, guys, everyone's fan favorite Alguito coming in. I believe he's starting round 5, so round 5 and 6. And then helping to close out today's show is Leroy Stinson's, everyone's favorite Frenchman, coming in. And in later rounds is best for him because he's able to sleep in more, wake up nice and easy in the morning. So yeah, 3 more commentators lined up for today, but just for this one round, it's just me and you, chat. But yeah, none exactly. Blue Orn is actually a pretty big piece, a big critical piece of that game plan. Hey, Umbre, thank you for the follow there. I want to make Lee Sin good, but equip gear is so much better than buffs. In the current moment, right? It does feel a little bit better. All right, guys, we are moments away. This is the final regional stop of the Season 2 regional circuit. We went to Fuzhou, we went to Chengdu, we went to Dalian, and we find ourselves in Nanjing. 4 cities across China, and it all comes down to this final one. Will it be half Draven winners, half non-Draven winners? Will it be 75% Draven winners, with the Draven maybe winning tomorrow? But first things first, let's head into this round number 3. We just got off the back of watching the national champion Omega Zero. We actually watched his younger brother Zero coming up on the screen, and perhaps let's see who is going to be his opponent. And Ego, I will be watch partying Bologna. I live in Florida, US, so it's a little expensive to me to get out to Italy. But just like we speculated, Aurelia coming in. So that's going to be a good one so far. Do we have another spicy? And whoa, I was not prepared for this, chat. With 59 Aurelias getting represented in today's event, it looks like we were down to get a mirror match one way or the other. And I had to drink some more there. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, I was not expecting a mirror match there. Need that art for her? Yeah, Bushnag, a lot of people love that artwork. Apparently, it's about $70 USD. And they was telling me he bought one. All right, I mean, a mirror match is actually a bit more intricate than a lot of people would give it credit for. A lot of people would say, oh, it's up to the draws. Draws decide it all. But in quite actuality, is a very skill intensive matchup, because you know what your opponent has in mind. You know the game plan going forward. But who can make better predictions? Who can take more calculated risks? And who can come out on top when everything's said and done? It looks like the left Aurelia will be starting with Dreaming Tree, and then the right with Obelisk of Power, which is a bit non-traditional. Maybe trying to signal a bit of a later game plan, probably like an Aspirant Climb type Aurelia. Because we've seen 2 similar builds. One more going in the favor of Sneaky Deckhand, can be aggressive when you need it, can play mid-range when you don't. And then one that wants to go super late and only has 6 to 9 units, most of those being Stellarcorn Herders, the Fairvent Champion, and then one little 2-drop, let it be Ty Turner or Lonely Poro. Mirrors are incredible. Yeah, Beamer, you can say that again. Super skill impressive. Let me load up the battlefields. That way we have it for the stream. I believe Obelisk of Power was on the right. And guys, like I said before, I'll repeat it for anyone just joined us. Round 3 is just going to be a casual commentary. So I'll cast it casually. So nothing too professional. And then it was Dreaming Tree on the left. But here we go, guys. Let's see what this round 3 has in store. The Aurelia mirror match. I believe in all 4 regionals, this is actually the first time we see an Aurelia mirror match. And it looks like the one on the right will be starting things off. I'm actually very curious to see what will be the differences between these decks, because off the get-go we are seeing a bit of a different selection in battlefields. And we talked about one of the only 2 drops in these Aurelia builds tends to be things like Ty Turner, things like Lonely Poro, and the right side Aurelia will be starting things off with that Lonely Poro. But oh, it always feels good to hit, does it not? The Stellarcorn Herder coming out as early as that opening turn for the left side Aurelia. You have to feel good about that, because what is the right side going to do? Try to charm things into a 2-might unit? I think that Stellarcorn is saved for a next couple turns. You know, the red Aurelia, though, of course, getting online first. He's almost contemplating using a Ride the Wind. It seems a little ambitious, a little premature right now, but perhaps he's trying to just score points before Zero gets off to the races, of course. So he's thinking about playing it, and he does deploy a Ride the Wind as early as that second turn. Like I said, it seems ambitious, but perhaps just trying to keep it safe. Even though it's a lonely Poro, you're going to be able to draw for it dying. He just wants to not only conquer up to 2, but he might just very well retreat it, because at this point it's ready, right, chat? I'm almost just tempted to use that standard move, but perhaps valuing the draw just slightly more. He said, if you're going to come at me, might as well give me a draw for that anyways. So Stellarcorn Herder has some options here, and I'm seeing the Heart of the Dark Ice. That is a tech we don't get to see too often from Aurelia players. And speak of the devil, the Heart of the Dark Ice will be established onto the board. +3 might increase on the Stellarcorn, going up to 6. So let me pull it up for you guys. Heart of the Dark Eyes, exhaust me, give me 3 might this turn. So as I said, Stellarcorn gonna be swinging in for 3, or apologies, gonna be swinging in for 6 against the Lonely Poro. It looks like the red Aurelia wants to invest in a Rebuke coming down. Is there gonna be something like a not so fast? Because we did indeed see it, and that is the counterplay capabilities of Aurelia. The main board not so fast, you love to see it. Honestly, in my Aurelia recent builds, I'm going in on all 3 not so fast. The defy to the defy. What kind of madness are we starting to get ourselves into? The combat trick wars have begun, chat. I didn't expect 4 cards to be coming out on this board just there. The defy, it was Rebuke to not so fast, to defy to defy. And it looks like Zero getting a slight upper hand, getting the conquer, and then getting the hold as he returns to get his turn. So 2-2, tying things up. That was a very crucial moment in this battle. It was as early as that 3rd turn, but using a lot of resources on both sides, and more importantly, keeping your herder alive, keeping it on the board so that you have another standard move as you get up online on your turn. So he's going to be able to gain a lot more significant card advantage going forward versus the red Aurelia. Even though he was on the draw, I do feel he is at an advantage currently. And to sweeten the pot a little bit for the herder, you do get a guardian angel, most likely going to be attached to keep it safe, but goes in for the dreaming tree. So Congo actually uses the Aurelia ability to ready it. So I mean, there's infinite value when we're talking about the herder and Aurelia legend. You ready it to move, to draw, move it to dreaming tree, so you have your combat tricks on the dreaming tree. Zero is looking very poised to control this game from here on out. Now this is going to be tricky. Let's see what the red Aurelia has to say about this. I'm seeing some good cards. I'm not just seeing too much units. More importantly, the double cost purple early on from the Rebuke is paying detriment to the red Aurelia, because you can't even successfully play out the fair vent and something else to ready it, because you only have 5 runes, enough for the fair vent. So this is the tough part. The Rebuke, I mean, someone in chat said it, right? Just let go of the Lonely Poro. You wanted to get the draw anyways. Why did you so... You know what it was? His game plan was to go faster than his opponent. We just saw his mindset from that Ride the Win. He was just trying to go up to 3. He was trying to maybe go the other way with Aurelia up to 4. So I can respect that. But the beautiful alt art Aurelia hitting the board does get the Guardian Angel. So just Zero off to the races. Great battlefield presence, great board presence, I should say. Even though the red Aurelia will be going up to 4, tying things up effectively, I'm just liking my position as Zero a whole lot better, honestly. And Far Charge, did you see 3 Defiant Dances? I didn't, but speaking of the fair vent, the chosen champion will be coming out the board on the Aurelia side as well. Does he want to invest one of these combat tricks to go ahead and get it readied? I feel like just stay patient. It's 4-4. You have a ride the wind for the defensive options, but it is so tricky from this position because you can't push it up, because if you push it up, you just have a single rune to defend it. So goes ahead on the patient game plan. You know, there could be a huge punish in something like a charm. And whoa, chat. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Is that a block? Wait, let me pull up the card art for block. Is that a block? Let me know if you guys are seeing this. I'm pretty sure I saw a block, which is a hidden card. Gave a unit shield 2 and tank. Wow, coming in with the spice. That used to be one of the best early meta cards out of Origins. So I could totally see paying dividends in this kind of format because of the shield 2, because of the tank. Honestly, any kind of combat tricks, Aurelia usually has plenty of rooms to work with. So I like it. And yeah, Taco, I think it is a block. We'll see how that comes into play a bit earlier on. The Defy coming down. This guy has all the counters. Red Aurelia not loving her position 2 times now, getting completely countered on the game plan they had. And that's just what's going to make all the difference when everything's said and done. You had a vision, you had a plan, but getting crashed down at the likes of this blue Aurelia. They are looking good, going up to 6, and that is exactly where you want to be. Hopefully looking to hold up to 7, and the legend makes it oftentimes easier to push in on that same turn, so could end things this next turn, perhaps most likely the following turn. But 6-4 looking to be in a good position for 0. And yeah, Beamer, Stellar Corn is broken sometimes. When you're able to have it on the board for more than 1 and more than 2 turns, you get full on pure high value, especially because you have the Aurelia Legend ability to draw 2 at the minimum per turn. But let's see, is there any wiggle room for the red side? Can they come out to play? The Fairbairn pushes in, but the ride to win from the blue side coming in with the Guardian Angel. So there's going to be +2 on this Aurelia. Dreaming Tree on top of that to be drawing 1. This blue player is just playing perfectly. He understands this matchup. Beautifully done so far. And it looks like, unless there's a whole lot of combat tricks, and there it is, chat, the block coming in. So the Stellar Corn Herder effectively safe for the time being, because you have to go through the tank in the block. Not only is it -2, or not -2, it's shield 2, because you're actually, even though you rode the win, Aurelia on the right side started the combat, so she has the attacker designation. So you still get shield 2 in this circumstance. On top of that, you get the tank that I'm talking about, allowing the herder to stay safe and perhaps live another day. Let's see what more, because I think one of you guys told me there is a triple Defiant Dance if he wants to really invest in this fair event, which I would slightly recommend, because this is one of your main crucial units in this battlefield, or in this matchup in general. Okay, they traded it. They just guarded. Oh, the rebuke. I didn't actually see it. The rebuke comes down and sends it back to hand. There wasn't another not so fast. So just trying to save the herder while you can. Going up to 5 from that on guard. But where is some more investment on the red side? Because there was a bit more, but I guess the rebuke was kind of expensive, huh? Because right now, red side swinging it for 5, tying the Stellar Corn up for 5, but adds another discipline. It looks like we see a discipline in the drop, so adding 3, that's going to be way too tall for the Stellar Corn. Is this the crucial moments of this game where red side tries to take back control? And, you know, it's actually blue side with the triple Defiant Dance, so that was my confusion early on. But what I'm not seeing, I'm seeing a whole lot of combat spells. I'm not seeing a whole lot of units, guys. This could be exactly, actually, is that first one a different oh, it is. Oh, the one in hand, of course. The one that just got rebuked, mind me. You know, this is getting a whole lot closer than it seems. Of course, Zero able to accelerate as soon as it comes down, so you pay 5 and you have at least one chosen target in the Heart of the Dark Guys. You also have the Guardian Angel. The question stands though, look how many runes the rest side has available. That's 4 runes, at least 1 Defiant Dance, 1 Discipline, and an On Guard is probably everything you have to be considered of, but you make it a whole lot easier when a simple fight or flight to kind of make the decisive move here. Do you have a not so fast? Do I just have to play around 2 runes versus 4 runes is a lot more manageable, and they do have the not so fast, so it gets countered, and quickly anticipating that, gonna be playing the 5 remaining runes. And let's see, do they feel comfortable? It looks like they're at the minimum gonna be investing 2 power to get that online. Heart of the Dark Eye simply says exhaust, so you get +1 for ready, +1 for choosing, +1 for Heart of the Dark Eyes, and then +3 from the ability. So an impressive +6 might swinging in onto Oblas of Power. Let's see what's under the hidden card though, because a simple fight or flight might be heading its way. And chat, correct me if I'm wrong, did he forget to pay the deflect cost, or did he pay the deflect cost? Because both of these fair events have deflect, of course. He might have played it and I didn't see it. Oh, it's right back at you. The fight or flight actually choosing his own units, which is very interesting. Because you could have pushed back Aurelia. I'm wondering why he did that. Because he could have gone up to 6. Stopped his opponent from going up to 7. And then find your way over to the other side. You go up to 7 yourself. But then the big piece there from holding your opponent back. Actually, no. They would still be at 6. And if they conquer 2 in a turn, they would win. So perhaps no real difference in pushing your opponent's side. I think the biggest difference there, he didn't want to pay for the deflect cost because he was already short on rune economy and just trying to take down the blue side fair event on the push. So he gets +1 for being readied. But as it stands, just swinging in for 5 to 5 currently. Wait, what am I missing? It's 5 to 5. No, is he just gonna trade the fair event? He has to invest a little bit more. He has a discipline. Wow, chat, I am thoroughly confused. Why would you just straight up let go of your fair event so nilly-willy? If anyone in chat can understand that play, you're letting your opponent keep their fair event and then you lose it. You had a discipline. You had even an on guard to go in on before the battle. This is gonna be disastrous for red side. They needed to hold on to some kind of board presence, but little by little things are getting carried away. Zero gonna be conquering one battlefield, Tide Turner making it readied and going into the other one. If this player doesn't have a fight or flight / rebuke, Zero will be taking it down in an 8 to 5 fashion. That was a really strange play. Perhaps it's still early on, but both of these players, keep in mind, are undefeated. But that's just not a play I see a lot at the highest competitive level. And wait a minute, Zero's going for the fist bump, and that is GG. Well played. There was some great skill expression there. Slight little hiccup towards the end, but for the most part, we said it earlier on, Zero had a decently good control of the entire game. So yeah. And Hex, you think is the stream nerves? He didn't think of the +1, so he gave up his timing to action. Bush, that's weird because Aurelia had Guardian Angel. It's not like he was hiding the +1. You know, I would give it to him if he had a +1 from being ready. They didn't have a dice. His opponent had the +1 from a simple Guardian Angel. But the GOAT saying he's nervous, he's shaking, throwing cards. The GOAT guys, we'll shoot it over to Stream Nerves. Stream Nerves had to be it. Forget the plus. Yeah, guys, I think that's what it is. Judges likely said he couldn't go back to play anything else. Oh, Bushneg, are you saying he passed his priority and then his opponent said pass my priority and then the judges didn't let him play anything else? I thought you still had a window, but I guess because you passed nothing on the chain and then your opponent passed nothing on the chain, I guess you're forced to do combat, no? Oh man, just forgetting about it. Wait, Chad, is that 100% the rules? I think it is, right? If both players pass with nothing on the chain, then it goes straight to combat. It just almost feels like there should be one more little window to play something else, but I think you missed your window. You know what it was? Perhaps he didn't miss it. He was just expecting his opponent to play something, and then he reacted to that. But because his opponent didn't play anything, he wasn't able to. No, if you pass and your opponent passes, you can't do anything. Yeah, Beamer, I think this was him. He wanted to play something. He just didn't think his Aurelia would be just sacrificed so easily. So perhaps forgetting that Guardian Angel only gives the value to one side, right? And thank you, Dusan. So yeah, that is a rule. If you pass turns with both empty chains, that goes directly into combat. And that's what we saw here. So sometimes you have to be a little bit more proactive with your combat tricks. You have to understand, does my opponent actually want to use anything here so that I can react to that? Or is he okay taking the trade? On the blue side, he was okay taking the trade. That is an easy Guardian Angel, conquer for 2 next turn. He had a discipline in hand. Beamer, he had more than just a discipline. He had a Guardian Angel. So he could have played the Fair Event Guardian Angel, go up to 6, up to 7. Because they're ready for 5. Guardian Angel chooses. So only 6. But still, you had a Guardian Angel nonetheless. You also had a discipline. Because I believe he either had 3 or 4 runes after the Fair Event. Attacker has priority first, so if you pass, you can't play anything if your opponent doesn't. Yeah, fire charge. Those are the small little intricacies. I say small, but it's kind of a big rule. Kind of the core rules in Riftbound. Attacker priority, pass prior goes to defender's priority. If they pass prior, goes into combat. But I think it's something to what we were saying before. He was just really hoping his opponent would try to invest in some cards. But it looks like his plan ended up definitely backfiring. You know, it almost feels like since the beginning, blue side kind of just had the upper hand. Ever since, what was the play, chat? It was the Lonely Poro play where he not so fast to rebuke. That was like one mini win to the blue side. And then there was another, there was 2 more mini wins. Let me see if I can remember. Help me, let me know if you guys can help me out. It was that play. Oh, there was something else in the middle, but the third one was the one where we just saw the Guardian Angel. But there was one play in the middle that I was like, okay, that's another point. If he gets another point, he's easily going to be winning it. But Blue Aurelia was fully tapped out. Oh, Ego, was he? Okay, so that was just a blatant misplay then. Can Aurelia tap Zonia's when Brynir was played? Yeah, IDK, they can. They can react to the trigger of Brynir. Alright, it looks like a little flippity flop over on the battlefield. So Obelisk of Power will take the left side now. Dreaming Tree will take the right side. So we might not see too much of a different game, of course. But what can go down, I mean, keep in mind, guys, red was on the play, interesting enough. Yeah, and Taku, that had to be a little bit of it. But you know, I think a card that was a difference maker in this matchup was the Heart of the Dark Ice. We'll see if it comes into play one more time as we jump right into this game 2 of this round 3 for today's regional event in this epic Lunar New Year Aurelia mirror match. And I believe red side will be on the play one more time. Going up to 3, do they have something like the Tide Turn or Lonely Portal that we saw in game 1? This also opens up the floor to something like a Stellarcorn Herder on that opening turn as we saw before. And it looks like Tide Turner, not the most ideal, but a curve out nonetheless. Oh, the Boots of Swiftness coming around. One of the ideal targets for any Aurelia player. I believe most decks are just running one of Boots of Swiftness. Whether they see it, they get infinite value when they do. And if they don't, they have other ways of kind of maneuvering around those battlefields. But speaking of, the Herder is going to be hitting the board first on red side. Always feels good because there's no established units on the blue side. So knowing it's safe for a little bit longer, Tide Turner will be getting that first point of this round 2, of this game 2. And luckily, this game does have Axes of Chosen Champions because Zero had 0 units in hand. So it does have to play out the fair event. Forgoes attaching anything, playing a bit more patiently. He understands that you don't have too much protection with a single rune if you do so. On top of that, you will be getting rid of 50% of your chaos runes out of there nice and early. So you wouldn't have access to something like a rebuke for the following play if you don't hit a purple. So I like this play. You know, it's still nice and early. You're only having to come back at 2-point deficit, perhaps a 3-point deficit if this Stellar Corn Herder wants to go to the Obelisk of Power direction. Chad, I will say for the pre-release on Monday, Tuesday, I swear I better get one of those alt art Aurelia. That has to be one of my favorite artworks across Riftbound. I don't know why. It just looks so cool. I know a lot of people can agree in chat. Ever since I saw it, I'm like, that has to be a card I pull eventually. I think maybe because I was a green-purple player in other card games, so I just gravitate a bit naturally to green-purple. And Aurelia, of course, being that chaos, being that calm, and she's kind of a key component of that deck. So that'll be probably my little highlight of pulls on pre-release days. Dang, Sins Box, did they really pull over number 1? That's incredible, chat. I hope to get there one day too. Hopefully Monday, hopefully Tuesday. If not, I got another one on Thursday. But speaking of good things these players have, I see a flash getting picked up from red side. So able to keep the Stellar Corn and the Tide Turner save on top of getting that cheeky +1 draw on the Dreaming Tree. So just goes on to establish the Guardian Angel game plan. And let's go ahead and leave 5 runes at the ready for my opponent's side. So I have access to at the minimum of flash, defy, and a not so fast if I need to get all my counter plays out the way. Oh, Puffin saying he got a signature Darius at my pre-release. Good stuff, because that's actually probably the prettier penny out of anything. Anything Darius is probably the way to go. Actually, you said Darius, not Darren. Or Draven, what am I saying? All right, here we go, guys. Fairbrant gonna be pushing. He's saying, what do you have to buff this Tide Turner? Because we know you are on the Dreaming Tree, so you are willing to bet there should be some kind of investment, and it looks to be investment on the other side of the battlefield, because that's gonna be a rebuke trying to get played out. Is there the counter we saw nice and early in that game 1? And there is no counter for Zero. So Fairbrant going back, playing the deflect cost. So good observation, guys, because he was saying, wait a minute, did you pay the deflect? Because so far he hadn't played up to that point. It almost feels like half the game sometimes, half the games of Riftbound is keeping your opponent on their toes in terms of, you know, keep them guessing on your game plan, but at the same time making sure they're paying everything properly, right? It's both of our jobs, your opponent and ours, to keep the board state as clean as possible. And, you know, Fairbrant was already on the board, but making it so much easier to come down and be ready that there. So it probably leaning towards the herder. But what do I know? Trying to go for the Tide Turner just so that they can stay on Dreaming Tree this time. And there we go. The flash does come out. Does he target 1? Does he target 2? Does decide to target both of them. And a defy. So he did have a counter, but he just didn't have a counter for the double power and rebuke. So defy does eat the flash. That means Fairvent is going to be eating the Tide Turner, and Stellar Corn Herder going to be sitting pretty on the other side. Something tells me that defy almost feels like there's going to be a ride the win invested over, but taking a look at Zero's hand, I don't think I'm seeing a ride the win, funny enough. Oh, nice. A lot of people don't do it. The ride, or not the ride, the win, but you ready your legend because you just conquered. Oh, and I thought that was a GA. Of course, that's the Boots of Swiftness. So using the Defiant Dance to use the Aurelia Legend ability, imagine using the Aurelia Legend ability more than once in a turn. This is beautifully executed for Zero, knowing exactly how to pilot this deck, because anytime you're able to trigger 2 times in a single turn, that is a sign of a high experienced player, a high player that has put reps into this deck, and that is what I'm seeing here, and what might just come into fruition in this round number 3. Like, who has more reps on Aurelia? Because this is brilliantly done. Aurelia will get readied. Defiant Dance does get an additional draw because you're on the Dreaming Tree before getting readied. On top of that, you get a +1 for being readied. You get a +3 from Defiant Dance. And I don't think you get a +1 for choosing from Legend ability, weirdly enough. But you do get the +1 draw. And now everything is poised, picture perfect for the Conquer on the Obelisk of Power. This is exactly the pivotal point where things are turning for the better for Zero. And it looks like he might be getting away with it. The only thing I will add, Zero's completely tapped out. And he has 1 rune. This is why you rarely ever see a double legend commitment ability in a single turn. Because I don't know, I think he started with a little bit more than just 1, but paying those deflect costs on top of what he had to invest to do that. Each legend ability does cost a power. So is there any hindrance to the game plan going forward? It has to be a single rune, because you go up to 3 next turn. You can't even play a Stellarcorn Herder. You have to leave 3 most likely for things like a Not So Fast or a Defy. So this is tricky. I don't think this is completely as one-sided as we saw in game 1. But I think it's still kind of neck and neck. Doesn't get completely punished, of course. Able to go up to 3 as the rest side just goes ahead, establishes some nice little board presence in the Herder, in the Lonely Poro. But the Fight or Flight going to be choosing Aurelia to send back in the readied position, allowing him to push that Dreaming Tree nice and easily, going up to 4 points. So 3 runes, no problem. I will conquer easily both battlefields on this turn. Let's go ahead and back her up with a GA. So Guardian Angel getting attached to this Aurelia player. Now that you are on a battlefield, you do feel a little bit overextended. Let's add all this protection. And guys, I have never seen an Aurelia player play quite like Zero is playing. Usually they're really prioritizing the rune economy into the late game. This is 2 turns in a row where he doesn't mind playing at a single rune. What kind of, there's a lot of decks in Riftbound, but no decks plays as low runes as we're seeing here. Perhaps Sivir can contest. They usually play at a low rune count. But let's see how they're able to keep this up, because I've never seen this before. And Mayu, did he draw off the Flash? I don't think he should. Oh, no. Flash still chooses, even though it's counter, because how Dreaming Tree works after the errata or the updated rules. Miyu, the Flash card, as long as it chooses on Dreaming Tree, any card that gets countered, as long as there was still a choice on a unit, on a friendly unit, you still get the draw. So let's say if it was an On Guard or Defiant Dance, even if that Defiant Dance gets countered, you still get the +1 draw. A little side note to that, same goes for your Fair Vent champion, guys. So if you target Fair Vent with like a Discipline and it gets countered, your Fair Vent still gets +1 might, same way Dreaming Tree still gets +1 draw. And speaking of Fair Vents, it looks like the rest side going to be developing her own 3 runes to try to push it forward, but make it nice and easy with the GA attached to it. Do they decide to invest the legend on top of this? Because that's going to be 1 comm back to the bottom of the rune deck. Is it going to be another power? And it will be invested to ready it. So Aurelia going to be swinging in for 7 total. 2 for the thing, and then 1 for the Guardian Angel. So 4 + 3. Able to currently contest, because 4 + the 2 plus the 1. So 7-7 effectively as it stands. But there is a hidden card. We saw it was Fight or Flight before. Will it be something like a Fight or Flight again? Or is it a card we haven't seen all series long? Something like a Zonya's. It almost feels to me a lot of Aurelias are kind of foregoing Zonya's Hourglass these days. Defiant Dance does come out. You have to pay a deflect for that though. So +3 on your unit, -2 on your opponent. Says that's going to be spreading the distance between these might discrepancies. Is it going to be enough? Because there is 1 rune available and the block coming down one more time. That -2 should be effectively neutralized as it's going to be shield 2. You also get a +1 because it's a hidden card spell choosing on the Dreaming Tree. You get the tank. Oh, wait. You choose, so you get the +1 and the shield 2. I am loving this block tech coming out from Zero. Wait, so let's do the quick maths real quick. So 4 down by 2, so 2 up by 1, 3, 5, 6, and then 3 more, 7, 8, 9, and then the right side was at 7 plus 3, 10 minus 2, 8, 9 to 8 as it stands. So red side having to invest a little bit more. What does he want to do? There's a Ride the Wind available to him. There's a Fight or Flight as your opponent's completely tapped out. It doesn't achieve too much. You don't love to do it, but you are fighting for every inch you can get in this mirror match. You're trying to get that point advantage. You're trying to go up to 5 because you know you're not taking the trade because there is a GA available to keep her nice and safe. So this is a tricky situation. I guess it depends on the other cards you have. Because I know what he was hoping for. He takes the trade, the GS falters, and then you have a charm to bring it back in and hit it for another go. That would be the perfect opportunity that the red side needs to really carry this momentum into these next couple turns. But not playing out the exact way they were hoping for. So trying to pivot. What is his pivot card? He's kind of leaning on the Ride the Wind. Does deploy it out. Where does he want to go though? So choosing Aurelia, you're going to get the +1 draw. Are you just taking it out of the way? Maybe going to Obelisk of Power? No, back to base. Okay. So he has the option, chat, to swing in one more time. He's done all the math because your opponent has literally 0 runes. This is where the deflect costs really coming into play, right? The deflect from that Defiant Dance, bringing 0 down. We've never seen it. When have we ever seen a match where no player has any runes available to them? So you know they don't even have, even if they had a 0 energy spell, they can't even play that. I think the math is there. Correct me if I'm wrong. There was about 9 on the left side. Then the Ride the Wind readied it and chose it +2. So if you send in the Lonely Poro, that should be you surviving. The question is, does your Fair Vent survive? I'll let these players do the math. It doesn't survive, so both GAs are going to be triggering. And then the Lonely Poro does get the Conquer. So up to 5. And now it's only the Aurelia with the Boots of Swiftness on the blue side. This is still tricky because... Actually, I say tricky, but you have 2 runes, chat. What are you possibly going to be doing with 2 purple runes? You can't even play Heart of the Dark, guys. You can leave up a Discipline. You can leave up a On Guard. But we said if there's anything that's going to be a big hindrance to the game plan of Zero, is going to be the lack of rune economy in this game. Pushes the Fair Vent forward, though, over to Obelisk of Power. Straightforward Conquer, tying things up. You can wiggle your way to the other battlefield, but passes it instead, prioritizing the defensive combat tricks rather than the offensive ones. Oh, the Draven Audacious could be that key piece they need to try to close out the game later on. You're hitting right about the range of runes. You're able to really let go of that card. Something like an Audacious into an on guard, into a push forward when they least expect it could give you those points up to 6. If they go up to 7, Draven Audacious could be that card that closes things out, as you do get that point before you conquer, so you're actually able to go directly from 7 up to 8. So a key thing to consider for the red side. Now they're having some options. It looks like to me red side might just take this because your opponent's going up to 4 runes next turn. It's tricky. It's tricky. At the current moment, I can't tell who's exactly ahead. It just depends on how they play out these cards. The Defiant Dance gets invested, so that's going to be another deflect cause. Man, no wonder we never seen a mirror, because this is miserable. Not in the sense of I'm not enjoying watching it, but I could just feel it for these players that whenever is Fair Event v Fair Event and your signature spell is Defiant Dance, you know you're going to be paying so much deflect cause in that series. So -2. +3, so definitely more on the right side currently. But we did see there's a couple combat tricks on the blue side, of course. Do they decide to invest it right here? Because there's only 1 or 2. You either spend the 2 for the discipline, or you spend the 1 for the on guard. And the sides for the latter, the on guard getting brought up to, oh, and the Aurora Legend to get a +1, so down to 0 +2. So what is that? 6, 7, 8 total might for 0. It should be. And then what was Aurelia swinging for before? She's up to, I believe, 7 total might. So currently taking 1 more card invested. It looks like he doesn't have a might increase or a might pump. Having to do what you have to do, invest the fight or flight, because you do go up to 7. Oh, and kind of doesn't want to find himself in the same position as the blue side. He says, I've paid 1 too many deflect cause. I'm going to use the ride the wind or the firefly on my own Aurelia. So I get the +1 on targeting. And then I'm going to target it with the Aurelia Legend and get the +1 for reading it. And that's going to be the sweet spot. Actually, why did he recycle twice? I thought he already paid for the Aurelia Legend, unless I missaw something. Swinging in for 10 versus the 8. That's going to be more than enough. Is there a window? Is there a world that Zero tries to come back into this game? There was no GA online. This is where the power of runes, or the lack of runes, comes into play as the red side tie things up in this best of 3 series. We find ourselves in a soon-to-be decisive Game 3. Both Aurelias are undefeated. Both Aurelias want to stay undefeated, but only one will be achieving that goal at the end of this Game 3. Zero's cooked. Yeah, Zero's cooked, Tyrone. We'll go back to the intermission. Chat, let me run to the bathroom real quick as these players sideboard. I've been having to go since the first earlier rounds. Too much aggro against Itaku. The complete slaughter of Zero's runes is what made all the difference at the end, because there was 3 turns where he did nothing. Imagine just kind of passing, holding up some combat tricks. But chat, real quick, let me run the bathroom real quick. All right, I'm back. And before you guys ask, yes, I did wash my hands. Turn 1, different 0 wins round 3. Fire charge, we'll see, because this was 2 times where blue side was on the play. I'm wondering though, what was the pure difference there on the right? Because what I'm trying to think back, because it was definitely back and forth. You know, we were hyping it up, but perhaps it was just a bit too much to do in that single turn. I think where Aurelia expended all their runes to get the Aurelia Legend 2 times in a single turn. That's 2 runes out the get-go. That's 1 or 2 from the deflect cost. So I think right there, I don't want to say lost him the game, but he probably would have been better off just triggering the Aurelia Legend 1 time and then been more patient with the other runes probably. And hey Dean, what's going on? Don't forget to drink a lot and maybe tea to keep your voice going. Dean, I didn't cast the first 2 rounds, so I should be okay. But welcome on in, Dean. Good to see ya. Hey, no, I think it was like the cold weather next time or last time. I don't know what it is, but if you guys remember from last week, my voice took like 3 days to recover. I'm like, man. So yeah, I think during breaks, maybe I kind of stop the yapping as much as hard because I'm always chatting with you guys, but maybe I'll try to yap a little less during the cast is what we're here for, right? We're trying to hear the cast, we're trying to go through the commentary, go through the games. But thank you, Dan, because yeah, I didn't have a voice till like Wednesday. And the worst part, right after Sunday, it like hurt, it physically hurt. I guess commentating / talking for 23 hours in 2 days is a little bit much. It's so fun though. I was having a blast, you know, seeing Draven not win, seeing those crazy plays that went on in the top cut, like the free bukes, the little bit of a judge call with Sivir. There was also some other great games before then. I think it was oh man, I can't remember back what was in the top cut. It was good though, so I got so excited I had to keep going. Because part of me almost wants to just like throw up the stream and just watch it with you guys. But then that really wouldn't be as ideal or that as fun. But Dean, did you hit up any pre-releases yet? Or do you have that coming up this weekend? Someone in chat already said they pulled the over number Ori. So I'm super jealous of whoever did that. And here we go, guys. We find ourselves in the final game of this round 3. A game 3 moment for both of these players playing with the exact same battlefield, the Sunken Temple. Usually saved for the very end. Now both sides is going to be able to take advantage of it as those Guardian Angels, as any equipment attached to your variant always gets you over that mighty threshold limit, always able to get you those draws by just paying a single energy. So this is going to be a matter of managing your resources very efficiently throughout the whole game. If you find a moment where the deflect gets the better of you, that could make all the difference when everything comes down to the very end of this game number 3, of this round number 3 for today's event. And it never feels good to have a 2-drop, but Aurelia doesn't feel as bad as you're able to push the pace with the legend ability, of course. Oh, and a card we haven't seen all series long. I wonder if this is a bit of a sideboard tech. You know, you have to go a bit faster than your opponent. The sneaky deckhand coming into play as we haven't seen it, as I said, all series long. So not only a single point for conquering, it looks like you don't want to invest or can do anything to push up the herder. So going to be going up 2 points. And we've seen sneaky deckhands in Aurelia add up to something impressive, like 4 to 5 points with an 8-point game. So let's keep tabs on that sneaky deckhand and see how much points it will incur throughout this game 3, as he goes ahead and just develops out a nice little Lonely Poro and most likely leaves 2 runes available for something like a Rebuke. But we saw how crucial playing a Rebuke early was, how critical I should say, because 2 Chaos runes out the window might not be a worthy investment. And he was hiding when chat. I saw he only had 2 up, but it looks like he had 3 runes available as the Stellarcorn pushes up, get that +1 draw. Let's see what these combat tricks just might be for the red side. It will be a Defiant Dance, bringing that sneaky deckhand up to 4 might. Stellarcorn Herder up to 1 might. Is there a counter option? And quite literally a counter in the repeated hard bargain. You have 2 runes. Too bad. I went ahead and paid 4 runes for this cost, so I'm not going to be doing anything on this turn, but I will get the Conquer, and I will very well keep my Stellarcorn alive with my remaining 2 runes with something like a Defiant Dance. So this is good. This is a good start for Zero. Of course, he's a little bit behind on the points department, but so far so good, as we're seeing the red side, I believe, not have the most ideal hand currently, and not so fast, a Rebuke. And there's one more card, I believe a Tide Turner. And man, you guys pulled the nuts in chat. I won my pre-riff event today. Good stuff, Angry. And DN, you got it in 4 hours. Nice. I envy all you guys in 4 hours. I must be not fast. Just got a spinning axe in my kit. There, and Magman, an over number Aurelia is what I'm going for. I would love to pick one of those up. And Rats, going to my pre-riff event today. Exciting. I hope to pull something good. Rats, there we go. Best of luck to everyone getting in those pre-release. My first one will be on Monday, since we're going to be hosting the full regional open for this weekend. So you guys know, we finish these regionals, I go straight to sleep. And I try to sleep for a good 7 to 8 hours, so I have decent energy for day 2 top cut. And then I do repeat the process, so my Sunday is virtually gone as well. So first one will be on Monday. So send me your good luck energy, chat. Hopefully I pull something good. But let's see what the red side has, though. Doesn't want to contest the Stellarcorn. Keeps it for a simple 3-point conquer up to the upside Sunken Temple. And Default, you got some good pulls too, but some kid got the Aurelia sign card. Default, there's always going to be someone in the shop that pulls it, because, you know, the product is in the shop already, right? There, one of you guys, whether it be you, a friend, or your arch nemesis, your rival, someone is going to be pulling the nuts card. But yeah, hopefully it's one of you guys in chat pulling those great cards. Interesting. Investing on the Rebuke without pushing anything up, because you're valuing the point tempo. You're saying you're at 3. If you want to go ahead and get any more points, I'm going to force you to invest more heavily with things like the Aurelia Legend. So you have to pay the cost to play a unit, you have to pay the cost for a chosen target, and then you have to pay one more time for the legend. So I'm liking this play as he's kind of switching it up currently, kind of taking a page out of game 1 from the Zero side, saying, you know what, I'm going to go a bit more on the aggressive end, and more ways than one, a bit aggressive on rune economy as well, but on point is what I was trying to refer to, as they have 2 total units, and he attaches the GA to ready Aurelia to push up to 4. I'm liking this so far. I see where the Rebuke coming into play now. I thought it was a bit premature Rebuke, but if your game plan all along was to go up to 4, now we're talking a good point disparity. That's 4 points to 1, and he's thinking about it. He's like, wait a minute. I learned some kind of lesson from my opponent last game. He was at 1 rune. He was at 2 rune. Am I going to be falling into the same trap as he did? Let me think about this a little bit more. Guys, what do we think? Is it worth it? Do we attach, and do we ready, and do we push? It looks like the answer will be yes. And Muller, big ol' love. Thank you so much for that. Welcome on in. And Leroy, good morning. Good morning. We're at the tail end. We're at the end of round 3. So, you know, these breaks aren't too long. So soon it'll be round 4. And does go up to 4, as we saw the Treasure Hunter coming down. Not the most impactful card, especially considering the fact that you still already have so much runes available. So 1 or 2 gold isn't going to be the biggest deciding difference. Now the more important thing, you know, key things to notice in this game versus game 1 and game 2, both of these players have chosen to not use their champion as early as the previous game. So I'm wondering what the decision making is there, because both of these fair events, they could have come online this turn. They could have come online probably a couple turns before, but going for the boots of swiftness, literally one more over that tide turner, conquering up to 2 himself. And if you choose it, that is a ganking capabilities over to the other sunken temple. I don't hate it, because the big thing here, your opponent's completely tapped out, and your opponent will virtually be out of resources in terms of units. There is a GA, but saving a lonely Poro, that's okay if you ask me. Leroy, I'm only solo casting for this one. I have people round 4, round 5, and then you're coming in round 6, round 7. But Leroy, I appreciate this a lot. I told chat I couldn't lock anyone in for round 3 because it's a little too early for EU, a little bit too late for NA. So we're just doing a casual cast. As you see, I'm reading chat, answering questions. So casual cast round 3, and then we'll go back to our usual normal cast for the remaining of the event, okay? For anyone just tuning in and catching that. Not too bad. Zero trying to wiggle his way back in the control seat. 3 gold in a single turn, chat. That is impressive. 1 for the push, 1 for the gank, and 1 for the comeback to base. 3 gold for the same card. You love to see it. As Zero trying to equalize things going forward. Poro has a slightly different thing in mind, going up to 5, but with 4 runes, that is everything they had to do for this turn. You know, there could be that window of opportunity. Zero needs to get back into this game, pushes in with Treasure Hunter saying, wow, he grabbed that so instantly. It almost seems to me, oh, he wants to get the Sunken Temple. He wants to get the Sunken Temple trigger as well as an additional gold. So this blue side is never going to be running out of runes thanks to that Treasure Hunter doing so much work in getting these gold resources. So does get the Sunken Temple, decides to pay 1. So getting a good draw there in the Defy and ganks on over. Of course, I forgot that was a Boots of Swiftness. It's not just for the gold recursion. It's for the points. It is for the lead. It is for, or not exactly the lead, but it is kind of taking firm control, and you are now in the driver's seat. Make that another gold. Zero brilliantly piloted so far. We thought he was the better player in that game 1. Ended up getting down or getting beaten down in game 2, but a pure skill, a pure display of skill being shown on screen. Zero doing exactly what we thought he was able to do in game 1, but here in game 3 when it really matters, I've never seen anyone utilize Treasure Hunter as well as the Zero player has done right now. And sounds good, Leroy. I'll catch you in a little bit. Yeah, Ferday, he learned his lesson from game 2. He had no runes. He's saying, forget that ever again. Let me show you what my deck is actually capable of. Going to infinite value resources. He's never going to be able to use a single rune. He's not even going to be able to use this much power in the remaining of the game, as Zero finds himself at 6 points. Uses Guardian Angel for equipment costs. Pays the gold. Pays the ready. You can even pay another gold for the Aurelia Legend ability, but actually doesn't decide to do so. And yeah, Zero is spoiled with riches in terms of gold, but was it because he already conquered that? I think he had already conquered the other one. And we're coming down to a nail biter of a game. Red side trying to regain some of the momentum they had early on. They started strong. The sneaky deckhand, the tide turner plays. But man, things started slipping out of his control. Fairbank came down though. This is the key piece. They always need to try to swing things back or potentially even win this game 3 out. So tying things up, it is neck and neck. Which Aurelia is going to be coming out ahead? Is it the one with a plethora of gold and a little bit more units and probably better card value in hand? It's leaning that way, but of course we haven't seen the full picture from the red side because we haven't taken a look under his hand just yet. Flash, Defiant Dance, and that's all I really got at, chat. So I'm curious to see what exactly he has as he passes with a full breadth of runes. That's 2, 4, 6, 8 total runes to work with. Oh, you know what the gold is also useful for? It is useful for playing deflect costs. So defy, getting defied, paying or playing the gold. So you know, I said he wasn't going to be able to use all the rune in the remaining game. I take it back. Look how little runes he now has, and not runes but gold. So he went up, he had like 6 to 7 gold at one point. Find himself with 2, but look at what that's enabled the Aurelia player on the left to do. So much more runes right now, so able to keep it going, you know, able to hold these runes for probably, now we could safely say, the remaining of the game. So defy got defied, and then the not so fast getting defied, or the other way around, the not so fast countering the defy. Oh, but now that the not so fast has been taking out a hand, paying the gold with the, or paying the cost of rebuke with the gold, you're still gonna have to deflect cost it, of course. But this is huge as they don't have another not so fast. Instead, it's gonna be a flash, but that still puts it in hand. Wait, does rebuke really say battlefield? Why have we never encountered that? Wait. I might be going crazy. Oh, it does say battlefield. So flash coming in at reaction speed. Can you not so fast to defy player evil? That's a good question. Let me double read it. Does it say spell? Counter enemy smell or ability that chooses a friendly unit or a gear. Oh, you know what it was? I don't think it was the not so fast on the defy. It was a not so fast on the initial chain on the fight or flight. I think defy got countered, and then it was a new chain, the not so fast, trying to counter the first reaction, or the first chain target being fight or flight. And here it is to end it all, conquering up to 8. Is there anything they can do or ride the win? But I think the picture has been painted with 2 minutes remaining in this match. I think Zero might have just closed things out unless we're completely missing something. It would take something monstrous or ride the win into a triple. I guess you just need one Defiant Dance. But you need a whole lot more than that, because there's probably a couple more combat tricks remaining on the blue side's hand. So this is as good as over. Actually, really good mirror match. We don't get to see that too often. Usually it's the Draven mirror match, but I will say this Aurelia mirror match was actually pretty fantastic to see. Guys, he paid the 2 gold. There was no free rebukes. He had 2 gold available. He didn't tap the runes, but he had the gold. And that is GG. Zero playing it expertly this entire game series long. Found the gold, found the ways, found the play lines, and that will be guaranteeing him a 3-0 start in today's regional opening. And player V or player Vi, let me know if it's player V or player Vi. I'll call you player for now. They only work that way if we're talking about reaction speeds. If it was anything other than reaction speeds, then it wouldn't work that way. Oh, and default inside joke. Right. Fight or flight, defy, not so fast. The better Aurelia wins. He played it good. He played it super strong. But you want to counter defy with not so fast. Mayu, you can't counter defy because it doesn't counter. Wait. Am I tripping, chat? Let me see. Counter enemy spell or ability that chooses a friendly unit or a gear. So Defy was choosing a friendly spell, not a unit, not a gear. Mirror match decided by dice. Carrie, I don't think so. If you paid attention, blue side started on the play 2 times. Game 1 they lost on the play. Game 2 they won on the play, and then game 3 the right side did, or the left side did go on the play. So there was one game, the very beginning game, that wasn't decided on the draw there, or on the dice. And Defy doesn't target. Aurelia is too strong of a deck. Combo tricks area. Yeah, rats. She can get out of hand. She's probably the reason why we see her as the second most represented deck right now in China, because she has some crazy play lines, crazy skill expression. Honestly, he doesn't need to counter Defy. He could just counter the original spell. Yes, chat. Why are we still caught up on this? That kind of Skill Dragon. Thank you so much. I see why your name is Skill Dragon there. Because guys, he's not counting Defy. The Defies went through. Defy defied each other. That gets resolved. There was still one more item to be resolved on the chain. So he not so fast the initial fight or flight. That was my understanding. Let me know if it's not possible. And here, chat, let me, it's because people see it like Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG chain as linear. I see, Sayer, which is confusing. I heard a lot of people talk about like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Chain or the MTG stack. It's slightly different, guys. Riftbound has slightly different rules. Very similar rules, which is why a lot of the fundamentals carry over. But in that nitty-gritty, a little bit different. And chat, let me see if I have the times. So 1 a.m. Okay. So chat, we'll have a commentator for this next one. It's possible both have reaction speed. Yeah, rats, that's only possible when everything has reaction speed, or everything you're trying to react to is reaction speed. So not so fast is reaction, and Defy is reaction. And hopefully Mr. Plus comes through before we start the thing. I'll tag him in a little bit. It depends on which was fight or flight used, on your unit or an enemy. Mayu, it was used on their side. So he was trying to fight or flight it back. So that's why you could still not so fast. But you're totally right. If he chose his own unit, he wasn't able to not so fast. And players, okay, sorry for the confusion. I didn't know chains kept being built once cards start. They only do it on reactions, right? So if it was an action to action, like if they try to respond with an action, fight or flight has to fully resolve first and then your action. The big difference here is that reaction on top of reactions. The reactions are the only type of cards that could kind of stack on top of each other, and then first in, last out, right? So, or the other way around, last in, first out. So your last card has to resolve first, and then you kind of go from there. Going first still got an advantage, and the rest depends on the players going first. Yeah, Carrie, I mean, just like in a lot of card games, going on the play is advantageous, right? Cards that didn't start resolving as the Defy wasn't resolved yet. All right, that kind of brings up a good point. But can't you still choose the fight or flight as the target for your not so fast? Can you target any part of the chain with reaction spill? And thank you, Skill Dragon. That kind of answers our question. You can target any part of the chain. So even though there was 2 yet to be fully resolved, you can go ahead and target. And guys, there was 4 things on the chain, or 3 things on the chain first. The fight or flight, the 2 Defies. So it went in not so fast, the initial one. So yeah, I guess we're all learning a thing or two today. And Mayu saying if you pay fight or flight on a main unit, then yes. Chain which you provide. Yeah. He did, Mayu. He was trying to fight or flight his opponent back to base. Draven v Draven, double rears row going second is really, really hard. Carry, yeah, the Draven is more up in the air in terms of play draw. I mean, not more up in the air, but more of a decisive thing being on the play, being on the draw, because there's not a lot of like counter play capabilities. Yes, there is with like spinning axe, catching people off guard. Yes, they sometimes play ride the wind, but Aurelia is probably one of the decks that most least gets impacted from play draw, because Aurelia Legend kind of gets you back into things if you use it at the best time, you know, the most opportune time. So I feel like Aurelia probably a deck that doesn't feel that bad on average being on the play versus on the draw, because you have so many different lines of play. Okay, Mr. Plus is writing to me. Mr. Plus, if you're on the stream, good morning, good morning. Not good morning. Didn't you say, or I guess I'll talk to you when you're on stream, but he's saying he has a couple technical difficulties, so he'll hop on when he can. And no rush, Mr. Plus. We still probably have a good another 15-20 minutes here. All right, chat. We saw one of the legends we wanted to see. We said Aurelia. Give us some Aurelia. We're missing Lucian. We're missing Ezreal. We're missing Ornn. I know Ornn is a fan favorite in chat. What other deck are we hoping to see for round 4? We got our Aurelia, so I'll stop wishing for Aurelia. I'll give my picks first. I want a Lucian or an Ornn. What about you guys? And Rats, you can't react with a negate. A negated defy / not so fast when a chain has to resolve, and you can stack cards infinite as long as their reaction, as long as the change is going. Oh, finance Azir. I'm liking that. You know, in Dalian's regional closing, or the last round of Dalian, we got an Azir versus a Fiora. I want to see more Azir. And for anyone just joining the stream, because I know some people are waking up, some people are going to sleep, these were the top 8. And I keep saying top 8, but these were the meta share for day 1. Yeah, Skill Dragon. Several could be dope. Lucian, please, since I main Lucian. Yeah, Michael, look at the graph. That's why I brought it up. I say Lucian because there's the most Lucians we've ever had out of all 4 regional stops. This is the highest Lucian representation. So I'm not sure what happened at locals between last week and this week, but someone might have cracked the code with Lucian, because this is the most represented. We see him above Ezreal. We see him above Azir. We even see him very closely contest the likes of Fiora, which is a 2-time finalist deck, right? Same goes for Victor. I don't know who's trying to crack the code with Victor or Lucian, but someone has tried to figure out something. And let me message back Mr. Plus real quick. Yeah, but Azir's up there too. So Azir's at 17 coming in. Oh, I want to see a Rek'Sai, chat. I want to see a Rek'Sai. Hopefully we get a Rek'Sai in the mix. Still waiting for Lucian to play. Yeah, Michael, I'm right there with you. I want 3 legends now. Give it to me all. Give me all the legends. I want Lucian, Azir, and Rek'Sai. Those are my top picks. Yeah, hopefully for 0 Rek'Sai. Okay, we're right there with you. Samuel, yeah, Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai would be real fun. Wait, there's a Jinx in this tourney. Wow. Yeah, and actually, let me pull up the second page. So out of 508 players, these were the actually, no, that was last week's. Where's day 2? I guess I closed day 2. Let me get day 2 for you guys. Guys, any Lee Sin fans in chat? Any Lee Sin? Because he needs all the love he can get. Only 2 players, 2 regionals back to back. A total of 4 players out of 1,000+ players decided to bring him. So Lee Sin needs some milk out here. And Michael, let's go, watching from the Philippines. Hello, hello. I'm all the way in the U.S., in the States. So, you know, I think we have a couple Filipinos out here. Or what is that area called? Like Central. Actually, I won't even embarrass myself, but we have a couple people in that area. Yeah, Dean, exactly. 50-50. Flip the coin. The Garen's going crazy right now. 5. I mean, that's the 16 from last week. I think they learned, you know, that the strategy was discovered already. From 0 Garens in Chengdu, 16 Garens in Dalian, and 5 Garens today in the engine. Is there a Garen? Yeah, Rats, if you're looking on the screen, there's 5 Garens right now. How do we get the stream of one of the 5 MFs? Yeah, Sammy, you're right. We just saw an Aurora MF, and there was only there was only 5 of them in the whole tournament, and it just so happens that out of the 5 of them, they ended up playing Omega Zero. For anyone that is just tuning in, you guys have to rewind and watch the VOD. It was Omega Zero. If that name sounds familiar, it should sound familiar because that was the national champion, the first ever national champion that won the ring with Kaiser at the very end. He has the ring, he has the trophy, he has the card, he has the accolades, he has the respect. He has everything you could imagine, and we ran into him in round number 2. I was like, whoa, Omega Zero coming into play. So I put the bet up. I said, are we going to see the first ever national and regional champion? That will be on some legendary status. 7 Chads on this tournament. Garen Elite. Yeah, exactly, Rats. Exactly. I think the real Chad over here is in Renata and Yasuo. Those are underrepresented still. Actually, all these top 4s, Set, Annie, Yasuo, and Renata, they could do better. They could do better. These I kind of understand, but Set, Annie, Yasuo, Renata, I think they could be a whole lot better. Never played Riftbound. Doing my first pre-Rift tomorrow. JW, best of luck, mate. That's gonna be a whole lot of fun, guys. Imagine for anyone in chat that's never played, or for anyone in chat that's a little bit more of a veteran like myself. I'm not like a pro player, but I've been around Riftbound for quite some time now. Imagine getting that taste of your first game. You know, the one that kind of got you addicted into the game. That's what JW is going to be experiencing tomorrow. And you get to do it with a really cool format. The pre-Rift format is awesome. Not only do you get to open 5 packs and build a deck, but everyone's doing the same thing. So it kind of equalizes the playing field. Yeah, JW, I'm going to be doing my first one on Monday. So I know you guys get the little head start from me. So you guys have it today. You guys had it tomorrow. You guys have it on Sunday. But I'm going to be doing this all night. So I can't do it just yet. So I'm going to have to do it on Monday. Hopefully they bring regionals to Philippines. Michael, have you not seen they did announce. They announced not the Philippines, they announced Singapore. So chat, on our website, I just released a web page called events, and I try to break down, not there, events. So I put a schedule, all the events coming out. So Riftbound Regional, and I'll zoom in a tad little bit. So it has all the dates. So Singapore, kind of close, kind of a neighbor to you guys. September 4th to 6th. So it's not exactly the Philippines. But yeah, anyone, where do you guys think you guys gonna be going? I'm for sure gonna be trying to go to Atlanta because I'm from Florida, chat. If I don't get into the Atlanta regional, I'm throwing hands. I'm throwing hands like these hands. They better let me in that bad boy. But yeah, Atlanta, I gotta get in there. Going 2 times a day for pre-riff. Rats, I envy you, brother. Like, man, imagine going to 2 riffs in the same day. That's the hardcore grinder I used to be before I got into the whole content stuff. I used to go crazy like that. They announced Singapore, the closest we can get. Yeah, Michael, try to get your way over there. I think, though, that might be the only one I can 100% make. Hartford, I'm close. Hartford is close. Vancouver's still somewhat reasonable. Man, chat, it ruins a riff if you guys buy enough playmats or something. If you guys sign up for these cash cups or whatever, maybe I could find myself going to Sydney or Barcelona. But yeah, I'm probably going to shoot for these guys since they're East Coast. Las Vegas, we'll see how the content's doing. Maybe set 3, set 4 does great for the YouTube and stuff. Maybe I'll find myself into Los Angeles. More content on Riftbound to come. Yeah, Michael, I'm gonna try to cover all these regionals. So for sure, I'm gonna be throwing a watch party / casual commentary like we did here for Bologna. And then since I'm not going to Vegas anymore, which I'm getting a little bit frustrated because I submitted my request for a refund. I don't think they're gonna refund me, chat, but I'll take the mini L. It kind of hurts if I don't get the refund. I'm going to go to 2 tomorrow. There we go, G2D. That's the way to do it. Don't want to try for LA. Yeah, Jinx, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully set 3 and set 4 do really good for like YouTube stuff. and then we could kind of justify because West Coast is a little bit pricier for me. I'm gonna try to make a VA in LA because I'm West Coast. There you go, Fire Charge. So we're on the opposite side of the spectrum. So I'm trying to go on the east side. You're trying to get on that west side. But with enough time, everything's relatively cheap. And guys, as a side note, for anyone that doesn't know, which I think most of us would maybe know, if you guys are on our Discord, you would know. If you guys are on our YouTube, you would know. But we're throwing a $1,000 tournament this Saturday. So at the very least, you guys could tune in and spectate. But if you guys would rather play, you can go ahead and get your tickets. I think I have the link as !cash cup in chat. I could double check. Just trying to get as much participants as possible. And the pricing does scale, chat. So if we get over the threshold of 1K, if there's extra, I'm just gonna be putting it, well, after I pay the judges and stuff, right? After I pay the judges, then everything else gets added on top of the prize pool. So at the minimum, it's gonna be $450 to first, but I think that's gonna be closer to 500 if we get enough people, or even more. When do you need to sign up? So Rats, the early bird sign up is $16, and you have to sign up by February 9th. I needed, just because I wanted to get an early head count, but the prices go up to $20. $20 sounds like a good amount for a 1K, but it might not stay at a 1K, chat. It's probably going to be a 1.5K, even more than that. Who knows, depending on how many people register. But if you guys want to get an early and guarantee your spot, there's the early bird $16. Is that Cash Cup in person, and where? Samuel, it's online. We play on TCGA. So if you just click the link I just posted, it would tell you all the info. Let me see. It will tell you all the info. Guys, tournament details. I know I have a freaking 4K screen, so you can't see, but I'll zoom in for you guys. Yeah, guys, platforms, TGA, register on Battlefy. And guys, for anyone that wants practice for regionals, this is going to be the first event we're running full new rules. So it's going to be 60-minute times, 3-turn overtime with 2-point winning requirement. And then it's going to be higher seed the size top 8. So, you know, we never in the history of our tournaments, we always done random dice roll and top cut. We're doing higher seed for the first time. And then to get into top cut, it's going to be opponent win percentage rather than your own win percentage for the first time ever. So we're trying to play as close as we can to the regional rules. Actually, we are playing with the regional rules. That way most players get the best practice they can for the next couple weeks. So yeah, if anyone wants to play on our online tournament, feel free to use that link. Or ask me questions about it at the least. Okay, Mr. Plus says he's ready, so let me see if I can pull up his camera. All right, Mr. Plus, I'm going to set your camera now, and then I'll tell you to join. So we'll go... All right, let me tell our next caster to join up. And mic check, Mr. Plus, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Let me fix the audio real quick so you don't get that reverb again.
Sounds good. Let me pull your camera in.
There we go.
Are. And what camera is this? What do I have? Wait, why did... Okay, I'll fix this. Wait, what is this? Okay, that's that. And then this is that. Okay. And yeah, Plus's dad is back. Tyrone, Mr. Plus is in the building. How are you doing, Mr. Plus? Did you get to any pre-release events just yet?
Yeah, I actually just got home from my first pre-release of the weekend, and it was a lot of fun.
Nice. Did you just get to open up the 5 packs or anything else on top of that?
I only finished the first round. The tournament went pretty late to start because we ended up having over 80 people in our pre-release. So
wow.
It was a big big turnout, and it took a while to get everybody settled and get the whole thing started. So by the time the first round ended, it was already almost time to head out so I could be here in time for this. So I won my first round, got a extra pack for the win, and so I got to open 6 packs in total. And then in my pre-roof kit, I was fortunate enough to get Rek'Sai.
Nice. Like a over number Rek'Sai? Or you're saying the legend Rek'Sai?
Yeah, the Legend pre-rift kit with the 15 cards for it. So I didn't end up playing Rek'Sai. I ended up playing no Legend and just opting to get the extra draw. But
Oh,
it's a really fun format. The 3 colors makes it super interesting.
I bet. I can't wait to play. But did you get any good pulls though in those couple packs?
I only got 2 epics. One was a signature spell. It was what was that? Counter Strike, Jax's signature spell, and then
Nice,
I got
nice.
the Red Lucian epic champion unit.
The epic. Wait, the Lucian. The one that's not crossing his guns is the other one.
Yeah, just the one that's like a close up of his face. The one that has it's a 3 mana, 2 might, and then with assault, and he deals damage when he attacks equal to his assault. So
Okay.
not very good in limited because without the Lucian leader to give him an assault buff from all of the equips, he doesn't really do much. So I didn't end up playing him,
Right.
but it was cool to at least pull one epic unit, and then I was fortunate enough to be able to take my wife with me to the pre-release, and she pulled a signature spell for Lucian, actually, the
Nice.
Relentless Pursuit.
the
So pretty cool.
the RNG guys trying to tell you something. They want you guys to play
Yeah,
Lucian, I bet. He's not
yeah, he's
bad.
really cool.
Did you see
Yeah, I was hearing.
the
Oh,
meta
I'm
share
sorry.
today? There's a good amount more Lucian. I think someone figured out something with Lucian recently.
That's what I was going to say. Is that I was listening to you just this last round, and I heard about the Lucian rise in popularity, and seems like maybe they figured something out with the Skyfall of Orion Triforce combo, or maybe something else all together. But it's
Yeah.
really cool to see that each week we keep finding the numbers shift, and we get to see some different decks represented.
You know, it could be the case because I remember back when we started hosting some weekly tournaments for the Spiritforged meta, we saw a Lucian who was one of the best Lucians early on. He was taking down a lot of Kaisers because a lot of people early in Spiritforged, they just played what they were comfortable with. So they brought in Kaisers because set one, of course. And
Yeah.
Lucian was taking down all these Kaisers. I'm wondering, perhaps Lucian feels comfortable against Kaiser and is more of a meta pick saying, you know what, since Kaiser just won Dalian, there's probably going to be a handful more Kaisers in this last stop. Let's see if we bring out Lucian to try to counter a bit of those Kaisers. So maybe something like that's going on, but I hope we get a Lucian. Maybe you're bringing the Lucian vibes. Maybe we get it in this next round.
That would be really cool. I would like to see that. Yeah, I think Lucian's really fun, and I think the orange champion unit for Lucian is very strong, and it's pretty evident that the moving back and forth in and out of battlefields to kind of protect your units a little bit from removal stuff like Kaisa is very successful, as we see with Ezreal doing that similar type of style with the the rat, just
hmm
moving in, making a gold, moving back, and just trying to keep him safe from battlefield-based removal and getting attacked by Draven and stuff like that. So having orange champion unit Lucian be able to do a similar thing is pretty interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing that unit utilized throughout multiple decks, not just within Lucian itself, specifically within something like Sivir or Misfortune.
Right.
Maybe not so much Misfortune. With Misfortune, it's cool because you get a free ganking proc
Right.
onto Lucian, which could be really interesting. But I also like just being able to apply the Boots of Swiftness to Lucian and then have him gank that way. So hopefully we'll see some cool stuff in this next round.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that card is a bit underrated because Fiora has taken the limelight and has taken Baited Hook with her to that limelight.
Mm,
So Baited Hook doesn't tend to run that Lucian, but I like the more consistent, quote unquote consistent, because we haven't seen it too much tested in these regional events. But the more the more Fiora deck that leans more on those Lucian, I feel like it has to be a little bit better way. But it looks like round 4 should be around the corner. Real quick though, Mr. Plus, SCC Flame asks real quick, what's about that extra draw on No Champ? If you want to explain that rule for anyone doing pre-release events coming up.
Oh yeah, so the pre-release is pretty cool. So they have a separate rule set. It's 25 card deck. You can opt to not play either a champion unit or a legend or both. But if you have one, if you're missing one of them, you get an extra draw during your first beginning phase. So typically, a lot of players that are pre-release, myself included, would not run a legend if they did not get a legend that necessarily improved the deck too much, and they would just run a champion unit because now you're getting to start with an extra unit, essentially another card in hand, and then during your beginning phase, draw yet another card. So you get a little bit of a head start with some early hand advantage, and it kind of speeds up the game a little bit for this smaller deck, 25 card deck, really quick best of one format. I'm not sure if any pre-releases are doing best of three, but I know mine, all the ones in my local area are doing best of one, and it's meant to be quick, fun, and introduce people to the game. And that was evident at my pre-release because we had, like I said, over 80 people. So had a
Yeah.
lot of new players, a lot of people asking questions, a lot of judge calls, but it was all in good fun. Everybody seemed to be enjoying themselves. So if you have the opportunity, I definitely recommend going out there and playing in a pre-Rift event.
Yeah, I'm hoping mine's is a 80 plus because I might be there all day. But I got my first one on Monday, so looking forward to it. Is that one that had 80 players? Maybe like the biggest local around you, or is it the one you shot out last one in SoCal?
Yes, sir. That is Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. That is my
Nice.
local of choice, and they have been turning out big numbers for Riftbound, and I'm really excited. They're having another pre-release tomorrow that I'll be attending, and then another one on Sunday that I will not be able to attend, but I'm hoping the turnout at least comes close to
Wow.
tonight. We'll see.
They got a lot of pre-release things. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Hopefully, I could find. I mean, there's enough locals around me there. You could kind of fill in the spots there, but a one shop doing it all. It feels like out there. And
Oh, cool.
DTK. What do you guys? Oh, the shop you
TDK,
mentioned.
yeah, there's a couple people in the chat that seem to have been to TDK before. That's really cool.
Nice,
Glad to
nice.
see it.
But Flame, I believe it's only one draw. If you're missing both, do you draw two extra? You mean the champion and a legend? I think the rules is there's if you're missing a legend. It doesn't say anything about a champ.
It's one or the other. It's
Okay.
at least that's how our pre-release was ran. That's the rule sheet that they print out that they put up for the players to let everybody know ahead of time how the rules were going to work. It's if you're missing either a champion unit or a legend, you get one additional draw during your first beginning phase.
There we go. But Mr. Blizzard, I appreciate you cutting that pre-release a little bit short to make your way over here. Cause I wish you really did get to play, but I
Oh
think you
yeah.
wanted to cast as well, right?
Yeah, I you know, you can tell where my priorities lie. I wanted to be here in the booth, so
Yeah, and if you have another one tomorrow, it'll still be all right. At least you got your pre. I would, maybe that's what I should. I should have just gone to the store, picked up a Rift kit, and then headed back here for the stream. I might do that tomorrow, but then I feel bad for not actually playing, or like feel like I'm not making
yeah.
the most use of that time, or the fact that I got a spot. But we'll see. We'll see. I might be a little bit too tired tomorrow. But guys, they threw us over to the commentary booth, which always means the round is right around the corner. So we should be able to start relatively soon. Kankazi saying, I'm 98% confident you can do neither a champion or a legend, but you still only draw one. Yeah,
That
Finance,
is
I believe
correct.
that's what Mr. Plus was saying.
Yes, one or the other, you get a draw one. If you're missing both, you don't get an extra draw. So you would just be hindering yourself. But because unless you're going to a pre-rift event that does not have the pre-rift kits and they're just giving you 6 packs and you are unfortunate enough to not draw a champion unit, then I could see that potentially occurring. But most pre-releases will give you that pre-rift kit, so you'll have a guaranteed legend, a guaranteed champion unit, so you'll always have access to at least one or the other.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Looks like a couple people in chat doing more than just one, or I would imagine most people are doing like three: Friday,
Yeah,
Saturday, Sunday. But Geeky
as
doing
many as
two
you
in a
can.
single day.
Nice. That's cool. I wish I could muster up something like that. There's nothing within that time frame that I could potentially pull that off, but that's really cool.
Right, and you mentioned your wife. If you don't mind me asking, how long you guys been married now? And if it's too personal,
Um,
just a kind of
oh no,
side
you're
note.
good. No, it's a year and a half now.
Okay, not the
So
longest, but definitely some good time. Were you
yeah.
guys together? You know, we'll talk more personal in between the
Okay.
intermissions. But guess who's back, chat? It is the national champion. They want to give a whole lot of shine because he's been there before. Omega Zero with his Kaiser list
Very cool.
back at it again. I'm actually impressed they decided to bring in the same player. I guess it's just a nod of respect, saying we know who the champ is in the building. Might as well get a little bit more showing. But who is he going to be playing
Ooh.
against? And whoa, Mr. Plus, we've never seen this on a feature match in the Spiritforged season.
That's really cool. Not the more well-known and expected brother of Darius, Draven, but Darius himself, the OG Noxian general that we saw in League of Legends. And I'm really excited to see how he tackles this Kaisa matchup. This is essentially a Origins matchup, so we'll see what tools we got out of Spiritforged that boost these decks and how it alters this matchup we've seen before in previous tournaments.
Yeah, well said. I believe what I've seen before, those Darius that used to be the baited hook variants, they got slight little upgrades. Things like long swords make your baited hook targets more reliable to hit. Of course, as we saw Fiora use it to good use. So we'll see. It looks like Obelisk of Power started things off for Kaiser. But if there's any indication of how this matchup might be going on or might be going forward, we know traditionally Kaiser doesn't have a hard time against aggressive decks like Darius, right? Do you remember how that matchup was in set 1?
Yeah, in my experience, it was very much like you said with the baited hook. It was a matter of whether or not Darius was ever able to see the baited hook on curve, hit the units he needed to hit, and kind of snowball that lead, get a big Draven Vanquisher out there, or sorry, the set 1 Draven that increases his might with points, and be able to go over the top of the Kaisa's removal. So we'll see if he's going for a similar strategy, but usually I tend to agree with you that Kaisa typically has the answers to deal with Darius as he spams a lot of little units on the board. But if there's the advent of maybe he's playing something like Fiora, like you mentioned earlier, where he's putting BF swords in the deck or long swords. That way, when he does activate that baited hook, he can get something bigger out, like a harness dragon or something of that sort.
Yeah, we'll see, because we did see a lot of more the Kaiser lists that are coming into recent regional events. They've been really heavy on removal, so that could be spelling doom for the likes of Darius, of course, unless there's sometimes with a baited hook where you just have one too many tokens, one too many units. So we'll see if that's the kind of Darius that's coming in, because I would imagine if we're showing Omega Zero on stream, he went undefeated in round 2, so he probably ended up winning his round 3. This might very well be 2 undefeated players, and there was only 5 Dariuses in today's regional event. So out of the 5, one of them is looking to be making a great run today. Can they continue though and take that run and get a win over the national champion? That would be worth writing home about.
That would definitely be a big upset to see the national champion fall down to a leader that not many people have their eyes on at the current junction in the meta.
Right. But here we go, guys. It is round 4 of today's event. Kaiser versus Darius. Let's see who's going to be getting the upper hand. I believe it was Kaiser on the draw, but one thing I've noticed off the get-go is that Darius elected to go with Valmon's Lair, which tends to be a slight counter against those Dariuses, those Kaiser survivors that the Kaiser side tends to bring. But maybe this newer age of Kaiser not really running as many of those as we saw in the past, because in round 2 I don't think we saw that many Dariuses, if you remember. I don't know, I think you were at your pre-release actually.
Yeah, I was still sitting in my local shop, so I didn't get to catch that. But we did see an optimal start with the extra rune from Kaisa getting that Yordle out to get a turn 1 draw. But the offset of that is now Darius gets to do 2 units on his first turn, thanks to the Noxus Hopeful.
Yeah, you know, early on in the Origins, when it first came out, I was all over Darius. He was my favorite Legend to play. I just thought the Legend ability was so powerful, right? When Legion comes online, aka when you just play another card, you get a whole nother energy. So it's another way of ramping into your units, ramping in. Actually, is it only for units? Let me read it.
No, it's just one floating energy, and I agree. I think that that unit or that leader has been very underexplored personally. I think that there's a lot of potential with an effect like that to do some really spicy stuff and attempt to make a deck similar to what we've seen with Fiora, but maybe a little bit more aggressively slanted, having access to extra runes the same turn rather than Fiora essentially getting that extra rune the next turn with her leader effect.
Oh, a nice little tech we've never seen in the past for Darius is a Gem Jammer in the hand, allowing one of these units to get ganking when they are ready to course. So sending in the Poro, getting one, Rex sending in the Hopeful on the Valmont, since you're most likely going to be stuck there for the remaining of the game till you hit the trash. What does he want to do with the remaining 6 runes? He has the champion available, but you probably want to leave that to where you kind of want to push against a battlefield. So the falling stars, a little bit of what Kai's known for, giving her a taste of her own medicine, taking out double Poro in the back line. Good stuff.
Denying the potential to make those 2 gold if he was able to get those Poros to come in and get over that Noxus Hopeful potentially. That's going to potentially set this Kaisa back a fair amount, but we'll see how Kaisa adapts to having to deal with some of her own medicine and the falling star taking out her back row units.
Right, and somehow it didn't seem like it caused Darius all that much, because I guess we were on Obelisk of Power. So with the Legion ability, wait, it was a falling star into Darius in ready. That seemed like he had, I guess he's left with 3 runes, so that does make sense, because recycle 2, 1 for Darius. Wait, he must have had 1, or no, and then 1 recycle for Darius himself. Right. So going back a
Yeah.
bit on rune economy, but I think it was worth it. You got rid of 2 units and you play out your big boy.
And that's another great part about playing Darius. We've seen Darius in set 1, the champion unit, be a huge boon for decks like Annie, even for Kaisa. Any red deck really loves to see Darius Trifarian, and by utilizing the Darius leader, you get to just start with that leader on board in your chosen champion zone.
Oh yeah, probably one of the better top 3 cards out of set 1, and decently strong in Spiritforged as well. Let's see though what Omega Zero has in mind. And yes, I actually looked at the score now. Both of these players are undefeated. We have a 3-0 Darius on the feature match. It makes it even more exciting to see what kind of tech he's been working with. But a classic tech is the Watcher coming down, fully exhausting his runes to do that. Is it just to allow this Yordo to trade against the Hopeful? Because it looks like he's just offering the trade here.
It will actually clear over being 2 might over to the Noxus Hopeful's 1 might, thanks to the -3 from the Watcher. No ability to accelerate the Watcher, unfortunately. 1 rune short, so not able to double conquer. But seeing the Darius tapped out, unable to pull out any type of combat tricks or removal like this Hidden Blade we're now seeing in hand, he was able to go ahead and utilize his Thousand Tail Watcher to remove the Noxus Hopeful off the board.
You know, and this Darius looking to be tech for a lot of what Spiritforged is bringing to the table. All the way on the left side of his hand is actually a salvage. You kill a gear, so expecting to verse against the likes of Ezreal, against Aurelius, take out those Guardian Angels mid-combat. So I like what I'm seeing. On top of that, on top of all that getting you value, you do get a +1 draw at the very end of that ability, or end of that spell as well. So it has some good options. It looks like taking the more straightforward one, and you know, just kind of praising the hand right now. Darius doesn't feel all that bad because you're able to get readied, and we saw there's a second card in there like a gem jammer, allowing him to kind of squeeze his way and gank to the other battlefield. But I guess you're still effectively stuck on Obelisk for the turn, allowing the Watcher to just kind of pick it up. But in theory, I see where there's some playline potentials for sure with Gem Jammer and Darius.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool way to get around his own Vile Lair as well. So, in an instance where he's able to trigger the Darius to restand itself while also giving it ganking from the Gem Jammer, he can move the Darius over to the Obelisk of Power and then have the ability to move Darius back to base if he needs, as opposed to just leaving it stranded there in Vile's Maw.
Yeah, perhaps what he has in mind as a potential game plan when he does play Valmons, but the salvage simply to draw. This has been errata for everyone that hasn't been keeping up with the rules. Omega Zero was the natural champion. He's like, wait a minute, when I played in these events, it wasn't working that way. But basically paying 2 for a draw 1 doesn't feel the best, but kind of goes to show he probably does not have the best of hands. Has a Legion rearguard and a Jam Jammer if he uses his daring ability, if he wants to completely tap out to make as most use as he can this turn, unless you leave the Hidden Blade available. How are you feeling about this, Mr. Plus? Are you trying to leave something like a Hidden Blade? I guess we're just going to hide it instead.
Yeah, it looks like we're already seeing that he's willing to kind of take away his rune pool rather quickly. Based off of that previous turn, we saw the Falling Star into the Darius Trifarian, taking 3 runes back, and now he's operating on a lower rune total. And once again, by hiding this potential Hidden Blade, I believe it was, that he is comfortable playing on a lower rune count, and hopefully having his leader ability be utilized to offset that lower rune count.
Yeah, very true. We've seen the some Darius decks like Beta Hook, they tend to thrive at lower rune counts, so perhaps keeping a bit of the same strategy from before, but does most likely hide that Hidden Blade on the Darius. Funny enough, Darius should be ready right now since he played 2 cards, but it really is not going to make too much of a difference, as it does only really impact cards like Aurelia, Fairvent, and things like that. You're not going to be able to get the +2 on defense, as you most likely only have a Hidden Blade with those 2 energy, but you don't even have a order rune. Funny enough, you just have all red runes, so you couldn't even play one, which is probably why he chose to hide it instead. So I'm liking the positioning so far, but not feeling the most confident for Darius, honestly.
Interesting choice. We're seeing him utilize Falling Star to take out the back row because he already is confident that this Watcher is going to be able to deal with Darius. Actually going to Obelisk of Power. No, he's not. He's got another plan to take out this Darius. And using his hero power to pay the Deflect Claws to get rid of that Pouty Poro. And now just putting a big 6 mana 12/12 essentially in his base.
Oh yeah, one of the best cards in the current game. Trying to put a good unit battlefield presence, or board presence I should say, online. And now looks like the pickup for Darius is a great card. A Death Grip can come into play at the best moments if you have something to sacrifice, but the Gem Jammer, as we said before, allowing the Darius to kind of escape scot-free over the other side. But you don't have 7 just yet. You're at least at the very... Oh, is there a world you want to go Death Grip?
With the Death Grip, yeah. Perhaps we do see the Death Grip to kill the Gem Jammer and pump this Darius up to 9 so he can gank over and take out the Watcher. A pretty spicy play. That would be really cool to see. But he's obviously thinking very hard about it, whether or not he needs to keep this Gem Jammer on board for future play lines, or just to have presence in general, as it's starting to get really difficult for him to establish anything with only 2 cards left in hand.
You know, something we didn't take into account, if you do Death Grip Gem Jammer, you don't have a Hidden Blade target because you're trying to move everything out of that battlefield. So instead of the Death Grip, going for just the more card draw. Let's see if he finds some answers in that. It looks like it was another Gem Jammer and another card I couldn't catch and make out of. But at the minimum, Darius does go up to 7, so could offer the 1-1, but he definitely wants to win it here. Is Death Grip a 1 or is it 2?
It's a 2, and we're seeing another Gem Jammer come out, this time to the base, going to basically do nothing, and that this Darius already has ganking. But we are going to see the Death Grip come out after all, drawing into what I believe is a second Gem Jammer, as I didn't see it in hand prior. Now being able to use that Death Grip to get over this Watcher and still potentially be able to keep this Darius alive on defense. But no, actually, he's tapped out. It looks like this Darius is probably not long for this world, but at least he was able to clear out the Watcher.
Yeah, he doesn't feel too confident on holding that battlefield, but I think he got the value. He did the work. He was able to conquer, hold on Valmons, and then gank over for at least 3 points, which is about half of the total points. And Darius going up and up in points, going to 6. But Omega Zero starts to climb to try to turn things back in his favor. Not that he's completely out of it, but Darius seemingly having good control this entire game. The one caveat for Darius players is they can get rolling and rolling really good, but at one point it's almost like they run out of resources. They don't have a lot of card recursion. Maybe Spiritforged changes a couple things. We saw the salvage, we saw the Death Grip also gets a +1 draw, because Darius of the old usually has a tough time keeping up with Kaiser and just simple hand advantage, but it looks like 2 can play at that game with the Ferris Forerunner coming down.
Yeah, Darius is definitely hurting for cards in hand, which is why we saw him use the Hidden Blade on his own unit just to try to get some more cards in hand and have some more options available to him. He does have a healthy point lead. He has some time to work with, which is why he was able to use his turn to just establish the Forerunner and prepare to potentially go for game next turn. But as we see this rune advantage come out from Kaisa, it may become difficult to start conquering these battlefields with the amount of spells Kaisa will have in hand and runes to utilize them, as we see a smoke screen in hand, a Hextech Ray, potentially some other removal spells to get rid of this Forerunner and anything else that Darius might try to establish next turn.
Yeah, you make a really good point. We've reached the point in this game where Kaiser's able to leave things available on its opponent's turn. So at least 2 energy for something like Mr. Plus said, the smoke screen coming down, 3 energy for the follow-up things like a Hextech, you know, and you have a Watcher to try to close things out. As soon as Omega Zero hits that critical 6 points, they are going to be feeling good with the Watcher in hand, most likely allowing them to close things out the following turn. That's something Rex wishes he had in hand or had available in these colors, because he's at 6. He wants to conquer 2 battlefields in the same turn, but so much easier said than done from his position, as he doesn't really seem to have the card currently in hand. Forerunner, a great card, but you can't really split in 2 until he dies, so you're not looking to conquer at both this turn. Is there a world Darius could probably win, or is it a little bit out of reach, you think?
Well, he left up 5 runes, so we know that he for sure has Smokescreen and Hextech Ray. I'm not sure what some of the other cards are. I believe there might be a Falling Star in hand as well, but of course not action speed, so not being able to be utilized on defense here. So it could be a difficult task to try to get this final 2 points on this turn with only 1 unit on board and no accelerate units in hand. But we do see Bryn here, Thundersong, which is one of those units that is very powerful at closing out the game by stopping your opponent from being able to utilize all those runes that they left up on defense.
I love it. You know, I think this turn, if you make as best as you can, just try to spread wide or go wide and try to deploy as much units as you possibly can. And then, you know, Omega Zero, the most points he's going to be able to go to is 7. Then the Brynir Thundersong as a closing option on the following turn might be the best approach to try to get into a winning position, because right now I don't think there's too many more options. You don't want to use the Brynir. Okay, Darius, wait a minute. Oh, no, he does have a whole lot of combat tricks like you mentioned, right? The smoke screen. I think I see a Stupefy Hextech. In a world where Kaiser was completely tapped out, this actually might have won the game.
Yeah, if we just had these units on board already, 2 units established, and we were able to get the Bryn here out, this could have been a wrap. But being only on the Forerunner going into this turn, he's not able to go for a double cat conquer on this turn. There's potential he could try to go for something like a stack onto 1 battlefield and go for a hold strategy, but that's typically weak to the cards that we've seen in Kaisa, like the Watcher.
Looks like Rex is just going for it, saying, what do you have under those runes? As a side note, for those wondering what those icons / rankings are below their names, it's not TFT things, it's not League of Legends, it's actually over there in China. They have their own Riftbound leaderboard based off locals placement. So locals all have a connected system, and you get rankings. I believe that's what I've been told, but if Omega Zero says challenger, unless he's been grinding hard at locals, maybe that's just his ranking they give him for leaderboard position. Actually, that makes sense. I think leaderboard position in China for Riftbound, and because he won the National Open, he's highly up there.
Interesting choice from the Kaisa here, not to kill the Forerunner outright with her removal spells, but to just ping it with the Hextech Ray and allow it to trade with his Kaisa unit. So now we have the 2 mech tokens in the back row. What could have been cool, I've been seeing this card, I saw this card a lot today in the pre-Rift, and I would like to see maybe some more experimentation in these lists, is Bushwhack, giving that
Right.
ability to have your units come in ready, similar to how Orange had Challenge in set 1. Something like that in the scenario that when your Forerunner dies, all of a sudden those 2 3/3 units come in ready and able to go in and go for game here would have been cool to see, but we'll see what he goes for here. I think he's still a little bit concerned about what Kaisa might have up his sleeve for this Darius Trifarian. He doesn't want to just throw this body away and then be stuck with only the 2 3/3 units going into the next turn.
And Rex still prioritizing conquering. You're at 6. I almost just want to see him stay patient, because now you're just leaving one of your units exposed onto this battlefield. And Omega Zero, like we said before, only able to get up to 7 points. I wonder if this is a bit of an overextension on Rex's side. If you had a Darius plus 2 mechs on the Brynir Thundersong turn, you have to be feeling a little bit easier about that, because Smokescreen can most likely... is Smokescreen action reaction? I think it still says battlefield nonetheless, so you can't even do any... Or let me double check, because I haven't seen that card in a while.
Well, we did see in the opening hand for Kaisa a Time Warp, which he obviously elected to mulligan to the bottom of his deck. So it's kind of a question of whether or not this list runs more than Time Warp. I'm not familiar with this list myself, but if there are multiple copies of Time Warp in this list, perhaps he's playing to an out of digging for that second or third copy of Time Warp to go for game that way, and hence why he has been so diligent about keeping his rune count high in case he does draw that Time Warp to go for game of Time Warp.
Yeah, we saw it in round 2. It almost came up, but instead kind of splitting some might around, getting enough because of the Watcher, allowing the 4 and the 3 to get an... Oh, and the Falling Stars.
Wow.
That has to be the final nail in the coffin. Rex getting so close to tasting victory in this round 1, but Kaisa looking to have a game plan all along. The Watcher plus the Falling Star, the 1-2 punch, making all the difference, and I think that should be GG despite what you have. I think the fist bump's going out, and Omega Zero looking to be really well positioned going forward. I mean, it's just game 1, but I have a feeling, especially this matchup, he might just go undefeated after we're all said and done.
I just want to point out, I like that little hand gesture that Rex did there. Like, come on, give me your hand. Just fist bump me already. Let's go to the next game.
Let's save some time. Yeah, go back to the intermission for now while they sideboard. That was good. We saw a little window of what the Darius is bringing to this event. The Death Grip, the... What else did we see, Mr. Plus?
Thank you, Moonlight. Sorry, I was reading chat. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, it was confront instead of challenge. But we all knew what you were talking about with Bushwhack doing the same thing. But the new cards we saw for Darius, it was a Death Grip. Oh, the salvage isn't new, but new-ish tech, since there's a lot of gears right now.
Definitely new to be in the main board for game 1. We saw Darius run salvage in the sideboard in almost every Darius list to deal with things, the dazzling Aurora decks, but to have it in game 1 means he puts a lot of respect on the new gear that has been added into the game through Spiritforged.
Yeah, I will say at the minimum, this Darius is probably poised to get the best of Legend. If he's undefeated already, and he's getting, battle tested against the national champ, losing to Omega Zero is about the best tiebreakers you could have in one of these events. So you take a L here. And I don't want to speak too soon. Darius got awfully close. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Plus. Was Kaisa on the play there, or was it Darius? I think Kaisa,
Kaisa was... Yes, Kaisa was first turn that game, playing the Lecturing Yordle out turn 1 thanks to the Obelisk of Power. So perhaps the turn 1 from Darius this game will enable him to get there that 1 turn quicker that he was just short of last game, as he did have a pretty commanding lead, and it looked like he was almost able to cross that finish line, but just ran out of gas ever so slightly too soon.
Right. kind of what we were hinting at before. That's been the Darius problem since the very beginning. They get rolling. They get really close to winning the game. You saw this player get all the way up to 7 points, but they just didn't have enough cards at the end. You know, granted, it was just the so much removal options coming out of Kaiser that I think it was 2 Fallen Stars total, Hex Tech Ray. What else? What other removal did Kaiser use in that game one? Do you remember?
The Watchers actually were utilized as
Okay.
removal twice, which was pretty fortunate for Kaisa when you get to line up the Watcher with something like the. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm coming down with a little bit of something. So,
That was
uh,
me last week.
yeah, when you're able to use Falling Star in tandem with the Watcher in one turn like that, it can be very breaking because you get to take out 2 units in the back row plus whatever the Watcher is going to run into on the battlefields.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so much good value from those cards. So yeah, we're seeing it why Kaiser was able to take first place in the Dalian Regional, and Omega Zero probably wants to make that a repeat. That would be really impressive if he's able to take it all the way. But we still have a whole lot of game to get through, not only round 4, but several other rounds in Swiss. But starting off 4-0, if he does, that's halfway through the day, 4-0, and you know you could give up 2. Because right now, I know globally seeding matters, but as it stands for right now for the China regionals, they still roll the dice in Top Cut. So whether you're 64th place or first place, it doesn't really matter which way you get there. It matters how you perform when you're there. And we know Omega Zero is indeed a closer. But we're seeing in chat, Moonlight got the Alt Art Green Aurelia. There we go. Congrats to you guys.
Ooh, very cool. Congrats. And then here we go, going into game 2 already. Let's see what the battlefields are going to be this time around. Void
That's
Gate.
different.
Okay, and then is this the set 2 battleground that allows you to draw based on if you control the other battleground?
Yeah, I'll pull it here on the screen. When you conquer here, draw 1 for each other battlefield you or your allies control. So Seat of Power is what it's called. And I guess he's just playing that since he goes wide. He's more often than not going to be holding more both battlefields, especially being on the play. I see what he's doing. I think Seat of Power is a battlefield that thrives when you're on the play, when you're able to get onto these battlefields quicker than your opponent, which is probably what's going to be going down in this game number 2 of this round number 4. Can this undefeated Darius take down the national champ? Or is he just going to be falling short in a 2-0 fashion? Let's see what he has, though. Starting things off with a Treasure Hoarder. Or Honest Broker.
Yeah, it's an interesting card. I think there's... I'm looking forward to the future design of this game in terms of Death Knell as a mechanic and interacting with something like Karthus, which we saw in Origins. A card that allows your Death Knells to trigger multiple times. I think that cards like these, that they keep adding these early cheap Death Knell cards like this Honest Broker, can eventually lead us to see something really cool with a Death Knell centric deck and Karthus at the forefront.
I love that. I hope it comes to fruition eventually in the future, because you know other card games has that where the full game plan is just something around the likes of like a Death Knell. When it dies, you repeat it 2 times, so you get 2 golds, or you get 2 of any other Death Knell. I mean, imagine that with the Forerunner, right? You get 4 mechs. So
yeah, that's
there could be
exactly
some
what
legs to that.
I've definitely thought about that as a potential to make it worth it to include a spicy 1 of or 2 of Karthus into a red-yellow deck, even like a deck like Rek'Sai potentially.
Right, it has to be in those color combinations. I just can't remember because we don't get to see it too often. What might is Karthus on right now?
I believe he's just a 3-mana 3/3, so
Okay.
not very big, easy to remove for something
That's
like Kai'Sa, who
probably
currently
yeah.
has
That's
double
probably what's
Falling
holding him
Star in
back a
hand.
bit.
Yeah, double Falling Star is pretty brutal, and we'll see if the Falling Stars are going to come out next turn and just completely eradicate Darius's board, as he's going for what looks to be a Stupefy into... Oh, it's not a trade, that's right. Yes, Yordle is at 2 might, so he's just going to get the clean Conquer and then use the Falling Star to put both procs onto the Noxus Hopeful and clear board, and set up a Poro in back row for good measure.
Yeah, almost felt like a bit of an unnecessary falling star, but that is the name of the game when you're having a verse against a Darius. So understand the matchup. Darius thrives on point tempo. They thrive on having units to try to increase those points and conquer as often as they can on their turn. Taking one away, they do have access to accelerated units like their chosen champion, but they need more than just that to get the upper hand. So I think it felt a bit early, a bit premature for that falling star. But as you mentioned before, he has another one in hand, but trying to give a little bit of vengeance. The falling star coming out from Darius' side, completely eliminating the board and trying to equalize things. If he's able to play, I mean, we know he can at the minimum play his champion. Does he want to leave it exposed on a battlefield? Actually, it's only 6 runes, so you don't feel too bad against something like a Watcher. So I think if there's any time, might as well try to develop it now and then push on to not the Void Gate. You don't want to make it
Yeah,
easier.
stay as far
Yeah.
away from there.
Oh, yeah.
Now we go back to Kaisa's turn, coming up on 6 runes, like you said, not able to put down something like a Watcher. But double Hextech and Ray could just really cleanly answer this Darius as well.
Yeah, we'll take a net investment, of course, one for the legend ability and then one for your runes, but that's so much better than something like what Darius would have to do, where it's just straight from the rune deck, or straight from the rune pool, I should say. It almost seems like that might be the line of play. They have 6 runes available. You just go down to 5 and then 7 the following turn. So I could see him kind of thinking about that play, but instead trying to go on another line. What is he going to be playing out? The Pharaoh's Forerunner coming online. I think if he was trying to keep him off kind of like game ending points, if we were in the middle of the match, like 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there, the fact that he's only going up to 3, I think gives Kaisa a bit more room to think about their plays and just to set things up. So I can respect this play, but let's see how Rex tries to capitalize on the Darius staying alive one more turn. And these guys are playing very similarly, it looks like.
Yeah, we're seeing exactly which units are the premium units coming out of Spiritforged, by being that these two decks sharing the color of red and playing the same units against one another, showing that this Forerunner is just a card that is too valuable to pass up. When you can get it established early, you go for it, and you hope that you can get it to pay off in the following turn, with also setting you up for the next turn, which is what makes the card so potent, being a card that carries over turn to turn value.
It really does. It's like we said before, one of the more crucial red cards coming in the Spiritforged meta. So many good use cases for that card. But throwing it back to Omega Zero, trying to crack a bit of that puzzle that Darius has set up. He has a falling star, but only going to be able to take down one of those units. You can't do the plays you've done before, Watcher into falling star, because he wishes he had enough runes / the cards for it. But leaning towards the falling stars nonetheless. Does he want to just go ahead and proc the Death Knell already? No, prioritizing the champion, taking that out of the equation, and now pushing on forward, scoring her 2 points, her second point, and just leaving that on the battlefield for now. At the minimum, you do have 2 Hextechs for any kind of defensive option. So we'll see what he does. Actually, is it just 1 Hextech?
It's still 2 Hextechs, which is an interesting play line to consider, being that had he taken out the Pharaoh's Forerunner, he would have those Hextechs to take out the subsequent mechs. However, he may be more concerned about the Darius triggering its effect, going up to 7 and then becoming out of range of removal. So opting to get rid of the Darius now while it's clean and easy, and using that removal on the Pharaoh's Forerunner, and maybe potentially going for another late game hold time warp strategy this game. We'll see if that comes to fruition, as he didn't need it last game, but on a game like this, you might want to go for something like that just to close the door and get that 2-0 win.
Right, that's definitely what Omega Zero is thinking about right now, because we thought Darius being on the play would go off and be off to the races, of course, but so far a bit slower than I had originally anticipated. Has some decent cards in hand. It looks like the Survivor, the Falling Star off the top. Can you make out what the last card all the way on the left is? It was a double power card.
I did not see. I saw the Kaisa alt art in hand. Interesting to see another overlap of units between the two decks. I'm curious to know what the overall strategy of this deck is, as it seems pretty evident now that we've seen across 2 games no signs of a baited hook. So this seems to be just a more fair by the numbers, trying to utilize Darius's leader effect to
Mm-hmm.
pump out units rather than going for some high roll baited hook plays.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think we most likely would have seen cards like a matron by now. We probably would have seen the literal baited hook. So I think you're absolutely right. This is more of your standard, if you will, if theirs is even standard in this meta anymore, but more of a traditional build, like you said, by the numbers, just throwing big might units, getting good value cards online, drawing. Oh, no, he's saying, how'd you pay for 4? It was the legend ability, allowing him to draw and draw 2 because your ally controls the battlefield. So the seed of power coming into play there. Not too bad, because we said Darius does tend to draw, or tend to lack the draw power a bit later into the game.
Yeah, that's a very cool utilization of Kaisa in tandem with that battlefield to get you that nice draw too. Something that's interesting about that battlefield is that we have cards, other battlefields that allow you to draw in this format as well. On Conquer, something like the Sunken, I believe it's Sunken Temple, the one that allows you to draw off your units mighty
Mm-hmm.
on Conquer, but you have to pay a mana. So having this be just a free draw should you have control of the other battlefield is pretty good for an aggressive deck like Darius that wants to just pressure turn over turn and keep trying to throw units at these battlefields.
Yeah, especially when you understand the perfect lines and sequencing, exactly what he did there, pushing forward the Forerunner and then conquering with your Kaiser, accelerated nonetheless. So well done, but something is just telling me both of these units aren't going to be sticking around for too much longer. Luckily, the Forerunner does get replaced by 2 of those mechs, as we saw on the side of Omega Zero. But Darius, for some reason, despite being ahead on points, doesn't feel like they're in a fantastic position. Is it just me, Mr. Plus? Or are you feeling the same way?
Given that we are likely to see both of these units removed this turn, I would probably agree that yes, we look like on the face that we're doing okay, but once these units are off the board and Kaisa starts to get set up with this once again big rune lead, 8 runes to 4, double the rune count, she's gonna have, or he'll have access to more answers, more options than Darius in the late game to close the door on him again like he did last game.
Yeah, he's playing this really well so far. If he has the other, okay, he values getting the draw first. Always get more information before committing to your play is a sign of a really well experienced player. But what I was going to get at, he saw the first play, Hextech Ray, run it with a mech. Are they just going to be doing the exact same play? Hextech Ray, run into it with a mech. That seems to be the more ideal play. But forget what I'm saying when you have all 3 Hextech Rays in the hand. So get yourself and keep a unit for the defensive trade as well. So trying to equalize things up to 4 to 5. So narrowing the distance on those points. Feeling good. But it did come out a good amount of cards. That was 3. All 3 Hextech Rays in a single turn. Granted, you did draw
Yeah.
1 for Kaza, so not the worst negative there.
Draw 1 for Kaisa as well as because of the sequencing and going ahead and using that final Hextech Ray, he was able to draw off of the other battlefield as well. So
Oh, yeah.
opting to get the additional draw instead of trading the mech for his Kaisa, now Darius actually has the ability to clear the battlefield right back, but what will this Kaisa elect to do with these last 2 runes, or last 5 runes rather? She does have a Noxus Hopeful that she can deploy for a cheap 2 resources and still leave up some for defense, but I'm not seeing very many defensive spells, it looks like, in the Kaisa's hand at this point. It looks like mostly units over there.
There might be one in the very back being Smokescreen, but I think you're absolutely right. There is a Hopeful, a Pouty Poro, and I would think a Pondering Poro as well. So going on the develop the board state, and that wasn't a Poro, that was a Sentry there. Okay, so it has a Poro and I believe a Smokescreen in the hand, but leaving a single rune available. Is there anything this Darius can do? If he's able to conquer both battlefields, they are sitting in a great position because all Hextech Rays are gone. You could only account for something like a Stupefy with the single energy, and we know here in the commentator booth, I don't think Kai'Sa had a Stupefy, nor will it make the biggest of difference. 4 damage on each of those. Talk about
Wow.
value on Void Gate, biting you in the bum a little bit on your own
Yes.
battlefield.
Isn't that something? Utilizing his own battlefield against him to get the double 4 might clear off of a Falling Star. Falling Star being one of the premier poster cards for Kai'Sa and now being turned against her on her own battlefield. And should Darius have a means to remove this last mech, he can also come in and conquer this other battlefield, go up to 7 and get another draw, and then look to potentially close things out next turn if Kai'Sa can't do anything with those last 2 cards in hand, as Kai'Sa seems to be running out of gas.
Yeah, imagine the world where they don't pick up any units following these turns. Sentry just has 1 might. Is it going to be too impactful versus the 3 and the 2 on the current board? I mean, are you taking this trade? If he had another Fury, funny enough, he could have most likely accelerated the Legion rearguard to move up to 7. But, you know, the Falling Stars and normal decks like Darius do come at an expensive cost. All the Fury runes are most likely at the bottom. But I'm loving these plays. The Death Grip one more time, as we saw in game 1. Gonna be choosing the rear guard to add 2 might onto the mech, bringing up to 5 total might. That's gonna be sufficient enough to conquer. On top of the conquer, the Seat of Power one more time, making perfect use of that battlefield, allowing him to keep that card advantage rolling into this end game. 7-4. Are we gonna be heading into a potential game 3, Mr. Plus? I'm liking Darius's position so far, knowing the hand of Kai'Sa.
As he hides a Hidden Blade as well at the Seat of Power. And I'm not sure, Plus, if you've been able to keep track this time, but I think he's already drawn 3 cards off of that Seat of Power. So
Oh yeah.
that battlefield coming in very clutch for him, as well as the Void Gate coming in clutch for him as well against his opponent. So very
Ooh,
top deck of the century.
right.
But he's not enough. He knows that would only be able to take out 1 battlefield, and he'll get the hold for the game. So we do get to see a game 3. Very impressive from Darius to show his resolve and not be discouraged by the way that first game 1 went, with how he was so close and then got stuffed at the very end. Now this time he was able to do just that to this Kai'Sa player.
Yeah, you know, great resolve and understanding that he wasn't completely out, because we were kind of discounting him somewhere in the middle game there. I'm like, doesn't his position doesn't feel the best, but it looks like he had it all along. It might have just came down to the Falling Star on the Void Gate. I think in that very moment alone was the key piece to victory for Darius. Without that play alone, it would have been a whole lot more difficult. Do you think that was a top deck, or you always had the Falling Star in hand?
I'm not sure. I think we saw the Falling Star, but I did not take into account the fact of that it would be able to take both of those units out because of the Void Gate. Something that
Right.
doesn't necessarily come up very much, but when it does in those situations that we just saw, it is absolutely backbreaking.
It really was. And you know, we talked about a bit of a hindrance to Darius's of the old, and that Seat of Power being a new set 2 battlefield, really changing a bit of that, because as you mentioned, that was 3 draws coming out from Darius' side. So well done, well sequenced, and well played for Darius. Can he keep, like chat saying, a bit of that momentum going into the decisive game 3? Will Omega Zero face defeat at the hands of a Darius? 5 players brought him to today's event. Is one of those players going to be moving on undefeated, is the question? Or is Kai'Sa on the play a little bit too formidable for any opponent? It's going to be a good game 3. This matchup has already impressed me.
Yeah, and we got to see a totally different take on Darius. We were talking so much in the beginning about baited hook and the potential of seeing something similar to what Fiora's been up to this set, but no, he's just going in straight value, using his hero ability to get more units on board and try to overwhelm his opponent. Very interesting take on the deck, and it's been really cool to see how he's been piloting it.
Yeah, I think one of the key pieces to the Darius game plan is Death Grip, guys. We see that as being one of the critical pieces, as we said, because without that, he wasn't able to get over the mech. Yes, he could have traded 1 for 1, but he needed the hold, or I should say he needed the conquer for the double potential hold, because Watcher could have came down and killed one of the battlefield, but the fact that he was holding on to both battlefields is exactly why he ended up finding himself in that winning seat. So that was super well done. It looks like Death Grip able to do a whole lot more things than a lot of people give it credit to. The only thing I'm questioning here, do we think he's not running any equipment? Because I feel like Death Grip on top of equipment is where things really get out of hand. Like if you have an equipment that, you know, Death Grip takes a snapshot of the collective might and then sends it off to another unit. I could totally see that, but I don't think we've seen any equipment. Maybe he's just not running any, right?
Yeah, no BF swords or anything of the sort, which is interesting, but perhaps just trying to play into his leader's effect, giving him one additional energy to tap rather than a power to utilize for things like equipping. He doesn't want to take his rune down any more than he already has to when he's having to pay the full cost for cards like Falling Star, as opposed to, you know, Kaisa's discount of one of those power costs on Falling Star.
Yeah, and I believe we saw it around 2. It should be the final battlefield for Kaiser. Should be start tip peak, as we haven't seen it in this best of 3 match. Not the best, but at the minimum, you are on the play. You are able to get onto these battlefields before your opponent. We will see how it all goes down in this final game 3. Who's going to be taking it? Kaiser versus Darius. Both of these undefeated, wanting to keep that streak alive. And you love to see a 2-drop off the get-go to curve out nicely for Kaiser. Is there a 3 or potentially 2 doubles?
I
Is what
saw the
Darius wants to
Noxus
see.
hopeful. Here it is. Yes, the Darius special. Darius going second. Often, this is considered one of the best turn ones in the game to most, that you get to apply a Pouty Poro, 2 mana 2/2 with deflect, and then use that hero power to bust out a 4/4 alongside it. Something that, as you mentioned previously, using the going first strategy to make a better use of the seat of power seems to be the correct line, but in these instances you could even see the vision for using that going second as well for turns like this.
Oh yeah, I mean, Darius has always been a fantastic legend on the draw as well, because of the plays that we just saw in the hands that you are able to pick up a 2-drop plus a Noxus hopeful. Look at what he's starting with. He's able to conquer both battlefields on this push. So I like Omega Zero playing a bit more patiently because of the hopeful. He doesn't have anything to try to take down. He could have left something open, but then he's not really progressing the game plan going forward. So decides to develop out the Kaiser Survivor, of course. But now, is there a punish? Anything like we saw in the previous game? He's full out Fury runes right now. So a Falling Star could take out the Survivor. We saw the Poro didn't want any business to do with any of these battlefields. So let's see what he decides to do. So far, that opening was really strong. How does he continue on that, though?
Very interesting. Just developing a strong hold on the star tip peak to try to enable him to proc the star tip peak and get some extra runes going. Interesting too to see the Draven unit come out, and will we see him utilize that defensive trigger of the Draven to give it the +2 might and use his runes, knowing that he will get that rune back from something like a star tipped peak.
Yeah, I would only imagine so. You would play it on the battlefield if you have intentions of using it that way. And the Honest Broker closing out the turn. Very optimal plays coming out from Darius, making full use of each and every rune on top of his legend ability. If you're able to do that, the advantages start adding up, right? You're able to get 1 rune of energy played out onto the board each and every turn. So far up basically 2 runes on your opponents, you know, on paper, hypothetically, but you see it in terms of units on the current board. 4 total units, one of them being that big brother. Or who's older, Draven or Darius?
You know, that part of the lore escapes me, but I'm gonna gamble and
We'll
say
let
that
Jack
it's
correct
Darius.
us. I was going to call Draven the big brother. Hopefully I'm right. But yeah, Draven to try to hold down start to peak. And it looks to do so because it's going to take a whole lot to take down 10 total might defending on start tape. So that should be another rune, another point, allowing Darius to inch his way ahead of his opponent. But then it's some interesting lines, because do you retreat the Draven? Do you commit fully on the whole strategy, knowing that there's a potential Watcher looming in the distance? So this is going to be very intricate as it keeps going forward.
Another interesting point to take note of is that this is once again the Kai'Sa's battlefield coming back to bite her a little bit and
Right.
enabling Darius to take advantage of her own battlefield.
Yeah, he makes good use of every battlefield. Looks like Yordle coming down just to recycle a card, leaving 3 available that could signify something like the Smokescreen Hextech Ray, effectively removing any unit you have in mind. -4/3 damage could be good enough to take down the Draven if you wanted to do so, but you're not going to be able to counter regardless because of Noxus Hopeful. This is just a great front that Rex has established on start to peak. 10 might is nothing to scoff at. You're feeling comfortable. You know that channel rune is as good as yours. And then that's where things I said before get a little interesting, whether you want to continue on that game plan. I think I'm personally retreating. What about you, Mr. Plus? Are you a little bit more scared of the Watcher potentially coming out next turn?
Yeah, there's definitely the likelihood that we see the accelerated Watcher next turn, so maybe he wants to play around that. But this entire board position and game state is only enabled because of the power of Darius's leader ability. Darius was not on the play this game, but thanks to that, he was able to get out 2 units and then conquer both battlefields, and in a way that scared his opponent off from moving his Poro up, as to not just allow it to die for free against the Noxus Hopeful, which now has given him a point lead, even though he was the player going second, and he can potentially look to go for a hold strategy like he is doing right now for the duration of the game if he thinks he can get around something like a Watcher push.
Right. If I had something like a hidden blade, I'll feel a whole lot more comfortable about it. But it looks like we get our answer. We're wondering, does he have any equipment in hand? At the minimum, he does have the quick draw reaction speed long sword, which makes a whole lot of sense. Something like a long sword into a death grip. You have so much potential right there. Potential energy, as to say, on like trying to make some plays to get over the top of certain battlefields. Does he have a second card? It looks like yes. So uses on to Darius. So swinging in for 9 total might on the Kai'Sa is going to take a bit more than a smoke screen, because that's going to be bringing him down to 5. And then he still has the death grip. Oh, no. He only has a single rune. I was about to say you can still death grip the broker in the back, but 9 to 4. Is that sufficient? Or you think he's going to double up Smokescreen Hextech Ray just to trade?
I believe that's what I would gather is going to happen here. We'll see the Smokescreen plus Hextech Ray just to stop this Darius from getting way too ahead on value. And then the interesting point here is that we see the quick draw sword. I'm wondering if this is his only equipment. Now that we've seen one, perhaps there's more to synergize with the death grip, like you said. We also do see the last card in hand besides that death grip is a hidden blade. So if he does get to conquer this Zon Warrens, which card would he discard here?
Right. That's going to be the tricky part. I mean, you don't have enough runes available for either or. I'm thinking you keep the hidden blade because you're so down on card advantage. You might as well hidden blade your honest broker if you can manage to squeeze it in onto a battlefield just to get the +2 draws. But it is a difficult decision nonetheless. But so far, not feeling in the worst position despite just having 2 cards in hand. Omega Zero saying you can have it. Let's see what that Zon Warren's decision will be.
Looks like it's the death grip, like you said, and then we'll see now here if he wants to hide the hidden blade with this Darius, as we ended up not seeing the smoke screen and the Hextech Ray come out from Kai'Sa. I'm wondering what exactly he was intending to do by utilizing or leaving those 3 runes up for defense, if perhaps he was not taking into account that longsword, as it's the first time we've seen it in this best of 3.
Yeah, because we know they're in there. We see and a spell we haven't seen in a very long time. A Cathian Rain coming down to do some pain onto Darius's board. That's going to be a collective total of 12 damage, 6 times. And actually, it's been Aurora, but Darius doesn't really have any tools to kind of make full use of that errata, but choosing targets, so 4, and then what is that, 4 remaining?
Yeah, so he's probably going to look to just finish this off with the Hextech right here now. Yep. So Hextech Ray is going to clean it up, but the reaction speed Hidden Blade in response to, like you said, rebolster that hand, get 2 more cards in there. Looks like he drew into another Hidden Blade, ironically enough. But what was that third card? A Blood Rush, actually.
Not too bad. It looks like he is making full use of the set 2 cards. So at the very least, you do have that longsword to equip onto the Honest Broker to push into Zon Warrens. But a Cathian Rain, no matter what point in the game, is sure to be devastating on your opponent, effectively removing everything he worked so hard to build up. That's what Kaiser players are known for, taking a bit of the remaining hope available. And Rex felt like he was in a strong position, but now full battlefield control on Omega Zero. Granted, those are kind of low to the ground, just a Poro 2 might, a Yordle 2 might, so you're not going to have the hardest time to take those down. If you draw something like a Darius, you feel a whole lot better about that, but let's see if this Conqueror is going to be going through, and that it does. So Rex find himself at 5. Does he have something to try to double conquer? Because 6 will be that sweet spot going forward, especially when we take into account Omega Zero still sitting at just 3 points currently. There's a big difference in points so far.
And would you look at that? We do see a Bushwhack in the list. That's very cool. So we'll see if that card ends up coming into play here, as that might have been the card he just hid right there at Zon Warrens. And an interesting board state, as it looks like Longsword has the Broker equipped. Okay, there we go. We're going to fix it. Yeah.
You know, is that more of a bluff, Mr. Plus? Because he's hiding Bushwhack, but it's not going to be doing anything defensively, right?
Not typically, you won't see anything really come out of it defensively, but it's just a way to utilize. We see this Darius deck is geared towards being as efficient as possible with its resources. So using that card as a hidden card just to get a free draw off of the tapped power that he's chosen to recycle for it, I don't hate the play, but we'll see if he thinks that it might be able to stick around in fact, because of perhaps some other tricks he has in his hand, and then he'll be able to use it on his own turn. But more than
Right.
likely, Kaisa will have the removal for it, as we do see a Void Seeker come out, dealing 4 damage. But oh, it's actually a
Oh.
Hidden Blade. The Bushwhack did not get hidden.
Yeah,
So
even
just
better though.
another
I was
draw
wondering,
2.
that probably wasn't too ideal, but this makes so much more sense. You get the gold, you get the +2 draws, and the Void Seeker, all for nothing. That's a big spell getting reduced to just 2 draws on your side. So feeling decent about that. You do have at least 1 more unit, and that is the beautiful thing about equipments in these next set. They always return to base. You're always able to attach it with things like the gold on board. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. You kept the Bushwhack, so if you do draw 1 or 2 more units, you're most likely going to be able to have them readied in that same turn. You know, this is about the most runes we've seen Darius have in this best of 3 so far.
And some of that is because of the star tip peak. So very interesting to see how this matchup is turning out. And like you mentioned, the equipment just goes such a long way in providing recurring value. And it's one of the reasons, like we spoke about last week, that I am such a big fan of utilizing a lot of equipment in these decks, because we saw in the Origins meta how powerful things like Discipline was. Just a simple 2 mana +2 might draw a card. And something like Longsword on its face seems just worse, that it's only 2 mana, it costs a power, and it doesn't draw you card. You would think, oh, okay, I see why people don't want to utilize this over something like a Discipline.
Right.
But being able to use it over and over again, especially when you have cards like this Honest Broker that generate you some gold to get that equip back for free, you start to see how these equipment really add up over the course of a game.
Absolutely, and I think one thing that puts it slightly over the edge is the simple fact that there's a quick draw keyword text on that card as well, enabling it to come down at reaction speed. Of course, there is actually a secondary longsword as well, but I like Rex's position. It's not phenomenal, of course, but it's decent nonetheless. Zon Warren's going to be picking up a Legion rearguard. I think your best bet would be to spam harder than the falling stars could come down. Okay, at least you're in the window of a 4, so falling stars can't take it down, and a longsword onto something like a pouty poro will also bring him up to 4 might, so you're out of the realm of a falling star. But something like a singularity might be a little bit crazy. But we haven't seen singularity in the round 2 we saw Mega Zero. And now in round 4, we haven't seen it in all best of 3. So perhaps he's just not even running it, honestly.
Yeah, and we do see Darius elect to just establish as many units in his base as possible to try to push for game potentially next turn. We'll see if something like Bryn here, Thundersong, comes off the top of the deck to enable that push for game. It could be a huge boon to ending this game and being a surprising upset to see Darius, like we said, a leader that we don't hear a lot of hype about, come out and defeat one of the best decks in the game of Riftbound. And not only that, but being piloted by
Oh,
the
yeah.
defending champ.
Oh, yeah. That last part there is the key piece. You have to be super impressed if Darius ends up getting it. The Bellows Breath trying to do some damage on the 3 backline units. You're able to pay the gold or the deflect with one of your golds. So 1 damage. Oh, he repeats it. So 2 damage, effectively removing the rear guard and the pouty poro. But that's gonna be 2 deflect costs because of the pouty poro getting targeted twice. There's a whole lot of runes gonna be recycled. 2 for the 1 for Bellows Breath, 1 more for the repeat, and then 2 more because of the pouty poro. So that was exactly what they needed. And to make matters worse, Mr. Plus, the whole board is getting removed. We thought Rex had a slight glimmer of hope, but things are fading away now. Unreal. I really thought Darius can get it done.
Very interesting turn of events. That Bellows Breath coming in huge, and the gold that Kaisa had actually being a pretty big help in paying for that amount of deflect and repeating. She ends up ending the turn still having 7 runes in total, which means next turn having access to something like Watcher if this Darius can't figure out a way to close this game on this turn.
If they had 1 more unit, perhaps, but I think the simple fact that there was, I believe, 2 smoke screens available on Omega Zero's side, and he has exactly 2 runes.
Oh,
The Vi is going to be
what a
one way
cool
of conquering
play.
1. Uh-oh. Let's see what goes down. If there was a world without the double smoke screen, I mean, we have all-knowing knowledge. We know those cards are in hand, but this is the perfect play. If there wasn't those cards, this might just very well be the winning play. Bushwhack into Vi into Kaiser. We've never seen this done before.
Yes, and then we're going to see how many cards he's going to try to recycle for this Vi to make it not susceptible to something like the double smoke screen. I'm already lost count of how many cards he's going for here, but
You
I'm
send it,
assuming he's
everything.
going for broke. Yeah. Something massive. This Vi is about to be huge. There's no way Vi is getting taken out by whatever removal this Kaisa has. Doing something out of Annie's textbook. Coming in, taking out the Noxus Hopeful, gonna get the discard draw, and he's looking for something to potentially remove this Watcher so that he can move.
Oh,
The Piercing Light is just the thing he needed to clear this Watcher and the
unbelievable. The
Yordle.
top deck Piercing Light enabling both of those units to get destroyed. A smokescreen only reduces might, but if you have nothing to trade damage, Rex getting it done. Oh, never mind the Hextech Ray. He was so close, so close. I completely forgot about the Hextech Ray.
Ah,
And I think that
you can
might
see the
be
defeat
it,
in his
'cause
face a little bit. Yeah.
oh wow, I was so excited for Rex. Almost inches away. I would say centimeters away from getting victory. But now he's gonna have to hold that Zom Warrens for dear life, and it just doesn't seem too likely with another smokescreen in hand that we know.
Yes, and then also of note, by forcing him to go down in runes here, he's not at a rune count that can support an accelerated Watcher. So that Watcher in hand can't come out and double conquer for game here. He can use it to clear the vibe, but without being able to close out the game here, there's a potential for Darius to answer right back, unless Darius did in fact expend his entire hand, which
Yeah, I think
it
he
looks like
did.
he did.
Yeah, he has nothing in
What an
hand, but I think I see a
explosive turn of
falling
events.
star, Mr. Plus. This is not a good predicament for Darius. A falling star should be exactly enough to do the 5 or 6 damage total, but to clear the 5 total might on Vi. And then, I mean, you have a longsword, but with only drawing 1 card per turn, you can't even activate your Darius legend ability to play anything else unless, no, you can't even hit and blade anything because you're not going to be drawing. So things are not looking too good. The Watcher coming down. Forget the falling star. Might as well get a unit onto the board to try to conquer the following turn. And that should be good enough. You don't have anything in hand. So that is straightforward math. Going up to 7. Pitching 1 for the Zon Warrens. And now it all on the hands of Rex. Can he draw anything? I just think it's over, isn't it?
It seems that way, and unfortunately as well, because what an amazing play that was at an attempt to go for game there, but top decking the falling star is not going to be enough to get him back into this one, as I am just now noticing that we are in turns, but it looks like this is the last turn, as he will not be able to stop Kaisa from going for game, but he is going to go for one final Hail Mary, take out the Noxus Hopeful, hope that Kaisa can't accelerate another unit onto board next turn and double conquer for game and get one more shot, but there's not really anything left in the deck that he can top deck to squeak out a win here.
I think the
Ooh,
best
and
is
we
what he's
see another
paying for.
Watcher.
Oh, and of
He
course,
just shows it to him.
the top deck Watcher bringing it home, but nonetheless, very impressive performance coming at the hands of Darius. No one would have expected an undefeated Darius in round 3 or round 4 and giving a run for his money against Omega Zero. Well played, thoroughly impressed, and almost got there. I want to say against any other legend, that Bushwhack play would have won. Against Kaiser with a double smokescreen and just Kaiser shenanigans, that might give you trouble. But I think any other legend like Draven, Aurelia, or anything, that would have been a game-winning play.
Yeah, not to say anything disparaging or anything to either player, but it did look like Kaisa there was a little shaky at the end, like
He
you started to
was.
feel those nerves, and it was really cool to see Darius put the fear in him and show him that this deck has the sauce and it can get there. It was 1 card difference. If that smoke screen wasn't there, Darius would have closed the door, in an amazing play with an awesome comeback there with what was nothing that we could have expected, honestly. I know we spoke about Bushwhack, but then the Vi on top of that, that was very cool.
Yeah, awesome to see. Really well played. And chat saying, or Max saying he couldn't accelerate it. He was just showing it for show. That would be funny. That would be kind of funny. His opponent didn't count, but it was over, chat. Darius was top decking. Unless you had a card that drew you more than 1 card, there's nothing you could do to play out and develop 2 units, aka the Watcher most likely holds. Did Omega pay the deflect on the Bella's Breath? Yeah, Ori, he did. We
Yes.
made sure. So he paid double repeat, 2 runes out to the get recycled, and then he paid a gold, and then he paid the Kaiser Legend ability for the deflect costs.
Yeah, that was a very back and forth game. I mean, based on what we saw in all 3 of those games, this Darius deck was not a pushover. Even in game
Oh, yeah.
1, he got very close to winning, narrowly lost steam, and then Kaisa was able to shut the door. But then an impressive performance in game 2 and an incredible performance in game 3. I'm really happy to see this Darius player show everyone that this legend has some potential going into next set, and you shouldn't sleep on these Origins leaders that now that we have all these crazy new things like his brother Draven,
Right.
but
It honestly looked strong. It looked like it had some very powerful lines. And yeah, perhaps just getting severely underestimated going to Spirit Forge. Everyone's just new legends, but they're forgetting there's some legends in the past like Darius that just has inherently a really strong ability built into it. What an unexpected axe drop from Darius. Exactly right. And Gito, good morning, good morning. And Bandit, if you're still in here, I saw you as well. Good morning to you, Bandit. Welcome on in, guys. For anyone out in EU, I think it's around the time you guys are just waking up. And yeah, more Mr. Mentor, a legendary top deck. But even without that top deck, it was over for the Darius. He hit that critical moment where you just can't really top deck anything because you're at 7, because you need to conquer both battlefields quicker than your opponent can hold one. that was everything he had. But I think everyone wants the deck list. Do you, Mr. Plus? Do
Yeah.
you want to see the Darius deck list?
I do. I like you did gravitate towards Darius very early on into learning Riftbound. I thought he was a very cool leader. Just having that extra rune can mean so much. I experimented with a more controlling version of the deck, which was pretty interesting, but this goes to show that there are multiple versions. You don't have to just play baited hook, and this legend is definitely one to keep your eye on if you're a fan of Darius. There's only 5 here, so like you also mentioned previously, this Darius player has a high
4.
chance of coming away. Oh, 4, an
Wow.
even higher chance of coming away with that metal Darius leader. So if you're a big fan of Darius, maybe don't count him out just yet.
Yeah, I think no one has their eyes on Darius for Bologna or Vegas, so that could be an easy metal card. I say easy, but you still need to play, you still need to perform. But out of 508 players, only 4 of them showed up to play with a Darius, and one of them we got lucky enough to see on the feature match. He was undefeated, falling a little short, but in a game, in a nail-biting game, super close on Darius' side. I'm willing to bet out of those 4 players, that is indeed the best of Darius, because, I mean, he was undefeated, and he's probably going to keep winning as he gets knocked down only against Omega Zero, unless he just completely tilts and loses out now. Even then, he probably still gets a good shot at that metal card.
I'm just now realizing that did this Darius player miss out on a few draws because the Zon Warrens allows you to draw even if you don't have a can to or a card to discard,
He
and he
drew
was already
one
at
time
7
when I saw
points,
it.
so he should have drawn for the 7 or the not being able to win off the 8th point off a single conquer as
Oh, that's
well. So
2 cards. Or does that come first?
oh, that's a good
That
point
does come
perhaps. I
first.
didn't
I
see
think
him
you
discard a card though either. I'm not sure if maybe that was just a mistrigger, but in that replay it looked like there was a potential for a misdraw.
Actually, I'm pretty sure how the ruling works. The 7th point to 8th point has to be first, and then the conquer ability. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Wait, there was a ruling in Houston that happened to me. I tried to sequence the 7th to 8th point first before Zone Warns. Or what was it? Maybe before Candlelit, and the judge ruled it that I couldn't. So I had to do Candlelit first. Or no.
Okay.
No, I had to draw first before the battlefield. So I think it's something like that. You had to draw, which you would pitch the card you draw anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not too
Something to
bad.
think
That
about,
was a
though.
great match to start of the day. So that was a good one. Hopefully we get a little bit more of that going forward. We've seen a whole lot of set 1 legends today. It was Teemo in round 1. Round 2, it was a Kaiser versus...
Thank you.
What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading chat again. He said it was at 6 before the Vise attack. It just looked like when I was viewing it on the replay that it was already at 7, but I must have misinterpreted it.
Yeah, I think Rats is agreeing. Conquer points happen before battlefields. Yeah, Rats, that's how it was ruled for me again with the Houston judge. So I'm gonna believe that. But yeah, I kind of forgot what I was saying. It'll come back to me.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of that instant replay again. It looks like they probably have a lot that they want to discuss over those games as well because those were very, very good games. I was really impressed. I didn't want to see Darius just get ran over by such an experienced and skilled Kai'Sa player as we've seen in the past. Kai'Sa seems to have a very favored matchup into Darius, but he got to display some true skill and show us that Darius is a force to be reckoned with, and I was really happy to get to cast that game with you.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a treat indeed. So I'm looking forward to more games like that. And as we approach the midway, that is probably what we're gonna get our hands on because they've been really good. Earlier on in Fuzhou and Chengdu, the first 2 regionals, they wanted to show us diversity. They wanted to show us all the legends. Now that we've seen all the set 2 legends and a handful of the set 1 legends, now they're prioritizing the top tables. So we've seen it in the previous last weekend's regional. Even if it's gonna be a lot of Dravens, they still value showing us high level gameplay, which is what we want to hope to see when we're watching a regional event, just to try to take away from and learn from these events. I mean, I wouldn't mind slightly lower to try to stay away from some of the Dravens, but you know, it's inevitable. We're probably gonna run into some Dravens eventually. Oh, and that's what it was. I don't think you guys saw it. It was an Aurelia mirror match. That was actually better than what a lot of people would think.
Yeah, that was a cool mirror match. I really enjoyed that last match or game of the mirror match that had the treasure hunter just generating an insane amount of gold.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You saw that one as well. That one was crazy.
Yeah,
We were all like,
that was really
"What
cool.
kind of nonsense in a good way is going on?" But yeah, that was a really awesome match. Next up, chat. I believe Algita will be joining us for round 5. He will be co-commentating with Mr. Plus. I'll take a slight step back as I probably get some food real quick to get the energy for the remaining of the stream. And yeah, Michael, can we see Illusion? I'm praying for Illusion as well. And yeah, I'm praying for Lucian. I'm praying for some good pools for you guys as well. And today/tomorrow's pre-riff, I'm imagining is today for mostly everyone in chat. Actually, even for me, even though it's overnight, it's still technically Saturday, right? So I think today is where a lot of people are going to be joining those pre-release events.
How's it going, Agito?
You in here,
Good.
Agito?
I'm in.
How's it going? Welcome on in. Do you have the camera already?
Yeah, so ready to go.
Perfect. I'll pull you in now then.
I'm so tired. I didn't get back from pre-release till like 2 a.m.
Oh, do you
wow.
want to take us? Do you want me to take this round one more? Or are you
No,
feeling?
no, no, carry on.
You're
No,
here.
no.
Yeah, you're here already, Agito. But I get it. Yeah. How did that
Actually,
go though?
somebody
You could tell
from
us a bit about it.
I feel like I got the worst packs of everyone. Had like no synergy at all. Played one game on stream, and I think you could see like the lack of synergy for the deck itself. Although I did pull a lot of the good blue and yellow cards, but like no third color iterations. And then my second round opponent dipped as soon as they finished their first round, so I didn't get a second round. And then the final match was against BMU and Liam, which is on the channel.
Oh yeah, you versus BMU. I mean, what were your pools like though? Did you say? You said you didn't draw any
Awful.
like good deck cards, but anything that was like
Awful.
fancy, horrible.
I pulled an Alt Art Body Siver as my stacked pull, but unfortunately, that's not a good card in pre-release or in any format, really.
Right. Someone out there probably wants it. I don't know how much they're going for, but hopefully you still got a couple more pre-release. You said you were doing one pretty much each day. You have one later today?
I've got one today at 12:30, and I've got one tomorrow at 12.
Nice. So, you know, you got the bad luck out the way. You're only leaving behind the good luck, so you're bound to get something good soon.
But I did get Leroy's favorite girl. I did get Renata in the pre-release yesterday.
Okay, nice. And is that really his favorite? I thought he liked Ori.
He wants to play Renata in set 2. He was saying last
Oh,
week.
okay. Nice. You know, that's a good topic. What are we thinking about playing? Because, Mr. Buzz, did you say you were going to Vegas or not this time around?
Yes. Yeah,
Nice.
I am.
Have you locked? I guess you don't have to say since you're probably coming from a competitive mindset. But what are you maybe perhaps thinking of playing going into Vegas? Have you kind of locked in? I mean, I know we talked about Draven. Are you still kind of locked in
Yeah.
there?
I won't say that I'm locked in yet on a specific deck, but I am locked in on playing an AD carry.
Okay.
I'm either playing Draven, Ezreal, or Lucian, most likely. I love my ADCs, and they're all such fun decks to play, and I think they all have potential, so it's going to be one of those more than likely.
Yeah. You should be
Pretty
good.
funny because last night everyone was doing the same thing. It's like, I've got a pet deck I want to play, and then Draven.
Right. It's inevitable, right? We have to sometimes play the best, but with, you know, if we're seeing anything from the Spiritforged, there's been a good decline. I want to get the results from Fuzhou. Maybe I'll do that while you guys cast, and I'll look up on the side. What were the first numbers? Or chat, if you guys can look back and remember, what was the first percentage from day one Draven? It was in the 30s or something, because now he's fallen all the way to 22%. I'm really
Wow.
curious how that's going to shape out for Bologna and for Vegas. Are we going to see more in the 20 somethings? Or if he goes below 20, I would be super impressed. That would be a huge diversity. And there wouldn't really be a quote unquote Draven problem, but most likely there has to be above 20, I'm willing to bet.
So I think
Yeah.
first event was 189, and then last week it was 189. Then it was like 168, and then last week was 126, and then this week it's was it 111?
This week?
So each week it is coming down steadily. So people
It
think I
is.
just
It
realized.
is. Yeah, this week 113, so pretty much 111.
Yeah.
Perhaps more
So
and
it is
more
like people-
players are metal card hunting and don't want to be one of the 200-ish
Right.
Dravens.
Mm. So I think a lot of people saw it as just this very effectively powerful deck, and have just realised over the time that maybe it was more because it was so many in the competitive scene that were making it the best deck. But not tier 0, but definitely tier 1 still.
Yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
definitely high tier. And to answer a couple of questions in chat, George, the next round is going to be round 5, so we're more than halfway through today's event as Swiss rounds are only up to 7 rounds. And speaking of rounds, actually, I answered one more in chat. TD Chris saying, when's the next round? How much downtime? As Aguito said, that round went pretty much into overtime, or actually it did go into overtime. It reached turn 1 in overtime. So at the very worst, it should be another 10 to 15 minutes. At the longest,
Oh, look at
as
that.
I speak, it should be another 5 to 7 minutes with Aguito and Mr. Plus taking it away very shortly soon. But I was gonna make a point here. Why am I forgetting? It was how much downtime? Oh, it'll come to me. But Agito says you're just joining the cast. What legend do you want to see in this round 5?
First question is Randy back out there this week?
Right. I don't think we saw him. We would have seen him tweeting.
So what have we seen much of? I want to see, for the sake of it, an Azia versus a Rek'Sai. Battle of the Sands.
I can see that. That could be epic. I don't think we've ever seen that. One is so much full of removal. The other one floods the board going wide. So that could be a fun matchup. I would be happy with either or, because most likely if we're sticking to the top tables, it's going to be a spicy pick and then more of the meta. Either Draven, Kaiser. I guess those are kind of the only ones I would consider super, super meta. I guess we should probably throw Aurelia in there. So it'll probably be spicy like a Rek'Sai Azir and either Draven, Kaiser, or Aurelia if I'm being realistic.
I do like to
Garen
shout
versus
out to the
Garen.
lore matchup.
Yeah. Get some sign in there.
The battle for Shurima. I see one of my locals actually in chat said he pulled Lucian, Draven, and Blade of the Ruin King and Defiance Dance in his Rift pulls. That's pretty darn good.
That is.
damn.
That sounds awesome.
One of the people at Riftbound yesterday, they pulled the overnumbered Draven.
Ooh, lucky dog.
Yeah, I know Mr. Plus really would have loved to see that.
Yeah,
that's
my
what all
hands
the
were sweaty
overnumbered
opening
Steve
every
Rock.
pack.
That's going to be me on Monday. I can't wait, chat. I honestly didn't get to open the most amount of product for set 1. I mean, I opened, I think, 2.5 boxes, which is not the most, but we could talk about that during intermission. Alguito and Mr. Plus, I'll send you guys over as they take us away for round number 5 of today's Nanjing Regional Open.
Woo! What are we going to see? Mr. Plus, what do you want to see today?
We've been talking a lot about Lucian, and I would love to see a Lucian. The Lucian representation apparently went up this event, and seeing one right now would be pretty cool. But we are going to see that overnumbered Draven that you just mentioned. But will his opponent be that Lucian that we've been itching to see as its popularity has been increasing?
So we've got the glorious
Oh.
executioner. What is our opponent playing?
Yes, it's one half of your desired matchup. You got at least one of those Shurimans out there.
I'll take the 50-50.
Not bad at all. And
That's all.
we did just see a red-yellow deck in Darius last round, so it'll be interesting to see how this red-yellow deck plays in comparison, being in the same domains, but having more than likely a completely different play style in the way that Rek'Sai approaches the game.
So I'm going to presume it's the standard Immortal Phoenix. Let me explode things on both fields as much as I can. Variant that we've been seeing lots of recently, which into Draven is actually fairly good because obviously, as we've seen before, if Draven can't keep units going or the Draven itself going, it generally just falls by the wayside.
Yeah, and then Targon's Peak from Draven, not Zon Warrens like we've seen in Miracle Draven decks, so more leaning towards a potential mid-range Draven list, but that Rek'Sai deck, I'm not entirely familiar with the deck that you're describing. Would you care to elaborate a little bit more on the Immortal Phoenix Rek'Sai game plan?
So the game plan is you blow things up on both sides of the fields with Call the Weeks. Because you've destroyed something that turn, you can then bring back the Mortal Phoenix. You've got yourself a beautiful red card floating in the air. Generally speaking, you want to run the Sun Disc as well, so that way you can get it accelerated on the same turn, and then you can move it out again.
Oh,
Opening
okay,
hand for
that's
Draven looks a
interesting.
bit. By then, watch Moss Blizzard.
Interesting. So it is going to be a mid-range Draven as we see the Mind Splitter and Brynhir Thundersong. Brynhir in the main is an interesting choice too. I'm not sure if that's become more common now. I thought Brynhir was typically seen in sideboards a little bit more, but it's such a powerful card in this current meta, a Draven-centric meta. I don't see any issues running it in the main in at least 1 or 2 copies.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of lists running it as like the one off, and then like another one in the side normally as like an additional boost, especially with all the spellcasters you've got going around currently. A lot of the Victors with their kill spells, Rek'Sai with kill spells, Kai'Sa that's just a kill spell deck at this point. So it is there as just like your safety net.
Yes, and we get to see both players coming in with the drip having alt arts for both their legend and chosen champions. So it's always nice to get to see these beautiful new cards on display in these early days of the format.
No, it's nice to see. Actually, very luckily for the Rek'Sai, that the regular art for that card is also very pretty, as it is her breaching the sands.
That is a very cool artwork. I actually tend to enjoy that artwork a little bit more. But I can't fault anyone for running, the min-maxed rarity of a card like that Rek'Sai alt art.
No, it's got some lovely falling on it, to be fair, and it is the frosty skin, so I can see why people want the contrast of the hot sandy overnumber into the frosty. Moving the treasure hunter out now just to get themselves that early gold, as Draven is a little bit power hungry, as one would be if you are the gladiator's best.
And also triggering a star-tipped peak, enabling him to do a little bit of an Annie impersonation here on tapping 2 at the end of the turn as he establishes his Draven champion unit from his chosen champion zone to that target's peak as well to go for a hold, potentially utilizing the defensive ability of the Draven. Although he did untap a red rune, so we'll see if he ends up wanting to use that, as he'd have to float a rune. Nothing too special, but something to consider as a seal comes out for Rek'Sai to start this Rek'Sai's turn.
Yeah, Rek'Sai's one of those very weird ones that is actually very seal hungry, just because they want to get more Legion plays off, because they kind of have that same mentality that Darius does, but unfortunately for them, not quite the same mentality with their decks pushing, but with the effect of the Rek'Sai digging faster and deeper, so the baited hook variant isn't really needed that often. And just a fun fact, because I don't know if anyone mentioned it after last game, Darius is the older of the two brothers.
That was my assumption as well, being one of the Noxian generals, but we're going to see the Rek'Sai utilizing its hero ability to tap itself and reveal a top 2, finding a hidden blade and an honest broker, it looks like. So will he elect to just drop this cheap unit out, getting an effective card draw off of his leader effect, or potentially even use the hidden blade to answer this Draven?
We're
And it
looking
is going to
to
be the
see a
hidden
Drave
blade.
go pop. Now, I'm also a bit concerned about giving Draven 2 free cards, because Draven loves free cards. But as we've seen before, Draven does suffer if Draven can't stay on the board.
And we did see in the starting hand of Draven, I'm not sure that if he mulliganed it away or not. He did have a hard bargain. So with that 2 mana up, thanks to the Targon Speak, he could look to hard bargain this if he really wants to force this Rek'Sai. And yes, there it is, the hard bargain. Is the Rek'Sai willing to pay the extra 2 to get rid of this Draven, or did he have something else in mind for these 3 runes on his turn?
I feel like it's probably more advantageous for the Rek'Sai to get rid of that Draven than it is to sort of keep those runes safe, because their back is empty. You're not on the offshoot here anymore. you're still holding with the other Rek'Sai, and just get their power card off the field as quick as you can.
Yes, and that is what he likes to do, which is going to give the Draven the 2 draws, the draw 2 as you spoke of, and now Draven potentially having a pretty decent hand size advantage going into this turn, but will he be able to capitalize on it with only 6 runes? I'm not sure that this Draven is running Boots of Swiftness. We could see something like a Boots of Swiftness, like the Aurelia was utilizing in the Aurelia mirror match, to get this treasure hunter to go back and forth and try and generate a bunch of gold, as well as clear out this Rek'Sai. The Rek'Sai is only 3 might, and using the Boots of Swiftness would get is to a tie, and then something simple like a Blood Rush or a Cleave or anything like that, even an equip like a Spinning Axe, could seal the deal and make this, as we see a Spinning Axe in his hand now, make this treasure hunter a formidable foe.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of Draven sort of get rid of the equipments beside the spinning axes, because the spinning axes are just absolutely insane for their costage, as well as being a quick draw as well. Seeing the double switcheroos doesn't really matter right now, but I could imagine them putting it underneath the treasure hunter just to upset somebody if they don't want to just keep, he said, generate more gold. But again, I think it's a good idea. Your opponent doesn't have anything on the back. No ganking from Rek'Sai, so it's not like they can hold the Zorn Warrants, then cross over to the peaks. So for right now, I think Draven's in a decent position. But again, on the play, they will be going to 2 on both sides.
As we see the gold spent and 2 mana tapped, we're going to probably see the Spinning Axe deployed. A definite power card, one that only Draven has access to, but as we saw in the previous round with that Darius, how much work Longsword put in, there is a potential to start to see Dravens also utilize Longsword alongside the Spinning Axe, even though the Spinning Axe is a clear winner in terms of power for cost. The fact that the Spinning Axe can be destroyed so easily makes the longsword something to not overlook entirely, as that card tends to stick around a bit longer.
It is unfortunate we just did the longsword in hand, so they could have tested if they had 1 extra rune up, but unfortunately, not today.
And now we get the Conquer discard draw from the Zon Warren's going to discard one of those switcheroos, as you said, not doing a whole lot in this current game state. And with having another one in hand already, don't need the redundancy of another switcheroo. And now we get to see this treasure hunter run away with a boatload of gold generation that is going to enable more spinning axes and cards like switcheroo to be deployed without hindering the overall rune count, which is one of the things that makes treasure hunter such a good early 2 drop if you are able to get it out on turn 1, as this Draven was.
We do have Void Rush in hand, so we can kind of look at the top deck, see what we can get off of it as we're a bit loose on stuff. Or we're just going to put down the Immortal Phoenix. Okay, that also works too. Getting out a unit is fine. Not really a fan of this combo if you can't get anything else extra, but getting 2 things on the field for your turn is not the worst thing in the world, although you are very far behind now.
Yes, and this more or less confirms your suspicion that this is the Immortal Phoenix variant of Rek'Sai. Now we have to see what Draven has left up his sleeve to continue to pump up this treasure hunter. Will we see something like Boots of Swiftness, or will he start to now apply other units to the board, as so far it's been an all treasure hunter show from the Draven? And I do see that Overzealous has come into the hand. We see a Falling Star. Looks like another Overzealous. Bryn here, the Void, or the Mind Splitter, I'm sorry, and Switcheroo. So quite a few options from the Draven, but not a whole lot to establish that is too threatening outside of potentially using the Mind Splitter this turn and having that plethora of gold, but instead electing to just remove those 2 units from the back row and use the 2 gold that way. One of the things that makes Kaisa such a formidable leader is reducing that power cost of Void Seeker, or I'm sorry, Falling Star to 1, and now the gold saying, well, how about we just make it free?
Yeah, it makes it very interesting. See more and more Fallen Stars played in Draven, just because I think they also need some kind of like backline kill threat is not the worst thing in the world. Although that Immortal Phoenix is immortal for a reason, and hopefully we'll get to see it come back again later in the game. But already halfway through these points, it's looking a lot better for the Draven, unfortunately.
And Draven drawing another Spinning Axe, going to be something that can see this treasure hunter become rather large. A 7 might treasure hunter is pretty difficult to deal with, as well as discarding yet another switcheroo. So kind of showing that this card isn't really doing a whole lot in his mind in this matchup, at least maybe not in this current junction. So potentially a card we might see sided out going into the next game, but Draven is seemingly banging on all cylinders, and it's going to be a tall order to see this Rek'Sai figure out how to come back from this current game state. But as you said, the Immortal Phoenix being immortal, we will more than likely see back soon enough.
So I do fancy the Void Rush right now in case we can get ourselves another kill spell. Get rid of that pesky treasure hunter.
Darius
Got the
coming
same
in.
thing.
Not bad. 7 might
Not bad
with
at all, no.
essentially accelerate. And is the Rek'Sai deck also playing cards like we saw within the Darius deck previously, that like the new, I'm drawing a blank. Sorry, the 2 mana kill one of your units to buff another one of your units spell that we saw Darius make a lot of use out of in his match.
The Death Grip. It's a
Death
very
Grip, yeah.
interesting card. I feel like it's not as useful in Rek'Sai as it is in maybe Darius himself. Mostly seen in Fiora and the Brutalizer build of Azir, as it makes sense to be passing on the additional mites as you can. But is that double Void Rush?
A Void
Bang.
Rush and a Void Rush. Wow, somebody has max CDR.
So go, go, go.
And call the week, call the week.
Double Call the Week. Well, that can bring back the Phoenix if you really want to.
Wow, pair into pair. We see double Void Rush into double Call the Week. Very, very unlucky in this current status of the game, because he does not want to use that to kill his own Darius.
No, you can bring it to hand, though, and just draw them instead. So not the worst thing in the world. So now you know there's kill threat on your opponent's side. But are you really interested in, as you said, killing your only current unit? Although
Not
it will
only
bring you back
that,
your Immortal Phoenix for the cost of 1.
oh, okay, and two, the idea that now the Draven knows a fair amount of the hand texture of his opponent, something that is often overlooked with the Void Burrow's ability, when, or not the Void Burrow's ability, but Void Rush, is because it is a reveal. Now Draven is fully aware that there is another Darius in hand and 2 Cold Weeks, and without even having to utilize the Mind Splitter, he knows half of the hand that his opponent has, and will be able to make some more informed decisions going forward to play around these outs.
Yeah, that is a big issue, to be fair. We do know that there's a Darius in hand as well following turn. So if they really needed to, they could call the week, pop this Darius, pop Swink in the back. Obviously, it's the choice of the Draven if that's the case. Play out the other Darius, and then because you also pop Swing as well, you can also bring back the Phoenix. So you're not in a terrible place. You also have 2 Phoenixes in the trash, I think. So you could bring them both back if you really wanted to. So even more economy for the Phoenixes going down. Darius Draven's in a better position than the Rek'Sai right now, but the Rek'Sai is not out by any means. It does matter, though, depending on if they just want to start building up that other board, as they are 2 points ahead and started to hold. Could be the game plan for this deck now.
We could see the Mind Splitter deployed here as well, even though, like I said, we already know some of the cards in hand, just to figure out what the rest of the hand looks like for the Rek'Sai. And now that we know that there is a Darius in there, it effectively is a kill spell for Darius, and removing it before it even gets a chance to be played, as now we do see the Mind Splitter come out. And is there a better target, or will he just be taking out that Darius that he saw off of
I think
the
the Darius
Void
is the best
Rush?
one. I think Darius is the main one here because you can know how quickly you can accelerate it. The 7 into 7 is just a very powerful card. The issue, obviously, for Draven is, besides the big boy, you are kind of stuck on cards that can't really do much. As you've already lost one of the spinning axes, you don't want to lose the other spinning axe.
Wow,
Honest
and
broker.
seeing this, yeah, you're right. That Darius is the clear choice, and it's going to be hard to mount a comeback for the Void Burrower, barring some very fortunate hits off the top of the deck from the leader ability.
So I do think there's one right now where you just want to go cool, and then bring back the Phoenixes after the calls, just so you can clear their board and Oh, sorry, you can attempt to clear their board, and then you got yourself 6 month worth of units in the back there.
Looks like we might be seeing this Noxus Hopeful get a spinning axe now, and that is going to be the play. So 7 mana coming, or sorry, 7 might coming out from this Noxus Hopeful. He'll be able to get over this Darius and remove it, making the Call of the Weeks feel a little less bad, being that he doesn't have to now kill his own Darius. But the drawback is now this Draven has been able to get a draw off of his leader ability because of it.
So I do think the Immortal Phoenix has to kill one of your own units as well, so he could just play out the Honest Broker, get the gold, get the Phoenixes out, and then force the Draven to either kill the Hopeful or the Mind Splitter, which isn't great for either way, as you don't want to be losing your equipment, but you also don't want to be losing your 7 might unit.
Yeah, and it looks like we just saw. Oh no, that might be a rebuke actually. It looked like he discarded a Tide Turner and drew a Tide Turner, but it is actually a rebuke. So he's pretty insulated against a big unit coming in and crashing into his overzealous, and more than likely 7 might is going to be too tall of an order for any units to be able to fight this Noxus Hopeful. So he's pretty priced into using these Call the Weeks. However, the Mind Splitter sitting in the back will still be able to move up next turn, and if Draven is able to accelerate anything out, this could be a swift game 1.
Yeah, the Immortal Phoenix is when you kill a unit with a spell, you may play 1 and a Red Fury to play me for the turn from the trash. I think the issue a lot of people was, I don't know if this got erratic, because a lot of people say you had to kill your own unit, so if that's the case, just double cull. I think would be the play here. Get rid of 2 things on your opponent's side of the field, get the Phoenixes out, and then just, ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like he either is not familiar with that ruling or is just interested in getting that gold from the death knell off of the Honest Broker. So we are going to see the Coal of the Week come out. I noticed, or I recall you mentioning the Sun Disk as a way to essentially accelerate these Phoenixes out when you do trigger them, as we're seeing now. But is there a potential to see Bushwhack as well in a list like this to kind of build that redundancy towards having an effect that allows you to accelerate these Phoenixes out?
It's definitely something I could see happening. The Sun Disk does come online, though, as you play out the Immortals, just because of the Legion effect of the Sun Disk. But again, Bushwhack is very good because it's just doing the same thing, but for everything that comes out that turn. So, yeah, I mean, I could see it happening. Obviously, these are able to come back out. I don't know what the...
Interesting. Value in keeping the spinning axe.
For the call, I presume, because it's not in the trash when the call goes off, it doesn't count as bringing itself back, maybe. But again, having a 3 might into 5 might with the Assault 2 is going to be quite effective. There is a longsword hand for the Rek'Sai player, which would mean they would trade with the Noxus Hopeful.
It's looking like good game as Darius Trifarian's going to come out and trigger its ability to stand up and gain that +2 might, come in for 7, and yes, that is all she wrote for game 1.
Very good. So
Very
no,
swift.
even though Rek'Sai did have some good plays early on, it just unfortunately didn't work out too well for them, as there's a lot of good red cards in Draven, unfortunately, and quite a few of them have acceleration.
Yes, and now you I believe have some more familiarity with this Rek'Sai list than I do. So what do you believe is the best path to victory here coming into game 2? What could we see out of the sideboard to potentially make this match a little bit closer, as that did seem to be heavily Draven favored?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's going to be the version that is more akin to the prison builds, where it's more kill spells. Maybe we'll see a thermal beam just to try and get rid of the spinning axes and long swords. There's not really much counter spells in red or yellow, so it's not one of those things you can just say, yeah, put your counter spells in currently, so we are a bit stuck there. And the issue I see a lot with Rek'Sai is their main deck is basically all they really use. They might bring in maybe salvages to get rid of stuff as well, but I think for overall, their main deck is the deck they're still going to run on game 2.
Okay, so not a whole lot of adaptation that can happen from the Rek'Sai, it sounds like, unfortunately, but perhaps just an unlucky break in the way that the deck panned out for the Rek'Sai. So could see things go a different way here if the draws are more fortuitous, and potentially the battlefield decision could be a big boon as well going into game 2.
So I do have my partially built Rek'Sai deck next to me, so I can have a look. So Falling Stars is always a thing you could use. Forge of the Future was a card they were using just to get the recruits out, just so they got a little bit more to poke with. Darius, obviously, you've seen Salvages to get rid of equipment. Void Seekers are using, they are trying to use a few more kill spells you can. Hidden Blades that we saw. Noxus Hopefuls, because again, it's a Legion card, making it easy to get stuff out for cheaper. Thermal Beams, and Sun Disc. So yeah, the things that we've kind of already seen, besides maybe the Sun Disc, you said they could be using the Bushwhacker instead, are generally the things you are seeing currently played in the poor Rek'Sai build. But we did see Longswords, which is something that you hadn't seen very often in the Rek'Sai builds. But it's one of those things that once you get it on the field, is generally staying there until your opponent either pulls out an extra card or you just keep equipping it.
Yeah, the longsword is a definite cool inclusion from the Rek'Sai player. I'm wondering whether or not, actually, for the Phoenix, does the Phoenix have to trigger on the first time that you kill a unit, or in that last game, could he have done the first call of the week and declined the Phoenix's triggers, and then on the second call of the week, revive both of them, so he wouldn't have had to kill one of the Phoenixes on the second call of the week?
Just say when you kill a unit with a spell, you may. So I don't know if it's a case of it only will trigger on the first kill, because our translations aren't amazing in set 1, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd read it as probably you have to do it on the first kill, so which is why you bring them out when you did. Otherwise, it would be more interesting to say, hey, like I'm just going to use 2 kill spells and then I'm going to bring them back on the second kill spell. That way you're not losing advantage. But if you can't, unfortunately, accelerate there, you are a bit stuck.
Yeah, that's one of the drawbacks of this Immortal Phoenix game plan. It feels like it has so much value on its face, but when they aren't able to come out with any sort of acceleration or haste, they often, not often, but we do see instances like in that last game where they just immediately get answered by a falling star, and they're not able to really capitalize on the cheap recursion of the Immortal Phoenix from the drop.
Yeah, besides the Darius's and the Kaisers as a rule, as I've not seen many Rek'Sais playing the Forge Runner, which I think they probably should, to be fair, as it's a fairly decent unit. Obviously, it's a bit expensive, but you're getting double the amount of usefulness out of it. Most of their units are 3 might or less, which obviously, when a lot of the kill spells in the game are 3 might or 4 might or less, it generally does get you down.
Yeah. And we never really see cards like, to your point, all these 3 might units. We don't really see cards like Hextech Ray make it into other decks outside of Kai'Sa, which has always been interesting to me, as a 1-mana ping 3 is so strong in the early game that even though you don't get to offset that power cost with Kai'Sa, it can often be a big turning point to just get that early board presence established.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just look at it as a Kai'Sa card because of the whole getting power for free, at least one of.
Mm-hmm.
I think that seems to be the issue for a lot of people. They just can't give away those runes as easily as other decks could.
And the only reason I bring it up is because of the, like you mentioned before, that the Rek'Sai is a seal reliant deck, and having double seal out that game and having multiple seals could allow you to facilitate a card like that, but perhaps it's not something that you really want to be playing around in a deck that is trying so hard to find stuff off the top to utilize off of its leader ability. But being that this is an Immortal Phoenix deck, having that as an additional removal spell to trigger the Immortal Phoenix seems like it could be worth investigating.
Yeah, we could do with actually seeing a bit more of the deck, to be fair, to see what this Rek'Sai is actually playing overall. That is the unfortunate thing about not knowing what these decks are. But as you said, there's quite a few treasure-making opportunities in this deck. There is obviously the runes, so it's not always the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, we saw the Honest Brokers, and I'm wondering whether or not Rek'Sai also being, again, a deck trying to utilize removal spells for Immortal Phoenix would play something like Blood Money also.
Yeah, there's a good chance. Again, not really seeing much Rek'Sai overall, and we are getting like less sort of representation. Deck lists are also very hard to come by. A lot of them do seem to just be running the same cards, so it is a case of, like I said, like a prison version of the deck. But hopefully we'll see a few extra cards that we didn't see last game and see like what this Rek'Sai is either sided into or just like what the deck has for play options.
And using the Obelisk of Power to bring out the turn 1 Rek'Sai champion unit. It's always very nice to see. Something that I've overlooked this entire time is the fact that that unit can also facilitate the acceleration of those Immortal Phoenix. So definitely something to consider if he can keep this thing alive. But being so susceptible to something like a falling star, it'll be difficult to see whether or not he'll actually be able to utilize its effect to accelerate some Phoenixes from the trash.
So they do have a call of the week in the hand, so I don't know if it's worth just getting the point, using the candlelight visual, and then just culling the week to get rid of the Draven on the other side to put them both at a in brackets disadvantage. If there is a second unit in the hand, though, it could be quite good for the Rek'Sai player. I do think they kept the hopeful. I don't think they bottom decked it, as it would be very good to just call and then go into the hopeful for a cost of 4 overall.
He is utilizing the Candlelit Sanctum to get an extra opt before deciding whether or not he wants to utilize Rek'Sai's Voidbearer ability to play one of these cards off the top, choosing to bottom deck one and leave one on top, and now he will go ahead and decline the activation, it looks like.
Yep, going for the call. Very good.
Just as you said, the call of the week to stop this Draven from getting any kind of momentum going off of his Draven champion unit, getting that draw from a combat plus a gold from the said combat, just valuing the fact that he can score that easy point, like you said, and then answer that Draven immediately and still be able to deploy a Noxus Hopeful to the base for next turn, now giving him a 1-point advantage and a unit advantage on board. Very nice play from the Rek'Sai.
So not too sure if chat's asking. The main reason why is because when we see Draven players play, they normally just get absolutely flustered if you kill their Draven early as possible. Forerunner coming on their turn 2, though, is nothing to scoff at, and is an absolutely astonishing card for what it wants to do.
Yeah, that's the power of the Obelisk of Power, giving him the ability to turn 1 deploy a champion unit while he's going second, and to turn 2 deploy the Ferris Forerunner. Very powerful turn 1 and turn 2 from Draven. Even though he lost the Draven champion unit to that call of the week, still not something to snuff at, as now we see the Rek'Sai move up and once again trigger his Candlelit Sanctum. And we'll see if he actually goes for a Rek'Sai activation, as we do see a Voidbearer on top, which is a premium card to be able to play off of the leader's ability.
Yeah, that's what I'm considering right here. Do we just want to put that back on top, put the one on the bottom, go into the Void Rush, dig 2 more deep, and see what we can do here? I wonder if they're playing the small... Ooh.
Piercing Light.
Yeah, put that in the hat. You got... No, draw it. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, it's the way around. Yeah, you can't draw it. Just wait. No, not do Void Rush just yet. There's a Void Rush first. Look, again, it is a bit of a shame because you kind of do want to have a Piercing Light to hand. And again, one of those kill spells that we talked about earlier. So what do we get from the top? We get...
Yeah, Brinthir Thundersong.
But we also get in the No More Spells for You guy, which again will be very good, sort of that 6-point mark, getting it down, try and hold 2 battlefields. Like I said, that being the plan later on. Again, we are on the play here with the Rek'Sai going 2-0 currently, but that Forerunner might want to start showing its big body shortly, as it can just push back in any moment now. And getting another Noxus Hopeful out for a cost of 2 is always a good plan for anyone that can run this card.
Yes, Noxus Hopeful is one of the premium cards in the Fury domain for sure. Being a 2-mana 4/4 in most cases is so powerful, especially when you're fighting a deck like this where you're so just priced into trying to get as many cards on board to be able to overwhelm the Draven before they can get stuff established, like a Ferris Forerunner with some spinning axes, and get these big units, because you don't have the easy answers like you do in purple with stuff like Rebuke and Fight or Flight. You do have the kill spells, but as we know, the Ferris Forerunner doesn't mind being KO'd as much as it minds being bounced.
Well, that's it. Yeah, you prefer to have your opponent pop it for you, so that way you get 2 more mechs out of it. So, yeah, the game plan is there. It's just, can it work is the question.
As we see a pretty decently sized hand from the Draven, Kaisa and Ferris, or Kaisa, Spinning Axe, a Noxus Hopeful. I think potentially a Falling Star as well. It looks like he has quite a lot of room to work with as he goes ahead and deploys a Kaisa non-accelerated just back to the base, and maybe even is going to buff her up with this. No, he's actually going to just do exactly like we saw the Rek'Sai. Get the cheap value of the 2 for 4 while you can, and these Noxus Hopefuls are really putting in a lot of work for both players.
They are definitely indeed. A great card in red, and I can see them being like probably one of the mainstays for a long time until we get somehow an even crazier card down the line. Another Noxus Hopeful, that's all free for the sort of Rek'Sai now. I'm glad that they didn't throw down the spinning axes early, because otherwise that salvage would have been devastating, especially with the then 2 cost Noxus coming down. Do you just walk something into the other area just to get yourself on the 3 points, is the question. And the issue is here, you can't really get rid of that Phoenix, is also a little bit of a problem.
Looks like we also see a second copy of the Rek'Sai champion unit, this time not alternate art, but we could see that come down alongside the Phoenix to start to enable that play pattern we spoke about by recurring the Phoenix and being able to accelerate it. Although, once again, if the Draven does have something like a Falling Star, that play is very susceptible to it.
Well, we did say about the Hextech Ray earlier, so...
Well, what do you know? The Hextech Ray comes out and goes immediately to the bottom, but we are going to get a seal out of the deal, so 1 mana floating and a seal on board. Still quite a bit of runes to work with. Does he have anything that can answer the back row here, or will he just be priced into trying to take out this Ferris Forerunner and look to deal with the board at a later time?
So going to go for a Phoenix. Might as well. Spend your 1 floating. That'll be very good next turn if it gets to stay alive. And then you can do 2 more to get out the other Noxus Hopeful. And that's yourself up for a nice board state at the end. There you go, you got a nice amount of might in the back there. On your play, that Phoenix will be a 5 might unit, so you can walk that into pretty much anything you want to on the other side.
Leaving 2 mana up, but not much to do with it defensively, I believe, as salvage is not an action speed, is it?
Salvage is... I thought it was action.
Oh, okay, so he could use that to out the spinning axe that we know the Draven has. So now Draven coming up with a point deficit, but a still scary looking board, even though Rek'Sai has managed to get quite an impressive board himself this game. Draven, obviously having quite a bit of hand, can look to see what this Rek'Sai is trying to do with the 2 mana up, which at the current moment looks like not much. Could use that Hextech Ray. Not sure if that's part of the plan, but potentially see that salvage if the spinning axe does come out. But not much reason to deploy the spinning axe prematurely, as you stated before.
I think the Hextech Ray got put to the bottom of the deck, unfortunately, but that salvage is ready to go. Unfortunately, with the amount of rune economy that the Draven has, that hard bargain is just going to get slammed down either way.
And now we're seeing one of the best cards in Chaos, the stacked deck, which is going to give him access to the top 3 cards and some great cards he's seeing here. What do you think he's going to go for out of these?
A stacked deck.
Stack deck, and the stack deck actually likes to take the hard bargain.
So I think he's just in a very good position either way here for the Draven. He's got full control now. He's got enough might on the battlefield to sort of contest really what he wants to. The Forerunner is going to make 2 more free might mechs. So it's not really that bad of a plan if you want to try and take back the Candlelight's Vigil. We obviously know about the spinning axes. You kind of hope on the sort of Rek'Sai that the Draven does just tap out as much as he can on the following turn.
And we do see the overzealous.
I think you're going to walk in with 2 units anyway on the following turn with the play. You think probably like at least one of the Mortal Phoenixes and one of the Hopefuls will walk into the Obelisk of Power. One gets bounced back because of the Overzealous fan. Draven will then hopefully try and counter with the Spinning Axes. You'll salvage in response, and then it will just be a trade.
We also know that Draven has the fight or flight in hand, so could elect to also hide that here or leave mana open to deploy it on defense. He does have double hard bargain in hand, in fact, being well aware that his opponent has Call of the Weeks and Hidden Blades and lots of removal spells, just wants to be able to keep enough mana up to utilize these hard bargains and make it difficult for Rek'Sai to use spells to answer the board state that he set up with 10 might over there at the Obelisk of Power and the ever-looming Ferris Forerunner at Candlelit Sanctum.
Yeah, I mean, the Rek'Sai's not out of this now. There's both at 3 points each. Rek'Sai can still kind of whittle away at this board state. I think it was a Hidden Blade. Too sure here.
And with 6 resources up, the Draven does have the ability to double hard bargain this turn and effectively make something cost 6 additional runes if he really wants it. Not sure that we'd ever see a play like that, but it is interesting to see that he already had a hard bargain and elected to grab a second one off of the stacked deck, so potentially putting some high priority on that card.
But as you said, we know this is a prison-style Rek'Sai deck for the most part. You do kind of just need to keep yourself ready to stop any of those Fallen Stars or Salvages, or in this case, Hidden Blades or Calls. So it's not a bad call, to be fair. Or what are we going for?
The Brynhir Thundersong potentially is going to come down, which, yes, it is. So now forcing the Draven to respond with a reaction now if he wants to play anything. Seeing that seeing that this Draven had left 6 runes up, he is basically calling him out, saying, if you planned on using those here, you got to use them right now on whatever you have. And after that, it's all just math for me.
No, very good position here. I don't dislike this at all. Hopefully, though, we'll see something useful here.
It looks like he's going to go for that spinning axe, but he's putting it on the overzealous fan, actually.
So it's 4-4-4, right? So that way it's more of a contested spot, so everything sort of crashes and nearly dies.
4-4-5, in fact, even for the overzealous fan.
You to now just salvage the axes and just upset the Draven as much as possible. That's the reason you played the Thunderstorm, right? Right?
Just to really try to make them regret this premature deploy of the spinning axe by salvaging it. Giving his opponent the opportunity to respond with the overzealous trigger, which he declines, and now he does get salvaged as a result. So taking away 3 might and giving a card draw, not a bad play from Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai now being tapped out, of course, won't be able to really do much with the Rek'Sai leader ability off after the fact, so more than likely we will not see him tap it. But now we're presenting 13 might to the 10 might from Draven, which is going to wipe the board out over at Obelisk of Power and leave him with just his Immortal Phoenix left.
Which, no, is a fairly good play. This is kind of what I wanted to see from this. You can still play 2 cost things for free from the top there from the... Oh, wait, no, can you?
Not from the Void Borer, only from Void Rush.
I mean, it's probably not too bad if you wanted to just to sort of say, hey, I want to get to a deeper unit. I know there's like 3 of my Dravens, sorry, my Darius is in there, so I just want to dig a bit deeper. That could help the situation. But again, I think he's in a good place right now. You know he's got at least another unit in hand. I think there's 2 units in hand. And then maybe a Piercing Light.
And 10 runes to work with for Draven. So even though he's been reset to just the Ferris Forerunner on board, still a lot of things that can come out here as we see the Tide Turner rather. He can Tide Turner to his base and get that Forerunner to attack the Obelisk of Power and force that hidden card out of his opponent. We also see Ride the Wind, but we are going to go for the Tide Turner and see about what we can do to this Rek'Sai while he's tapped out.
Yeah, it's good to see people get Tide Turners as essentially a fight or flight with a body. that way trying to help you move around the board a bit more smoothly, especially with some of these units that can't get ganking or you can't physically force like a Swifties in your deck. So it's good to see that people are actually thinking more of these plays. But again, that's Forerunners just going to start walking into that obelisk and, well, fighting fire with fire. Oh, or we just got Darius. One of the other one.
Draven calling in his older brother to fight his fights for him. Big 7 might Darius Trifarian coming in ready with a nice Alta Art High Noon skin. What does he fear out of that hidden card? Is he worried about it being a hidden blade? Of course it is, but we are actually just going to see one of those 2 hard bargains come out, and now there is no draw from the hidden blade for this Rek'Sai player, as Rek'Sai only has 3 cards left in hand. Gonna get that Phoenix cleared out. Unfortunately, does not look like Draven has the ability to deal with the Bryn here, so Bryn here might be able to come back and answer this Darius, at the very least, the Tide Turner.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's in hand here. I don't know if we do have a longsword, because it's a yeehaw cowboy. But I am looking forward to see what we can do off this top draw now. We do need something here. I don't know if it's worth just moving the Brynir into the Candlelight. Ignore what I just said. But yeah, Brynir's a 5, so you could clash. There's a switcheroo on the side of the Darius, I believe. So that's going to be a bit awkward to walk into. We did get a Void Rush, though, so that's not too bad.
It's either a switcheroo or a fight or flight, but either way, there's something there to deter this Rek'Sai player from going after the Obelisk of Power, even though Draven only has 1 rune up. Not much to be doing with 1 rune on defense, aside from a stack deck potentially, but what does Rek'Sai have to answer this very oppressive looking board state, as even though he might be able to get rid of this board, there will be 2 3/3 mechs swiftly to follow, and this game is getting closer and closer to its end, as if he's able to hold and go to 7, it's really going to start to put that pressure on Rek'Sai, as now he deploys his signature spell of Void Rush.
I mean, it doesn't do everything, but it gets rid of something.
Not a bad hit from this Void Rush. Double removal spells and the Phoenix in the drop to boot. To be able to bring it back out here, we are going to see him elect to draw the Hextech Ray and then use his gold plus a recycle to delete this Darius with Falling Star. And it was, in fact, the fight or flight, which is not helpful. It always feels bad when you hide a fight or flight and they use something that doesn't matter or doesn't care whether or not the unit is at a battlefield or not. You can send it back and it just dies anyway. So going to get a Conquer out for the Rek'Sai player with plenty of runes to work with. He gets to look at the top 2 and find yet another Void Rush.
I think we Void Rush. I think we just double down.
Just let it ride. Keep looking at the top 2.
Because I think you have Darius in this, and then you can just put a already accelerated Darius in for a cost of 3. So that would probably be the best thing here.
Darius would not come in accelerated at this point, right? If he's already played 2 cards, or is this the first?
This is the second card.
Yes, so if Darius was the 3rd card, his effect wouldn't trigger, right?
I think it's at least played a card, right?
I'm not too sure, but we are seeing the Falling Star again, and he is going to elect to go for another Falling Star, really setting all his runes back, but he sees it's worth it as he gets to take out the Forerunner. Even though Forerunner is going to replace itself with 2 more 3/3 mechs, he's at least starting to answer this board in some way and make it a little bit closer of a game, but that hand size not looking too large at this point, so not a lot of answers left for the Draven as Draven comes back to his turn with what looks to be 10 runes. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Rek'Sai can get at least something accelerated here to potentially deal with that Tide Turner and get himself up to 6, but no, he's just going to redeploy Phoenix to bolster the Obelisk of Power alongside Bryn here.
So do we just use the Hextech Ray now? Maybe just pop the Tide Turner so that way they can't hold to 6. That way they have to choose if they want to fight or if they want to just hold.
Something that definitely we might see come out here if he has that Hextech Ray in hand. I don't remember whether or not he has that. Oh, he did draw one off of the Void Rush. That's right. So he's got one floating, so 4 mana to work with here. It looks like some kind of judge question going on regarding the Phoenix being a point of contention and how it operates. One of the more interestingly designed cards, very cool in theme and idea, but can cause a lot of questions on rulings and timings and stuff of that sort.
Yeah, the issue with a lot of the stuff, I don't know if it's I think it is worded a lot better in Chinese, so it's a little bit easier to sort of get the gist of if it's specifically at a point in the game, whereas in English it's a little bit more up to interpretation, as the card does read itself as when a unit is destroyed, which obviously just means like at any point I just kill something, I can just go, okay, I'm going to play this now.
And
But unfortunately, that doesn't always work out, especially if it's like maybe more like a Yu-Gi-Oh effect where it has to be like the last thing on the in brackets chain to resolve.
Yeah.
So
looks like
unfortunately,
they're
'cause
doing a little
obviously-
bit of inspecting to see whether or not everything was paid for appropriately. Potentially, I did see the judges ask to look at the bottom of the rune deck, making sure that everything that needed to be recycled was recycled. So a little bit of a judge call here. A timer has been frozen, but with only 15 minutes left and being in game 2, even if Rek'Sai is able to pull this off, they're not giving themselves much time to come to a decisive conclusion in game 3.
So there was a gold also on the table at the start of this turn as well. So that could be where the contention is, where they've, maybe they're missing one rune. It's because the gold was spent, which can be the issue, I think, with gold being obviously this finite substance that just kind of comes in and out of the ether when it wants to. Maybe for the Rek'Sai, it's probably best if you draw, maybe, as opposed to just instantly losing, because going 4-0 and in this case 4-1 and 0 is probably much better than going 4-0 and 1.
True, we can see that be the play line that the Rek'Sai goes for, and potentially even there could be some gas if we have yet to see the Bushwhack or Sundisk, so there is potential that that comes out in game 3 and is able to speedily score some points for this Rek'Sai and enable him to go for that 2-point deficit victory in time, should that be where we end up. But this game is far from over. Draven still has plenty to work with, even though it does look like, compared to the first game, Rek'Sai is in a much better position.
Yeah, hitting both of those falling stars on the Void Rushes has just been amazing for this poor little Rek'Sai that had no reason to be just destroying the world with some small meteors, right? I think there's still a Cull in the hand and there is a Hex deck in hand, so I do feel like you want to maybe pop the Tide Turner, make the mechs walk into that on the following turn to either like claim something, or you just try and hold out on the Candlelit then.
We do see the timer back, so play has resumed. Now, are they going to be more mindful of this timer, as we've said that it's likely they're going to go to time if they do reach game 3? Or is that going to improve the pace of play here as Rek'Sai's second champion unit, this time with the beautiful art, as you mentioned, of him bursting, or her rather, Rek'Sai bursting from the sands and decimating these Shuriman soldiers, or whoever was unfortunate enough to be there in the sands of Shurima.
I believe in the story of this specific lore moment, it was just some travelers going from camp to camp, convoying between two different outpost towns. And unfortunately, when you make sounds, if you've ever played the game, you know that she will just be borrowing and just go,
Yeah,
footsteps, let's go investigate.
I hear you, and I'm coming. That's what Rek'Sai is all about. As we now pass it over to Draven, who has another one of his signature spells at the ready, a spinning axe, and what looks to be potentially a I'm not sure what that card in the back is. I do see 2 power, so
Ooh,
it is the Falling Star.
you hate to see it.
Yes, you do. You hate to see that Phoenix and Rek'Sai go to the trash immediately. And now with 2 more runes being tapped, we are probably going to see that, yep, the Spinning Axe come down, make this 3/3 mech a 6/6 just like his predecessor was, the Ferris Forerunner, which is more than enough to take on Bryn here, who's a mere 5 might with only 1 rune available on defense for the Void Burrower. We could see that 1 rune utilized for a Hextech raid to force the trade, but then that does not stop the second mech from just moving in there and scoring up to 7 and really putting the pressure onto our Rek'Sai player as he elects to just let it go. And we go to 7, get another card draw, and we're probably going to see just more cards piled up for a potential hold, and this game looks like it might be going the way of game 1 in favor of Draven as Ferris Forerunner comes down and his little mechling joins him.
Yeah, holding out with that 15 might on that one field is going to be very awkward. Rek'Sai doesn't have any real way of getting rid of things. Ooh, a card you want to see on top, but never want to draw it, unfortunately. And yet it is the Draven's game, unfortunately. But we are done it in before time for a change, which is nice to see. But it's also good to see a Rek'Sai trying their best. And to answer the Orange's question, I believe the issue for the culling your own Phoenix is the Phoenix doesn't see itself in the trash until after the call resolves, so it didn't see the trigger happen.
I see. Okay, interesting ruling. That does seem like that makes sense. So
It doesn't go to the
very,
trash
very cool.
after the call's resolved, so it doesn't see the other things die, as far as I'm aware.
It was nice to get to see something different like a Rek'Sai, and obviously this Rek'Sai player, although it looked like they were kind of decisively taken care of by this Draven, they were 4-0 going into this round, so they're definitely not out of it yet. They know what they're doing. They can still win out from here in these last 2 rounds and go to day 2, make that top 64, and earn themselves a Metal Rek'Sai card. I'm not sure how many Rek'Sais are in this event, but once again, really cool to see these not often talked about or sought after decks currently come up and try to take on the top of the meta in Kai'Sa last round and now Draven this round. Once again, both of the decks were red-yellow and attacked them from completely different angles, and we saw Darius put up a little bit better of a fight, but Rek'Sai, there's definitely room to explore with this leader, so don't count Rek'Sai out just yet.
Oh, definitely. So 17 Rek'Sais are currently in this event, which is a 3.35% play rate, which isn't terrible. It's actually really good. I think last week we saw, 8 or 11, so it was a lot lower. But I believe we get Pike next set, and if we listen to anything that Leroy says, it was the bane of his existence. So having both of the Delve decks together, one after the other, should hopefully improve both of these decks together, as long as they do share at least one color identity together.
Yeah, and will we see something akin to what we see in the game of League of Legends with a resetting ultimate or something of that sort, as we didn't get that with Noxie and Guillotine on Darius, but it would be cool now that repeat is a mechanic that they create a card like that for somebody like a Pike that says their signature spell being their ultimate. If they kill a unit with it, they're able to repeat it and continue to do so. It would be really cool to see more of that flavor from League of Legends and Summoner's Rift injected into Riftbound.
So just to be nitpicky, the Noxian Guillotine is essentially the 5-stack version of Darius's Guillotine. So when you're fully empowered, it just kills something instead of just giving something temporary so they die next time.
It's just the execute, not the reset.
Yeah, so Noxian Guillotine in the game, it does like a very little amount of damage, but if you have your passive fully stacked, which is 5 bleeds, it will just kill something, basically. It will just do like 1,000 damage.
It just does
So,
a large amount of true damage with an execute threshold, and then if you have the ultimate max ranked, then it also resets, which they were able to inject a little bit of that, utilizing the Legion to essentially, like you said, take the spot of having those 5 stacks to make it an immediate kill, but nothing for the repeat. But like I said, that's a set 1 card with the repeat mechanic not existing yet, so maybe we'll see some cool stuff like that as the game continues to grow.
Someone worked it out at pre-release yesterday that it's 3.5 years to get every single legend out if they want to do it that way, which means that when we get like set 20 or whatever it is, maybe we'll see like a new revamped Darius or a new revamped Jinx. So yeah, maybe we'll see like their own signature spells coming in and doing something interesting, or maybe we'll get a different ability as their signature spell to try and do something fun, like the pull in, maybe to drag something into a battlefield through the Darius.
That would be cool. Some apprehend action or some decimating. I was actually a little surprised to not see True Shot Barrage come out in this set alongside Ezreal, as that was such a fun card to mess around with in Legends of Runeterra. But like you said, there's plenty of room for this game to grow and many more sets ahead of us. So we'll see how they continue to add more flavor from League of Legends into Riftbound.
So have you noticed though on the Ezreal stuff that the blue Ezreal does Arcane Shift when it moves into a battlefield?
Yeah.
But his signature is also Arcane Shift.
Yeah, he's hacking. He has, for some reason, he
He's
can
double Arcane
cast.
Shift.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe they should have possibly done something a bit different with his blue. Maybe I suppose maybe in their opinion, it's you're doing the Q instead rather than doing his E. But
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know. I'm pretty sure the blue is doing Arcane Shifts.
All that stuff is very fun. I saw somebody at my pre-rift last night to playing Ezreal had double Doran's ring on their blue Ezreal at one point, and I looked over and said, "Oh, AP Ezreal enjoyer, interesting."
I say just 2 Doran's rings on the blue Ezreal. That's just basically playing purple Ezreal.
Yeah.
Sparkling water 就在我淄博第一德莱门头上。
老公，你真厉害，可以教我玩吗？
啊，小意思。我来。你也玩芙蓉战场啊？偶尔玩2局罢了。这是什么？好耀眼！
好耀眼，好耀眼！
No, you're not.
Well,
Oh,
I
yeah.
had a good. Should I repeat myself? Thank you, Leroy. Thank you, Taz. I was muted because I don't want these guys to. I don't want you guys to hear me in between the casts.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But I was
I
100% muted. Sorry about
every
that.
champion has like its lovers and haters. So I think everyone gets a little bit of love.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
you
think,
do
like,
have
what's
some
not
champions
lovable.
that have been neglected for much longer than others. You see certain heroes who have 10, 12, 14 skins, and other heroes still sitting on 3. So definitely there's a little bit of favoritism, but hopefully those champions also get some love in Riftbound.
That'd be cool. But
this-
to catch up, chat real quick. The question I asked these guys was just because Aguito brought up like 3 years to see all the legends. I said, would it be more realistic for them to do like after rotation, 2 years and a half in, however long 10 sets take? If they rotate OG legends, like we get a brand new Jinx with a new ability, a brand new Master Yi, or a brand new Ari, or legends like that are probably going to be nowhere to be seen come around set 10. So it could be cool to kind of repeat the same legends, but give them a whole new spin on things. That could be fun, I feel like.
Yeah, same thing like how Magic and Pokemon do it. It'll be like set 1, 2, and 3 will just be not playable anymore at set 10, and then that will go to set 13, and then the following like reset of the seasons, it will go 4, 5, and 6 are no longer playable, and then it goes to 16. So yeah, I can imagine them doing something around like that time period where it's like, oh, we liked Darius, but we couldn't really give him the cards we wanted to, so we're going to make him this version of Darius, and he's a little bit more, maybe he's more of an aggressive version rather than a Legion style, taken away from his army sort of status and make him just like the general. But there's so many champions to like go through. I'd rather than try and get everyone in the game first, and then go back and start looking at like reworks.
Not to
Yeah.
mention they're going to continue to develop more champions, no doubt, for League of Legends as the game goes on. So in those 3 years, there will be even more added to the pool that they're going to have to consider. So definitely a lot to look forward to in the future of Riftbound. One thing I would love to see, which I'm sure they would never do, and I might be the only person that would want to see this, but see some versions of champions that are their original pre-rework iteration, like OG Yorick or OG Mordekaiser or, OG
Stealing the dragon!
Soraka.
Stop him!
Yeah, original Scion who just AP
Oh
Scion
god.
blows you up with his with his Q. So
We've
that would
got
be
Tank
fun.
Scion and we've got Assassin Scion. Which do you
Yeah,
prefer? Ooh. Don't tell the boss.
I think what Lee was saying could be cool too if they bring in like a Riftbound card for some of the Valorant agents. That'd
Oh
be like
no,
never before done.
crossover.
It feels like that could be pretty cool. I like the idea. To answer a quick question in chat that I kind of got scrolled away, Hiller saying, if you have time to answer, can someone explain how the Ezreal optional additional costs? What's an example of this? Real quick, for anyone that's newer player-ish or a new player in general, it's just like anything that says you may pay this as an additional cost. So example being an accelerate is an optional additional cost. There's cards like Clockwork where it says you may pay 1 green power to you may pay as additional cost to draw 1. That's a perfect example for easy. Another one, which is the biggest use case for Ezreal, is going to be repeat. So repeat says you may pay the repeat cost as an additional optional cost, right? So repeat, accelerate. Yeah, thank you, Orange. So just a little thing before we got carried away. But Mr. Plus, let me know if you got to go. I always say overcommitting, but if you're chilling, we're chilling. We could hang out for a little bit more during this break. But I know I had you committed for 2 rounds. I don't know how late it's getting out there in the West Coast for you.
Yeah, we're past 1 a.m. for me, and like I said before, I am going a little bit under the weather, unfortunately, so I think I will take my leave and once again say thank you for the opportunity. It was really fun to
Absolutely.
cast with both you and Agito. Those were some great games, and I'm glad we got to see some leaders off the beaten path, both of them being red-yellow too, so a big surprise.
Right. I was super impressed by that, Darius. But yeah, it was awesome to have you. As we always do, I did get you a little command now. I'll type it in chat. But if you want to leave us with any little shout outs or anything, I know last time you shouted out your shop. If you want to do it again, or anything where we can possibly catch you online or anything of the like.
Yeah, if you the stream elements that you said show my Twitch and my X. I'm looking to finally start up content creation for this game as it's become so much of my life now as I've diverted from other card games and put my main focus on Riftbound. I would like to start getting into content creation like you guys, and I hopefully will be able to get some steady streams going and some more casting done with you guys. So yeah, take a look over there, and just one more time, Top Deck Keep in Southern California. If you want to come tomorrow and Sunday for a pre-Rift event and get your hands on some packs, we have plenty to go around.
There we go, guys. Check him out online, and of course, see him in person tomorrow. You're gonna be there tomorrow at Top Deck Keep?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna go be there at 1 p.m. So if you guys are interested, there's still some tickets on sale. Go ahead and go to topdeckkeep.com and get yourself a ticket, and I'll see you there tomorrow.
There we go. A couple of people you said in chat know exactly what you're talking about, so they most likely will be there. But Mr. Plus, appreciate you coming out one more time. Hopefully you get a little bit better. If you, I couldn't tell you were under the weather at all, but I know how that feels because, as I said, that was me last week. I was struggling for dear life, so I'll go ahead and let you go. And as always, now that you kind of been on the cast team for a little bit, or second time on the stream. I'm looking forward to casting a little bit more in the future with you as well. So we'll be in touch with that.
Thank you. And thank you again, Agito. You're a lovely co-commentator. It was a great game to watch, and appreciate all the insight into Rek'Sai.
And to you, sir, thank you for being here, father of Plus.
Yeah, the Plus's dad, as chat likes to call him.
All right, good night,
Mr. Plus,
son.
I'll let you go. Thank you so much for coming on today. Have a good one.
Bye, everyone. Thank
See you.
See ya.
So, Mr. Plus Is this the Ori we saw last week?
Yeah, I was just about to hint at. I think that was the Ori cosplayer. Was it just last week or was it the Shangdu one? I can't remember now. What did we just see this last week?
I think it was last week's event where we saw the Ori playing. Was
Let
she
me see.
playing
I could find it
Rumble?
on based on how I upload the YouTube. Let me find it for a quick second. Chat,
Yeah,
if you
sure,
guys
yeah,
remember,
yeah.
let us know. Was this the Ori from the second regional, or was this just the Ori as early as last week? But it is the exact same one. You know, I've noticed that a lot of people that cosplay, they kind of do the same cosplay throughout many events, right? One of the examples is the girl, the MTG girl that does Annie every single event. She did it at Houston. She did it at Charlie Collectible. I feel like you got to come up with a little bit different cosplay, but I guess they just enjoy it, right?
Chengdu, so it was the week before.
It was a Shangdu. There we go.
And I believe the other girl on the other side, I think she was also her opponent for that match as well.
No, no way. You think so? That would be crazy
Maybe
if
not.
they brought the exact same people.
See, not knowing the geography of China too well, I'm unfortunately not too sure how close these events are to each other, but I presume they are vastly miles apart compared to like some other places.
Yeah, I would imagine, right? But perhaps not too great. But you know, it does look like her opponent. But they could just look slightly similar, of course. But we do recognize the cosplayer from that second regional. But yeah, Orange, there is a Mr. Plus or a Mrs. Plus. Yeah, he has a Mrs. Plus for sure. He's married, but I'm not married at the moment. The Annie girl was always dressed as Nisa as MTG tournament when she was younger. Okay, yeah, she's big. I'm familiar with her from before. You know who I'm talking about, Gito? I think her name is Diana. No, not Diana. Chat, what's her name? You know what I'm talking about, Gito? She's like,
I know the face, but yeah, not too sure who she is specifically.
yeah,
Also,
I know.
we've never beaten the
Okay,
by the way.
nice. All right, Gito, let's see what we can think about for this next round. We saw the Rex side. We were kind of speculating. I really, the only legend we've been talking about since the beginning is Lucian. Lucian and Ornn is what this chat wants to see. Do you think we could perhaps see this one? Oh, it is Dana. Dana Fisher. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Time to look her up and see if I know who it is.
She should be
Do
on
I know
X.
who she is? I recognize the face, yeah.
Yeah, I think she was like the youngest MTG player to make a certain tour or something of the like. She started playing when she was 4 years old. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Agita, do you have any kids yourself?
I have 2 of my own and then 2 stepchildren.
Okay, so basically all 4. That's impressive. What's the oldest one, if you don't mind me
16.
asking? 16?
16.
Okay, that's definitely older. I guess what would be the youngest one actually is probably a better question, because how early would you try to introduce them to like Riftbound? Is that a little bit too crazy, or you don't want your kids to play like card games?
So my children have very little interest in card games whatsoever. So it's probably best for
Okay.
me to don't destroy my cards. But my youngest is was 5 last week.
Nice. Okay, so that's about the age I feel like she started card games. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like kids TCGs are more like of a pastime, right? So it's kind of, we have like the nostalgia value of TCGs, but I feel like there's some merit to it as well. Like you could get through some good complicated situations. You could probably carry that into life. I don't know. I think there's definitely something about TCGs that you could take away in any situation. And Orange is saying she made day 2 at a Grand Prix when she was 8 years old. Yeah, guys, I don't think I'm going to be teaching my daughter Riftbound when she gets older, but who knows? If she wants to play, I'm not going to say no. But that's something I never really thought about.
I say there's I'm gonna say ex-Japanese Pokemon children's winner. I think he won the finals at 4 years old.
No, wait, 4 years old. But well, they have brackets, right? The 4-year-old is like in the 5. Wait, 4 years old. Are you even? You're definitely talking, but I'll be honest, I don't know too many 4-year-olds, so I don't know exactly where like the children development is at 4 years old. But I would imagine that is stupid little. Like you are so little at that age. That's crazy that you have the the mental capacity to execute play lines and predictions, and try to get some insight of when your opponent can play. Or maybe it wasn't that deep, but that's still impressive.
So I think Pokemon's a lot more linear than a lot of other card games. So once you kind of understand like what your deck does, you can probably just play it out, as there's a lot less interactions between you and your opponent.
Okay, I could see that.
So I can imagine like a 4-year-old who's actually interested probably doing quite well, especially when you watch some of those games. It's like, yeah, children don't play the best card games.
Yeah, there's always the stories. The youngest I've seen is like early teens, like 10, 11, 10, 12, 13, somewhere in there where they actually could compete with adults. And Far Charge saying Riftbound is a gooner game. I don't know about all that. Why? Because of the art?
Give it time.
Oh, are you saying boomer? Boomer, or do you really mean gooner? Because I'll get you know that word. Gooner is like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Degenerate. Currently, I'd say it's not. I'd say we haven't got enough of those skins that is kind of too revealing. But remember, as it's China first, I don't think we're ever really going to get any of those over-sexual skins. I don't really see us getting it to be a Guna game, but I do definitely see it being more of maybe a waifu game further down the line.
I see that. One Piece is a gooner game. They got all the anime girls, so I could see that.
BMU had the discussion yesterday at pre-release. It was just like, yeah, I don't mind showing people Riftbound. There's nothing too sensational here. I think just look to our right and just see a big Nami One Piece mat voluminously flowing out of herself. It's like, yeah, it could be worse.
Right. It could be. But somehow for this regional, where you have 2 rounds left, I don't know how time has flown by, but how has it already been 7+ hours? Maybe after 3 regionals, I'm just kind of numb to the times, because today, I don't know what it was. It just felt a whole lot shorter. Perhaps I'm used to the day 2 breaks. Not looking forward to tomorrow, but I am looking forward to the results. Like, I love the rounds when we're actually watching it. It's just those breaks are killer. Braguito, have you heard that we're doing a 1K 1 week from today? Did you see that?
I saw, yes. A Valentine's Day for everyone who is a Guna, right?
It does fall on Valentine's Day. It's just because, I could do it on Sunday, but Sundays have always been my little family day. So I'm just going to do my Valentine's Day the 15th. So I said 14th, just move it on to 15th. Let's knock out this whole tournament on the 14th. Let's see how many people we have signed up, because I think we already have 30 something people signed up. I put the player cap. I should probably cap these events, shouldn't I, Agito? I put the player cap unlimited just because I wanted the most amount of people to play, but hopefully it kind of ends up being like 64, maybe somewhere in there.
So yeah, you want to be like 5 rounds-ish, 6 rounds. So you want to be doing, half a day kind of event. So 64 is probably like a good number to start out at.
Yeah, I think 64. You still have to, for a big money event, I think you still have to do 6 rounds, I believe or not. So 6 to top 8, though about 2 rounds longer than the usual weeklies. But we don't do these every time. These are kind of like a once in a blue moon or once a month at the best. So it should be okay. I'll see who's available for that 1 week, or for 1 week from today. It should be a good event.
So, and everyone's going to have their day 1 of Riftbound cards, so they're perfect Riftbound decks, right?
Right. Imagine we were playing webcam. We would have to do proxies. But no, chat. It is an online event for anyone interested. I believe I do have a command ! Cash Cup. Or I think Twitter had, or Twitch already posted it. I could post it. Let me put it just on the YouTube side then, just in case anyone's interested. Did it post?
So
there it goes.
I don't know if we spoke about it much last week, but as I think it came out this week, to be fair, the tournament scene for 2026 is out now. Are you looking forward to going to any of those other American events? As obviously you've said you've decided maybe not to go to Las Vegas now.
Yeah, we were talking about it slightly early on the stream. I could try to pull up the graphic, but I was saying I 100% would love to go to Atlanta, because that's literally driving distance from me. I'm pretty sure it takes like a 5-6 hour drive to get over there. So Atlanta is definitely one I would love to lock in. We were talking about, do we feel or do you feel they're going to continue on with like the lottery system, or they're just going to, all hell break loose, everyone tries their fastest to kind of get their spots in? Because I could almost see it both ways. Maybe they do like 1,000 lottery, and then if they end up increasing the player cap, because a lot of people have talked about they could probably fill in 2,000 competitor badges, but right now it's just at 1,300 ish, I believe.
So what I think they should do is everyone who wins a summoner's skirmish during that releases period, because they get their buy, should be said, hey, if you want to compete, we're going to give you a link that goes live the day before. You can buy your single ticket. Obviously, you choose if you want to go pre standard, and then those, let's say for instance, 60 people are sorted out. So those 60 people are done. After that, it should be a lottery, I feel like, because that way it's as fair as possible. Because trying to get in, well, presumably you can't buy every single ticket again. We should be fine, maybe.
I love that idea. I think the people that did earn their way from the summer scrimmage, they should at least get a pre-release kind of invite. So that'd be a cool way to kind of make sure all those people that got it. Because what if you won a bunch of summer scrimmages and you just never get lucky enough to pull the trigger quick and get in one of these regionals? Then you're never gonna get able to be used, right? To use those invites. So I think I really do like that idea. But what about you, Aguito? Which ones on those lists are you seeing it? I don't know if you can see. I can share it on the caster chat if you want. But I see Leo. Like, how close or what's the closest one to you?
Utrecht. It's about an hour and a half away by going to the airport and then flying over and then visiting our good friend Bandit for the weekend.
Nice, that could be fun. Bandit would probably try to make his way out there. But yeah, a lot of great cities. I'm impressed they revealed every single city just all at once, right? Because in the Pack East thing, or the Pack East, when they were first announcing these, they just gave us like a little bit of a teaser. So I expected like 3 more revealed, and then a couple months go down the line, 3 more revealed. But the fact that they released all of them is such a good sign for going in the future, because this is every single event for 2026, so people can buy early flights, making it a whole lot more affordable. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be players that are trying to go to every single regional. Guys, raise your hand. Who in chat is trying to make every regional? Which of you guys are nutty enough to do that? Nutty or confident enough to do that?
So I'll definitely try and go to the Utrecht one, but that's probably it for now. If it's in the UK, I'll definitely do my best to go to it. But Utrecht's a lovely little city, very easy to get to. Both of the airports have train lines that go to Utrecht, and it's essentially like a very, I'd say like event-centric hub. There's lots of hotels there, so it's a nice place to be.
Yeah, and I think the biggest limiting factor, as Fire Charge said, is the bank account, right? That is a whole lot of money, the flights, the hotels. But hey, guys, you don't think about that. You think about winning, and if you win, you get all those rewards, right? And Leroy, when we're ready, I could pull you in whenever you want, Leroy, if you want to hop in before this break. It shouldn't be. We were at the 10-minute mark or so when they finished. We've been on break for about 10 minutes, so they're probably doing the 3 turns right now.
So I feel like we've been on break for longer than that. I feel like it was before 9 o'clock, so hopefully by 9:30 we should be starting.
I would imagine. I think within the next couple, maybe I don't want to say next couple minutes, but let's give it like 10 minutes. We probably should be starting that next round, as breaks are time, thankfully. And I like the news that just dropped this week. It was saying the format for the regionals, at least in the English side of things. Did you see, Aguito? They're doing just a cut to top 8. So day 2 is 5 more rounds of Swiss. So I believe it's 8 rounds of Swiss day 1. Hey, wait, is it 8 or 7, chat? Or do you remember, Aguito? Was it 8 or 7?
I think it's 7 and then 7 again. So it's going 7 rounds on day 1, 5 rounds on day 2, and then the top cut of 8.
Nice.
So
and Leroy, I see you in here. If you could join the little camera thing so I could pull you in here. Can you hear us?
So I don't know if you spoke about it.
Yeah, I can. I'm trying to find the
information, yeah?
the chat again. I mean the channel where you posted that.
Is the caster chat right above where you're at? Just scroll up a little bit.
Yeah. So a little bit of Aguito silly moments now. I went and brought myself some brand new cameras because I think after the first streaming week, my lovely pussycat decided to destroy my camera.
No way.
She pulled the USB out of it basically, so it doesn't work anymore. So I was like, I'm gonna get a big setup. I'm gonna do a big 3-camera setup so you can see an overhead and then 2 hand cams. Went out and brought these, and then I don't know if you saw on Twitter, some of the Riftbound influencers got their little care packages.
I saw.
They come with a GoPro camera. And I'm like, I'm out here spending all this money on
Wait,
cameras. You're not gonna go on
what?
free?
I didn't see
Yeah, it's like little
that.
face cams.
That's
So I'm gonna have
crazy
to-
that they send that to the content creators. I guess the GoPro makes sense because you're trying to incentivize them to travel, go to the regionals, take some in-person content or vlogging as they call it. But it's almost contradictory because content creators are usually the ones that have all the equipment, but you're just sending them more equipment, which is kind of funny. But I think it's more so for the travel thing. But Aguito, I saw it. Didn't you already? Was it just the one you did today, or I saw it on Twitter, on YouTube? You recorded already one of the pre-releases events, no?
Yes, so pre-release number 1 went live yesterday. I'll be doing another live today when I get down to Angle again, and then there should be a third
is
one
it-
as well tomorrow.
Is it in the casting booth section?
Yeah,
of
the casting chat.
Okay, I don't have it then. I don't know why.
So there you
Here,
go. That's
I'll
the image.
I'll
from,
forward you this. Here, I'll just post it again, Leroy.
So yeah, it's a Facecam Neo from Elgato, which is what I've been heard, a good camera.
Yeah, no, I just can't find the channel. I don't know why it's not there.
Oh, like the channel above this VC?
Yeah,
There's nothing there?
no.
Oh, let me just send it to you in DM then. You've seen
Yes,
the
I've got
channel
some,
before though, right? Or wait,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
copy pasted the
that's
wrong
why
thing.
I don't understand.
You probably did something that didn't show you. If you go to browse channels and then right click show all channels, but I'm gonna send it to you anyways.
So for tournament
Okay,
start
I
time,
don't know why.
you
Okay, I got it. It was deactivated and I didn't do anything. I got it. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm so back, chat.
Leroy's coming soon. But what were you saying, Agito?
But just chat saying when are we starting, and it's just like we don't know. We'd love to know. It should have been nearly an hour ago.
Oh, I mean,
this
the casters are on, so we're starting relatively soon. And Secular, if you're talking about when the tournament started, literally it started 7.5 hours ago. But we are diving into round number 6 very shortly. Alguito and Leroy will be online to take us away for that. It's a webcam, not a GoPro. So yeah, Jinx, that kind of doesn't make sense. You're sending webcam to content creators, and you know it's not just any content creator. They're big content creators, right? Because you're not going to be on the radar, the Riot radar, if you will, if you haven't made too much motion for yourself already. So like if they were sending care packages to smaller content creators, that would make sense. But I don't think Riot's doing
No,
that.
but this being said, I think I'm here.
Okay, I'll bring you in now.
This being said, I know that some make different kind of content, like videos where they never show their faces, and maybe Riot
She
is
does.
trying
in fact.
to.
Just look at her stuff. So she's actually like a face content creator. So like she's known by people, but she's also seems to be friends with League of Legends and Dave. So it might be a case of people that they've already picked out already. But I think one of our casters did say like, how can we actually apply for this ourselves? Because obviously we'd like to be officially part of the Riftbound community as opposed to just the fringes on the outside.
Yeah, I think we should all try to apply for it in some way or one way or the other. But let me start. I think these guys are gonna be starting soon. So Leroy, you came in at the perfect time. It looks like round 6. And says you're just joining us, Leroy. Who do you want to see on stream?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's the beginning, so I'm fine with everything, you know.
Okay.
I think.
They've
I
been
would
showing
like
us the
to
top
see
table,
maybe-
so it might just be
maybe
one
Lux.
Draven.
Lux or Leona.
Okay.
Lux or Leona, because you know you don't see
What a
them
weird one.
that often. Yeah. Azir could be cool.
That could be cool.
And you know, I'm realizing that Victor has made several times the top cut, but we've almost never seen him. So yeah, let's show some love to Victor.
All right, guys, I'll go ahead and throw it over to the feature match area. It looks like we don't know exactly what's going to be down, but I'll go ahead and mute my mic and take it away. Round 6 of today's Nanjing Regional Open starts now.
And let's go, chat. I hope that you're all ready for this. I just realized that I'm on the stream, and so I'm going to have some lag. I need to switch to the Bilibili stream, which should not take too long.
It's a Master Yi versus Draven. Is that jungler going to be ganking, or is this Draven going to run away with the game?
You know, it's
I
going
feel
to
like
be
I've seen this lady
ganking.
before. I've never beaten these allegations. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm assuming this is the mid-range that we've been seeing more of, because obviously Dazzling is just a kind of an instant hit card these days when it comes to the removal. So hopefully we get to see something interesting. I want to see some gosh darn camels in these games, because they are kind of crazy.
Yep. And I really like this battlefield for Yi, especially with the numbers of purple that they are. The Vile Mosler is such a good card, and we've already seen this. It's the really funny, completely opposite battlefield, where one is all about moving and the other is just you're not moving ever.
Yeah, I like it too. It's very good. Obviously, the only real way to get around this is with ganking, which, as far as I'm currently aware, Draven doesn't really run ganking units in their deck, whereas Master Yi does. So there's always a good chance that you can just go side to side, or whichever other units they want. But again, I'm just going to presume this is the mid-range version as opposed to the Aurora version, but it could be a game 1 Aurora and then go into mid-range afterwards, as it also happens occasionally. What do you want to see from this Yi then, Mr. Leroy?
Oh no, I don't want to see Aurora. I hate Aurora so much. We talked about that. Plus knows how much of a Aurora hater I am.
You don't like gambling?
No, we're good,
Ooh.
guys. We're good. It's not Aurora. Oh, but I really like action. I really like this Jana. Although it's really not the best with those two battlefields. But let's see what it can do here.
Yeah, it seems very strange that you want to have your first battlefield as your don't move one, with main decking the Janners. But I mean, I can understand maybe you want to do it on your opponent's battlefield. You want to try and get them off the play. Maybe I can see it being useful. People are saying this is going to be replaced with the Shen for green decks. Essentially, is a fight or flight on a body, very similar to how Tidecaller works on your turn as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so what's in the hand of Mr. Draven? Got a Treasure Hunter. I think that's a Switcheroo. Couldn't see what the two were, unfortunately. But I'm looking forward to this, seeing what we can do. Obviously, Draven's just a bit of a powerhouse still, but Yi's no slouch himself.
Yeah, and both players are in 4 victories, and I think that's a draw here.
It's reverse, so it's 4 wins, 0 draws, and 1 loss.
Okay.
Turn 1, Guardian Angel's not the worst thing to do. Still on your power curve, no power to play. So I'm happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Guardian Angels is just a good turn 2. So yeah.
So very good turn 2. Sorry, very good turn 1 for the Draven as well. They can just do the stack deck into the Hopeful if they want to, get themselves a little bit ahead.
Yeah. And then
It'd be great if they put the cams on. If you want to show us their team, please. No, not today. I love the sleeves. How are you feeling about this Luna set from Aurelia?
You mean the sleeves, the Draven sleeves?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're really, really beautiful. And weirdly enough, they're not too bright, and they don't overtake everything so that you can't see in the end.
Yeah, they're warm, but they're not blinding. Yeah, it's
exactly. You did best here.
So what we go 4? What we're throwing down? Oh, the deflect Yordle, very cool. Is that Navori
the Navari Scout.
No risk against it.
It was in Legends of Terra, and I think it's got the same name here.
So get your gold
And
going.
yeah, some people were just saying it was just a better Kiana overall. What do you think about that?
I think it's a great card, to be fair. I think it's going to see a lot of play. To be fair, it's seen a lot of play in some of the green decks, like this deck, for instance. I've seen it played in Azir as like a 1 or 2 of, just because the deflect cost actually comes out of nowhere, and people do kind of get surprised by it. I think it's a fairly good card. I can see it having its uses, especially if you want to give it the Guardian Angel early, making it a 6-mite unit that just sort of sits around and annoys you. The best play for it now is a case of, do you just walk that into the Reaver's Row? Draven will get himself an extra gold. Oh, okay, going to hold on the 4 more. Okay, makes sense. I guess you have to worry about being contested for it. Although you're not really known for kill spells in green and purple, so it might be a bit awkward to get rid of that Draven. Sorry, green and black.
The only one you're ever running is Falling Star, right? And you're paying basically 4 power with the deflect for your Falling Star, so
I said they've got deflected hand, they've got a punch first in hand, so they're kind of safe for a turn, I feel like.
Yeah. And now it will just be about contesting at least for 1 turn the other battlefield so that you can get ahead. Sure, Draven can contest the Navari Scout, but he's going to have to invest so much resources in this.
Let's say, plan now, move out the treasure hunter, get you 1 gold, as you should do anyway. Draven, they said he could contest it on the Valmor if you wanted to. Go to 6 might with a power cost of 1. I can't see if there's a spinning axe or longsword in hand, so there's not like there's anything extra from the might there. I can't see if there's any. There is a. Is that a free buke?
That would be maybe the solution. Although that's also free power cost with the deflect.
Mm.
He's got a gold token.
We can't really do too much. Let's see what's going on. What's the plan? Ooh, okay. Bring out the brother. Then 2 to ready it. What are we spending it on? Yeah, okay. So 7 might Darius walking into something.
Yeah, so the interaction was it was like my token does not count as played. I think because I think gold tokens are not counted as played, so that's why it was like to the judge, yeah, I need to play another card.
Yeah, I think there's also certain. I think someone was saying things like bait hook don't count as played either because you're not actually physically playing them; they're being done by an effect through an effects cause. Because I wanted to know how it works with Legion. They're like, yeah, it doesn't work with Legion. Oh, that sucks. But what do we do here? Do we try to push something out onto the Reaver's Row next turn? Just try and get your points up. That's the play here. Which one do you really want to defend? The issue you're going to have here is you're going to have 15 might walking at you, I think, next turn, depending on where you want to sit on the scale of things. Navori can trade into 2.
If you're here, you don't have to hurry, basically. Just happy having the scout there, sitting, waiting for threat with all of your spells to protect it.
So, for those in chat who don't know, Yi's ability is when you defend alone, you get the extra 2 might. So, the Navori Scout here is a 6 might unit, basically. So, yeah, with a punch first, that goes up to 11. So, he's pretty good.
Yeah, wondering a lot, and it's hard to know what you want. Yeah, okay. That's just open pass, which I can understand.
I can understand. I felt like you probably should have played out the Lonely Pyro just so you had something in the back there.
Yeah, I probably counted the runes and was like, if he plays this, then I need this. I hope there's a not so fast though, because else the switcheroo is going to deal heavy blow to the E player.
So I think there's 2 defies in hand, but not so fastest. It's gonna be a bit awkward.
Yeah, because when you've used punch first and all,
Ride the wind. What's your plan?
did it just send his unit? His unit to that? Oh no, okay, it's just going to switcheroo from that. But that's, wouldn't you want to like stack up the
Maybe.
like have him invest more power?
She can't defy it.
Yeah,
got
but
nothing in hand. What's the plan?
now you're you sponge first. You're
As it
trading?
change over, so yeah, they go to 6 and you go to 1. And then you hold on. When does the effect of the yeet trigger? Is it on the attack? So does it already give the +2, or is it after it's considered? So it's 4 currently.
I don't remember if it's like when I defend or when I'm defending.
Yes, it's already triggered. Okay, so punch first would make you trade.
Oh. No?
Did they pay? Yes, they did, didn't they? Well, you
But
can
you
do that,
can't-
yeah. But nothing can get pushed back.
Yeah. How did that happen? Like,
I mean, you can still punch first, and you got more might then, so you keep a unit on the field,
yeah.
and then you just give it to the Jenna so that she's 8 might. So if you want to walk the Draven in or something, you can contest the Draven.
Yeah, okay, and then Jana is defending by herself. All right, I see the line. Okay, fair.
Come on now, team, you've got this. Yeah, he paid his freaks, he paid the deflect cost, so that's gone underneath. Jenna's out now, so that's 4 into 6. So you got to punch first.
Yeah, if you punch first on Jana, then you're good.
So lots of rooms open on the other side though, so hopefully there's no hard bargains. Right, give that to the Jenna.
There's
Give
a
it to the
world
Jenna.
where you actually play it on the Navari Scout so that you play around.
A second switcheroo, maybe?
No, I was thinking of Rebuke better.
Well, this usually just lose the battlefield either way then.
Yeah, I wonder. She chooses to use it on Jana. It's so confusing, these moments where they are talking with the judge and you're just like, could we know what's happening, please?
So yeah, I think they were just trying to figure out like why she played Jenna. It's just like I just needed an extra body in the field, which is perfectly fine. Next game, obviously, if this happens again, you won't be on Varmore, so you can just push something back out.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to rebuke? You can rebuke if you want to. Hopefully they've got a not so fast in hand. Yeah. Trade to this, yeah. That's good. That's good.
I mean, do they have a not so fast?
They've got two something, so they've got two defies, they've got two not so fasts.
Because if they get not so fast,
That'll be fine, yeah. Because I say if they've got Ride the Wind in hand.
why didn't she use it on the switcheroo?
Yeah, I'm going to presume it's two defies then. Right, so what's next? What's the game plan? Another one. All right, that's fine.
And another one. Okay.
Then we're going to Ride the Wind to get the treasure. Or another Noxus, maybe? Another Noxus. There we go. That back line is looking pretty big.
Yeah.
And I had forgotten he's now Jenna also gets the +2 from the Yi, so now he's a 10 might unit for the turn.
Yeah.
No, a 5 might Jenna doesn't actually sound that bad, to be fair. She's a mighty unit. Ooh, a Thwonk. Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm down for some Thwonking.
Or as we call it, the bonk.
What do we play out? Do we play the Yi out, maybe? Just so that way you've got a decent unit to sort of use?
I don't think so, because then you have nothing to protect your China.
Maybe. I say with the big backboard, you can only do something that's kind of an issue. So Thwonk is a good option here in case they put two things into the battle area. Maybe, like I said, play the Lonely Pyro just so you got a body in the back. And then just keep the ruins open for Thwonk repeated. Oh, the
Yeah,
passive.
and
Nice.
she's just going to open pass again. Which I can respect.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you're just trying to play around what Draven, because
Double Ride the Wind.
yeah, right now every battle that Draven does not win is a card that he won't draw, and we can see that Draven, the master of drawing, is only at 3 cards right now.
There is how much might on the field currently.
Which, all things considered, is probably why she played Janna like that, because she knows that on the long run, she may just exhaust the Draven.
I'm just trying to think what the plan is here. Because if you walk everything into Janna, she's 5 might, double Thwonk.
Yeah.
But it's a case of you need them to walk at least the Draven and the Noxus in to make it worthwhile.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's an option. I didn't see any discipline so far.
No, we only have Thwonk, unfortunately, but I mean, that would make him not win the battle.
Yeah. And
stunned.
he would be stunned for the whole turn.
There you go. Gotta give you some Thwonk.
But now we can just go with the 2 Noxus Hopeful, I guess.
Mhm.
And finally get that battlefield. Okay.
Switch your hand. So it's coming again.
So we know
So-
that she cannot cancel this,
Mhm.
and that I don't think she has anything left. And right now the two DeFi are. It's not that they are hurting her, but
Yeah, those defies really need to be not so fast, unfortunately.
yeah. So she's got action, 2 DeFi, 1 first mate, and I don't remember the last card. And he really wants to keep his resources. He's going with only the treasure hunter here and keeping his 2 Noxus Hopeful alive. I know that he probably knows that he's low on card and that he needs to. Each unit is really valuable right now. Okay, so he's at 5. She's got some time to play because he will not finish next turn. And with the Yi ganking ability, she can control the battlefield
That charm.
and be in a decent position. But I think right now you have to send the Yi.
I think the is the plan now because you're at 9 ruins. Yeah, you're at 9 ruins. Go out, equip the Guardian,
Guardian Angel. Yeah.
and then you can move to Varmore, kill the treasure token, and then you just drag the Draven in as well with the charm.
Yeah.
Just try and remove their backboard a bit because that's kind of the only option. I don't see any challenges, which would have been.
Oh, by the way, you forgot the trigger of the treasure hunt.
He was very busy trying to switcheroo.
Exactly.
No, 2 switcheroos is kind of normal because they normally hide them though. Is normally a switcheroo thing. You don't normally see them actually getting played for their full cast. So just talking to chat. Yeah, get the Yi out. I think that's the plan because that power's not doing much for you. Because if they do have a first mate in hand, they can also gank across next turn and then just go back to the Varmor if they want you to be safer.
Yeah, I mean, she's got so much mobility right now.
Mhm.
On
What we
the
playing?
4.
What we playing? Action?
Action?
I
But
don't really like action. Okay.
no, me neither. I would prefer to keep it for potential axe.
Yeah, the opponent's like, yeah, you play action, it's fine.
Oh, maybe no.
Nope.
Okay, I get
Don't
the
like this.
idea. I think the idea
not like this.
is now I have 2 units that are on the battlefield right now, and Yi can enter ready next turn already. So I get the idea behind that play.
Yeah, I get the idea. I don't like it though. Especially now there's a rebuke in hand.
Yeah, we know that the play is decent because he doesn't have any axe, but oh, he's thinking about using the Ride the Wind. No, the rebuke.
I'm thinking the rebuke.
Oh,
No, it can't be the
tapped,
rebuke because you got
no,
to
wait,
tap 2
he tapped the rune. No, because there's a red rune. That's why it can't be the rebuke.
He's got 2 floating as well.
No, those the 2 floatings are those that he tapped right now. And he tapped them and he wanted to ready them and switch back. And the judges were like, nope, you tapped them, so you have to. You get 2 floating from those runes.
Yeah, so you got to tap 2 more, right? It's like, goddamn. Okay, so that's ride the wind then,
Yeah,
which you can just defy.
defy. Now the defy is useful.
There you go. No, thank you.
Finally.
I was like, oh. Well, then I have one defy in hand, right? I'll do it again.
Yeah, I dare is going to ride the win again. She's going to defy again.
No one's ever got 2 defies in hand, right? In green, ever.
Yeah, no, never happened. I've never seen that.
I've never seen 2 defies or additional counter cards in hand. Windle,
Yeah.
you say?
And then she's like, I dare ya to do it again. I double dare ya.
I mean, the Draven is going to be going to 7 this turn. That is the issue.
Yeah. And I think the fact that she's counting runes is like, oh, maybe I want to play a hidden card or something. Maybe that's just bluff. And if so, that's a good bluff.
So is
And
there much to
still
hide
it's-
in green and...
This Draven
Body
player
pressure.
is just like me. All of his runes are upside down in definitely not in the same way. That's how I play.
Upside down, different colors, different printing presses, different art styles, different alternate rarities. You know, just the usual, just here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah. This guy is playing chaos for a reason.
Yeah, he's the chaos. All right, let's move all these units in. Yeah.
Now it's like, you save action or do you trade?
No, you say you got to bring it back, but unfortunately, it's going to be very hard to sort of deal with this next turn.
Yeah, which is why I, in a way, kind of liked the idea of playing,
Oh,
of trading with Darius, basically.
so what's the plan? Here's the question: do you just walk the first mate into Varmore, get rid of the?
I don't know, but I think this game is over because he's got an axe and he's got a rebuke.
Hey, what's the draw? So we got a
And-
discipline. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't do everything.
It has a charm.
So you have to Yi now to do something. Equip it with the Guardian Angel. Move it in. Kill 3 things or 2 things. Come back out. Pray.
I like the prey option.
Pray.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
I suppose you can defy as well. So you go into defy and then you go to the... No. Guardian Angel's +2. Go to 10. You keep the might. It's a bit of a weird one. I suppose you could also put
Yeah,
the
it-
action in there as well.
It's covering the need.
Go 5. I suppose this is the case of if you do have a spinning axis, they just trade. But yeah, the Draven's not going to give the spinning axis that easy.
She's going to charm, maybe.
What are your plays?
The only thing she can charm safely is an pool, and even then, you can get.
So you could do that. Yeah, you can't even do that, can you? Because spinning axis +3.
Yeah,
So even with the discipline, you're going to go to 6.
One of the options is to charm the Draven back in base.
So can't the Draven just pay the power cost though? And go to 6.
Yeah. And then
And then you discipline. Go to 6 as well.
yeah.
And then
Then
resolve so you can draw
pending
one.
axe. And need to draw something good.
You gotta draw. It's doing crazy now.
Wasn't that another defy? And if it oh
Because it's defending alone, right? Oh wait, it's not defending alone.
no, the action is I was just thinking that he would play the spinning axe.
What are we doing now? We are doing the okay.
Yeah. Now you're tapped out and your opponent can do.
And now you
whatever.
put the Guardian Angel on. And then walk in and just try and take as much with you.
Which won't be much.
Oh, you can take 2 things with you. Spinning axis makes it a bit different though. They can't re-equip it, but you can't move in.
Wait, he is at 7.
Is Guardian Angel +1 or +2?
+1.
+1. So it's 10 might.
And even if it was +2, it's there's nothing she can do. 'Cause she's at 10, she's tapped out, he's at like 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he can play that, but am I miscalculating something?
I think he just wants to play the spinning axis for whatever reason, even though she's tapped out.
Yeah, that's just BM at this point, isn't it?
No, I think he's just trying not to show that he's got it because he doesn't know he has a spinning axis. Because I think some Draven builds aren't playing any equipment at all. So
Yeah, but he won already, even without the rebuke. That's why I was wondering. She was at 6 +1 7 +3 10, and he was at 4 +4.
I don't know. Maybe something he saw that we didn't see, or maybe he's just being overcautious.
Yeah. All right. That's 5 minutes that we won't get back. I'm kidding. Of course, guys. They're playing their day 2 on the line. I'm wondering if we've not seen her before.
No, I mean, to be fair, as much as people say, oh, you should forfeit and go to game 2, if you're trying to figure out what your opponent's playing, you're building, you need to figure out like what's your sideboard cards as well.
Yeah, you're right. No, the question is, he just gave free info by playing the review, basically.
Yeah, so you know he's playing rebukes, he's playing switcheroos. You don't know he's on spinning axes though, and that's something that.
Yeah.
Does he play equipment? Because not all Dravens do play equipments. Obviously, spinning axes is a phenomenally powerful card, but there have been some decks, especially if it's the miracle version, who don't play that package at all because they don't like the idea of losing their equipments if they get killed. So
I'll chime in real quick. That was such a strange matchup, wasn't it? Why was she playing like she had it out? She was tapped out attacking with less might than your opponent. That was so strange. I don't know what's going on. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt because she's 4 wins and 1 loss. So she has a winning record. There's 1 more round left after this. So if she wins this, she's looking at getting top cut. But I saw nothing that really told me that she was a bit of a, you know, top cut potential type player. Or perhaps it was just Draven putting her in tough situations. But I don't know, from the Janna play early on, I was confused that entire game. What about you guys? I don't know how I felt about that one.
Yeah, I mean, there were moments where we were both speechless, so I think that tells everything. And we were just trying to figure out what was happening. Yeah, the Janna that was sent was like, the thing that made me really wonder was that she checked her card, you know, and she was like, oh, it doesn't work on Vilmo?
Yeah, that was weird.
No. If a card says you can't do something, another card that says do something doesn't make it work now.
Right. And it's funny because that was her battlefield. She brought Valmon's lair into this game. So knowing that
Yeah.
you have some kind of cards that say move your opponents back to base, you had, I mean, I guess the interaction hadn't come up yet, but it almost goes to show how much testing they've done before these regionals. So I don't know. I don't want to say she's a straight out like making blatant misplays or anything, but it is curious plays for sure. Definitely a little bit curious. Let's see if she kind of clean things up going forward, because I think Master Yi has a decent matchup with charms. You get rid of the Draven nice and early, and then the +2 might on every unit. It's tough sometimes for a traditional Draven if they don't go wide enough. You know, it's a little tougher as long as you do have not so fast. To me, it looked like she didn't have them in the main board, so hopefully with this sideboard, the not so fast will come in, able to counter those rebukes, because I think those are the big key cards for Draven. Those rebukes got her, was it just 2 times, Aguito, or just once? I can't remember.
Just at the end there.
Okay.
But the switcheroos, though, the switcheroos were the ones that were pushing the game a bit faster.
That's what it was. Yeah, you could even, that's what it was. Yeah, so you at least have not so fast for things like a switcheroo. And 2 main board switcheroos at the minimum. That is definitely a different Draven list, and looks to be almost undefeated today. So we'll see how he continues going.
I am wondering if Varmore's like normally like Battlefield 3, and they just thought, oh, we'll try it for this time, and then normally they side out the Jannas, but obviously, if it's in your main deck, you're kind of stuck with the Janna.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Janna did too good. I mean, in a world without Valmon's lair, probably could have done a little something. That wasn't just the moment, because the option was to take the trade with Punch first. That was probably reasonable, save the other resources, because he probably had another Might Pump as well, not just Punch first. So I don't know. We'll see how this game 2 goes. To answer chat real quick, Porsche's saying it feels like China has a regional every other week. It's every week for a month, but let's get back to this round number 6. Aguito and Leroy hopefully gets a little bit cleaner from here on out, but it's a lot of runes, it looks like.
Oh, that's spicy.
Who's going first?
Yeah. Obelisk of Power.
Oh, that's a nice looking hand there on the Draven.
And you know that's funny because usually with Draven,
Damn.
you play
Damn.
Obelisk of
No.
Power so that you get your perfect on curve Draven turn 1. But now you won't be on curve perfectly, so
Yeah. Unfortunately, the opening hand for the E player on the is just not as good, unfortunately. Oh. What a rough hand.
yeah, I mean, yeah. The Defy did a little work last time and she decided to keep it. Although this time
Nope.
there's Fight or Flight 2.
So just
Right.
to sort of carry on from Mr. Plus's statement a minute ago, I believe this is the last Chinese regional until we get set free. But I think they get set free like mid-March, end of March. So the next 4 regionals won't be that long away, everyone. What for here? Backstage, Pulse has just informed me that I am wrong, but we're getting a nationals somewhere between now and then. So hopefully there'll be more stuff for us to view and enjoy with more Dravens.
Yeah, the only question is will it be in Shanghai like last time? Yeah, but you see the Draven play rate drop it every time, so maybe nationals. Oh, and we see a Faithful. That's so long. I've not seen this card since set 1. I'm gonna be
I
honest.
bet you that is a sideboard card. I think it's still a great card, but I bet it's a sideboard card.
Maybe
That's a scary hand. Is that a night Edge of Night as well?
Okay, why would you then specifically play the Faithful into Draven?
You want bigger units, maybe?
Makes sense.
Depends what they're playing. I suppose, like in terms of what their big units are, they're probably not playing Predators anymore because they can just lose the fights when they get dropped down. Yi's obviously probably your other big units at 260s. It's not too bad.
Now the question is, which Obelisk of Power do you want to go on?
Well, Draven just wants to fight now, right? So just walk in. Right, do you play the Edge of Night? You don't need to, but you can if you want to. Oh. Okay, I'm a
Okay.
little surprised that you want to risk it because you have things to do. So, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, makes
You got your
sense.
Overzealous out. Okay, got
Yeah.
your other fight or flight card out. There's so much movement in set 2 when you think about it.
Yeah. And now do you eye the Edge of Night?
Let's see, going straight to a Kaiser, getting that backline filled up pretty quickly. Didn't see anything other than the switcheroo in the hand of the Draven. So I'm not too sure what the sort of plan is here. Do you get a Yi out early in the back and just keep it there for emergency situations? The hand is a little bit desolate, unfortunately.
Yeah. Do
You
you?
got
Yeah, maybe because of this, you just take back your pit rookie, play Yi, develop Yi, and yeah, be able to play safely next turn and not give any draw to Draven.
And so you are kind of in a situation where you do need to just think about what's going on. Unfortunately, you can't just keep the back line open. Yeah, Faith Folk, I guess, yeah. It's
Sure.
8 might now on the field. It's
Yeah.
not the best
Then-
play in the world, but it's there.
Take back the pit rookie, right?
There we go, now
Yeah.
back to 8 anyway.
You've got just enough for to have the pressure of Engard or Defy.
Unfortunately, with the switcheroo in the hand, it's going to be very awkward for the Kaisers to walk in there and just take that 8 might back off you, so. Oh, Darius in hand as well.
Double Darius, that hurts so much.
So if you have a cheap spell as well, maybe we get the Darius down, do a cheap spell, ready him, walk him in. Go to 3.
Yeah.
I mean, the Thwonk is there for a reason, I suppose. But they don't have any runes left open to play, unfortunately. Only 1 rune left.
Okay, so we'll play the Darius.
Mhm.
Then is it just going to develop that and
I feel like you put the Kaiser in, then you play a switcheroo, because that's your second
Yeah.
card play that turn. Ready the Darius, just in case there's a counter to it. And then that's probably the play.
yeah, most likely.
Yeah, the switcheroo, right? No, Fireflight. You've got the
Oh,
Defy. You can do it if you want to. That's it, make them spend
Yeah.
their runes. Yep.
now
Now you
you're
got a switcheroo, right?
completely exposed. He knows that there's. I mean, there could not have been not so fast before, but
I mean, this isn't the worst play. You get 2 runes out of it, so you're not in the worst position ever. Draven gets an extra draw. It's not the worst trade-off.
those actually. Now it's just Draven draws 2, you draw 2, and you get your runes up to 5, 6,
So it's decent round.
8, 9, 10, 11.
So you
get-
get out next turn. Do some fun stuff. They're all tapped out, so they can't do any combat tricks against you. They can hide the Edge of Night, though.
Yeah. I am seeing the Brynhild and the song and looking at how she played with some open pass last game. I feel like this Brynhild is going to be a good finisher here.
Yeah, I think so too. trying to think what the plan is. You're all tapped out. Do you just hide the Edge of Night just for the sake of giving yourself that extra little bit of defense? Yeah, you do. Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If that's a decent play, puts your closer to 6, I think it is, on the follow turn. So contest the E at least. We do know there's a discipline hand though, so that E's going to go to 8.
Yeah.
And a punch
Now
first.
you're
So
putting the pressure of another switcheroo here.
they're all tapped out though, so that's not a terrible position to be in.
Yeah. Now you gotta
Unfortunately, you have to call in.
get some tempo out. Is that
Do it.
sabotage? See?
I didn't see. Yeah, good free. No, I think that's meditate. It could be sabotage.
Hard to tell.
If only we could have a look at the hand cams there, Chinese presenters.
Yeah. No, but there's no
Turn it.
orange power curves below, so it's not.
Hello, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's vintage, probably right.
You've spent your stuff now. You gotta do it. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Just get here out. Oh no, that's a final center.
Oh no! Come on.
The action without using his ability. I'm still not a fan of that.
No, I'm not a fan of just using action for the sake of using action.
Yeah, especially since here you clearly had the mana to just send. Even you don't have to send it on the battlefield, but you use your mana to actually do something because you won't be able to protect much that bit rookie.
That's a 4-white pit rookie. Whatever walks into there is going to take it down. I mean, there's a define, there's a punch first in hand, so maybe that. Do it now.
Yeah.
Drop the define quick.
Double discipline.
Just drop everything. Yeah, that's what you can do.
Make him work for that.
I gotta show him the card first. See, this is fine. Did you get your draw? Ooh, first mate. I'm not upset with that. Next turn.
Yeah, it can be good into Yi, especially since you will have 12 runes to play
Second
with.
one.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
Got a 4. Okay, so now you're 8 unit, so you can hold something a little bit.
Is that the second punch first? No, that's a Poru. Okay.
Mhm.
Good enough. And Darius cannot
So you
be
want both in,
ready, then 8 is
You walk both
quite
in. You
not
pay the
quite
1.
in.
Go to 6. They're 8.
Yeah, so he's
So
going
it's
to lose.
They can only kill the 1. They'll probably kill the Draven. I feel like it's probably the best one to kill. Yeah. Okay, that's 9. Unfortunately, I have any more spells. Unfortunately, I believe Punch First is action speed, so it couldn't be reacted to on the play of
Yeah.
Mr. Thunder.
What? I don't know, like, why is he asking if she's got something? She cannot play anything, literally.
Yeah, any issues here? No? Okay. I mean, I'd have killed the Draven, to be fair, but right. Oh, drew into that other switcheroo.
Do you hide that switcheroo now?
Flip it and equip it.
Yep.
There you go.
Damn, this card is so strong. One power
Mm.
cost, you got that. Yeah, I know. Edge of Night is really, really strong.
Right, now it's 12 runes. Do we do something fun now? Miss Yi.
Yeah. Oh, I see a charm.
Maybe
Yeah,
then.
charm
Maybe
is
do
a
something
good
fun now.
job.
So we got punch first. We got charm. Do we move the action up? Give him a punch first. Charm swing over. Can't get switcheroo because they've only got one rune open. Maybe that's the plan.
And you could also just charm the Draven
Overzealous, yeah.
fan, the Overzealous fan,
That's
and
just... Alright.
then he has free access to
The
Draven.
Draven, yeah. But we've only got the one punch first, so that's the issue. No, I think we're in a
I
good
mean, you
position.
can
Yeah,
just
do the
play it on
Overzealous.
Yi when he gets on the battlefield. If Draven chooses to use a power cost,
Alright. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. I suppose they could just punch first it, right? Yeah, there you go. It would have been good if you spent those runes first, though.
okay.
Clear the board, bring in the Kaiser afterwards, maybe? Because you keep the fire, don't you?
Yeah, but she used a punch first without asking if he was using the. So she couldn't do that basically. He had to tell first if he was using the fan. There's an issue. They're going to roll back that punch first.
Fair enough, fair enough. Do you want to get those runes back then?
She just revealed the punch first. Because she used it instantly and she didn't ask him if he had something, right? And that
Yes.
is the sign. If that's it, that's the sign that she's super pressured by the stream and the camera, I think.
Maybe.
Which could explain the weird plays from last game. Yeah, and he's like, I couldn't use that. Judge.
Maybe. I'd like him to... they said they've had to use the spell. That's fine. But they can still activate it, right? To go, no, I want to bounce it.
What's happening?
Nobody knows.
Okay. I think we're gonna have a pause.
Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. You got this. Also, though, as soon as this game ends, I will have to dash out as quick as possible to get to this pre-release. But it's nice to stream you. Chat. No. So, Paul's just telling me to get out of here now, but no, I got time, everyone. So yeah, I can do the match. Don't worry. But yeah, it's good to stream with Mr. Leroy over here.
Okay, so they're saying you should have reacted faster. I feel like she did not give him the time to react.
I do feel like she moved it out there and went like, all right, punch first. It's like, whoa. Can I react, please? No.
And they're saying no.
I think it's because she
That's-
moved it out and then she went to do another action and he wasn't going to do anything until he saw her play the punch first. Because I think it was like, yeah, I'll trade.
Okay.
Do we just charm and grab something in, maybe? Yep, charm.
Yeah.
And then do we just get the year after this and sit on the other battlefield and then just hope they can't do much about it?
You charm the case out, right? Because you don't want the Draven to be able to draw.
And then do you play the Yi out now? Move across so that way you're slightly bigger. I don't know. You got to try and get the tempo up here just because you are 4 to their 5, and they still got units.
Yeah, and you still got the bonk. I think if you
Give
play
me
Yi,
your fucking... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they still have 2 left, so they can still fwonk. You're right. Okay.
Oro.
I'm not too sure if this person just overthinking everything, or if this person just doesn't want to really push the game. But she does always seem to be a little bit apprehensive about playing things.
Yeah. She's so scared to use Yi. I mean, that's the feeling I have. Oh, okay. Okay, no, I like that. Okay, my bad. I didn't know that she had the first mate.
Yeah, so the first bit. I thought you might be
Yeah,
just
it makes
useful a bit
sense.
later on for ganking,
You
maybe
get,
with the...
yeah, you get your point. Your opponent, if he doesn't have accelerate, cannot conquer both battlefield next turn. You can get the draw from the Poro. It still applies a 4-might pressure. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, sure.
The only issue you got though is just that
Ooh,
you know that Draven has Ride the Winds.
that draw is dirty. I don't know if you can use it right now, but
But the monster maybe. All right, we got a 6 action. We got a 4 Poro. Are we going all in? We're going all in. Monster Splitter time. Right. Do you have a reaction to the Monster Splitter? With your 2 cards in hand. That Fwonk's getting disappeared.
yeah, and find your center. Yeah, you take out the twonk every day, right?
Yeah, I would. You double stun? No, thank you.
Yeah.
Get it out of here.
And here the find your center will just cycle itself and not do much more.
No, so right now it is a case of just you can just pick whichever place you want to go to, take it out. There's no resistance from your opponents. So this is a 7 into a 6. Gone.
Of course, find your center now.
What do I know?
Oh,
What do I know, eh?
I'm sorry. What? Say what now?
Yeah, it's up there.
Ooh. Do you believe in the heart of the card?
Well, she
you?
does. That face is like, God damn it. Yeah, I guess it's okay.
There's a world where this game
He counts with Drew still.
ends more in 6 minutes, and so that there's no third game.
Do we switcheroo now? I think we do, because you've got 2 purples up. Oh, okay.
Okay. Wants to keep the switcheroo for the last moment. Maybe hide it. Be able to defend.
Get a draw, right?
Yeah.
The camo! Everyone's favorite camo!
Yeah. Which doesn't do this much right now. And yeah, that's the switcheroo that's been hidden, right? There was no...
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, no. No. He's still in hand.
No.
I don't know what else he had. Maybe he had 2 switcheroos.
He had another Edge of Night, so it could be the other Edge of Night.
Is it 2 Darius, I think?
Is it? Yeah, 2 Dariuses and the switcheroo in hand.
Yeah. You just send Yi with the first mate on the battlefield. I feel like that's a risky play.
So
Maybe
it's 7, 9 into 9, so you just trade.
Yeah. What? 9? No, 7, right?
Because I'm presuming that's the other Edge of Night.
Oh, yeah, if it's the other... Yeah, okay.
It could be a fight or flight.
It's just going to play the camel, maybe. And then retreat action. That camel is now a bit scary. Draven cannot play both Darius's next turn, so he needs another card to enable Darius. Oh, no, she will let both on the battlefield. Okay, sure.
I mean,
that makes the last
do you lose now?
an easy. Yeah.
So 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, you play an Overzealous. You play a Darius. Darius and suspends. Walk the Mind Splitter and the Darius into the other area and win. Oh. Get that? Well, you've revealed it now, so. Nope, defied.
Okay. And it doesn't care. I think it just wanted to be able to play Darius plus Fan plus Switcheroo.
Well, it's like playing the card from Hidden Classes playing, right? So that way the Draven, Darius should come in ready. Yeah. No, he got countered.
No, you got defied. You can't play it like that.
But you do have the Overzealous Fan in hand, so you can always just drop that for 2.
He's got a really good hand to hold everything.
And then you just walk it in.
The Overzealous draw was literally what he needed.
That's it. So 14 into 9. Worst case scenario is you have a punch first. She has no cards in hand, so no, she doesn't.
Yeah, GG. There were some plays that it's not that they
felt
didn't
very
make
awkward.
sense, but
It's not swearing, it felt a very awkward game.
yeah. This being said, she's there. I'm not again. And she was in 4 wins for a reason.
Yeah.
Now this puts Draven in a really good spot to advance to top cut, and she needs to win. And even with this, she's not likely to make it to the top cut, because if she had 1 defeat, that's 2 defeats. So 502 is not a good spot.
No, it's like very lowest part. Yeah, that's like a few people getting on the 502s.
She probably won't make it, but that was indeed a weird matchup. Probably the weirdest matchup we've seen all tournament long, maybe all regional circuit long. But Aguito, I don't want to hold you up too much. You do have a pre-release event to go to. Guys, wish Aguito good luck. Before you go, though, make sure if you want to let these guys know where they can find you online, I do got a little command for you as well.
So you can find me either over at Aguito Swiftly if you want some Digimon content, but as I'm trying to build up the Riftbound channel, find me over at Aguito Swiftly is Riftbound. And roughly about the time this stream ends, we'll be starting the stream for the pre-release. So if you want to come join us, you're more than welcome to.
Are you streaming on YouTube or Twitch?
YouTube.
Or YouTube, right. Yeah, I don't know how to send it, but guys, yeah, just hit that link right there. I posted in chat. And yeah, right around, if you guys are gonna be sticking around, you guys want to catch some more Riftbound action in terms of the newest, I guess it's not too new because you're watching Spiritforged, but the newest at your local level. Aguito got you guys covered, so hit him up with that. But yeah, he has a pre-release to go to. Wish him good luck on his pools, and that's from me to you as well. Good luck on your pools, and hopefully you get some good wins to get even more packs.
Right, can we get an Ezreal? That's all I'm asking for.
Ezreal round 7 sounds
get
good.
yourself that.
Ezreal in your packs, right? Of course, you have to.
Yes.
Yeah, $150 the card. Yeah. Get yourself that.
Just the one, you know.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for being here. I'll see you guys soon, hopefully, on the Rift. I won't be here tomorrow because I got an early pre-release. So have fun with the finals, and I'll catch you guys hopefully sooner than later. As we've said before, we might do the watch party for Bologna in a few weeks' time.
Definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
peace
Take
out.
care, Aguito. Thank
Much
you
love.
so much.
See you guys soon.
Have a good one.
Take care, have fun.
All right, Leroy, just me and you to close out the last round. I mean, that one went pretty much into overtime. Sure, it should be at the most another 15 to 20 minutes before we get things started. Edo's saying, where
Yeah.
can I find the list of this tournament? They don't get posted until tomorrow evening, or depending on what time zone you're all, bro. They don't get released basically till after the event finishes, okay?
Yeah, count 12 hours after the event and you should be good.
Yeah, like 12 hours after the event. I know there's an awesome site, Riftdex posts it. We post them on Twitter and Discord as well. So yeah, we could keep out for that. I wish I had a pre-release to go to. Yeah, Pourcy. Not Pourcy. I have one on Monday, so I really wish I could do it on the weekend, but we're doing these streams right now, so we're not able to do both things at the same time.
I have one right after also. Like it's gonna be finish the cast and then rush to do.
Are we cutting it
Pre-release.
super close, Leroy, or you think it's gonna be fine?
No, I think it's gonna be fine. It's like in 2 hours and a half almost.
Okay, we should be okay. I don't think this is gonna
we
be
should be
going
okay.
2 more hours.
Yeah.
I think 1 more hour at best, or at the worst. But
Okay.
did you already do
Yeah.
one pre-release, Leroy, or this is gonna be your first one?
No, this is gonna be my first one and probably my only one.
Oh,
but
really?
Good enough. Good enough. I'm good with that. Then I will try to join some small tournaments on Nexus nights to, try to work a bit on my deck for Bologna.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
That should be cool, because you don't get your pre-release stuff you got until next week, right?
I don't know. I don't know exactly when can I get what I ordered.
Maybe there's some
I'll
shops breaking street date, but they should be able to give it to you in about a week from now. I believe it's the official release. February 13th, I believe, is when you can get it. I'm assuming at
Yeah.
midnight on Thursday or something, they'll be able to give it to you as well. We'll probably see a couple videos of people opening. And yeah, Hooks, is next week. Literally 1 week from today, everyone should have their hands on Spiritforged. I'm wondering, chat, should we be on the lookout for Walmart? Remember what happened for Origins? Leroy, do you remember something like that?
Yeah, you told me about it because we don't even have Walmart in France.
I was
but,
just about
yeah,
to
you
ask
told
you if
me
you
about
guys had Walmart out there.
we don't have Walmart.
But yeah, Walmart in the US, or I don't know how far Walmart's reaches. But yeah, over here in the States, they were just randomly released way before, and by way before, it was about a week before street date. So I might have to keep a look at Walmart, because I don't think scalpers know to pick up Riftbound just yet. So it should be like a good amount of Spiritforged packs, just like there were in Origins. So you guys, if you guys run into some Walmart packs, hit me up on Discord so I could go ahead and find some packs as well.
I will do all the Walmarts on my region to find that the Riftbound pack.
Yeah, you don't know, because they sell differently, because in the big box stores they sell them with like the paper around them, or not the paper, but it's like a case, but it's a paper case. It's not like you get the booster packs from the boxes, right? Maybe we should find some product at Couture in France. Leroy, do you know that store?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think like any not local store can get some of these packs. Yeah, maybe no. What's the name? The thing where everything is so pricey. Micromania. Maybe you can get some at Micromania. I don't know. I know that like it was hard to get some apart from local stores, and yeah, so it was just a rush. My sisters tried to get me a pack for Christmas and they could not do it, and they tried so hard. I was so sad for them because they tried so hard and could not get one.
What did they try to get you?
Just a Riftbound pack.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it was tough. But a quick question in chat. The ZK, you know, we have some awesome events coming up. I know Leroy will let us know a little bit going forward, but guys, on Wednesday, it's kind of not me versus Leroy, but Team USA versus Team France. It's a fun little show match. We gathered 5 great players on my side, and then Leroy put together 5 great players on his side, and it's a bit of a show match exhibition to see who comes out on top, and that's going to be on Wednesday, chat. So keep a lookout for that. It's going to be on Leroy's Twitches as well as my Twitch. He's going to be casting it in France. I'm going to be casting it. He's going to be casting it in French, and I'm going to be casting it in English. So that should be fun. Another event, I don't know if you saw it yet, Leroy, but we're also hosting, I had this plan from before. We're doing a 1K, and I know ZK said, what's the date? It's 1 week from today. It's exactly Saturday. So do I have the date on here? Where did I put the date? I know the date is if you click on the actual ticket. Or is it not? Am I crazy? Do I not have a date? Wow, I'm an idiot. In the whole art, I'll update chat. I'll update it. No, there's no way I don't have a date. That is hilarious. I don't have a
Yeah,
date
that's the moment
anywhere.
where you
Okay,
forget
I'll
the
fix
most
that. I'll
obvious
write
thing.
that down to fix after the stream. You know, to be fair, I have posted it. It's because I write the dates on Discord, and we have like a sign-up sheet. So exclamation point Discord if you want to keep the true update to everything. Because I wrote like the sign-up sheets that has clear as day the picture, or not the picture, but the date that we're going to be doing the 1K at. So yeah, if you guys want to join, it's going to be on the 14th. So one day after official release. Tickets are on early bird sale. It's going to be going up after Monday, so might as well get those while they're a little bit cheaper. And okay, that's last week. This is this week. You know, I like what Aguita was saying, Leroy. I feel like Ezreal would be perfect to close out the show today.
Yeah, Ezreal would be a really good option, to be honest.
Did you
there are some
see
other-
the play rate drop quite a bit, though? What do you think that's about?
Maybe people tried to get the medal card last week and they were like, nope.
Yeah,
Also,
true.
the deck is not easy to play.
It really
Um,
isn't.
The
And yeah,
red
Michael,
deck is
no Lucian just yet, even though there's 21. So these are my most likely picks for round 7. Fiora, we see Fiora so much, but she's probably somewhere in the mix. Victor, Lucian, Azir are probably really likely to see. Ezreal, there's only 12 of them, so I don't know how likely we're able to see him, but I would love to see Ezreal. I would really love to see a Ornn, or honestly, I would love to see a Ahri. There's 13 Ahris today. Imagine we get to spectate an Ahri.
yeah. Wait, there's 508 player. Wait.
Yeah, 508
can't
instead of the usual either 510 or 512. So slightly less. It looks like a couple of people didn't get
Yeah.
in.
So did I mess up something? Because I counted 511.
You know, it's interesting because they have a max cap of 512, and there's some people in the convention center that didn't get the lottery ticket. If they don't fill out every spot, why don't they just pass it on and add the last 4 players to always make it 512? But I don't know. I mean, I don't run the show out there, so maybe
It's people who actually do the sign up and then don't show up at
Right.
the last moment,
I think that's what it
and
was.
so they can't change it. Yeah, okay, I had my number wrong. Going to change this quickly. 508.
Yeah, Chad, we'll
Wait.
see how much longer we got, but today is just day 1. We saw some good matchups, but for the most part, slightly underwhelmed with what I really expected coming out into Nanjing. I mean, it started the show with a Teemo versus Draven, which you would feel was a little bit spicy, but I don't know if anyone remembers that match because it was about 8 or 9 hours ago now, but it was not as hype as you would expect to see the first Teemo on stream. And then this last one, you know, we could only go uphill because that Master Yi and Draven, Leroy, wasn't it kind of funky match? I know some people in chat said like low elo game. It felt like she was a little bit newer. At the minimum, she didn't know how to play with the
I
time
feel
clock.
I feel like she was stressed as hell, and I said it at one point. When she did not really give him the time to speak his mind about the reaction. This is really the sign of someone that's stressed by the camera. Again, guys, we talked about it last time, but the pressure from being on stream is absolutely not the same over there than in Europe. It's insane over there because the fans and the pressure from this is definitely on another level than what we have here. Also, she's a woman, which does not help at all because you get even more pressure. So yeah, there were a lot of factors there that would change that.
Yeah, it just seems like, because I know someone said before that the Chinese local scene, they don't do time matches. So I know a lot of people, I know, is your locals time at least usually like for a
Yeah,
scrimmage
they are
or
time.
just normal? It's usually like 50, 60 minutes, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was 50 for set 1, and now it's 60 for set 2. They will go to set 2. They just follow the normal
Yeah, the
rules.
normal rules, right? I hear the rumor is that the China locals don't have any time, so they're able to go for as long as possible. Hopefully, they're only playing like 2 or 3 rounds. If not, it would go all night. Because she looked like a result, or how would I put this? She looked to be like the perfect result of something like that, where she wasn't cognizant of the time passing. She was just taking a really deep time. I mean, I like Leroy said, she was probably big stream nerves coming into play, but I don't know. Even if she was trying to set herself up for success in that game too, where she almost did a little bit of something, there was no way they were going to be able to finish a game 3. So a little tricky there. So maybe she was just playing really well off stream because we didn't get to see that deck shine too much. Because I said it before, I don't think Master Yi has a terrible matchup against Draven, especially if you could set up your Ruin Runner or your Camel, as Aguito likes to
Yeah,
call it.
but she couldn't use the camel before it was too late here. So maybe she had an unlucky draw. I mean, her starting hand didn't seem so good. Yeah, maybe she just had bad draws, and because of this, like having bad draw being on stream, all of this accumulated, she was just fumbling everything.
Yeah,
Maybe.
she was definitely fumbling a bit. But, you know, as I said, we could only go uphill, and let's see if we could close out the show with an undefeated player. I would love to see 2 6-0 players. That would be a dream come true, but in reality, maybe those are 2 Dravens going at it. But hopefully not. We'll see. We'll see.
Please not Draven Mirror.
No, yeah, I really
No.
don't think we'll get a Draven Mirror. I'm willing to bet we'll probably see 5 wins, 1 loss, or 1 tie in this very last one. That way they don't give us the highest tables, but they give us a little sweet spot, just like they did it for this round number 6. They did 4 wins, 1 loss. And correct me if I'm wrong, Leroy or chat, the middle one is for sure a loss, right? Is the third one that's a tie, or the other way around?
Agito told me that the last one was lost.
It has to be. Actually, no. Remember the way we knew it, Leroy? Me and you knew it as the middle is the tie, right? But then chat told us they did the translation and it's the other way. So I think those
that's what
players
when
were
Agito,
undefeated.
yeah, when Agito told me that, I was like, oh, I thought it was the opponent.
It's the other way.
opposing
Yeah,
team.
I think he misspoke because in China, if you translate the little text, it's a T or a L. So yeah, I think those players were 4 wins, 1 tie, completely undefeated. So hopefully we get 5 wins, 1 tie. That would be epic to close out the show. And, you know, I said it earlier, Leroy, maybe I'm getting used to these late night streams because I don't know why. I feel not that I have more energy than when I first started, but I don't feel as drained as what I remember these streams being. But hopefully, these breaks
maybe
aren't
your
taking
body
too
is
much
getting
longer.
used to this.
I think
That's
so.
possible.
Yeah.
Me, I was really happy to have something because I take some time before I'm able to sleep, and it ended up pretty late yesterday.
Okay.
The game to record dragged on pretty long, so I ended up starting to sleep at like 1.5,
Wow.
and
That's definitely late.
yeah,
Without revealing too much, was it a bit of a good game? The game I spectated,
it was
I didn't really watch, so I can be a bit of surprise.
it was more than a good game. Like, guys, you have to be there on Wednesday. If all the games are like this, you're gonna see some really
Okay.
crazy stuff.
And what we're alluding
I'm
at,
not,
some
like-
of the show match on Wednesday, the Team USA versus Team France, were pre-recorded, but not every game. We're gonna have some games live, some games pre-recorded, but we're gonna be reacting to them live. Or by reacting, we're gonna be casting to them live. So I'm excited for that one, Leroy. So I believe we already saw, or we'll save it. We'll save it for you guys
Yeah,
on that
we
day.
save everything.
Yeah, we'll
But
save everything.
basically, I asked, because I asked some help of other casters, and I asked the other casters to do the 2 games that were not live, so that I didn't have to cast the games where I already knew the result.
I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the game I recorded, I was in and out. I was just recording, but I was doing other things on the side, so I barely saw it. So it's gonna almost be like I see it for the first time. And Void News, thank you so much for the prime right there. But chat, we are moments away the final round of the final regional. It's almost like a bittersweet moment. Of course, we do have day 2, but I'm almost in hindsight or in the future kind of closing out the show, because this month has been crazy. Like, who does 4 back-to-back regional streams? I remember watching it with the first time around, but now kind of being in it to win it, or in the in it in general. Maybe I am getting tired because I'm speaking nonsense, but Leroy, if you're ready, it is the final round, me and you to close it out.
Guys.
Let's see what legends we have for the last round. I want to bet, can we get Illusion in here? Let's see. Okay, Draven number 1. Hopefully not a Draven number 2. But this goes to show they probably did get really high tables, maybe undefeated players. And Kaiser. Okay.
And you know what? I'm not unhappy with this, because that's a matchup we didn't see much, I think.
I agree.
And those are 2 of the most represented legends. And actually, those are 2 of the really few legends that already won an official tournament.
Yeah, 2 of only 3 legends to ever win a regional over in China. Kaiser being the queen of that season 1, and then Draven taking a big step forward as early as the regional 1 in Fuzhou and Chengdu. So this is gonna be a good clash, right? Clash of the Kings, clash of the Titans. Yeah. Who's gonna be moving forward?
Yeah, the symbolism of this game is insane.
Yes.
Let's see, guy, how heavy is the crown.
Yeah, who's gonna wear the crown a bit better? Draven versus Kaiser. Kaiser just coming off the back of a really awesome win against Ezreal in the grand finals last weekend. So let's see if they kind of figured out the meta. Does Kaiser with a bit more removal and a bit less mechs feel better than the Kaisers earlier on in the Spiritforged meta? Because if they don't have any mechs, it kind of shows maybe that's a good adjustment.
Ooh,
and the Yordle...
That's kind of like to see. It's been so long. Hi, my friend.
A Rengar, look at that.
Yeah, it seems that this Kaisa has more than 1 trick up her sleeve.
Yeah, no one would expect the Rengar. That's how you say it, Rengar?
Yeah, Rengar, yeah.
Rengar, yeah. No one would expect that card anywhere close to Kaiser's vicinity. So I like the spicy tech. I'm willing to bet there's probably a bit more spice where that came from. And it's a good card. Oh, but I am seeing a forecaster. That is a mech. So perhaps is dipping her toes a bit in that mech package. Yeah. I guess we're going to be finding out super soon as we get this final round 7 started.
Oh, and 4-0-2. So uh if it is draw, they're playing their qualification on this game.
Yeah, I believe they're showing us a win and in match. So both of these players on the cusp of getting into top cut, they need a win here, and the forecaster does come down. So we haven't seen a Mech Kaiser in some time. Hopefully she could show us that it's still strong against Draven, because I know a lot of people have been saying that the newer build feels stronger because you just need that much more removal to deal with everything that Draven kind of dishes out. But let's see, because both of these players are right there and getting into top cut. Let's see if he does have the cards, because perhaps it's a bit of a mixture. Some mech and then a bit of removal like we saw from the previous regional.
Yeah. And you know that Tag on Pink right now can do wonders for Kaisa, because he can just develop. And okay, I was like, he can conquer and still have some runes ready, but apparently he cannot defend against Draven right now. And we already saw that like good players tend to not over conquer against Draven, to not give him that many draws.
Yeah, well said. It looks like you just have to adapt your playstyle to the old way of thinking. You have to always take into account, can Draven get an easy conquer? AKA, are you giving Draven an easy draw? So goes ahead, pushes the fan, gets the first point of this round 7. And do they want to go ahead and establish that chosen champion as we've seen before? But it looks like the good 1-2 punch into a Noxus Hopeful. Treasure Hunter and a Hopeful feels good. And Targon Peaks rating 2 runes so that you have 3 available on your opponent's side.
Yeah, so the Yodel still developing some board, and the Noxus Hopeful, yeah, instantly going to be played.
Yeah, a little bit of her own, a little bit of the same play, a 3-drop into a 2-drop, just trying to full max use those runes as they keep on curving out the best they can. But Kaiser building a stronger board at the very moment and has the option to push on forward, wants to guarantee the card draw, pushing into Zon Warrens. And then Forecaster could trade, or could at the very least offer up a trade, because either you use the overzealous, you either use the overzealous ability, or you just take a 1-for-1 trade, and it looks like not giving any free draws on both sides of the field.
Yep, but I think you're pretty happy with that for Kaisa. You're developing a really strong board, and your opponent is using resources. And looking at the state of the game, yeah, it's not easy to be 3 points behind, but nothing too scary right now.
Right, you are a little bit behind, as you mentioned, in that points department. But in terms of battlefield, or I should say board presence, Kaisa's not behind. If anything, she's slightly ahead. But of course, now that Draven hits the board, on top of that, a secondary Noxus Hopeful, things are looking rather up for Draven. Even if Kaisa wants to go ahead and push onto these battlefields, she might not have what she needs to necessarily defend the battlefields, and that's exactly what Draven would hope for. But I see that's a big hit off the top, isn't it?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when it comes for you?
That is right, and the singularity is coming straight at the dome. The Draven falls, the Hopeful number 2 falls. That is how you dwindle those numbers down. And now Kaisa, who needs to defend when you can just clear the units outright? Treasure Hunter looks to be not too long for this world. Just push up Kaisa for one of these. And one energy isn't going to be doing too much on Draven. Draven's sweet spot is 2 energy, of course.
Yeah. That's a good draw. That's a good draw for next turn. I think I would like to see Yodel coming up to back up Kaisa and add that little to my tank protector from some shenanigans.
Uses a oh no, it doesn't use a Stupefy. Stupefy was the pitch for Zon Warrens. Picks up a Forecaster. Yeah. And no, he has a retreat. So playing it proactively, he could have played it a bit on the defense, but didn't want to start a combat. So just playing it in the world without starting a showdown combat for the likes of Draven. Because if you push in first and then react to it as a reaction to the showdown, that's still a free draw. So I like what he had to do there.
Yeah, me too. I like this safe lines where he's like, I'm gonna get some rune advantage, I'm gonna get some card advantage, and in the late game, I will own you.
Oh yeah, and it looks like he's setting that up, but has to try to, he's skating on thin ice here because he is behind on points as the Overzealous goes to Targon's Peak, getting that 4th point. But you feel decent. I think if we take a look at Kaiser's hand here very shortly, I would imagine he has decent spells. If he has something like Fallen Star, doesn't feel all that bad, but a tricky card for Kaiser to deal with. It will be that Ferris Forerunner. Perhaps another Singularity wouldn't be all that bad, but let's see if they run more than one in the main board. At least 2, I would hope so.
Yeah, I think so. Singularity got much better this set because of a lot of 4 or 5 might cards appearing.
And Leroy, we're speculating a bit of a mix between this new Kaiser that just, and I say new, but it's very similar to the set 1 Kaiser, but the Kaiser that just won in the last weekend, and then the Mech Kaiser we saw before that. It looks to be a little bit of a mix of those two put together. So bringing the best of both of those decks into one. Let's see how successful it is, because so far so good. And I think, oh no, I thought that was a Singularity. It looks to be a Void Seeker at the top of the hand currently.
Yeah, there's a Void Seeker which is going to be played so that, again, no combat means no draw for you.
Right.
And that's another Void Seeker, which I think you like to see. Darius will be played. Is he going to conquer anything? I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think so.
Wow, playing a bit of a risky game if he leaves everything in the back, because you are behind. Draven goes up to 6. That is not a spot you want to be against any Draven whatsoever. You have the board control, you have good cards in hand, but at one point or the other, Draven could just sit back, keep on establishing even a stronger board presence, and then on that final push up to 8, he can drop something like a Brynir Thundersong. So this is very risky to do, as he's, oh man, he just passes the turn. Doesn't he want to conquer up to 2? At least 2 is just one draw. You got to put points on the board eventually, no?
He's got his game plan, and it's like, until the last month, I won't be able to draw from the ability.
Yeah, let's see how much dividends it pays to be so patient, because he's definitely playing against Draven, and he's definitely played a bunch of Dravens today, being at those higher number tables. But just 3 cards in hand, it looks like Draven is definitely feeling the pain from the way Kaiser's playing currently.
Wait, is it just me?
Is the mic a little bit funky?
Yeah, when you went R2D2 mode, but I don't know if that was only for me or for chat too. I think it was only for me.
Better now.
Yeah, it got better now.
Yeah, you're all the way in France, we're all the way in the US, so probably some weird Discord connection going on, but everything's good to go now as Kaiser pushes forward, being accelerated up to 5, and I would only imagine the hopeful going up to Zon Warrens to push up to 6, and then you could just let Kaiser push these battlefields for the next 2 turns, and you still don't have to worry about this. I am liking Draven's position. I understand Kaiser feels in control, but you never would really necessarily want to give him that 6 point unless you have that much more removal. And I guess they could, because I'm seeing a Watcher, if they have something like the Bellows Breath we saw in these previous rounds, that could do some big work.
Yeah. Although maybe you want to concur with the Forerunner so that you can have 3 units next turn instead of just the 1.
Right. Either or, the biggest idea there is that you do go up to that critical 6 point. Does he want to push? And it looks to be, I was going to say another Forest Fair Runner, but it will be that Draven, and he doesn't want to go to 6. Interesting enough. Leroy, are we missing something? Do these players not want to get to that perfect even threshold to push in and close the game? Maybe Draven's playing patiently because now Kaiser's the one being patient, so he's saying, I still have a lot of turns left.
I'm not going to overcommit because I don't want to instantly die from your Watcher. But right now I see a really good Void Seeker on that Kaiser that will have him reveal what's the card.
Yeah, it could be something like a switcheroo. The obvious ideal target for Draven would be something like a fight or flight, allowing her to dodge the damage coming out from Void Seeker, as it does specify battlefield, of course. So let's see what XXT has in mind, because he does have the Void Seeker on the forefront of that hand, which is usually a bit of an indication that that's the card they're going to be playing next. So asking his opponent, how much runes or how much cards do you have in hand? And the answer is 1. I think the game plan is working, Leroy. To bring the Draven's hand down to almost 0 cards is the idea for Kai'Sa, and then just kind of control the game with your spells from there.
Yep, and so the Void Seeker just as planned. Kai'Sa is at 11 runes, so doing good on that side. The thing is, now your opponent has quite a big board himself, and that's the situation that you didn't want to get in. You wanted to be able to have removed enough might so that your board would be much, much stronger than his. And the fact that it chose to not conquer last turn made him in a quite good spot, I would say.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a tricky position to be in for the Kai'Sa, because now what do you do, right? You want to probably put some points on the board. Eventually, you're only sitting at 1 point. You want to push up with maybe double Forecaster, but then you're not going to be really protecting those units very well with 2 remaining runes. You need something more like a Hex Tech Ray into a smoke screen, or at least a couple stupefies. You have 3, but it looks like you're completely tapping out. Don't tell me, Leroy, is he not going to conquer any battlefield again?
Bro, the aim of the game is to score point. No, I know what he's doing, guys. I'm just miming, but that's crazy.
It looks to me he's just going to sit back one more time, because he's really playing the game plan. Don't give Draven any cards whatsoever. But like you said, there's only one way to win, and you have to get 8 points. There's no other win condition currently. If you could score points in the base, yeah, that's another thing. But look at that. Leroy just goes ahead and sits back. To be honest, I don't think this game plan is going to be paying quite well for him going forward, but I hope he proves me completely wrong. Maybe I'm missing the mark on this.
I want to see some analysis of this game by some really good. I want to see this game on Alan ZQ channel, you know. I want to know if this is a decent player or if it's completely out of his mind.
Well, I mean, I see the logic. There's a method to the madness, of course, but it just doesn't seem at this moment in the game. I mean, if we think about the other side of the coin, right? If he did push in, he scored to at least 1, he goes to 2. That's just one more draw. Draven's going to draw regardless. I mean, what does he want to do? Do you think his opponent's just going to overextend and give up every unit? You're at 7 points. He doesn't have to push up the battlefield. So I think he's hoping his opponent not misplays, but gives him a bit of window of opportunity, which I don't think this Draven player is going to really give him that easily.
Yeah, and still at Kai'Sa. Oh, and the Mind Splitter. Bye-bye, Watcher.
This is over. There's just too much of a point disparity. 7 to 1.
Oh, but the singularity. Oh, so you got 2 good options.
Yeah, and I think, is that a sentry or a smoke screen? So, okay. Taking out the singularity, doesn't want to get dealt with from another one, as he displayed that earlier on this game. But without the singularity, without a Bellows Breath with the Watcher combo, things are not looking good. As we said before, you need to score eventually. And in this very position, you're only going up to 3 points. Even if Draven did nothing for 2 more turns, you only go up to 7 points. And then Draven has that final push to make with all these units on top of the units they're able to establish in the next 2 turns. So this is tricky.
And he forgot to ready some runes, which tells that he doesn't have anything to play. And now, how do you deal with that? I feel like you gotta stack up a lot of units on one battlefield. And yeah, okay, he's going to probably play 2 cards, ready Darius, have him back, and then stack up on Targon.
Okay,
that
not
a
a bad
time warp?
hit, but it looks to me he's going for the time warp play. Wait a second. He has 2,
Yeah,
4,
yeah, yeah,
6,
yeah, yeah.
8, 10, 12 full fresh runes available for this turn. Time warp into a top deck time warp? That brings you to 5. That brings you to 6, 7. No, that's still not enough.
No, but that would leave him in a much better position than what he is right now.
I
You
guess
gotta play that
so,
time
but
warp.
you go 4-5, and then you hold for another one if you do top deck another time warp. I just don't see it. I don't see it in a world where Kaiser ends up taking this away from this Draven. I think you had to try to push the pace slightly earlier, but I agree with you, Leroy. I would like to see a professional player analyze this game, but from my perspective, it just didn't seem too fruitful to leave the battlefields completely open every single turn. I understand early on, I understand somewhere in the middle, but all the way in the end game where Draven is just creeping up on those points, you have to try to contest them eventually. But let's see, step 1 is use the time warp.
Yeah, and you still have some runes to potentially do something. Yeah.
There we go. Goes for the
And the
falling
Forerunner.
stars. And wait a minute. A
Oh.
Watcher into Bellows Breath still doesn't get the job done, though. Because he doesn't even have the
No, but-
runes for that.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Two-
does. He does.
2, 4,
Exactly.
6. 2, 4. Wait, I
Exactly.
can't. 2, 4, 6, 8.
He's at 9.
Yeah, he definitely does. So Watcher into a repeated Bellows Breath. Watcher brings everything down by 3. Wait a second, Leroy. Is he clearing 3 things from this board? He still has to be very careful, though. Wait a second. If he's able to hold for victory, imagine that Watcher into Bellows Breath. Is there a world where Kaiser can hold down?
He can have it like 1 on Darius, 1 on... Oh, he can clear everything but the Mind Splitter. That's crazy.
Very true. Everything's at 1 right now. So you could just leave everything. I mean, you could take everything to the trash besides a simple Mind Splitter. That's going to be impressive to do. So targeting everything. But actually, Darius goes down to 2.
He knew from the beginning that he would have the perfect line. He knew everything. See,
Yeah.
that's what we didn't know. He knows better. He's
Oh
much
yeah,
better
he
than us.
definitely does. Because how is a Mind Splitter going to be conquering both battlefields? This might have just been the most impressive performance against a Draven. You would never imagine 7-1. And look at what we're discussing right here, right now. Stacking a plethora of units onto both of these battlefields, splitting the might perfectly so that a Mind Splitter can't even get over 1. Nonetheless, both of these, Leroy, I'm going to have to take everything back of what I said. This Kaiser is playing out of his
And now-
mind.
His gameplay from the beginning is working because Draven does not have anything to play.
Yeah. Didn't give him a single draw this game. XXT has piloted this matchup the best you can as he completely uses his last 2 cards, a Tide Turner into a Noxus Hopeful, as he goes up to 7 points. What is he going to draw? If he draws another kill spell, imagine he picks up a Singularity, the 3rd one if he ends up drawing it. That would be completely devastating for Draven. But at the minimum, if you have something like a Hex Tech Ray, a Stupefy, a Progress Day to get you more resources, feeling good. A Retreat into Watcher feels okay, but you don't really have a kill spell to really maximize that.
So I feel like it's going to be Progress Day and trying to have just enough to... Okay, my bad. Sorry. I was like just enough to activate the 2 Dariuses, but yeah, sure. Seems good enough. I don't feel like he can lose both battlefields.
Wow, this has been an incredible turn of events. You would never think we found ourselves in this position from 7-1 to a neck and neck 7-7. I say neck to neck, but there is a clear person in the driver's seat, a clear legend holding down both of those battlefields and on the cuffs of winning this game number 1 of this round number 7. Well done. I don't see a world, no matter what this top deck was, it would take an enormous Herculean effort to do anything. It looks like a spinning axe to do 10, but there's a couple more cards than just 10, I would imagine,
Oh
on that
wait,
battlefield.
Spinning X was the best card that he could draw.
True.
But wait, is that ever enough?
I wouldn't think for both, right?
The Mind Splitter dies. It's not a GA.
He did it the other way around. He's rattled a little bit.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have enough for both battlefields. All right, GG.
GG. One of these battlefields does get held as he attaches it to the Noxus Hopeful. He's just trying to get those mini victories. He says, where did I go wrong? And Kaiser's saying just the simple fact that you didn't draw is where I went right and things went wrong for you. So well done. Executed the game plan as perfect as possible. You know, I didn't know he had the Watcher's repeated bellow breath in hand. We saw the Watcher, but I couldn't really think about the whole play line of eliminating, what was that, like 5 units on the board?
Why is he drawing 2? He shouldn't draw 2 because the draw from the Conquer goes first. So
Yeah, that's a little bit of a
no, draw from Draven. Draw from
Oh,
Draven. We
right,
forgot
right,
that
right.
we forgot that he draws because he didn't draw a single card. from Draven.
We even forgot what the legend ability did because he hasn't shown that legend ability this entire game 1. Is there anything in a Darius could be close to there, but just taking a look at the bigger picture, there's just one too much might on that Targon's Peak. There's a Darius, there's a Watcher, there's a Yordle, and a Raven Bloom that with the spell should be at 3 because of that retreat. So we're talking about 12 plus 5, 17 total might on the current battlefield. And if Kaiser plays one more, that's one more for Raven's Bloom, and Darius goes up to 7. So up to 19 total might is what he's going to be defending with.
He doesn't have one more because his last card is Progress Day.
Right. Wow, this guy has an athlete shirt. Definitely displayed the mind of a pure card game, digital, not digital card game, but a pure TCG athlete. Really well done. And I've never seen anything like this. I really thought he had to push the pace earlier, but it looks like he's been here plenty of times before. Didn't let the heat of the moment get the better of him and understood his game plan and followed it perfectly, I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. Great everything from this guy.
And just to have those moral victories, is there another spinning axe? Oh, against all odds. Wait a second, Leroy.
Wait, you come back?
That is unbelievable. +2 might for every single thing on that battlefield. If there's any moment to try to bring this back in your way, that's +2, 4, 6, 8. Wait a second. 7 plus 2 is 9 plus the 8. What is the quick math there? 17. Wait. Yeah, 17 total
17,
might.
that's a trade, right? Everything dies.
Wow.
And he's got Darius. He's got Darius in hand, which is exactly 7. So there is a world where there's nothing on the battlefield at the end of Kaisa's turn.
That is the perfect top deck for the Draven. Who would imagine an against all odds to get the job done? Darius, though, comes down, but it's just going to be a trade 1-for-1 unless there's something like a Stupefy coming down. So Darius plus the Progress Day, enabling Darius to get readied, but you need a spell.
No. He drew 2 smoke screen though, so...
Yeah, 2 smoke screens,
right
but has 1 energy. So this is going to be trading 7-7.
7 happening in this game?
This game has been an
Oh.
absolute blockbuster, completely unexpected. A lot of people in chat were saying like terrible stream games. I can't believe they've been so bad, but it has turned out to be one of the best ones this entire day one of Swiss. I can't believe what we're witnessing. These guys are going down to the bitter end. Watcher and Smokescreens get the job done, I'm pretty sure.
You don't, yeah, but you don't accelerate it because maybe you want to keep it for next turn in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, 2 units here. Watcher into a Noxus Hopeful, and then you have your Singularity and Smokescreens to close out the game. I think you just established board here. Oh, goes for the accelerated line. Value's getting a single draw because you have enough runes to do a double Smokescreen on the defense.
So you will have more room to work with. I forgot about that part. You still have two. I think it's got 2 Smokescreen to.
I think he
upgrade
wins.
next.
He wins. That's a double
Yeah.
Smokescreen in hand, and there's 2 blues available. It looks like he's targeting Targon's Peak to make that 6 and drawing the 3rd Smokescreen. It is as good as over. I've never seen a world where Draven takes it down, even with a top deck of Falling Star. You need,
Yeah, but we say that once, and so I'm careful. I'm careful now.
You're so right. We have been here before, but this one is for sure a little bit different. How much crazy luck can this Draven had? He top decked the Spinning Axe to get over one of them. He top decked the Against All Odds. He top decks the Accelerated Kaiser. But is that final card anything he can make use of?
1 from the Conquered and 1 from the Kaisa, then discard 1 and draw 1. And he needs something.
There's a Ride the Wind Spinning Axe. Wait a minute.
He's got the Spinning Axe. That's not enough yet.
It's not. With all the smoke screens, it's definitely not enough. That's minus 12 coming down.
Yeah, no, that's GG.
Yeah, it's 100% GG. Just based off everything in the current hand for Draven and Kaiser doing the unthinkable, unprecedented comeback. We've never seen anything of the like.
Yeah, no, not with the smoke screen. Oh, that was amazing. That was amazing. And we had some 2 great top decks because one of the Bellow Breath and then one with the Spinning Axe into the Against All Odds. Yeah, there were some crazy top decks here that made this game amazing to watch.
And look at that. We were wondering, is he going to top deck into something like a Falling Stars? In the world where he doesn't have the smoke screen, these are potential winning lines. A Spinning Axe with a Ride the Wind is actually perfectly enough to get over this Fox. But in this situation, smoke screens are going to be flying out. At least 2 of them, minus 8 total might, almost putting her in effective negative territory. And that is GG, folks. Can you believe it? Kaiser with the single point when Draven was at 7 is the one we're saying is the victor for game 1. Unreal.
There's a world where you go with Kaisa, you pass the priority, your opponent just wants to BM, use the smoke screen, and then you have Switcheroo as the last card and you win.
And Chad, what did we think about that game? That was a game, I will say, I don't think I've seen anything even close to that. We've seen some impressive comebacks, but nothing quite close to what we just witnessed right now. That Kaiser playing on another level, like Leroy's saying, he's thinking way in the future. But how did he know? Did he just know that with repeated Bellows Breath, no matter how massive Draven's board got, he can always deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was like, it's getting hectic, and I need that Bellow Breath top deck.
I think he had it. The way he was playing, he had to have the Bellows Breath.
No, he couldn't because
Mind Splitter, right?
Yeah, we saw it. We saw that it was not there when he played the Mind Splitter.
Wow, so he was all in on the game plan in anticipation of the Bellows Breath. Because guys, if he didn't have Bellows Breath, it's over. Draven would have been one. So that was neat to see. But you're right, because when Mind Splitter came down, he took out the Singularity. So yeah, I don't think he had the Bellows Breath until one of the very last moments there.
Yeah. And I'm seeing chat saying that he should have taken out the Watcher, but remind uh, you need to think, guys, that he was never overcommitting on the battlefield. So the Watcher, since he had everything is based constantly, the Watcher was way less scary than the Singularity.
Mhm.
The thing is, he didn't play around the top deck below Breath, which maybe was actually the only way to lose, and he should maybe have played around that.
In hindsight, right? I think at the minimum you
yeah.
at least take the Watcher. But he was just thinking Singularity hits my back line. But with that massive board you had, you're talking about just losing 2 units, not 5 units. So in hindsight, being 2020, yes, the Watcher would have been a better pick off in that circumstance. Thinking about the combo now going into game 2 and perhaps a game 3, I don't think this Draven player is going to be making the same mistake. I think that's a big lesson to learn. I know I'm going to try to never forget about the Watcher Bellows Breath.
Yeah, I will try to do the same.
Yeah.
Although if I play Ari anyway, I don't have much choice.
You know, and this combo is actually what makes Ezreal so potent as well. Ezreal is actually the first legend I've seen kind of pull off that combo of Watcher, bring everything down by 3, and then Bellows Breath. Very similar how Kaiser used to do it with Falling Stars, but Bellow Breath coming into the equation out of Spirit Forge and making a bit of a difference. And we saw, I like the mech package, but I think it was only forecasters as a vision, maybe to recycle to find the later Bellows Breath, because we didn't even see a Ferris Forerunner. Or did we, Leroy? Was there a Ferris Forerunner on Kaiser's side? I would imagine.
Not that we saw, actually.
Okay.
Maybe there is, but probably not a free off, because we would have seen it.
Yeah, because I know Secular saying he only used the vision twice, but Secular twice in a 40 deck card is not that bad, right? So being able to have more information and scry 1 to the bottom does feel pretty decent. But usually when you run the mech package, you run things called like production surges. If you have a mech on the board, draw 1 and then play a 3-might mech, I believe is what it does. We didn't see none of that. We didn't see any missile barrages or rocket barrages. And we didn't even see the Ferris Forerunner. So is Forecaster the only mech? I feel like you might as well just run Poro for the gold, but I don't know. I can't believe the time warp played too. There was so much to digest in that game 1.
I don't think, because I've heard people saying that the Poro was bad overall, and I think in Kaisa especially it's bad because you really don't need more power with the Kaisa's ability, whereas having your best top decks seems way more important.
True.
There is though the Gem Jammer, the one that gives ganking, which is super useful in late. I don't know if Kaisa is running it, but that's another option.
Yeah, you know, at the very least is also throwing his opponent off guard. You know, the opponent's kind of expecting a certain build, not taking into account certain cards. So just having Forecaster, your opponent's like, oh, this is Mech Kaiser. I got to play around mech stuff. So with that, kind of switching up the game plan, because we did see the hard removal. The only thing we didn't see from this Kaiser are the piercing lights that I believe the champion last weekend was using, but still had the Singularity, still had the Void Seekers, the Hex Tech Rays, of course the Falling Stars, and of course the Bellows Breath, which was the big difference making card, the key piece to the winning puzzle for her. So let's see, now that they have sideboards involved, I feel like it's going to be tricky for Draven nonetheless. Is there any cards you can think of besides maybe Hard Bargain that can help Kaiser, or is Hard Bargain one of the best ones?
Yeah, I feel like Hard Bargain, especially if he's running 1 or 2 real, be good. The thing is, we didn't see much of his deck because he didn't draw.
Yeah, I
I
think...
keep coming back to this, but...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he didn't play the game. She didn't let him play anything.
He really didn't. Well played indeed, as you're saying. That might have been a record for the least amount of Draven triggers we ever seen in a single game, and the record being at 0. Actually, I lied. There was one when he pushed in with Kai'Sa and he took out the other battlefield. So there was a single Draven draw that entire game. There wasn't many combats. I'm saying secular. There was literally 0 combats until the final 2 to 3 turns from each player, which was never before done. Usually the whole game revolves around combats. You know, you get 2 points, I get 1 or 2 points, pass it back, I get 1 or 2 points. No one just holds the base and pass. He did that 3 turns in a row, and he was driving me crazy. Leroy was hearing me yap saying, what is he doing? This seems wrong. This doesn't seem optimal, not ideal plays. But man, I am so happy that he proved me completely wrong.
Yeah, you know what? I was believing in him. I was like, he's in the future now. I was like, he's living in his opponent's head rent free right now.
Right.
And yeah,
Honestly,
I mean, maybe if he would have lost if he didn't top deck.
You know, chat and Leroy, if I was a Draven player, I'm walking out the door. If I just blew a 7-1 lead and lost the game, and even gave me some false hope in the against all odds, it's gonna be tough for me to regain my composure. I don't know about you guys, but not that I'll be tilted, but that game was already 3 games in 1. You had so much swing of emotions. You felt super confident until the time warp, until the watcher, and then you got all the way confident again with against all odds, and then everything else started falling apart. So man, a roller coaster of a game 1. And it looks like these guys are taking a bit of their time in the sideboard selections, as we're not getting back into the game, but it should be anytime soon.
Yeah, and you know, I'm thinking, you know how I make sometimes some lore pose or number pose. We're talking about these cards, and I realized that piercing light, both piercing light and against all odds, are songs from the League of Legends universe that are both amazing, by the way, and I think they're both DMCA free if you make like League of Legends content. And yeah, you guys should check them out if you don't know them. Piercing Light is really powerful, made by Marco, and Against All Odds was made for the Star Guardian event at one point. Yeah.
Are you saying there's songs? Or is it
Yeah,
like
there's a
official
song.
Riot
Yeah.
made songs or fan made?
Yeah, exactly. Against All Odds is official Riot song, and Piercing Light is, I think it was made for League of Legends by a fan. I think it's like a co-op. I don't know exactly.
Okay.
But yeah.
I guess if we type that in on YouTube, we could probably find it, right? Just like Piercing Light League of Legends.
Yeah, actually, we could play them right now because I think they're DMCA free. But yeah.
No, let's not risk anything. I don't even know if we could hear it on your end, but maybe we will take a look after the stream. There's even an official Linkin Park and Lil Nas song for League of Legends. You know, people, there's probably a good amount. League of Legends has been around for what, 20 plus years, so they've probably done a lot in the history.
Because those songs they were made for the World Championship. It's not exactly the same. Each year there's a song for World Championship. It goes Imagine Dragons. I made the first one in 2013, and then 2014 it was like The Worlds Collide by I don't remember her name.
Those all sound familiar though. I remember like it's a big deal, right? It's like the World Championship song. So I remember Imagine Dragons ones.
Yeah. And actually Imagine Dragon made a song called Warriors, and they reused it after for an intro. There's a band that's amazing called Two Way. I don't know if you know it.
I don't think so.
And they make really powerful song. And they made one. They make often the song for the intro of the season, for the cinematic season. And they made Warriors, The Call, Lightbringer, amazing song, which was made for Mage Seeker game.
Okay.
And the last one was the one with Grandpa as well. Still here. So yeah,
Yeah, and a couple people in chat know exactly what you're talking about. It looks like Saint saying Alguito uses one of the songs for his background music. Is it more background music? If it's copyright free, maybe we might do a little bit of the same too. Could be more thematic.
there
And
is a playlist of songs that are officially not DMCA, which I could find back and send you.
okay, that'd be cool. I mean, is it just like 2 minute songs, or is it like long so you could play in an hour match? Or we'll figure it out. We'll see
No,
what we
it's
can
free
do.
for, but you can pick the ones you want from it.
Yeah, and it kind of
Uh,
cycles through it. And chat,
Yeah.
maybe the Draven player got a little bit upset because something is going on. This feels very similar to what a judge call felt like. Maybe he had to get up, go to the bathroom, look at himself in the mirror, and just kind of have a real realization or have a bit of a midlife crisis. Said, what
Yeah,
just
reflect on his
happened?
choices.
What did I just get myself into, and what just went down in this game one? Because we usually get back into the game by now. I'm saying I have a funny feeling something's gone down. Maybe some chairs have been thrown. There's loop music too. League of Legends used them a lot in Champion Select before. Okay, thank you, now Finn. I'll see what Leroy sends me, but that could be cool to have for
Yeah,
future
yeah.
streams.
And there's always and these ones are cool because they're really background music. The boards music from Legends of Runeterra, and the TFT musics from the set 10 for the ones that play the set 10 of TFT. They were made by wait.
And Agito's
Ah,
still hanging around because he posted it in the caster chat. I'll pull it up. We'll let it ride, but hopefully for a future event I'll pull it up. Thank you, Agito, if you're listening in.
Steve Aoki. They were made by Steve Aoki.
I think
The
I've
ones
seen
from
those.
TFT set 10, and they were amazing. And this one I know are DMCA, so no problem because they are video game music.
Perfect. So I'll look into it for sure. Thank you guys. But hey, who has a pre-release coming up the soonest? I know Leroy says he has a pre-release in like an hour and a half. Who's earlier than that? Anyone have a pre-release in less than an hour? But it looks like we are finally getting back into the game. Let's see if we get any indication of what perhaps was the holdup. Why did these guys take about a month and a half to get back into a game too?
Draven was shaken to port because of that.
Yeah, maybe he tried to appeal something against the judges, but it looks like Reaver's Row and another Targon's Peak to send us into this game number 2. I know Draven on the play feeling rather good, so most likely saving that Obelisk of Power for when he's going to be on the draw, of course. But hopefully they make a statement. Actually, that break wasn't crazy long, but definitely a little bit longer, which has me thinking that something might have just gone down. Perhaps if you can read the Chinese chat, they would probably let us know.
Yeah. Oh, but I'm thinking like, as Kaisa, you're quite in a good spot letting player be on the Draven player be on the play when he's on Obelisk of Power, because now you're the one who gets to play Kaisa turn 1.
Right. Yeah, you are the one that gets your chosen champion online first. But this is it. Can Kaze close things out? They ate a whole lot of time in the round, especially in that break there, unless they stop the time. But most often than that, they do not stop the time. So 27 minutes remaining as we enter this game number 2. And Draven will be on the play as he did receive that loss and that game 1. So developing out a nice little treasure hunter to start things off. Do we get the nice little Yordle? It looks like Ravenbloom, very, very similar to the original Kaisers of set 1.
Yeah. Let's see.
You know what's going to be interesting to see is Kaiser going to approach it in the very same way they approached it in game number 1, where they really try to withhold any kind of combats just to make Draven suffer for card advantage, and at the very end have him pretty much deprive and top decking. Granted, he top decked very well, but that is not a position Draven tends to like, of course, so does get the champion of her own. But we're seeing a very similar game plan. Draven going quickly up on those points. Let's see if they're able to just continue on the pace, because Reaver's Row is an excellent battlefield for that Draven champ.
Exactly. And I think Kaisa does not like her draw, as she drew 2 progress day. And yeah, you never want to have 2 of these right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, those are definitely your late game hits, right? You saw how well it was picking up the 2 smoke screens, but Draven doing what he was doing all along, just building up a board. Now, it is in the realm of something like a singularity. If he has it off the top of the deck, he does end up picking it up. Funny enough, I smelled one come in. Do you play now? Oh, taking a turn off to draw an impressive 4 cards, but that's going to be coming at a cost of Draven going up to 5. This is getting awfully scary like it was in game number 1.
Yeah. But I mean, we know our Kaisa. She's chilling. She's chilling with the. She doesn't have the lead, but still has the lead. You know what I'm saying?
You're always mentally ahead. You're always mentally ahead of your opponent, of course, or have the upper hand. But sometimes the plays don't go the way you wanted, of course. But he does have the Bellows Breath. Funny enough, though, if Draven now has wind of the game plan, he could kind of separate his units, not leave everything exposed in the base. Because a big thing to note about Bellows Breath, it says at the same location. So if you have some units on a battlefield, some units on the other one, and then some units on the base, you kind of build your board presence, but choose where you want to place them so that Bellows Breath can't completely, ruin your game plan. But it is tricky now, because now you're trying to defend these battlefields. So it could be a little bit of a benefit for Kaiser as well.
Yeah, it looks like Kaisa already drew her whole deck. Oh, and the Mind Splitter.
And the Bellows Breath, the combo they did not want to see, as well as the angle shot. We don't get to see it too often. More often than not, we see it in those Draven builds, in the Draven mirror matches. But angle shot seems to be quite a good sideboard selection, as we did see those spinning axe do what they always do and add an impressive amount of might throughout the game. And okay, it looks like he learned his lesson from game 1, right?
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. I don't want to see any Watcher.
Oh yeah, get the Watcher out of here. No more Watcher for the remaining of the game. So the Bellows Breath just isn't going to be as impactful as it was in the previous game. Things aren't looking too good, as Draven going up to 5-0. If I'm Draven on this next turn, I'm just looking to conquer up to 6 points. I don't want to overextend. I feel like that could have been something that went wrong earlier in that game. I mean, a couple of things went wrong. Of course, the big moment there is the Bellows Breath. But let's get back to this game. It is going to be an impressive singularity. Follow that up with the Stupefy, it looks like, as he chose the Mind Splitter to take the 6 damage.
Yeah, but don't you use Stupefy on the Draven Greatest Fan to then use your Bellows Breath? Take out 2 cards. Okay. Spinning Axe. But it's got the angled shot. So if he detach the spinning axe, then the guy that just dies, which is quite funny.
That is hilarious, right? The angled shot, effectively treating it as a kill spell coming down. So you were up by 3, but now you equal the might to damage.
You knew that he had that, so you're just losing your spinning axe for free, right?
Yeah. Perhaps.
For 2 mana and angled shot, but
I think honestly just completely forgot about angled shot, as they didn't see him in game number 1, but a big blunder trying to have the lead if there's any moment to try to turn things around for Kaiser. And then sooner than later, of course, it might have been right there, because losing a big spell like that, you paid 2 energy, you still lost the unit anyways, and now you're going to lose the equipment before you can attach it. Things are not looking too good for Draven, but you are still at 5-0, so
Is he
has a bit
gonna
of breathing
conquer?
room.
Gonna conquer? It's not right.
I can't believe
You know,
this
it's like-
progress day is actually bearing fruit, because I thought that was an early progress day, but I guess he just had so much access to all his cards from his deck, honestly.
Yeah. And you know, it's like, I feel like each round is like, you know, this meme with Padme and Anakin in the field, and it's like, you're gonna conquer, right? And then you're gonna conquer, right?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's what Draven is saying. You're gonna conquer. You're gonna give me a free draw, right? And the answer time and time again from Kaiser has been a big fat no, leaving just 2 overzealous fan with 2 energy available. There has to be a smokescreen in hand. At the minimum, maybe 2 Hextech Rays could be feeling good to take down both of these overzealous, because it looks like we're tapping 5 for the Darius. So you're going to have to try to overtake 7 might coming at you.
Yeah. And I feel like one thing that could be clutch in this game is all the gold tokens that were generated. And now Draven has a huge rune pool, mana pool, which it usually doesn't have that many. And that's where it gets playable. But yeah, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, we'll see. That is a bit of a difference from the previous games. Of course, no token generation, but the Tide Turner coming down just to activate the Darius, coming in at 7 total energy. But it looks like he's reacting to that before the combat. This is very key, and something that XST has been very diligent about is not giving your Draven any draws. On the Tide Turner / Darius activation, you retreat as a reaction speed. I love these plays from Kaiser.
Yeah. And now this Darius is going to take maybe another singularity, huh? That we saw in that. Good luck, Darius.
Is there another one? I mean, he has so many cards. The card economy on Kaiser's side is something
We saw
Draven
two
envies.
from the competitor, so I would say yes. That looks like a Watcher, no?
Thinking back, he might have had a second Watcher, but we're going to find out very shortly as Kaiser's turn goes back to her, picks up a smokescreen off the top, and look at the options, Leroy. It was a second singularity, but honestly, there's even a progress day, Bellows Breath, an angle shot, a falling star. He has all the answers.
You can clear everything 3 times.
Yeah, maybe even 5 times, but we'll see. He still has to climb up, but he did it before in game 1. I think he could do it one more time. Has the amount of rooms for something like a singularity, following it up by a falling star. But the only thing to be very mindful of is the potential hard bargain repeated. That's exactly 4 runes available for Draven.
Okay. Exactly, taking out this. And the falling star. And you keep your singularity.
Wow, what a more efficient playline. You keep your singularity, as you said, just a repeated Bellows Breath to do 2 damage across the back line, the overzealous and the Tide Turner.
Not gonna accelerate. He's never accelerate. I don't think this guy has accelerated once it's Kesa from the tournament the way he plays.
Yeah, still piloting it as well as he can. Finally pushes up to his 2nd point. Targon's Peak to ready too. He's being very good on remembering those triggers. He didn't do so good at the end there because he knew at the end of game 1, but definitely paying attention to these triggers as he's approaching the comeback, or the climb back, I should say. Not as crazy as a big climb back as he had to do in game 1, but still a 4-point margin nonetheless.
Did he miss one in game 1? Because I know the Draven player missed one, but I don't know.
I think Kaiser might have missed just a single one where he loaded up the battlefield, where he Bellows Breath Watcher. There was one where he put Targon's Peak, but it wouldn't have mattered either way. Draven had a single card as they're dropping the second Mind Splitter of the game. What do they want to take out? There's a lot of great hits because you take out Singularity, Progress they could probably draw into the third one. I do think Singularity has to be the better choice here, but your unit has 7 might, so perhaps not.
Yeah, and 7 might is enough to trade with a Void Seeker or the Void Seeker or the smoke screen that has just been taken out. But maybe I would have preferred the Void Seeker because the Void Seeker cycles itself.
And man, this guy is top decking like a god, like a person who's destined to be in the top 64 cut tomorrow, because the top deck Stupefy now allowing something like a Singularity to take down the Mind Splitter, because you can't double up on a unit like you can on Falling Star, but you do 6 damage and bring that 7 might down to 6. So 6 might with 6 damage will be the card going down, of course. But something that we said he has to be careful of again is the hard bargain. It is 4 energy, so you do get the repeat value if he wants to do so. So I think that's the only thing XXT is considering here, because it seems pretty obvious if he wants to deal with the Mind Splitter.
Yeah, but looking at how valued he played since the beginning, maybe he wants to like keep it for another, so that he can have 2 targets. But no, he's going to execute the Singularity. Tap the Kai'Sa.
And look at the player's face, not loving it whatsoever. Hard bargain was just there as a bluff. They didn't even hint it. Didn't even have a moment of hesitation. He just completely open book saying, I don't have any counter plays. I don't even have a spinning axe for that matter.
He's already knocked out of the game mentally.
Yeah, he's mentally checked out. He said, all right, I'll go home. I'm not finding myself. There's going to be at least 15 Dravens that make top cut tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to be one of them, because Kai'Sa, a formidable foe, presenting such a puzzle, such a removal presence every single turn. Singularity this turn, Singularity a previous couple turns ago, Bellows Breath the turn before that. It's just too much removal for Draven to handle.
The Brinier is completely useless unless he has an Accelerate, but
okay.
reacting.
Maybe trying to play around ride the wind strategy. Wants to literally negate any kind of combat wins, because he could at least go after the Raven Bloom if he didn't use the smoke screen right there. So does get the smoke screen off. So Brynjar's going to be swinging it at 1 if he does invest like a smoke screen, or a ride the wind, I should say. But things are just not looking up for Draven, as Kai'Sa most likely holds up to 6 points. And then you can retreat maybe. Actually, this is tricky. You're forced to hold here, no?
I mean, you're forced to hold at least 1 battlefield, but you've got enough. You got the Below Breath to remove, because he drew another Below Breath, so you can just remove the Titaner.
Yeah, and only allow one of those. Only allow 1 unit to push 1 battlefield, and AKA scoring. Actually, you're only at 6. You need to hold both if you want to win on the very next turn. So most likely you're trying to take out both.
He's got a smoke screen. He's got a smoke screen. He's got 2 Void Seeker. Good luck. Good luck, my friend. Yeah, Below Breath. And yeah, he's going to Below Breath the 2 cards, and then smoke screen and kill everything.
I don't think I saw the smoke screen, but if he does have the smoke screen, that's going to be the best ideal play for the situation. But do you see the smoke screen? Because I think I only saw 2 Raven Blooms. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, Father, so 1, and there's no smoke screen. Yeah, no, there's no smoke screen. I thought I saw 1. So yeah, you just have the Void Seeker to trade the Brynjar next turn. Although another Brynjar could maybe a top deck Brynjar into Ride the Wind could, I think, be in weird situation.
Yeah, let's see. So deciding that he doesn't want to prioritize holding both battlefields and forget about that, Leroy. He's going to say, you know what? I want to give you 0 draws. Try to conquer both of these. I need you to top deck a Darius. I need you to top deck a Kaiser Survivor, because in a world where you don't top deck an accelerated option, this is my game to win in a 2-0 swing of things. A ride the win is a way to get there. Wait a
Wait,
second, but a
is
double
there a
Void
hard
Seeker.
bargain also? Because if there's also a hard bargain, Draven wins.
I don't think there was, Leroy. This was a risky play, but a bit of a calculated risk from Kaiser. As you said, if there's a hard bargain on the final Void Seeker, that would be all she wrote, as the ride the win would be able to get the job done. But that's gonna be 4 damage, and he wishes he could keep it simple like a Stupefy, but having to force every single rune remaining doing the 4 damage. And that should be GG. I don't think there's anything left in Draven's hand. I saw a falling star, and that has to be the only card, it looks like.
Yeah, because we saw Ride the Wind. So if
Oh yeah, Ride the Wind, Falling Star. Those are the final 2 options, and that is GG, folks. Well played. I have never seen someone handle Draven as effectively as what we just witnessed
if he used
XXT
Falling
do it.
Star, wait, if you use Falling Star on both, oh no, because there were already 2 spell played. Okay. GG, guys. And GG to the Kai'Sa player. I can't wait. I hope that we will see him tomorrow, because I was quite impressed by his line of plays, and maybe I was wrong. And he was fumbling a lot of things, but I would like to see some good analysis by some good Kai'Sa players.
Oh yeah, you know, he was playing on the level of Omega Zero, so I'm pretty sure Omega Zero is going to be finding himself in that top cut tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that player is going to be in top cut as well. So it looks like Kai'Sa might have just been the deck to bring to this event, and Kai'Sa might just be a deck to be on the lookout for come Bologna and come Vegas, because something is telling me the tides are turning. Kai'Sa has figured out what is a good build against the likes of Draven. It just so happens that Bellows Breath, Watcher, Singularity are really great cards to deal with a lot of options coming out from Spiritforged. So that was a great way to end off the regional today. Hopefully chat enjoyed that last matchup, because I enjoyed it. What about you, Leroy? How'd you find that matchup?
It was amazing. No, it was amazing.
Super
Honestly,
incredible.
Especially after the last game where he was like,
He lost all hope, right? All hope went out the window for that player. He's going to put Riftbound down for about the next week or so to recollect himself. But chat, that's gonna be everything else, or that's gonna be, look, I can't even talk because it's been some times, but that's gonna be everything for today. As we said, tomorrow will be the final conclusion. This is the final regional stop from these 4-stop circuit. We had Fuzhou, we had Chengdu, we had Dalian, and tomorrow will be the final top 64 for Nanjing. So that's going to be a really great showing. If you guys want to come back and join us for the epic conclusion, is it going to be another Kai'Sa? Is it going to be another Draven? Or will they be a sleeper legend to rise to the top? That will be tomorrow. Before we go, though, best of luck on everyone's pre-release events, as well as Leroy, because I know you're heading to one shortly, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna dash out right after this game and run to my city.
For sure. Before we go, though, if you could let these guys know where they could find you online, so that I could show you some love somewhere.
Find me on Twitter, guys. And if you like data, if you like stats, if you like meta tier list, go there. I'm starting to post again on YouTube. I had a break, but mostly, guys, be there on Wednesday, because the games are gonna be amazing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, watch the game, support your team if you're part of France or USA, and if you're not, just still. I had a pick at the level. It's great. It's amazing.
Yeah, just like Leroy said, we have the Wednesday exhibition show match, Team USA versus Team France. So check that out on Twitch. I don't know, because I know me and Leroy are going to be doing the stream together. I don't know if when we do stream together, it lets me stream on YouTube too. I will try to do the both streams, but we'll see. Me and Leroy will figure it out as we approach there. But yeah, guys, show Leroy some love. Check him out on that Twitter and on YouTube. He's going to be posting some data analysis going forward of these final 4 regionals cumulative. So it's going to be all the data put together if you guys want to keep a lookout for that. But for now, that was a 10-hour stream. Not as crazy as some of the other ones, but 10-hour nonetheless. So we're going to be calling it a day here. Join us back, same place, same time. Tomorrow is going to be the final top 64 players. Are we rooting for an Aurelia, a Ezreal, a Fiora? I guess we're going to be finding out tomorrow, chat. So we're going to be signing off from here and see you guys tomorrow.
Let's go. See you, everyone.